Quick disclaimer before the video begins, a decent amount of passes and egg moves were changed after the recording of this tier list. Some Pokemon received pretty significant changes that moved them up or down a tier, so I will be mentioning these changes when ranking them. If I don't mention any new changes for a Pokemon, it's because they weren't enough to place them in a different tier. Remember to leave a like on the video, and let's begin. Today, we're going to be ranking every single Pokemon for PokéRogue Classic mode. Not Endless mode, Classic mode specifically, because I think Endless mode is really just boils down to just using Metal Burst. So I don't think it really feels right to make a tier list on that. So it makes more sense to make a tier list for Classic mode. We're just looking at the final evolutions because obviously Pokemon in the same evolution line have the same egg moves, the same passive. So it's only right that we just look at the final evolutions for every Pokemon. It appears that the Megas aren't on this list. So I'll just account for Megas. Like when we're ranking Venusaur, I'll be looking at Mega Venusaur's stats. And I guess the Gigantamax as well, right? We'll be looking at everything that they have, and then we'll give them a proper ranking. Starting with Venusaur. Venusaur gets both Mega and G-Max. Let's look at Venusaur Mega first. It gets Grassy Surge, which will be healing you for a little bit, boost your grass damage, and I also believe it gets rid of ground attacks. So that's good for your... Well, you don't really have a ground weakness. You're neutral to ground, but that's fine. Thick Fat, your grass type, so getting rid of your fire and ice weaknesses, basically because you're having the damage, is pretty nice. That's just the regular ability. Sappy Seed is very nice because you get the Leech Seed set up on, let's say you're fighting Rayquaza or Eternatus. It's good to have that chip, and it's a 100 base power move. The only problem is that it's a physical attack move, which is 100 base attack on Mega Venusaur. On regular G-Max Venusaur, it's even less. It's not making use of the 120 special attack stat that Mega Venusaur has, but it's fine. It's still a pretty strong move. Malignant Chain is a special attack move, however, which is a 100 base power poison move that has I believe, a 30% chance to poison, so it's a very good stab move for Mega Venusaur. Earth Power is coverage for fire weakness, coverage for, I guess, yeah, mostly be for your fire weakness. I guess also your it's a way to hit steel types as well, because grass and poison can hit steel very well. So Earth Power is a pretty good move to have on Venusaur. Machigacha is going to be the rare egg move, which is a move that heals you for up to half the damage you deal, and also can leave a burn. It's a very overloaded move. It's going to be grass stab. It's 80 base power. It's a really good stall move because it heals you and can also burn the enemy. So I feel very good about Mega Venusaur. I think G-Max Venusaur is better because Mega Venusaur has such a stall moveset, right? It gets Sappy Seed, it gets Machigacha, two very stall-oriented moves. So I think running G-Max Venusaur generally is better because you get way more HP. You even get a bit more SPDF, I believe. Oh, you actually get less SPDF. Okay, never mind. But the 120 HP just makes him so much more bulkier. You also get Effect Spore, which can be pretty nice for additional stall. Although, if you already have them burned, then you can't really poison, sleep, or paralyze them. That's fine. Yeah, so overall, with everything in mind, I would put Venusaur in a solid, I want to say, S tier. Now, he's the first ranking, obviously, but later on, we'll see him gradually move towards the lower end of the S tier. We're going to actually rank these based on like placement. So like if Charizard is here, it would mean that Charizard is better than Venusaur by one spot. So yeah, left to right is going to be how we're doing this. Moving on to Charizard. Charizard gets access to a lot of things, so we're going to have to look at everything here. Starting with Mega X, it gets Tough Claws, right, as the regular ability. Beast Boost is going to be on all of them, so we'll keep that in mind. Tough Claws combined with the 130 physical attack it gets. That's why Charizard gets Bitter Blade. It also gets Dragon Dance, right? The other two moves don't really matter as much. I mean, it does still have a decent special attack stat with 130. So it can hit pretty hard with Oblivion Wing, Earth Power. But the biggest appeal is that you can set up Dragon Dance and you can just spam Bitter Blade. Because Bitter Blade is going to be boosted by Tough Claws. The thing that is a bit worrying for me is because the physical attack and special attack are both the same stat, 130. Beast Boost can be a bit tricky to use. If you're trying to run a physical Charizard, then you're going to have to make sure that your physical attack is higher than your special attack. Otherwise, you'll get the incorrect boosts. So it makes X a bit trickier to play compared to Y, who has a 159 Spatak versus 104 attack. So you're clearly just going to be getting Spatak increases. You get Drought as well, and you get Solar Beam, I believe, as an egg move. no, sorry, a TM move. So yeah, you get that set up. Oblivion Wing, Earth Power, they're going to be your main moves because you have 159 attack. Really strong moves. You get Fire Blast, obviously from just level up, right? Oh no, you get it from TMs. Okay. Yeah, so he just hits really hard. This attack just gets higher and higher with Beast Boost. Drought is additional fire boost for your Fire Blast. I want to say that Y is, in my opinion, better than X just because it's a bit easier to use. And also you get to make use of Oblivion Wing better. And I think Oblivion Wing is a really good move. You also keep the Flying Stab, right, to use this move. So it gives it additional power. Let's look at G-Max Charizard now. Same passive, Beast Boost. It gets Berserk, which boosts the Pokemon's attack when it's hit. When it takes a hit that causes HP to become half or less, which is not bad because it's pretty bulky with 118 HP. Gets a little bit higher attack than Charizard X, but a little less than Y at 139. The defense and speed are relatively the same, and the speed stats are the same. I wouldn't really ever use G-Max over Y. I think the ranking would be like Y, X, and then G-Max would probably be at the bottom. Or maybe G-Max could be better than X, but regardless, Y is my favorite iteration of Charizard in this game. I want to put Charizard higher than Venusaur. I want to see like here. He's not double S tier for me. I think he's just a solid S tier because of Beast Boost and Drought and these really good egg moves. I wouldn't avoid using X, but I would prefer using Y because I think it's just stronger. I didn't know Fire Blast was not in level up. I guess you have to find a TM for that, but that's fine. Yeah, really good move. Obviously, 110 base power. You might need some wide lenses for the accuracy, but that's manageable because you get them pretty frequently now with the rewards after every rival battle. Let's move on to Blastoise. I really love using Blastoise, but let's try and rank them as fairly as possible here. It gets 30, which is even more overpowered when we look at its egg moves later. But let's look at Mega Blastoise first. Right, it keeps this 30. It has Mega Launcher. You get 135 attack and really good bulk, 120 defense, 115 def. So the main move that you like to spam on this Pokemon is Bouncy Bubble because it can hit 2 Pokemon at once and it deals 60 base power, which is decent. But the big appeal is that you can heal up to full HP to replenish your 30 pretty much. So you procs 30, hopefully you get some Bouncy Bubbles off. You can also try and get a Shell Smash off, which is your level up move on 35. Get a Shell Smash off, which will boost your Bouncy Bubble. If that kills a target, then hopefully it heals you enough back to full HP so you can use 30 again. So that's why I think Blastoise is really good. Shore Up is a bit of an interesting move because you don't really... I don't know why you'd want to use Sandstorm with Blastoise. I guess it's a decent way to replenish his 30 again, so I guess it's not a bad move. But I think Recover would have been a much better... Well, I mean, I guess Shore Up is just better Recover if in Sandstorm. Okay, whatever. Regardless, decent move. Freeze Dry, you're able to hit other water types, also able to hit grass types as well. Really good coverage move. Origin Pulse is a really good water type move. 110 base power, 80. It's pretty much just water Fire Blast. Yeah, I mean, it's just better Hydro Pump, right? I think Hydro Pump is, yeah, a little less axe, so it's technically just better Hydro Pump. I would put Blastoise. Oh no, let's look at G-Max real quick. G-Max gets Shell Armor, Protect from critical hits. I don't care about that much. 135 defense, little less attack, way more HP. I don't like the ability on G-Max though. With Mega, you get Mega Launcher, and that boosts your Origin Pulse damage by I believe 0.3 or is it 0.5? Regardless, I think Mega Blastoise is generally going to be your better pick. I'm going to also put him as tier. I think all the Kanto starters are really solid. Let's move on now to Butterfree. Butterfree gets access to the G-Max form, which is what we're going to be looking at. Butterfree G-Max gets Magician as a passive, so anytime you hit something, I believe you guaranteed steal the item. It's not a chance. You just straight up steal the item. Compound Eyes, which will be boosting your accuracy. Okay, 120 attack. You know, for a G-Max, it's still awfully frail. 85 HP, 80 defense, 90 speed def. Okay, gets Sandsear Storm, which is, I believe, just Scorching Sands, but stronger with a little less accuracy. Silk Trap, which is the protect move that can slow on contact. Twin Beam is the 80 damage psychic move. Okay, Bleak Windstorm is... Let's see. This may lower the speed stats of the opposing Pokemon. Okay, so it's a really good stab move. The moves it gets are pretty nice. Sandstone Storm would be coverage for your fire weakness, your rock weakness, and a way to hit steel types, right? So that's good. But unfortunately, the stats leave a bit to desire. 120 attack isn't exactly very high, and then the rest of its stats are pretty booty cheeks. So I think I can't put this thing any higher than like C tier, to be honest, chat. There's not much of a gimmick that this thing really provides. Tinted Lens on passive, so any moves that don't deal that don't deal very effective damage will just deal regular damage, and it gets adaptability, right? So its bug and poison type moves are going to be double damage. 150 attack, 145 speed. So obviously this thing is just a glass cannon, right? Really bad defenses, but just hits like a truck, and it's very fast, right? So the point of this thing is just to be a sweeper, and you get Tinted Lens, right? So if someone tries to throw in a counter for Beedrill, you can still hit them for decent damage with Tinted Lens. So you get 1,000 arrows, which is going to be good coverage for rock types, for fire types, even for steel types, right? Because you can't really hit steel with bug and poison. Really good move, and it also hits flying types, which is an added bonus. So you cannot be immune by using this move. So it's really nice. Noxious Torque is going to be 100 base power physical poison move. I believe it's the signature move for Riverroom, the boss Riverroom. So yeah, it's a very good move to give Beedrill. Attack order is going to be 90 base power bug move. It's also crit boosted. So if you take a dire hit, you could be landing some nasty crits on this thing. So yeah, that's very appealing as well. And Victory Dance is going to be increasing your attack and speed. I believe this thing gets Swords Dance, right? I would rather just use Swords Dance over Victory Dance because 145 speed is already very comfortable. You're not getting outsped by many things in the game. I'd rather just get a double attack increase than one attack increase, one speed increase. So I wouldn't mind not running Victory Dance. I would just take Swords Dance, Noxious Torque, Attack Order, and 1,000 Arrows. That would be your go-to build. In my opinion, chat, this Pokemon is pretty disgusting because Tinted Lens makes it so that Bug is pretty much always neutral damage. Poison will pretty much always be neutral damage as well, unless if there's a Steel type on the other side. But if there is a Steel type on the other side, you can just use 1,000 Arrows, right? So this thing is very good. It can hit a lot of things for good damage with Tinted Lens, and adaptability gives him double damage, right? So he could hit like a truck, and it has 150 base attack, has a very comfortable speed tier, and which gives it room to run Swords Dance as well, right? So I believe Beedrill should be at the very, I'm not even cap chat, I think Beedrill is at least S tier. Call me crazy. I think it's, I ironically like Beedrill more than Charizard. Is that crazy? Is that crazy, chat? All right, let's go to Pidgeot. I know Pidgeot got some big changes recently. This thing used to have Flare Boost for some reason, and now gets Sheer Force instead, which sounds way better. No Guard is going to make it so the Hurricane can always land. That's the main appeal. It gets Wild Bolt Storm, which is a 100 base power electric move, 80 AC, but the accuracy does not matter since we're running No Guard. And it also gets Boom Burst, which is the 140 normal move that hits everyone. So that's really good damage. I don't think that's boosted by Sheer Force because it doesn't have a secondary effect. So the main moves we're looking at here for Sheer Force boosting is Wild Bolt Storm, Sandsear Storm, and Hurricane, which is 110 base power. So your moveset would be Hurricane, Wild Bolt Storm, Sandsear Storm, Nasty Plot. I don't think Boom Burst is that important, chat, to be honest. I want to say low S tier. Yeah, we'll leave it in low S tier. I think it's very good. Let's move on to Eradicate, Alolan, and Regular. I don't know if there's a difference in their passives. Let's see. Alolan Eradicate gets adaptability. Regular Eradicate gets Strong Jaw. Okay, so there's a big difference. Okay, let's look at Regular Eradicate first. Strong Jaw will be boosting the power of biting moves. So Super Fang, Hyper Fang, Bite, Crunch. Those are all moves that Eradicate has, right? It gets Runaway, which is very good for Endless Mode, but unfortunately this is a classic tier list. So we're not going to be caring about that too much. Guts is a pretty good ability because you get Toxic Orb, Flame Orb in this game now. And Hustle, the gambling ability. 97 speed, 80 attack, so obviously the stat spread is very mid. Hyper Fang in the egg moves? Does this thing not just get it normally? It should, but I guess if you... Huh, interesting, okay. So it has Hyper Fang as an egg move. Psychic Fangs is an egg move, which is also boosted by Strong Jaw. Fire Fang also boosted by Strong Jaw. And it gets Extreme Speed, which is Stab, right? Does this thing get Swords Dance at least? It does. So you can get Guts, Swords Dance, Extreme Speed. If you're running Guts, Strong Jaw, then you can just spam Hyper Fang, I guess. It's not bad. The setup is great, just the only problem is its stats, right? 97 speed, 80 attack. It's just not very good. I've seen Bees stronger than this, so Raticate is going to have to unfortunately be lower than Butterfree here. I want to say C tier, not D tier, because at the very least I think it has some ability to win you some fights. I think D tier should just be for like Pokemon that just absolutely cannot do anything. Raticate at the very least can help you survive like the first 100 floors, I guess. Yeah, so we'll leave it in C tier. Alolan Raticate gets adaptability, way less attack, and way less speed as well. Hold on, why is Alolan Raticate so... because it's a bit bulkier. Okay, I guess it makes sense since it looks kind of fatter. So it gets adaptability, Gluttony, Hustle, Thick Fat as the hidden ability. This thing might be D tier. I think Alolan Raticate might be D tier and regular Raticate is C tier. That's kind of funny. Let's move on to Fearow. It's Moxie. Okay. Sniper powers up moves if they become crits, right? So it just boosts crit damage. You'd be running that always, right? Because I don't think Kenai really matters that much. Moxie, Sniper. Okay, let's see what it gets. Floaty Fall is the flinch move. How fast is it? 100 speed. Okay. Extreme Speed. Okay, that's pretty good. That's Stab. Tidy Up is basically Dragon Dance, except you also get rid of hazards. Triple Arrows is another flinch move. And also a crit move, so that can pair nicely with Sniper, right? And it can lower defense as well, right? It has a move that pairs nice with Sniper, at least. The Triple Arrows move. But Floaty Fall is a good move. It's 90 base power physical flying move. But the move requires, or the secondary effect kind of requires you to be a fast Pokemon, since you're trying to flinch your enemy, right? But Fearow is only 100 base speed. So it's not exactly going to be outspeeding like a lot of things. So it can hardly make use of that secondary effect. So that's unfortunate. I think just using Brave Bird would be better, to be honest. Does it even get Brave Bird? Wow, this Pokemon is ass. Okay. Extreme Speed is something, I guess, since it's Stab and its priority. Moxie's, at the very least, is a nice ability, right? Because that gives you some ability to sweep teams and sweep through like the majority of the game. If you don't know, Moxie will give you an attack boost when you kill something. So when you, let's say you're on floor 1, you kill the first mon, that you'll get an attack increase and that'll carry over into the second floor, the third floor, so on, until you're forced to either enter a trainer battle or move on to the next biome, because that's when your Pokemon are withdrawn into their Pokeballs. Maybe we put a high C tier. I think B tier might be a bit too nice. Arbok, I recently got the rare shiny, I think, which is yeah, blue looks really nice. Regenerator, Intimidate, Unnerve. You're mostly just gonna be running Regenerator, Intimidate, or Regenerator, Unnerve. Most likely Intimidate, since berries aren't that much of an issue anymore, so you'd be running Regenerator, Intimidate. So it's just an Intimidate bot. Helps decrease attack on opposing Pokemon. So if you're facing Mega Ray can get like V-Create and Fly and Outrage, so Intimidate can be pretty decent against that. Not the best stats. You know, not amazing stats. You get 95 attack, but everything else is just below 90, which is not very good. Noxious Torque is a good physical stab move. Dragon Dance, decent setup. Slack Off, a good healing move. Shed Tail is very appealing. Shed Tail will be, it basically works like Baton Pass, except instead of passing on stats, you pass a substitute to the next Pokemon. It's a very broken move. And you get Regenerator. So you get Regenerator, Shed Tail, Regenerator, Intimidate, Shed Tail. So that's pretty much going to be the main appeal of this Pokemon. To just spam Shed Tail, heal your HP back with Regenerator, and then just Intimidate on switch-ins. So with that gimmick alone, I say this Pokemon is very solid as a support mon, not really as a carry. I want to put it at the very least in B tier, but let me look at it a bit more. Because you get Slack Off as well for additional healing in case Regenerator is not enough. Yeah, not bad, honestly. I think B tier is pretty comfortable just for the gimmick that it provides. Let's move on to Raichu. I believe Alolan Raichu and regular Raichu should have the same passive since they come from the same Pokemon. Yes, they do. Okay, but let's look at regular Raichu first. Fun fact, Raichu got some new shinies recently. I got this one, the Zombie Raichu. Looks really sick. You get Electric Surge, turns the ground into electric terrain, right? We know this. So that's a 1.3 times bonus to your electric type moves. You're gonna get Static and Lightning Rod. Generally, Static is better, but Lightning Rod can be used in some cases. 110 speed, 90 attack, right? Okay. So there's one thing about the Pikachu line, the move that they spam all the time. Yeah, Zippy Zap. I know it got a lot of changes recently, but let's read what it does now. The user attacks the target with a burst of electricity high speed. This move always goes first and results in a critical hit. So it's a priority 50 base power crit move, which sounds pretty good, right? It's pretty much just like one of the best priority moves in the game, or priority attacking moves in the game. Its physical attack is 90, not bad, but a lot of the egg moves are special attack oriented. So would you be using this thing as a mixed attacker? Potentially. I mean, Moonblast is not bad. A Fiery Dance is also a move that can increase your attack as well. Triple Axle is your ground coverage though, which is the most important part. Let's look at Alolan Raichu. No, it's not Alolan Raichu. So Alolan Raichu is gonna have more attack, obviously, right? Because it's a psychic type, so generally psychic types get more attack. Surge Surfer doubles the speed in electric terrain, right? So you get the electric surge surfer combo. I guess you don't really need speed with the Alolan Raichu since you're using Surge Surfer. So maybe with like regular Raichu you run physical, and with the Alolan one you run special. Since you don't really need Aura Wheel, you can instead just run like Psychic, T-Bolt. You get Nasty Plot as well, right? Okay. So they're very different Pokemon. They're very different Pokemon. G-Max Pikachu gets Lightning Rod automatically, so you have to run Lightning Rod. A lot of HP with the same egg moves. You get Spark as well. Okay. Let's put regular Raichu and I want to say no, let's leave it in low B tier. Yeah, I like this. I think this makes sense. Start with regular Sandslash. Tough Claws, Sand Veil, Sand Rush. So you get Sand Rush, but you don't get Sand Stream, so you cannot set up your own Sand Rush. But you do get Tough Claws, which is going to be just boosting all of your physical attack moves. High Horsepower is Stab. Dire Claw is a really good move, so it gets Shore Up as well. So it gets a lot of things that require Sandstorm, Sand Rush, and Shore Up, but you don't have Sand Stream yourself. So you would need to run an additional ground Pokemon for Sand Stream, or another Pokemon that can set up Sandstorm for you. Mighty Cleave can hit through Protect. It's also your ice coverage, I guess, so that's not bad. But we're ignoring the main thing here. Its base stats are very mid, with a very low speed tier, pretty mediocre attack stat. Your highest speed stat is defense, which is a bit odd when the passive and the egg moves are very offensive oriented. So it's overall just a very confused mon. So I can't put it any higher than like C tier really. I want to say like maybe below Butterfree. Feels about right. Yeah, unfortunate for Sandslash fans. But Alolan Sandslash, I believe, gets a bit of a different treatment. Instead of being pushed into like a more offensive set, it actually is encouraged to go, yeah, like a tank. You get Ice Scales, which has the damage taken from special moves, which is really good because your Spadef is very bad. You get Slush Rush or Snow Cloak. You're probably running Snow Cloak since you don't really care about this thing being a sweeper, more of it being a tank. 120 defense, so defense is still your highest stat. Your attack is really low, which does not matter since we're not running special attack moves. You get Spiky Shield, which is the protect move that can deal damage. Aqua Cutter is a bit odd, I guess, for your fire weakness. Fair enough. Shift Gear actually gives you like some wiggle room to make it a sweeper. I don't really care that much about that. Glacial Lash is a really good move though, because it's a 120 base power physical ice move. So that's probably going to be your main move that you spam if you're trying to kill something. I like Sandslash being more into a defensive role since like it's so slow. So it's like kind of hard to use it otherwise. But the issue with Alolan Sandslash, particularly is its typing. Ice Steel is really bad defensively. You're quad weak to fighting, quad weak to fire, weak to ground, weak to a variety of things, right? So not very good for just tanking things. Yeah, so it's another confused mon, unfortunately. I can't really, I guess I'll put it higher than regular Sandslash, but it does not go above C tier. We'll put them right next to each other since they're buddies. So Nidoqueen gets Flare Boost, so I guess you'd be running Flame Orb on this thing. You get Sheer Force as your hidden ability. That's probably going to be what you're running. The stats are very balanced, nothing above 100 though, so it's pretty much just like a jack of all trades, but like not very jack in any trade. No Retreat does give you an Omni boost, which is very good, so that's going to be a boost for every stat outside of HP. Baneful Bunker is a protect move that can poison. Sandsear Storm is stab and also can leave burn. The only issue is the accuracy. Oh, but I guess if you're running Sheer Force, then you get rid of the burn chance for a additional 1.3 damage boost. Malignant Chain is also stab, and you also get Sheer Force boost on that as well, right? So pretty good moves to pair with Sheer Force. So you would pretty much have to run No Retreat since your base stats are so mediocre. And honestly, the moveset we see here in the egg moves is pretty much just what you're going to run. A tier is very generous. Let's put it like, honestly below Raichu, to be honest. I think B tier, low B tier is about right for Nidoqueen. Nidoking gets Guts. So you don't necessarily have to run Flame Orb. You can run, oh no, you have to run Flame Orb since you're a poison type. You can't run Toxic Orb. Okay, yeah, so Flame Orb is going to be what you need for this Pokemon as well. You get Sheer Force as well. With Nidoking, you actually get a decent attack stat. I guess you have 102. Noxious Torque, physical poison move that can poison, so that's Sheer Force boosted. King Shield is going to be decreasing the attack of any Pokemon that make contact with you when you protect, so that's pretty good. This mod also gets No Retreat, and it gets Precipice Blades, which is not Sheer Force boosted, but it is 120 base power. So it's pretty much like similar to like Sandsear Storm getting Sheer Force boost. It's relatively the same damage. Very similar to Nidoqueen, right? Because they're pretty much like the same Pokemon. I don't see this thing being... it's better than Nidoqueen, but it's nowhere near these mons. So I think it's just right next to Nidoqueen. Analytics, so when you're moving last, you deal more damage. And you get Unaware, which ignores stat changes. That's probably going to be what you run most of the time. 95 HP, 95 Spatak. So yeah, another like, not the best stats, but decently bulky. Decently bulky with 95 HP, 95 Spadef. And that's very important to calculate, right? Because you have Analytic. So you have to play around getting hits. Because you need to move second to deal damage. Light of Ruin, very good stab move. That is Eternal Floette's signature move that deals 140 base damage, but it has a lot of recoil damage. It damages yourself quite a bit when you use it, so you would have to supply yourself with health. Thankfully, get Wish, which heals you after one turn, so pretty good. Calm Mind for Spatak and Spadef increases. I think getting the Spadef increases is very important. Since you're running Analytic, you need to be bulky. So yeah, I'd rather use Calm Mind than like say Nasty Plot on this thing. So it's good that it gets that in the egg moves, and then Earth Power would just be your way to hit Steel types. Yeah, B tier is pretty nice with Clefable. Let's move on to Ninetales. Let's start with regular Ninetales. Fur Coat will be having the damage from physical moves, and it gets Drought as well, so it can set up Sun. You have 100 Spadef, 100 Speed, so it's a... I guess you could say it's a bulky, fast mon, because you're having the damage from physical moves, and you have good Spadef. So what can you do with that stat spread? You get Morning Sun, which will be healing you for 75% since we have Drought, and we're setting up Sun. Tail Glow is giving you a triple Spatak increase. That's very appealing. That gives this thing potential as a sweeper. Infernal Parade is the move that can burn. It pretty much acts as Hex, but Hex can also burn. So you can use it to get the burn off and then get double damage once they are burned. So I want to say this thing is high B tier, if not maybe A tier. Sheer Force, so pretty different from regular Ninetales. You get Sheer Force, Snow Warning, so pretty good Blizzard spammer. You obviously lose the chance to freeze, but that's additional power to Blizzard, so that's pretty nice. Similar stat spread with 109 speed this time and 110 speed def. Does this also go Tail Glow? It does not. It gets Revival Blessing instead, so good utility move. Flamethrower, Parting Shot. Okay, so it gets Sure Force, but really I feel like this thing would just be mainly used to get Revival Blessing off, Parting Shot, and Aurora Veil, right? So you'll be running those 3 moves, and I guess Blizzard. Since you get Sure Force, they might as well just use it for decent damage. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll put it in A tier. I think that's useful. It's a pretty good utility mon to have in your party. I like that. Yeah, I agree, Demo. Alright, Wigglytuff. You got huge power. I didn't even know this thing has huge power. So that's 140 attack. You'd likely be running, I guess, Cute Charm? I don't really think you would want competitive. Let me see, though. Drain Punch. Grab Apple is the defense drop move, right? Soft Boiled, Extreme Speed. Okay, so you get huge power, Extreme Speed. So that's 140 base attack with Extreme Speed. That's already very nice. Pokemon, so Drain Punch has pretty good value. You probably would just use the egg moves as your main set. I don't think there's anything in its level up that you'd want over those moves. Maybe Play Rough for stab. Maybe Play Rough over like Grab Apple if you want a stab move. Not terrible. I think huge power, Extreme Speed is decent enough alone. So maybe like around here. I think A tier is a bit much. I think like between Ninetales and Clefable feels right for this thing. Vileplume gets Triage. Does it get Matcha Gotcha? It does not. Okay. Triage, Effect Sport, Chlorophyll. Okay. Chlorophyll's, it's 50 speed. Is it really worth trying to make this thing fast? Probably not. You get 110 attack, pretty good. Sludge Bomb in the egg moves. You get Spore as your rare egg move, which is a really good move. But what else does it get? Strength Sap, so that works with Triage. Fiery Dance for more attack increases. Okay. So you get Triage, Strength Sap, which can be very annoying. Let's move on to, hold on. Oh, because Blossom is Gen 2. Okay, I guess we can... No, let's just do Blossom now. Blossom should have the same passive of Triage, right? And the same egg moves. But the difference is it gets, I guess, a little less attack for more bulk, which would be better, I guess. So I don't really think this thing matters too much for dealing damage. You just want to spam Strength Sap and Spore on this thing. So I want to say Blossom is a bit better. So let's put it like here. I think they pretty much function the same way. So let's just put them right next to each other. But I think, yeah, about here is right. I think this thing also gets Triage, right? Yeah, it gets Triage. This thing gets Sappy Seed. And apparently that actually is Triage. That Triage does give Sappy Seed Prio. I didn't think it would be able to, but I believe it does, right? I think someone in chat told me. You definitely get Prio for your Horn Leech and Leech Life, right? So those are all moves that get boosted by Triage. Crabhammer is obviously not a Triage move, but it kind of fits since it's kind of like a crab. And it's also good for fire coverage, right? Since you have a glaring fire weakness. So it's a pretty good move. Sappy Seed is boosted from Triage, so really good. So that just means you have a guaranteed Leech Seed on whoever. And you can just keep spamming heal moves for Prio. Really nice. I believe you get Swords Dance. You do get Swords Dance in TMs. So if you can get that, that's pretty good as well. But I think these are the moves you'd really want to run. Maybe take out like one of your healing moves for Swords Dance. Really good mon. I'll leave it in S tier feels a bit high. Let's put it in A tier above Holo and Ninetales. I think that's how I feel about Parasect. Venomoth, simple. You'd likely run Tinted Lens because you're trying to run this thing offensively, right? Because it gets QD, simple, stored power, Sludge Bomb, Toxic Thread. Okay, you would probably take out Toxic Thread for QD and run Sludge Bomb or Earth Power, Stored Power. I think Earth Power is important because it helps with your fire weakness, your rock weakness, and you can hit Steel types because Bug and Poison can't really hit Steel. So take out Toxic Thread for QD. So you have QD simple, And once you get QD Simple, that's going to be +6. So that's going to be an additional, that's going to be 140 base power that your store power gets. So that's really nasty. Obviously, its main problem is its base stats, right? Only 90 base attack, not 90 speed. But the setup it gets is very nice. Yeah, we'll leave it in low A for now. We'll start with regular Dugtrio. It's 30. It cannot be knocked down one hit, right? We know this. Sand Force, Sandville, Arena Trap. Arena Trap is implemented, so you can use that. Which I guess that's good for fights, yeah. So you'd likely run Arena Trap. Decent offensive stat spread. You get 100 attack with 120 speed. You get Swords Dance in your egg moves. Triple Dive. I don't even know what this is. What is this? Triple Dive? Okay, so it's a 3-hit water move. Oh, it's probably Wugtrio's move, isn't it? Okay, so that's pretty much just 90 base power water move with 95 AC. Okay. You get Triple Axle as well. Headlong Rush, which is close combat, but ground. I think Arena Trap and Sturdy alone make it pretty nice. I want to put it in A tier at least. Like, maybe below Venomoth. Dugtrio, Alola Dugtrio, not Alolan Dugtrio. Sturdy, also gets Sturdy. Sandforce, you don't get Arena Trap on this one, but that's fine. You get Tangling Hair, so you can decrease the speed of your attacker, potentially. 1,000 Waves, so that's pretty much going to be Arena Trap, but you have to use an attack now. Also get Swords Dance and the egg moves. Triple Dive, the water move we saw earlier, and Mountain Gale, which is a ice flinch move, right? Mountain Gale is 100 base power. It's not as good as regular Dugtrio, I think. 10 less speed is a bit big. And you actually have to use a move in order to get the Arena Trap effect off. Let's move on to Persian. We'll start with regular Persian. Gets Tough Claws, Technician, Unnerve. I guess we have to rank G-Max Meowth as well. Is that on this tier list? Ah, it's not. Okay. I guess we can kind of rank Persian based on the G-Max form as well, as weird as that sounds. You get Heart Stamp, which is Technician boosted, and it's a flinch move. Sizzly Slide is also tech boosted, and it's a burn chance move. You get SD in your egg moves, and you get Tail Slap, which is a 2 to 5 times hitting move. Okay. Tough Claws is boosting the power of all of these moves. Your base attack is 70, which is pretty sad. You do get Swords Dance to help with that a bit, I guess, but getting the Swords Dance off might be kind of hard since you're very, very frail. This gets fixed with G-Max, actually, which is why I think G-Max is much better than Persian, because you can comfortably get a Swords Dance off, and you actually do have decent base attack. So, yeah, but G-Max Meowth is much better than Persian. I guess I could rank Persian kind of based on G-Max Meowth. I feel like it might be a little misleading when people look at it, but I think that's about right for Persian / G-Max Meowth. Alolan Persian should have different egg moves and passive since it's a completely different evolution line. Alola Persian. Is there not G-Maxes on the chart? Unfortunately not. I might maybe find another tier list with the G-Max forms maybe. But we'll just stick to this for now. It gets Dark Aura, Rattled, which when you're intimidated or hit by these types of moves, it'll increase your speed. I believe that's the... Yeah, it's on a lot of baby Pokemon. And I guess apparently it's on Dark Persian as well. Interesting. So you get Dark Aura plus Batty Bad, which is the... I think it's one of the Let's Go Eevee moves, right? And it decreases the power of physical moves. Parting Shot. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of utility. Using this thing for Fur Coat Physical Wall. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You just run Fur Coat. And just, yeah, use Batty Bat to just decrease their physical moves. So yeah, it's a good physical wall in that sense. Make It Rain, I guess, would be fairy coverage. Does it have a decent spell attack? Okay, 75. I guess you can kind of tickle something with Make It Rain if you want to. Parting Shot, good move to swap out and decrease offenses. You're pretty fast, so you're going to generally using this before the opponent, which is what you want with Parting Shot, right? So that's pretty good. What else do you get in Level Up? I guess you get Nasty Plot. That can help with Make It Rain. It's guaranteed para? Oh shit, okay. That's okay. I thought it was a high chance. I didn't know it was guaranteed. Oh my god. You get Taunt, another good move. I like Taunt especially for Eternatus. to prevent recover. Although sometimes the turret just doesn't even like recover even if you don't taunt. So I don't know what's up with that. I'll leave it here next to other Persian. That's the simple answer. Golduck. Speaking of simple, it gets simple, and it gets swift swim. Okay, that's probably what you're gonna run. 95 Spatak, pretty balanced stats outside of the Spatak being at 95. Frost Breath, Aqua Step, Mystical Power, Bouncy Bubble. Aqua Step is a physical move, which is not the worst since your physical attack is still at like 82, so it's solid. Increases your speed, and you get Mystical Power as well to increase your Spatak. It's pretty much a Psychic Torch Song, except it's a little weaker than Torch Song. You get Stored Power, right? Just on like TM maybe? Do you not? Oh, you don't. Okay, so you don't get Stored Power on this mod. So I guess you're really just using it for double speed increases, double attack increases with simple. Bouncy Bubble is nice. I think it's pretty nice that it gets Bouncy Bubble. You can get like +2 attack and then just spam Bouncy Bubble. That's some pretty good damage, pretty good healing. And it hits in double battle. It hits 2 people in double battles, right? Let's put it like above the Persians, I think. I think that's about right. I guess we'll look at Heat Speed first. You get Reckless Rockhead. So you get the Reckless Rockhead combo. I believe it gets like Wave Crash, Head Smash. Okay, so it gets like all the recall moves you'd want. I'm surprised it doesn't get Head Smash naturally, because it's a rock type. But okay, I guess you get it in your egg moves. That's good. So you have 3 recoil moves and Dragon Dance in your egg moves. So those are some pretty nasty egg moves. And then you get Flare Blitz, right? So that's your other recoil move. Obviously you want Flare Blitz since that's your stab, Head Smash as well. Wave Crash is your answer to ground types. I don't want to be stuck too long on placements. Let's just leave it here for now in the A tier. I'll think about moving it up later. Arcanine, regular. Gets Speed Boost, and you're likely just be running Intimidate. Zing Zap is the 80. This is the Togedemaru move, right? It's a physical 80 base power electric move that can flinch. Parting Shot, Morning Sun, Sacred Fire. Okay, it gets Morning Sun. You don't have Drought on Arcanine, so you need like some other Sun Mon if you want to get the boosted Morning Sun. Sacred Fire is a very good stab physical move that can burn. I think a 30% chance to burn, so that's very nice to get. Speed Boost gets rid of its I wouldn't say necessity, but you wouldn't really have to run extreme speed anymore, right? Since all you have to do is like protect 1 turn, get a speed boost, then you're ready +1 speed. With that speed increase, you can start spamming Zing Zap to flinch. You get a fast Parting Shot, which is good. Yeah, it's like a decent mix of like offense and utility. Seems pretty good. And it's an Intimidate mon, right? It feels right in bottom of A, but I feel like I'm like subconsciously putting all the variants next to each other. It's just okay. You know what? Okay, we'll leave it there, chat. We'll leave it there. I promise that's the last time I do that. No Guard, Swift Swim. Okay, what does it get with No Guard? It gets Wild Bolt Storm. Okay, you get No Guard Dynamic Punch, right? Any other low act moves? Circle Throw is 90, I guess. Any other low act move is kind of just not really worth using. So the main appeal is that you can just spam a No Guard Dynamic Punch, which is pretty nice because it's 100 base power. Yeah, it gets Bulk Up. I think Bulk Up is worth taking. So you could run instead of Slack Off, maybe you can run Bulk Up, Drain Punch, Surging Strikes, and Dynamic Punch. And then you can just spam Dynamic Punch with No Guard. That sounds pretty good. You also get boosted speed with Swift Swim, so you need to bring a rain setter. Not bad. I think that feels about right. B tier for Poliwrath. Politoed, same passive, same egg move since it's from the same evolution line. So you'd be running Wild Bolt Storm with Politoed since it's more of a Spatacker. Yeah, 90 Spatak. Is it worth bringing like Drain Punch and Surging Strikes? It only has 75 base attack. So I feel like no. You just run Slack Off, Wild Bolt Storm. It's a rain setter, which is pretty valuable for Swift Swim enjoyers. Let's put it like... Should we just not care about your placements then? I feel like it takes up too much time. I'll just throw it in like the B tier. Right, Psychic Surge, Trace, so it gets Expanding Force as TM, right? Yeah, expanding force and TMs. Really good move to spam in Psychic Surge. You get Batty Bad, the physical drop move, which is pretty good since you have a pretty bad physical defense stat. Aura Sphere for dark types. Ice Beam for, I guess, just like hitting ground types, grass types. And then Psy Strike if you need to hit things for physical damage instead of special damage. So really good egg moves. Oh, we'll put it in the top of S tier for now. I'll consider moving it to double S. Machamp gets G-Max. Quick Feet. So it'll increase your speed if you have a status condition. I'm pretty sure that unlocks Flame Orb for you, right? Flame Orb and Toxic Orb if you have Quick Feet. It's one of the abilities that can spawn Toxic Orb and Flame Orb, I believe. Yeah, so you get that pretty well. Oh, you also have Guts as well, right? You have Guts to trigger the Flame Orb and Toxic Orb spawns. So yeah, really insane setup. You increase your attack and speed with status conditions, which is nice because your speed is at 65, so it's really important to get some speed increases on this guy. Combat Torque, really good stab physical fighting move. Meteor Mash to hit fairy types, and also can increase your attack, really good. Mountain Gale for flinching, and you can get decently fast with Quick Feet, so actually the flinch has somewhat value. And then Fissure is the most insane part. So Fissure, with regular Machamp, it gets no guard, right? So you can do no guard Fissure spam, but once you get the G-Max, you can't do the no guard Fissure anymore. So pretty good. I like that it gets like a pretty good set even before it gets the G-Max with the no guard Fissure. And then once you get the G-Max, you get like this insane set. So I want to put this thing in at least high A tier, maybe even low S. Yeah, no, low S tier for sure. Let's put it like, I said I'd stop caring about placements. We'll just throw it in here, yeah. Victory Bell gets Flower Gift, which is the attack and speed F increase ability. Chlorophyll for speed. Okay, see, okay, same. A lot of Chlorophyll mods don't get Drought themselves, so you need another Sun mod to set it up for you. That would get it to like 140 speed. That's pretty nice. Solar Blade, you get Flower Gift to increase your attack, right? So you're base 105 with an additional attack increase from Flower Gift. So your Solar Blade can do some pretty good damage. You do need Sun for it though. So like I said with the Chlorophyll, you need a separate Sun setter for Victory Bell because of Chlorophyll and Solar Blade. You get Victory Dance. That's a pretty good attack and speed setup move. Strength Sap, good utility move to sustain yourself and decrease your enemy's attack. Fire Lash to decrease defense. It's also a way to hit ice types because you have an ice weakness. Yeah. You would definitely just run Chlorophyll, Flower Gift. Gluttony is kind of eh. Yeah, we'll just throw it in there. I don't really care about placements anymore. Tentacruel gets Toxic Chain. So any move that you can use can poison. Clear Body, Rain Dish. Probably Clear Body is the one I would run. You can ignore Intimidate drops. Actually, you don't really care about Intimidate. You can just ignore any stat drops really. Spadef is your highest stat. You get Baneful Bunker for Protect Poison, Bouncy Bubble for Sustain. Malignant Chain is one of the best special poison moves in the game. And then Strength Sap, just the spam heals and attack drops. The attack drops are nice since your defense is only at 65, so you kind of are weak on the physical side. So yeah, it just seems like this guy is a poison stall mon. You get your enemy poisoned, and then you just spam Bouncy Bubble and Strength Sap, and hopefully that's enough to stall your opponent. So I don't want to put this thing higher than like B tier again. B tier. A lot of things are going into B tier, but it's not bad enough to be in C tier. So let's just leave it there for now. Dry Skin, you'll be immune to water type moves, and it'll restore your HP instead. And you get an increased weakness to sun and fire type moves. Most of the time he runs 30 because 30 is just a nice ability. So yeah, he gets 30. Flare Blitz, Head Smash, interesting. You get Rocket to protect from recoil damage. I'm surprised they didn't give this thing like Reckless instead, because it has so many recoil moves in its egg moves. Maybe it did at some point and they changed it. But you get Flare Blitz, Head Smash, Shore Up, which is increased healing, and Sandstorm, and Shell Smash. So the main appeal is Shell Smash setup with recoil moves. Really good, since you don't have to worry about the recoil damage thanks to Rockhead. You have a really solid base attack. The only issue is your speed, right? Even if Shell Smash, your speed is still like that might not be enough to like outspeed, say, Eternatus. Let me think. Eternatus is 130. Yeah, Shell Smash is not enough to outspeed Eternatus. So you would need to like Shell Smash twice in order to outspeed Eternatus, but still pretty good for the most part of the game. What else would you want to run? EQ, I guess, first stab. Not terrible. I think it just, once again, it gets put into B tier because it has some glaring weaknesses, but has potential to help you. Let's put it high B tier, actually. Alolan Golem should have completely different passive and egg moves because it's a different evolution line. It has the same passive, but different egg moves. Okay, so they kept Dry Skin to help with your water weakness. You get Galvanize, which is pretty much just the electric version of Aerialate or all those other abilities that change normal type moves into another typing. You get Extreme Speed Galvanize. You get Bulk Up to increase attack. 1000 Waves is not stab, but acts as arena traps. So if you find a good matchup, you can just trap them in and then just start using Bulk Up. So that's pretty nice. Stone Axe for rock setup. Maybe hold on, maybe we should start moving more things into the C tier. I feel like there's way too many things in B tier. Let's low-key move some things down. The B tier is gonna get too saturated at this point. Gets Moxie, Runaway, Anticipation, okay. Runaway is mainly for endless mode, so you'd be running like, I guess, Pastel Veil. Anticipation is not terrible, I guess. But Moxie is the main appeal, right? Moxie is a pretty good ability in classic mode. You get Magical Torque, one of the best physical fairy moves in the game. Extreme Speed is not stab, but a pretty good priority move. Flare Blitz, okay, I guess it's mainly just for your steel weakness. And your bug weak, your neutral bug actually. Yeah, your steel weakness. Photon Gazer is, yeah, the Necrozma signature ability, a signature move. This move inflicts attack or attack damage, whichever one is higher for the user. You're running Moxie, so it's just going to be attack, right? So you get a pretty much a 100 base power psychic move. We'll put it like here, like around high B tier. Feels about right. Rapidash, regular. Oh, it doesn't get Moxie. Okay, it gets Magic Guard instead. Okay, it's actually a bit different. It gets Swords Dance and the egg moves. It gets Volt Tackle. Volt Tackle, high horsepower, Fire Lash. Okay, so it's more. Okay, it's a bit odd. I mean, Rabidash's main appeal is being able to just run away in endless mode, but this isn't an endless mode tier list, unfortunately. This might be C tier, to be honest. I'm not feeling Rapidash too much. If it got Moxie like a Galarian Rapidash, maybe. Unaware. This could be different from regular Slowbro, but Unaware, Regenerator. Okay, so it's probably the Quick Draw is not bad either. It's pretty much just the built-in Quick Claw. Last time I checked, Shell Sidearm is not implemented. Yeah, I don't know what part of it is not implemented though, because generally this move just deals physical or special depending on whichever one deals more damage to the opponent. Maybe that aspect of the move is not in the game, is what I imagine. But regardless, it gets that. Trick Room and its egg moves pretty good since it's pretty slow. You do get Quick Draw if you want to just gamble instead of use Trick Room. That's up to you. Batty Bad to decrease physical moves. 95 defense already, so it's pretty good physical bulk. So on top of that, on top of Batty Bad, makes it pretty good against physical attackers. Moonblast for its dark weakness because it's a psychic type, and it gets Torch Song, which is obviously a really good move because it gives you ramping attack increases, and in classic modes those move transfer to other runs or other battles. Yeah, I know this thing gets not Nasty Plot, but it gets Calm Mind, right? Oh, it does get Nasty Plot. Okay, so it gets Nasty Plot and Torch Song. Trick Room if you don't want to run Quick Draw and you just want to be guaranteed faster than your opponent. When you do use Trick Room, you're pretty much going to be you're pretty much always going to go first. 30 speed is really low. There's very little things that are slower than 30 that you encounter in the game. So you're pretty safe with using Trick Room. Yeah. I think this thing is solid. Let's put it like... I feel like I keep automatically putting everything in B tier, but this thing is about B tier, like low B tier. Regular Slowbro also gets Unaware and Regenerator. Relatively the same bulk, actually a bit bulkier than Galarian Slowbro. Gets 110 defense. You also get access to Mega, right? So you get 180 defense, 130 attack. You don't get Regenerator, but you do get, you have Unaware, right? Shell Armor to protect from crits is not bad. You get Shed Tail, yeah. So Shed Tail is your rare egg move. You're slow, so meaning it's a slow Shed Tail, which generally you want slow Shed Tails to ensure that the substitute doesn't immediately break the moment you swap out. So that's pretty good. Very good move for Slowbro. Mystical Power for ramping attack, similar to Torch Song. Flamethrower for your grass weakness. Bouncy Bubble is a decent sustain move. I don't think regular Slowbro gets Nasty Plot. Just kidding, it does. Okay. So you can run Nasty Plot, Bouncy Bubble for solid damage, solid heals. What I like about this thing is that it's really tanky. So you can use Shed Tail relatively safely. And you also get Mystical Power, right? To even like set up your offenses a bit. So this thing can be decently hard hitting and good utility as well. So I think Slowbro deserves to be in at least A tier. Farfetch'd gets Sniper. It gets Sniper because the leak gives you increased crit rate. Inner Focus to prevent flinching is not bad. I think Defiant is what you would run, because if you throw it against an Intimidate mod, you can just get that attack sharp increase. That's pretty good. 90 base attack. Everything else is pretty mid, unfortunately. You get I-V Cudgel, which is a heightened chance to crit. Triple Arrows, which is a heightened chance to crit. Drill Run is also a heightened chance to crit. And Victory Dance is going to be your attack and speed increasing move. The set is fun. The set is very fun because you have a bunch of crit moves to pair with Sniper and the leak. But it's base speed a little low. Base attack even is a bit low, and that's its highest stat. So yeah, it's a bit hard to use. If you can like somehow get like 2 Victory Dances off, you might be in business. But yeah, it's difficult. But let's put it like, it doesn't deserve to be lower than B tier, I don't think. Let's put it like here next to the Nidos. I think that feels about right for Farfetch'd. Dodrio, Parental Bond. Tangled Feet will raise evasiveness if the Pokemon is confused. It's a bit hard to use, but Runaway you're not really going to use either. So I guess Early Bird would be your best ability. 110 attack, 110 speed. Triple Axle, multi-attack is stab. Floaty Fall is also stab. Triple Arrows is, yeah, the crit, increased defense drop or flinch. Do you get Swords Dance on this thing? You do. Okay. In level up and TM, so that's very nice. Base stats, 110 attack, 110 speed. Parental Bond also does interact with Triple Arrows, I believe. It'll like apply the effects like more frequently. Floaty Fall can give you 2 chances to flinch. Could even be A tier, but I want to leave it here for now, and I'll consider moving it up. Because I kind of do like Parental Bond with the moves it gets, and it has decent stats, base stats. Yeah, okay. Let's move on to Dugong. Water Bubble lowers the power of fire type moves, right? Okay. Ice Body will regain HP in snow. Thick Fat is probably what you want, because Thick Fat is just generally good to have. 90 HP, 95 SPDF, okay. Like moderately okay bulk. You have Freeze Dry to hit other water types, Bouncy Bubble for sustain, Slack Off for more sustain, Steam Eruption for burn chance. Okay, so you're a moderately tanky Steam Eruption spammer with sustain. Let's put this thing in probably C tier. I don't really care about this thing that much. Toxic Debris. Okay, that's the Glamora signature ability. It just drops toxic spikes every time you get hit by contact. Power of Alchemy will copy the ability of a defeated ally. It's a very gimmicky but funny ability. What would you want to, like, if you like ran like Zygarde? No, Zygarde's huge power is on passive. You can't copy that. I guess like if you have a Azumarill with huge power, you could copy that. That's pretty funny. Because you have 105 base attack, so that would go up to like 210, right? Sucker Punch, priority stab move, pretty good. Bomb Barrage is, I believe it acts like Hex, so or acts like Venoshock, so it'll deal double damage to targets that are already poisoned. Strength Sap, really good stall / sustain move. And then Surging Strikes, I guess, do hit ground types, right? Because you have a big ground type weakness. Yeah, it's a very gimmicky mod. As I mentioned, if you do the huge power thing and then you spam Sucker Punch, I feel like that'd be kind of silly and funny. Strength Sap is a really good stall move as well. And you get Toxic Debris, so you can poison your enemies and then just spam them with Strength Sap, and then that should be enough to stall. Because this thing is very bulky. It gets 105 HP, 100 speed def. Its defense is a little lacking, but with 105 HP, it's still relatively bulky. So I want to put this thing like high B tier. Like up here. Feels about right. Not good enough to be an A tier, I don't think. But I think this thing has high potential. Especially with that like thing I was talking about. Let's go to regular muck. Water Absorb. Okay, interesting. Poison Touch is probably what you'd want to run. Hold on, you get Stench as well, which isn't too bad. But that... No, because you're too slow. I don't know. You're 50 speed. You're not going to be using Stench. You get Sucker Punch, Curse, Strength Sap, and Noxious Torque. Curse is good because defense is the only resistance you're kind of lacking in. So to get defense increases is pretty nice on this guy. And you get some attack increases so that can boost your Sucker Punch damage, your Noxious Torque damage. You get Strength Sap as well to stall and sustain. Really good. You have pretty good ways of poisoning enemies with Noxious Torque and Poison Touch. Water Absorb is a bit odd because it doesn't have a water weakness, but if your current Pokemon that's on field is about to get hit by a water move, you can just make a quick switch in and get some healing off. I guess it's not too bad. But I think for sure the passive could be a bit better. So let's put it like low B tier. It's not as good as the Alolan counterpart in my opinion. Let's put it, yeah, like here. Cloyster. Okay, it gets Ice Scales, which has the damage from special moves. Pretty good because its def is very booty cheeks. You get Skill Link. A popular thing that people like to do is Skill Link, Icicle Spear, and you just run Multi-Lens and Grip Claws and King's Rocks, right? So you just like spam a bajillion moves and just steal a bajillion items and you just keep enemies flinched, right? It's pretty nice for endless mode, that is, but this is a classic mode tier list. You'd probably still run Skill Link though, just because it's good for your Icicle Spear damage. 95 base attack, 180 defense. Does it get Body Press in TMs? It does not, so you cannot use the defense for damage, unfortunately. You get Rock Blast to use a Skill Link. You get Water Shuriken to use a Skill Link. Baneful Bunker is the Poison Protect move, and then Bone Rusher Skill Link as well. So pretty good moves. You get Swords Dance on this mod, I'm pretty sure. No? Oh, you get Shell Smash, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, so you'd run Shell Smash, Icicle Spear, probably Water Shuriken, and Bone Rush. I don't really think you need Baneful Bunker. Yeah, so those four moves. Yeah, not bad. Let's put this thing like... Since we're only considering Classic mode, I want to say it's like high B tier. I don't think it really goes into A tier. I think it's a bit much. Gengar will likely be an S tier, but let's look at both G-Max and Mega real quick. Mega gets Shadow Shield. Shadow Shield Nasty Plot is what you generally do. So you can tank the first hit pretty well with Shadow Shield, and then you get a free Nasty Plot, essentially. Sludge Bomb, Astral Barrage, two really good stab moves. Astral Barrage, I believe... Is it the strongest Go Special Attack move in the game? I think it is, right? I don't think there's another move that's stronger than it. It's 120 base power. Sludge Bomb is 90 base power. You can also get Sludge Wave in TMs, which is a bit more power, and it can hit two things at once. So that might be a bit of an upgrade if you find that in TMs. But yeah, and then Aura Sphere is your coverage for Dark types, right? Because you have a Ghost type. So yeah, both are really good, both Mega and G-Max. Because Mega is 130 base speed, 170 speed attack. That's a incredibly destructive offensive stat spread. G-Max, however, Makes it more safe for you to use Nasty Plot since you're 140 HP and you have Shadow Shield on top of that. I think this thing deserves to be SS. And let's look at some other things in S tier. Does Beedrill or does Alakazam deserve to be in SS? I think so. Mainly because it's a Psychic type. So it has an advantage over Eternatus. So I want to say Alakazam is also SS, to be honest, chat. Hypno gets Magician, Inner Focus, Insomnia, Forewarn. Magician with what? With Luminous. Okay, it has no multi-hitting moves for Magician, but it gets Batty Bad to decrease the enemy's physical moves, Strength Sap for sustain, Lumina Crash for double Spadef drop is very good, especially against Eternatus, and then Dark Void is an 80 accuracy sleep move. The main issue though is its stats, right? 67 speed is ass. Its bulk is pretty bad, except for its Spadef is decent. Put it high B tier, maybe even A tier, because Lumina Crash has so much value against Eternatus. I feel like that's a bit much though. Let's put it like high A tier for now. I'll consider moving it up just because of Lumina Crash. Kingler, G-Max, we have to look at G-Max. It gets Thermal Exchange, which boosts attack when a Pokemon is hit by a fire move and also cannot be burned. It does not give you fire immunity. It just simply gives you an attack increase when you're hit by a fire move. So, yeah, if your enemy is spamming like Flamethrower or something, and you know they're about to use a fire move, you can just quickly swap in G-Max Kingler, get that Thermal Exchange boost, and you don't take much damage because you're water type, right? So that's their logic behind giving it Thermal Exchange. You get Tough Claws as your regular ability, really good, because it just increases all of your physical damage moves. You get 155 attack, really monstrous base attack stat, 140 defense as well, and 70 speed. This thing gets Shell Smash, right? Yes, it does. It gets Shell Smash as its rare egg move, so you can further increase your attack, and speed. So it's really good. Dire Claw, one of the best moves in the game because it can has a 50% chance to poison, para, or sleep. So it's a 50% chance status attacking move. Really good. It might not be stab, but it's still worth taking. Jet Punch is stab, and it's also priority. It's 60 base power. That's gonna be really good. Because you have 150 base attack, so Jet Punch, even though it's 60 base power, is still going to be doing hella damage. Yeah, this thing has pretty high potential. It gets Tough Claws, Shell Smash, and has a really good base attack stat. I think this thing deserves to be, I think, above. Ooh, Loki with Venomoth should not be this high. Let's put it below Arcanine, and we'll leave Kingler here. We'll actually even move you down. I think Utility is a little less valuable than these sweepers. Yeah, this feels right. Electrode, you get Transistor, which is giving you a, is it 1.5 or 1.3? I think it's 1.5, right? Yes, it's 1.5. Okay, so 1.5 increase the electric type moves, and you get Aftermath, Soundproof Static. Generally Aftermath is better to take. Speed at 150, one of the fastest Pokemon in the game. You get Nasty Plot, which is good because its attack stat is only at 80. Fusion Flare is kind of disgusting. This thing used to have Overheat. I think that got changed to Fusion Flare. That makes sense. Frost Breath is your ground coverage. Not bad. I'm surprised it didn't just get Ice Beam, but Frost Breath is good too. Electro Drift is going to be dealing double damage on super effects, so it's going to be hitting water types and flying types for extra damage. That's really nice. Transistor got nerfed to 1.3 in Gen 9. I guess that's what I was thinking about, yeah. So it actually has decent offensive power because of Nasty Plot and Electro Drift. And you don't have to worry about its speed because it's already the fastest Pokemon in the game, right? Transistor will be boosting your Electro Drift further. So that's really good. Yeah, this thing has high potential, to be honest, chat, just because of the passive and the egg moves it gets. Let's put it in A tier. Also gets Transistor and the same abilities. It gets Apple Acid. That's going to be stab since it's a grass type now. It also lowers the Spadef of the target. It gets Electro Drift as well. Okay. You know what? I think a Leaky Spin Electrode is better because you have a secondary stab move and Apple Acid that can also drop the Spadef of the target. So not only do you keep the most important moves that you want on regular Electrode, and Frost Breath for coverage, Nasty Plot for attack increase, Electro Drift for your really good stab move, but you also get Apple Acid now, which is a spit F dropping move, and it's also stab. So I think Heat Spin Electrode is much better than regular Electrode. It actually might even make it S tier, to be honest. I think that's the push that Electrode needed to put in S tier. Exeggutor gets Ripen as its signature, I guess as its passive, and it gets Harvest as its hidden ability. So it has Ripen Harvest. So that's a pretty cool combo. It gets 125 Spatak. Decent bulk. It's just that it's kind of slow with 55 speed. Fickle Beam is stab if you're using Dragon or the Palm Tree Exeggutor, the Alolan Exeggutor. Apple Acid is the Spadef drop move we were just talking about. Trick Room is pretty good since you have a pretty bad speed tier at 55. And then Lumina Crash is really good because it double drops Spadef and it's also super effective against Eternatus. So yeah, so you'd want to just take as many berries as possible and slap on Exeggutor. This would be stronger in Endless Mode because Endless Mode, you're able to steal items more often, which usually makes it easy for you to just be, just have berries on your Pokemon permanently. In Classic Mode, you kind of have to like get them in rewards and also like get them through like these mystery events, right? But once you do have enough berries, you can just generate more of Harvest and during a battle, and you also get double effect. You get double effect with Ripen. Is A tier a bit much? I kind of feel this thing being A tier. The only weakness I see with this thing is its typing. Grass Psychic is kind of eh. It also gives it a poison weakness against Eternatus, which kind of sucks because its main appeal is that it has Lumina Crash for Eternatus. Let's look at a Alolan Exeggutor. Same concept of Ripen and Harvest. Similar stat spread, except it gets a little more in physical attack and a decrease in speed. I think that's actually better, chat, because lower speed just means that it's more likely to outspeed in Trick Room, right? So it's less Pokemon you have to worry about outspeeding you in Trick Room. Yeah, so I think this thing is just better than regular Exeggutor. Let's and also gets the Dragon typing for Fickle Beam, right? So you have Stab on Fickle Beam. It's Parental Bond. Rockhead is probably what you're gonna run because you get Head Smash, Wood Hammer. You get Shadow Sneak, which is good for Alolan Marowak because it's Stab. Bitter Blade is also Stab for Alolan Marowak, but you can still use these moves on regular Marowak because since they're pretty good moves, right? You get Rockhead, Head Smash, Wood Hammer. You get Swords Dance, I think, on this Pokemon. Yeah, so you'd run Swords Dance since that's pretty much your only means of increasing your attack. Parental Bond means that you would be getting multi-hit on Bitter Blade, so that's some additional healing. That's pretty nice. And that's some extra damage on your Head Smash and Wood Hammer. It's pretty good. Regular Marowak is like can't be any higher than like low B tier, to be honest. Maybe even C tier. I'm not gonna cap. Its low. Its attack is just too low. It does get Swords Dance to help it out a little bit, but its speed is also very low too. That's another problem. It's too slow, not that bulky for a Slowmon, and its attack is not really that high. So yeah, some glaring problems. When we look at Alolan Marowak, however, it gets well, the same stat spread, but now it has Stab on Shadow Sneak and Bitter Blade, which is definitely more helpful. Do you lose Rockhead? You do. Oh no, you do have Rockhead on hidden ability. Okay, so you get to keep Rockhead for Head Smash and Wood Hammer. Yeah, much better, much better. Not like it doesn't make it like insanely good, but let's put it like here. Yeah, Hitmonlee gets Moxie. Unburden is not implemented at all. That the end just means it doesn't work at all. Oops. So you'd be running probably Reckless, Moxie Reckless. You get High Jump Kick, right? So that's going to be more damage for your High Jump Kick. Actually, does High Jump Kick get the guaranteed... It should, right? Because it can give you recoil damage. Yeah, it is boosted by Reckless. Meteor Mash to deal with Fairy types. Pretty good. Thunder's Kick is Stab, and it can also decrease the defense of the target. I really like Thunder's Kick. It's a 90 base power move that can guarantee decreased defense. I think it's one of the best fighting moves in the game. Victory Dance increases attack and speed. Very nice. Wicked Blow is psychic coverage and is also a guaranteed crit move, right? So really strong move. 120 base attack with Moxie. The speed is a bit low, but you do get Victory Dance to help it out a bit. So that's nice. Your coverages are good. You have Meteor Mash and Wicked Blow for your weaknesses. And yeah, and Thunderous Kick is a good stat move as well. So let's put this thing at a nice A tier. Feels right. Let's put it above Cloyster. Yeah, I think that's good for Hitmonlee. Hitmonchan gets the same passive because it's from the same Evo line. Moxie, you get Iron Fist instead. So you get Iron Fist boost for your Meteor Mash. And I believe Iron Fist boosts Wicked Blow as well, which is really good. Really good. I would say this is actually better than Hitmonlee because you get Iron Fist for your Wicked Blow and Meteor Mash. You do get a little less base attack. But you are running Victory Dance to increase your attack as well, and you have Moxie Boost to increase your attack. So I feel like it deserves to be above Hitmonlee. Let's put it. Who's next? Hitmontop. Right. Also gets Moxie Technician. The move should be the same. It gets Technician, but no moves that actually pair with it in the egg moves anyway. So yeah, this thing is probably the worst out of the three. Let's actually even put it in B tier. Where is he? Where are you? There you are. If only a Wicked Blow is 60 BP, yeah, that would work with Technician. But no, unfortunately it does not. Let's put it, it doesn't really matter. I don't care what placements as much. Yeah, sure. We'll leave it right there. Galarian Weezing. I freaking hate this guy. Genuine hatred for Galarian Weezing. Because of our endless exploits a few weeks ago. Neutralizing Gas is an ability that gets rid of abilities. So in Endless mode, if you're trying to use a Metal Burst that was 30, it is going to get rid of your 30. It's incredibly obnoxious. Yeah, so really annoying because of Neutralizing Gas. But for Classic mode, Levitate is pretty good as your regular ability since you have a ground weakness. You get Parental Bond, which you're going to use for Malignant Chain because that's a poison chance that will further increase your probability of poisoning something. You get Scald as well if you want to burn something instead. Water is good because you can hit ground types with it. Recover, it's pretty good since you're relatively bulky mon with 65 HP, 120 defense, 70 speed def. Decent bulk, so Recover pairs decently nice with that. And B tier, that feels about right. Yeah, we're still in Gen 1 chat, okay. Regular Weezing gets a Parental Bond as well. Same abilities. Same egg moves, right? Because they come from the same coughing, okay. It's the same deal, really. They have similar stats as well. Actually, they're identical stats. So they're not too different from each other. Let's put them right next to each other. Galarian Weezing is more annoying, though, since it's a fairy type. And in Endless mode, if you want to, like, get rid of things, you can just Dragon Tail. But because Galarian Weezing is fairy, you can't. So I guess for that reason alone, I'll put it higher, I guess. I think the fairy typing just makes it more obnoxious. Kangaskhan. Mega. You get Guts as your passive. Okay, so you'd be running Flame Orb or Toxic Orb on this thing. And then Parental Bond is your normal ability. 125 attack, 100 speed. So really good bulk and also really good offensive stats, right? With 100 speed is a decent speed tier. You do get Parental Bond Power Up Punch, which is going to be a +2 attack increase. So that's pretty much just the same thing as using Swords Dance, right? So that's pretty good. So what you would do is you would spam Power Up Punch for attack increases. All you need to do is use it twice, and that's already a +4 attack increase. So that's pretty scary. And then once you do that, you can just start using Facade, which is going to be Guts boosted and also hits twice with Parental Bond. Pretty disgusting, I'd say. So let's put it in high A tier. I would even think about putting it in low S tier, but I think we should leave it in high A tier for now, maybe behind Dugtrio. I think feels right, maybe above Dugtrio, yeah. Right there feels good for a Kangaskhan. Sea King. The King of the Sea. Yet one of the weakest Pokemon in the game. Gets Multi-Scale as its passive. Lightning Rod is decent because it has an electric weakness. But Swift Swim is probably what you'd run since it's only 68 speed. Not very good. You get Glacial Lance, Supercell Slam, Vicious Rend, and Dragon Dance on this thing. It's just funny that it gets these insane egg moves when it's just a freaking fish. But okay, Glacial Lance is your coverage for grass types. Supercell Slam is your way to hit other water types and I guess flying types as well. Vicious Rend is stab, and if you attack first, you deal double damage, so it's Really good move, but I can't put this thing higher than B tier, chat, unfortunately. it's just Sea King. What can you do? We'll leave it there. Starmie. Regenerator on passive. Analytic, hidden ability. You generally will not use analytics since it's 115 speed. So I guess natural cure will be the next best thing. Okay, gets regenerator. Let's check why. He gets bouncy bubble, mystical power, moonblast, and calm mind. Okay, so you get mystical power, which is going to be setting up your Spatak. Once you have your Spatak set up, you can spam bouncy bubble for big damage and heals. Moonblast will be your dark coverage since you are a psychic type. So yeah, it has its coverage. It has setup of calm mind. I think Nasty Plot maybe would have been better, but high B tier. Maybe next to Golduck. Feels about right. Okay. Opportunist, Technician. I guess Opportunist. Huh. Okay. 120 Spadaf. That's the highest stat. Moonblast, Lumina Crash, Frost Breath, and Chilly Reception. Okay, so you get Opportunist is interesting. It's really more for Endless. It's Endless has so many stat increases. But towards the end of Classic Mode, there are a fair share of bosses that do get some annoying stat increases. That would be nice to copy with Opportunist. So yeah, it does do something. The Lumina Crash carries this thing, but I wouldn't put it higher than like B tier. Let's put it like here. Let's put him here. Okay. Jinx. Oh god, I wonder what Jinx gets in this game. Jinx gets Psychic Surge, Dry Skin, restores HP. Why does it get Dry Skin? I did not know Jinx gets Dry Skin. Okay, that's its hidden ability too, not even a passive. Yeah, right. It has Abysmal Defense, 150 attack. You get Expanding Force, so you have Expanding Force, Psychic Surge, Aura Sphere for your Dark Weakness, QD, and Freeze Dry. So something I should account for with Ice types is that they are valuable for dealing with Rayquaza, as you said in chat. But this thing is not outspeeding. Actually, it's the same speed tier as Ray. How crazy is that? How crazy is that Jinx is the same speed as Rayquaza? Not the most comfortable speed tier. Let's put it in B tier. We keep slamming everything into B tier, but let's put it here next to Fable. Sure. Okay. Pinsir is, I know, about to be very broken. Mega Pinsir, Tinted Lens, so it can hit everything for regular damage. You get Crush Grip, Extreme Speed, Leech Life, and Headlong Rush. You have Aerialate as a regular ability, so Crush Grip is now a flying type move, and Extreme Speed is also a flying type move. So those are two disgusting moves to pair up Aerialate. You get Leech Life for stab and healing, and then Headlong Rush is just coverage for fire, and also Rock as well since you're a flying type. Its base stats are 155 attack and 105 speed, so that's insane base stats. 105 speed does get outsped by a couple things in the game like Mega Ray and Eternatus, but you still have extreme speed. You still have the extreme speed Aerialate combo in scenarios that you do get outsped, right? So still very strong against those Pokemon. And then Tinted Lens allows it all of its damage to be regular damage because it doesn't have any moves that get immuned outside of Headlong Rush. So all these three moves can deal neutral damage to anything. So that's really good. Let's put this thing in, at the very least, I think is it double S tier? Okay, double S tier might be much. Let's put it in high S tier next to Beedrill. I think that feels about right. The regular Tauros get Stamina and Intimidate. So I remember they made this change a few months ago, and their logic was you can become a really good physical wall with the combination of Stamina and Intimidate because you drop their physical attack and then you also increase your physical defense when you get hit. So this combination is pretty nasty. It has a decent decent defense stat as well at 95. So base defense is good, and it gets Intimidate and Stamina. So the moment you see like a physical attack around field, you just throw Tauros at it, and it should be able to deal with it pretty well. You get Fire Lash, which is a pretty good move for setting up your other Pokemon since the defense drops the target. You get Liquidation, that's mainly for the water type Tauros, and I guess Fire Lash is also for the fire type Tauros. Combat Torque is going to be Stab for the Paldean Tauruses because they're all fighting types. Honestly, pretty decent. I'd say high of B tier. I think it can work as a pretty decent physical wall. Way better than a lowland Persian for sure. Let's put it above. Let's put it here. Yeah, above Ninetales. Adaptable. Holy, it's adaptability, intimidate. So rather being a physical wall, it's just now purely offensive with adaptability. You get. Oh, that's different egg moves. Oh, okay. Oh, right, because they're fully separate Pokemon. Okay, that makes sense. So you now have Blazing Torque and Aqua Step. Blazing Torque is going to be more for the Fire Tauros. Aqua Step is going to be more for the Water Tauros, but both can still use them since they're both really good moves. Thunderskick is going to be accessible stat for all of them though, since it's fighting, and it's going to be decreasing the defense of the target. Really good. No Retreat is an Omni Boost. It doesn't really need. I mean, I guess it's nice since it will be increasing your defenses as well. But the Spatak increase from the No Retreat doesn't really matter since its Spatak is abysmal. It's not really a special attacker. It's just purely a physical attacker. Here, that feels about right. Okay, but the Blaze Tauros gets Fire Stab, so that's going to be additional damage for Blazing Torque, which is very nice because that's going to be 80 base power and has a pretty good chance to burn. So let's put that above the the regular Paldean Tauros, but I think the Aqua Tauros is going to be the best one out of them because it gets Aqua Step, which is a speed increase. So he's going to be at the top of these Tauroses. Yeah, I think B tier is about right for them. We're going to have to look at Mega for this. It gets multi-scale. So you can do multi-scale and you can set up Dragon Dance with it. So you get a free, not free, but like relatively free attack and speed increase. Flip Turn is, I feel like that's not really too important since you want to use this thing as a sweeper. But if you end up getting put into a bad matchup, I guess you can just deal some damage and switch out. Dragon Ascent is normally stab on regular Gyarados, but unfortunately you lose that with Mega Gyarados because it's a dark type. But Mega Gyarados does have a fighting weakness, so Dragon Ascent is good coverage for that. So it's still pretty useful in that regard. It's a 120 base power flying move. Ice Spinner is going to be your way to hit grass types because you have a grass weakness. And Surging Strikes is one of the best physical water moves in the game. It's a 3-hit, 25 base power move that always crits. So that's going to be one of the most important moves you want on Gyarados. In the middle of A tier, I want to say above Arcanine feels about right. I don't think it's as good as the Trio. We'll put it there. That feels good. Lapras as a G-Max form. So we're going to have to look at that. Lightning Rod, so that removes your electric weakness, and you now get a Spatak increase when hit by electric type moves. And then Shield Dust will be blocking the additional effects from attacks, right? So no more getting flinched by moves. If you get hit by an attack, then you can't get status to either, so it's really nice. So yeah, so Shield Dust is a really good ability in general. Recover, really good since you're hella bulky. You have 170 HP. Shell Smash, you can get it off pretty comfortably since you're very bulky with 170 HP. Freeze Dry is your way of hitting other water types and also helps with your grass weakness. And then Scald is a decent water type move, 80 base power, and it burns. I wish this thing got stronger moves, like base power wise, because you do get Shell Smash. It doesn't get Hydro Pump in regular moves, so I guess that's good enough for water damage. I think low A feels right. Let's see what Ditto gets. I'm very curious. You get Adaptability, Limber, and then Imposter is the one that allows it to transform. So, but I feel like there has to be limitations, right? Can it really transform into anything? Yeah, I was actually just about to ask that. Can you transform into Eternatus G-Max? Like, I have not used this thing at all, so I don't really know anything about it. Because if it can, then it just becomes the best Pokemon in the game. But like, what are the limitations to its transformation? Can it turn into? It can. Wait, is this thing? Hold on. Okay, so you can transform into anything. You get adaptability and the Ditto items on top of it. Like, I think at the very least, this thing should be like double S tier, I feel. Yeah, I never. What the hell? I think adaptability just makes it insane. Because you pretty much just become a better version of whatever you transform into. Outside of being a little more frail. Yeah, we'll leave it in double S tier then. Well, shit. That's crazy. It's a speed tie. It could be a 50-50, but you can take X speeds. You can take X speeds, you can take Carboses, and I don't think those change when you transform. So you would pretty much just be faster if you are managing your items correctly. And not a speed type when you have quick powder. Okay, so that's all. Yeah, so you can also just take quick powder. So yeah, he just becomes a better version of whatever he transforms into outside of the HP part. Yeah, I think it deserves to be double S tier. Vaporeon. So all the evolutions are gonna have the same hidden, the same not hidden, the same passive, the same egg moves. So we kind of just rank them all in one go. They all have pickup, which is very good in endless mode, but in classic mode, Pokemon don't really have items until like later on, so it doesn't really do much until then. So it's okay. It's an alright passive. You got 130 HP and Vaporeon, 110 attack. So the egg moves, these are going to be the same for every evolution. It's Wish, Boom Burst, Zippy Zap, and No Retreat. Yeah, No Retreat bouncy bubble spam is nice. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think bottom 8 tier is not bad for Vaporeon. We'll leave it there. Flareon. Right, 130 attack. The same moves. It can use Zippy Zap since it's more of a physical attacker. And you got Sizzly Slide. That's the 60 base power move that burns. If it had Technician, it would be higher damage, but it does not. You get Flare Blitz, and I think Flare Blitz would just be your better move since it's more damage. So you would run Guts, Toxic Orb, Flare Blitz, No Retreat, Zippy Zap. I mean, the base attack is pretty high. I mean, 130 is pretty good. I would say like high B tier feels about right for this guy. Maybe I could even move it up to low A tier if I think about it a bit more. Quick Feet. So boost your speed if they have a status condition, and we confirmed that procs the spawns for Toxic Orb and Flame Orb. So you can use either or to trigger that. So you'd be getting an insane amount of speed because you have 130 already base. 110 attack. So okay, Zippy Zap is stab, but your physical attack is only 65, so you're likely not running it. You'll just be running that what is that move called? Buzzy Buzz, which is the guaranteed para move. Kind of disgusting. Does this thing get Nasty Plot? No, it does not. Does it get Combined? Okay, it does. So that's your way to set up your attack. I think that's good enough. High B tier. Amistar. Actually, no, we gotta rank all the evolutions. We'll get them out of the way. Espeon. Right. Synchronize is not fully implemented apparently. Your Spectacular, so Boom Burst is decent. No Retreat, and then what's the Espeon move? I forget. Oh yeah, it's Glitzy Glow. You decrease the attack of you decrease the opposing Pokemon's attack moves. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Eternatus is a special attacker, so it's very good against Eternatus, and Eternatus is weak to Psychic. You have a really good Spadef stat on top of that, so Espeon can deal with Eternatus very well with 95 Spadef and just Glitzy Glow spam. You have 130 base attack as well, so you're really strong. Oh, is S tier a bit high? That might be a bit high. No, I think that's appropriate. Psychic is just good for Eternatus. Psychic is good for Eternatus. You get Glitzy Glow on top of that, and also No Retreat for further defense and attack boosting. Feels appropriate that Espeon is S tier, in my eyes. Outside of dealing with Eternatus, it's still pretty fast and still strong with 130 attack, so it could still like manage like the rest of classic mode. I feel Boom Burst is also a really good move. Yeah, I think Espeon deserves to be S tier. Let's look at Umbreon. Right, you get Inner Focus, also get Synchronize. 110 defense, 130 speed F. We knew this. So yeah, so spamming Wish on this guy is pretty good. You can just spam Batty Bad, which is the move that decreases the physical move of enemy Pokemon. So Umbreon can also be a pretty good wall. Not as value as Espeon, because Espeon specifically counters Eternatus because it's a Spectacular, and it's also a Psychic type. But Umbreon is still good for like if you somehow run into like a really annoying physical Pokemon in your run. Umbreon could dispatch it pretty nicely. Let's put it like at the very least A tier, I feel. Maybe bottom of A tier next to Vaporeon feels appropriate. Yeah. Amistar, the Helix God. Gets sturdy. Pretty good. And you get weak armor. Right. Okay. Let's check him out. Power Gem is Stab. And also, it's more of a Spectacular, right? Yeah, 115. Steam Eruption, really good water move that can burn. It's just a better version of Scald. Earth Power is going to be helping with your, I guess, electric weakness since you're a water type. And then Freeze Dry, you can hit other ice water types. and also have a way to hit grass types. So pretty good move. Right, this thing gets Shell Smash, right? From like level up. Yeah, level 63 gets Shell Smash. So you get your Shell Smash off. Your base 55 speed. Do you need Swift Swim? Probably not. Yeah, probably. I feel like Swift Swim is better than Weak Armor because you actually have to get an additional defense drop. Yeah. That's good coverage. That's the main thing I was looking for with this thing. Is it going to have good coverage? Freeze Dry and Earth Power cover its weaknesses pretty well. So let's put this thing in a nice, comfortable middle of A tier. I think feels appropriate. Maybe even high A tier next to Venomoth. Maybe even above Venomoth. Yeah, I like that. Okay, let's go to Kabutops, who is basically just Rock Scyther. Gets Tough Claws and Weak Armor. Okay, so it's right, okay. Tough Claws, High Horsepower, Triple Dive, Ceaseless Edge, and Mighty Cleave. So you get Spikes set up with Ceaseless Edge. Mighty Cleave is Stab and Ignores Protect. Triple Dive is the 3-hit 30 base power move, so it's basically just 90 base power. And then High Horsepower to deal with electric types. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'll put it there. Okay. Aerodactyl gets Mega, so we're going to have to look at Mega Aerodactyl. Gets Oralcum Pulse, which set up Sun and gives you an additional attack increase in Sun. So pretty good. And you get Tough Claws as your regular ability. 150 speed, 135 attack, so obviously a very offensive-oriented mod, but also gets decent bulk with 80 HP, 85 defense, 95 SPDF. So decently bulky and has a very good offensive stat spread. Let's check out what else it gets. It gets Swords Dance to further increase attack. It gets Flare Blitz for its, I guess, Steel weakness. Yeah, because it's a rock type. Floaty Fall is Stab, and it also has Flinch Chance, which is very good because it's a very fast mon. So it can actually make use of the Flinch Chance appropriately. And then Mighty Cleave is also Stab, and that's going to be Break into Protect. So really good moves. Really good egg moves. Also gets Swords Dance. Normal Aerodactyl gets Rockhead, so no recall, so I guess that makes sense with our Flare Blitz. Loses that in Mega, unfortunately, but Tough Claws is a way better add. Yeah, this guy seems kind of crazy. 135 attack is already good by itself, but it gets Oralcum Pulse and Tough Claws on top of that. And the Sun sets up your Flare Blitz damage as well. Yeah, I'm not going to cap. This might be a solid, I want to say, above Charizard kind of situation. Seems very good. Because the speed tier is so safe. Nothing is outspeeding you. Snorlax. We'll probably look at G-Max for this. G-Max Snorlax gets Ripe and Harvest combo. 200 base HP. SPDF is pretty high as well at 125. Defense is at 80, which is still pretty good. Yeah, so Snorlax is really annoying since it's so tanky and it has Ripe and Harvest. So you just gotta just find a bunch of berries, slap it on him, and he's pretty much just gonna be a tank. Extreme Speed is pretty good since it's hella slow. So you just want to spam this for stab damage and its priority. Stuffed Cheeks will eat the berry and then sharply raise its defense. So it's really good because it gets Harvest. So it can potentially generate another berry after using Stuffed Cheeks. And you also get Ripened. So once you eat that berry, you will be doubling the effect of said berry, right? So really good. Grav Apple lowers the target's defense, guaranteed. So if you can get enough of those off, you can start, like, you can probably just kill whatever you're facing, since you have 135 base attack as well. And then Slack Off is a set half HP heal, really good. Yeah, one of the best stall mons in the game. It doesn't get stall like itself, like it doesn't get chip moves, like in its kit. But if you have other mons with chip, like Leech Seed, Soul Cure, get those off, and then just throw in Snorlax, and then you're pretty much just good to go. Like, it's gonna be very hard for the enemy to kill your Snorlax, and then Snorlax will just be just spamming berries and Stuffed Cheeks. It's gonna be, yeah, really toxic, but really funny. Let's put it in the top of A tier, if not maybe even S tier, to be honest. I'll leave it in the top of A tier for now. Let's put it next to Gyarados. I think it feels about right. Gets Serene Grace, 125 Spatak, really decent stat spread overall. It has 100 SPDF as well. So the main appeal is that you get Serene Grace and Night Daze. Or not Night Daze. What's it called? Freezing Glare. Freezing Glare. The move that can freeze. I believe it's a 20% chance to freeze. It could be higher. I think it's 20% chance to freeze. And with Serene Grace, you boost that odds, so it's really gross. And then it's a Psychic type move, so that's going to be good against Eternatus as well. Ice Beam. Ice is good for Ray, right? And Ice Beam is also going to be a good way to hit your ground types, since you don't really have any super effective for ground. Oblivion Wing, Stab, Healing move. Secret Sword, if you need to hit something for physical damage instead, like if there's a Spadef wall in front of you, you can use Secret Sword. Yeah, so this guy's pretty annoying. You get Ice Beam and Freezing Glare plus Serene Grace, so you can get some pretty disgusting freezes off. I want to say this thing is at least A tier, bottom of A tier, maybe even higher if I think about it a bit more. 125 attack base, really good, and it's decently bulky as well. So yeah, I think it deserves to be around here, maybe even higher in A tier. Let's put it next to Slowbro. Yeah. All right. Regular Articuno gets Snow Warning and Snow Cloak. So you get the Snow, you get the Snow plus Snow Cloak combo. 125 Spadef. It's better to be Tinker and Spadef than defense, in my opinion, since there's Eternatus in this game. Aeroblast is going to be Stab, and it's going to be 100 base power, really good. Earth Power for your Fire weakness, your Rock weakness, you are quad weak to Rock. Calm Mind to further increase your Spadef and Spadef is good. And Aurora Veil, that's new. I don't think it had Aurora Veil last time I checked. But yeah, that's going to be a free move to set up because you get Snow Warning. So yeah, this thing seems... I remember last time I checked this thing, I didn't feel much... I didn't really care much for Articuno, but yeah, it seems like a good answer to like Ray and Eternatus. Beyond that though, it's kind of it's okay. It's setting up Aurora Veil for the team. Spadef setup is good against Ray and Eternatus, unless if Ray starts using Outrage, that can be a bit annoying. But Earth Power is also super effective against Eternatus. That's pretty good. You get Blizzard. You get Blizzard somewhere in here, so that's going to be free Blizzard spam because you have Snow Warning. Put it in a nice, low-key higher than its Galarian counterpart. I feel like it has to be better than Ninetales since they have a similar gimmick. It gets Tough Claws, Defiant as regular ability, 125 base attack, 100 speed, decent speed tier. Floaty Fall is going to be Stab and Flinch. Roost, decent. Bolt Beak deals double damage if you move before the target. Unfortunately, it's not Stab because Galarian Zapdos is fighting flying, not electric type, but still can be 170 base power, so it's a very nasty move. And then Tidy Up is basically just Dragon Dance, but it can remove hazards as well. So yeah, you can... Speed is going to be very important on Galarian Zapdos since it has Bolt Beak. You want to outspeed your opponent every time. So the fact that it gets Tidy Up is nice to help with its speed tier. Using it once or twice should be more than enough to just outspeed everything in the game. So do that and then just spam Bolt Beak. If you encounter like a ground type or something, I guess you would have to use like Floaty Fall because I don't think this mon gets any ice type moves. Yeah. Put it in... It has to be S tier. It has to be S tier. It's so good. Let's bottom of S tier for now. It could even go up later on. Zapdos, regular Zapdos, I already know is about to be double S tier, unless if they made some changes. Drizzle, 125 attack, 100 speed. Sandsear Storm, so ground to help with hitting other electric types and also hitting rock types because you do have a rock weakness. Yeah, pretty good. And it's also a way to hit steel types as well. Only problem is it's 80 AC. You don't really have like you don't really get like no guard or something to help you hit that, so it can miss pretty often. But Bleak Wind Storm, even though it's 80 accuracy, because you have Drizzle, it's pretty much guaranteed to hit because of how Bleak Wind Storm functions in rain. It can also decrease the speed of the opposing Pokemon, which is nice because you kind of have not the best speed at 100. It's alright, but it could definitely use some improvements, so decreasing the enemy speed is nice. Electroshot is broken because it increases your attack and then fires 130 base power damage at the opponent the next turn, but if it's raining, it turns into a one-turn move. So the Electro Shot Drizzle combo is just nasty. And then you also get Calm Mind to increase your attack further, and Spadef if you want to become a bit tankier. Last time I checked, I believe this thing had Weather Ball, which would pretty much just be a water type move because it's in rain, and that would be your way of hitting ground types. It seems to have lost that, so it was I guess you could call it a nerf. I guess Sandsteer Storm does allow it to hit steel types, which is nice. But yeah, I think Dress Zapdos is still hilariously broken. I think the Drizzle Electroshock combo just makes it absurd. So I think it deserves to be double S tier. You're also getting ramping Spatak increases of Electroshot, which will transfer over into other battles. Calm Mind makes you bulky as well. And then really good coverage moves. So yeah, I think this thing definitely deserves to be double S tier. Could be even the top of double S tier. Nah, we'll leave it here for now. You get Dark Aura and Berserk, which will increase your attack when you are below half HP. You get 125 Spadef, so it's a Spadef heavy mon. It's pretty good. Flamethrower is not boosted in any way, but it is an answer to steel types. Not bad. Oh, I guess bug types. You're not weak to bug, but you're neutral to bug, so you can hit bug types with Flamethrower. It's not bad. Oblivion Wing is stab. And also heals, deals some decent damage, nice. Roost helps you sustain all as well, so you have 2 sustain moves. And then Sludge Bomb is going to be your way of dealing with fairy types because you have a fairy weakness. Okay, I'm not seeing any dark type moves in its egg moves. I guess, so your best move would be Fire Wrath, which is fine because Fire Wrath is a really good move. It's 90 base power and it has flinch chance, so they're pretty much isn't anything that would be better than that, so I guess it's fine that it doesn't get any dark type moves and egg moves. You would just have to wait until level 45 to get this thing, right? So you'd have to like wait a bit to get a good dark type move. Maybe B is a bit harsh. Okay, that's a bit harsh. Let's put it in A tier. At the bottom of A tier, I think is appropriate for this guy. Moltres gets Torch Song last time I checked. Let's see if it still has it. Yes, it gets Torch Song. And it gets Drought as well, so it's further increasing the Torch Song damage. So that's a heavy hitting Torch Song, and it's also increasing its attack. Aeroblast, really good stab move because it can also have heightened crit chance. Calm Mind, attack increase. And then Scorching Sands is the burn move. It's pretty much just the ground version of Scald. Does a little less damage, but it's good because it's going to be your coverage for electric because you have an electric weakness. You also have a rock weakness, a 4x rock weakness, so it's good for that as well. I really like Moltres. Its base attack is good at 125. Its only issue really is speed, which I believe it gets agility, and I don't really like using agility, but in this case you might have to take agility on this guy. So you would run agility, Torch Song, Scorching Sands, Aeroblast is probably what I'd run. I'd skip Calm Mind since you're getting attack increases from Torch Song anyway. Yeah, I think that's what I'd run. I think he's pretty good. He has a lot of carry potential, but because it's a fire type, it does get resisted by Ray and Eternatus, so that does give it some minus points. So I can't put it any higher than like top of A tier, I think. Dragonite gets Aerialate as passive, so you can do Aerialate Extreme Speed. Multi-Scale is its hidden ability. Really good stat spread because it's Dragonite. All right, so you get Crush Grip as well, so that's another good move with Aerialate. Fire Lash is going to help with your ice weakness because you are quad weak to ice. You get some defense drops off that as well, so it's nice. Gigaton Hammer for your fairy weakness. Really good move because it's 160 base power. So combine that with your 130 base attack. That's pretty monstrous damage, even if it's not stab. And Dragon Hammer is 90 base power. Stab, pretty good move. I would say it's an upgrade to Outrage, since Outrage has some weaknesses, right? Yeah, I think Dragonite deserves to be at least top of A tier. It's just a solid mon. It doesn't have like an insane like gimmick or anything. It's just really good. I guess we're looking at X and Y, and it will give Mewtwo an overall ranking. Neuroforce is the passive for all the Mewtwo's. For X, you have 190 base attack. Really good. You get Meteor Mash for, I guess, fairy coverage since you're a fighting type, and Thunderous Kick for stab, 90 base power, defense drops really good. Photon Geyser can also be used since it can deal attack damage, and it's 100 base power, so you'll be using that. Moonblast you can still use since you have 150 attack. It's not really like unusable. In fact, it's very usable. It's 140 speed, so you have a way higher speed tier, plus a 10 more speed, and you have 190 attack, 150 attack, so the offenses are flipped. Insomnia is way more valuable because you are now immune to getting slept. Very good. And your Moonblast will now hit like a truck. Same with your Photon Gazer. Meteor Mash and Thunderous Kick, you're now 150 attack. You can still use those moves, but obviously they wouldn't be as strong as using it on Mega X. Double S, yeah, because Triple S is for like the top 5, and I don't think Mewtwo's top 5. We'll leave it here in Double S. It's Protean, so you can change the type. You can change Mew's type depending on the move that you use. The main thing I was thinking about with this guy is you get Curse, and Curse will change you into a Ghost type when using it, so you can use Mewtwo as a Curse Chipmon, since you get Protean. So that's an appeal. You get Shell Smash, which is pretty nice, I guess, for using offensive Mew. You get Astral Barrage, so you can Protean Ghost and get Stab Astral Barrage. That's some pretty good damage. Photon Gazer is a really good psychic move as well. Moonblast for dark coverage, since you are weak to dark normally. So you can Protean, change out a psychic type, become a fairy type, and then just use Moonblast. Yeah, it's very flexible, obviously, because it's a Mew. Gets access to like pretty much every move in the game. It gets does it get Leech Seed? Yeah, it does. Oh no, it doesn't get Leech Life. But it gets Curse. So if you want to use it as a chip utility mon, you can. If you want to use it as a purely offensive mon, you can. It has obviously a jack of all trades stat spread, so you can really just use it however way you want. I would put Mew in bottom best tier, I think. Meganium. Fun fact, I recently got every shiny variant for Meganium. I don't really know how to feel about that, but I thought you should know. Okay, it gets Thick Fat as its passive, so really good for Mono Grass, since Mono Grass is Fire and Ice weakness. So being able to have the damage from those typings is good. Stat spread is more on the bulky side, since you're 100 in defense and SPDF. JR, thanks for subbing to YouTube channel. And you have relatively okay HP, right, with 80. The main appeal to Meganium is just Sappy Seed. Decent damage, 100 base power, and you just set up Leech Seed with it, right? So that's pretty much what you're just going to use this thing for. You get Spore as well to guaranteed sleep, really nice. If you want to set up Rocks, Stone Axe is there. D-Dance, if you want to start using it offensively, which is not the worst idea, since Sappy Seed does have 100 base power, so it can actually deal some good damage if you can get some Dragon Dances off. Otherwise, just bring like a screen or something. That's probably just better. A lot of people think this guy sucks. He really does not. Like, a lot of people think Meganium is the worst starter in the game. I definitely do not think so. But with that being said, it's not like amazing. Let's put it top of B tier. Yeah, that's a bit generous. Let's put it like middle of B tier. I know there's some allegations around Typhlosion right now, but we're going to rank it purely based on its passive and movesets. I guess we'll go regular Typhlosion first. It gets Drought and Flash Fire is hidden. Does Heatwave have a different one? Yeah, it gets Frisk. Okay. 109 attack, 100 speed. It gets Eruption naturally, right? At level 1 as soon as you evolve, so that's good. Electro Drift for water types, Earth Power for rock types, and Fiery Dance to increase your attack is nice. And on top of that, you get Nasty Plot as well to double increase your attack. So this guy is a nuke. Attack increases, Eruption, really good coverage moves as well. The main problem with this thing for me is always speed. You do get like Flame Charge, I guess, to increase your speed, but outside of that, does it get agility? No. So you're kind of just locked at 100 speed, which can feel kind of bad, especially if you're like get put against like Mega Ray. You're not gonna be able to outspeed it, and it's probably just gonna get one shot. So yeah, but outside of that, it definitely has some nuclear damage. So I feel like it deserves to at least be an A tier because of that. Let's put it behind Lapras. I think feels right. 109 base attack with these attack increasing moves, I think, is enough for it to be an A tier. Heatwave and Typhlosion should have the same egg moves since they're from the same evolution line. Drought, Fiery Dance, yep, Electro Drift, Earth Power. So the only difference really is just the typing and the stat difference. It gets a little less speed at 95, which sucks because speed was already a big problem for Typhlosion, but you do get more Spatak. You're at basically 120 now, which is more nuclear. So this is basically just an even more nuclear Typhlosion at the cost of some speed. But low-key, I don't think that extra Spatak is worth it if it means sacrificing 10 speed off it. So I think Heat Swing Typhlosion might actually be worse. You do gain Ghost Stab, I guess. So you can start using Inferno Parade. Yeah. The Ghost Stab is way worth it. Mayhaps. But the main move you'd be using is Inferno Parade, which is, I mean, it's an okay move, I guess. Deals double damage on burn is nice. But you actually have to burn them. What's the burn chance on Inferno Parade? Is it 50? I think it's 50, right? 30. Okay. So 30% chance to burn. Once you get the burn off, you can start dealing the double damage. Eruption doesn't have burn chance, I don't think, so you can't burn with Eruption. Yeah, they're pretty interchangeable. I think the regular Typhlosion's better though. For Alligator, the immunities give it more switching opportunities. That's a good point. That's a good point. But it also means it's weak to Sucker Punch. That's also true. And there's a lot of Sucker Punchers in this game. A fair point for both sides. I guess we can leave it there for now. For Alligator, gets Tough Claws, Sheer Force. Okay. 105 base attack, low speed, triple axle, Thunder Punch to hit other water types. Vicious Rend is a little interesting because its speed isn't exactly the best, but it gets D-Dance to help with its speed. Okay, so you'd want to set up D-Dance as much as you can and then just spam Vicious Rend. With Sheer Force, you can boost Thunder Punch because that's Para. I don't think Sheer Force helps with Vicious Rend. I don't think that secondary effect qualifies for Sheer Force, so it would mainly just be for Thunder Punch, which is not bad. Regular moves, it gets Superpower. You're probably not using that. It gets Agility to help with its speed, but you might as well just run Dragon Dance. Yeah. Tough Claws does help with its contact moves, but base stats are kind of eh, unfortunately. So I love Alligator. Alligator is like one of my favorite Pokemon, but yeah, he's down here in low B tier. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry for Alligator. Does it get? I guess it gets like Ice Fang. That's also Sheer Force boosted, but Ice Fang is already only 65 base power, so you're not really working with a lot there. Let's move on to Furret, who is very useful in Endless Mode with Pickup, Runaway. 90 base speed. Nuzzle, really annoying move that guarantees Para. Extreme Speed is good because it's not really too fast, so if you ever get put into into a matchup that you can't outspeed, you can just spam Extreme Speed. Tidy Up is Dragon Dance that removes hazards, really good, and Fake Out, really good for double battles. Most of it has some utility of Nuzzle and Fake Out, but Tidy Up incentivizes like some offensive, some more offensive moves. So like maybe running Double Edge on this thing. This thing gets Double Edge, right? Yeah, it gets Double Edge. You'd probably run like Double Edge, Tidy Up, Extreme Speed, Fake Out, I imagine. But the stats just aren't enough to make it worth your while. So it's unfortunately like C tier. Because I mean, Pickup is nice, I guess, towards like the halfway point of Classic Mode when Pokemon start actually having items. So I guess that alone is enough to leave it in B tier. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Noctowl. I have not caught up with Noctowl recently. Last time I checked, it got nerfed. Aerial 8, normal type moves become flying type moves. Tinted Lens will make all of your resisted moves deal neutral damage. So the appeal is you spam Boom Burst to mix up Aerial 8, and you can pretty much say everything for neutral damage because flying is not immune by anything. So that's very good. You get Aeroblast as well, which can crit. If you hit that crit, then it is more damage than Boom Burst. But otherwise, Boom Burst is double hitting and higher base power. So generally, that's your better spam move. You get Esper Wing to increase your speed and also has heightened crit chance. Really good, really overloaded move. Really good move. And Noctowl does kind of have a speed problem, so Esper Wing does help remedy that a bit. And Calm Mind for his attack and speed F increases, pretty good. For a minus 2 cost, very good. Because it gets Aerialate, Boom Burst, and Calm Mind for speed attack setup. Esper Wing for speed setup. I think the change they made at the time was that they moved Esper Wing, or they moved one of his moves into the Rare Egg move slot. I think it was Boom Burst, right? They moved Boom Burst into the Rare Egg move slot, and that's what the main complaint was. It was harder to get. Roost is always better than Oblivion Wing anyways. Wait, so hold on, what happened? Oh, you dropped Oblivion Wing. Oh, for what? For I assume I assume Calm Mind? I can't remember what Noctowl's old moveset was. But yeah, it does get Roost. So you can just use that as your sustain move instead. And so the moveset you would run is like Boom Burst, Calm Mind, Esper Ring, Roost, probably. I don't really think you need Aeroblast if you have the passive unlocked. Yes, you moved Boom Burst to Rare, right? Gotcha, okay. I think it's good. I don't think that nerf... We're not gonna like account that change into the rankings since like we're kind of like looking at every single move right now. I'm not really gonna care too much like what's in the Rare move slot for their rankings. I'm pretty comfortable leaving Noctowl in like low A tier. I'd say like maybe above Moltres. Above Galarian Moltres is crazy, but yeah, I think that's where I feel comfortable putting this thing. Calm Mind is good. I think it is really frail physically though. That's the main problem with this guy. Otherwise, if you're against a special attacker, you can get your Calm Minds off, your Esper Wings off, and then that'll be a way to set up your Noctowl. Mon is still stupid, but the complaints were weird. I guess people were just sad that if they didn't have the raring move, then they just lost Boom Burst. It is what it is. Ledian gets Prankster. Iron Fist is hidden. 110 speed def. Alright, Thief to steal items, pretty good. Pollen Puff is the move that can heal your ally or just deal damage, 90 base power. It gets Prankster Spore, Prankster Parting Shot. Okay. Do you get... I doubt it, but do you get Leech Seed? No, you don't. Okay. Still, though, Prankster Spore and Prankster Parting Shot. Prankster Screens. Prankster Roost. Prankster Baton Pass. Okay, but it doesn't really get any stat increasing moves, so that doesn't really matter. Yeah. Oh, no, it does get Swords Dance. Okay. I feel like, by default, anything with, like, Spore and on top of that Prankster just deserves to be, like, S tier. Is that a bit high? I mean, I feel like it's just broken. Prankster Spore. Prankster's Parting Shot as well. All you would need to do is have a separate Chipmon on the side. Get your chips off and then just drop in Ledian and just Prankster Spore spam. And that just seems incredibly obnoxious. It has some, and I guess Prankster Roost as well. To stay safe. Yeah, I think it deserves to be bottom of S tier. I don't think I'll put it higher than that, but I think it deserves to be up there. Ariados? I was actually looking at Ariados for Endless Mode because I was getting so annoyed by all the neutralizing gas mons. And then I noticed that Ariados actually gets Prankster Gastro Acid. So you could actually do that to get rid of all the neutralizing gas mons. Because neutralizing gas does not get rid of passives, from what I remember. So you can you still keep the Prankster and you can just Gastro Acid the neutralizing gases. But that's mainly for Endless Mode. For Classic, you still have Prankster. You have Sniper as well, so you'd be Sniper Attack Order. So if you land a crit on Attack Order, that's going to be boosted by Sniper. It's pretty good. Prankster Strength Sap, really obnoxious, because you slowly whittle the enemy's attack and also sustain off them. And then Parting Shot is also really good with Prankster since you want to use that move first, before your opponents. Yeah, Gastro Acid can be useful in Classic as well if there's like some, I don't know, some annoying ass ability. I guess like Mega Ray's ability, if you want to get rid of Delta Stream, that's a decent ability to get rid of. Okay, above Dragonite's a bit much. Let's put it above our Parasect. I think that's right. Crobat gets Intimidate as its passive. 130 speed, so you're pretty much not going to get outsped by most things in the game. It's tied with Eternatus. Swords Dance is good because you're only at 90 attack. Tire Claw is stab and also one of the best moves in the game, so really good. Floaty Fall is also stab and you can flinch, and you're very fast, so you can make use of the flinching. And Collision Course is going to be your answer to ice types, steel types, rock types. Yeah, so good, and it deals boosted damage to those types as well. The Swords Dance in Egg moves is nice because it definitely needs Swords Dance since its attack is only at 90. But yeah, it's not bad. I think Intimidate also helps it stay alive to actually use the Swords Dance. You'd have to put it against the physical attacking Mon and then get the Swords Dance off, and then hopefully that's enough to sweep. To start sweeping. Has potential. I think it's decent. Let's put it in high B tier. Maybe below Starmie, I think. Or here. Yeah, I think that's about right. Top of B tier. Lantern gets Water Bubble. Okay, so lowers the power of fire type moves and prevents it from getting burned. Water Absorb as its regular ability, or Volt Absorb. I think generally Volt Absorb will be better since that's neutral. Since electric is neutral to Lantern versus Waters is resistant normally. So I think Volt Absorb is better. 125 HP, so it's pretty tanky. Bouncy Bubble, Tail Glow. So you can do Tail Glow, Bouncy Bubble. That's already very nice. Thunder Cage will trap the enemy in. I think it does chip damage. I'm not too sure if it does chip damage, but I know for sure it just traps the enemy in, so that's nice. So all you gotta do is find a good type matchup. Like let's say there's a fire type on the other side. You trap them in a Thunder Cage, get your Tail Glows off, and then you can start sweeping with Bouncy Bubble. You get T-Clap as well, which is very good because your speed is kind of abysmal. So if you want to start sweeping, you can just set up Tail Glow and then just start spamming T-Clap. Is nice. Yeah. Very decent, very decent. Let's put this thing at the bottom of A tier, I think. If it had a bit more base attack, I would feel more comfortable putting it higher, but I think the Tail Glow, the T-Clap setup is enough for it to be at least A tier, yeah. We'll leave it down here next to Galarian Moltres. Xatu. I can't imagine Xatu being too good, but let's see. Tinted Lens. Okay, so it can hit everything for neutral outside of immune moves. 95 attack, 95 speed, so really mediocre stat spread. Aeroblast, Stab, and Crit Chance. Lumina Crash, very good move for Eternatus. Roost, Sustain, Moonblast for Dark types. Okay. Main issue is its stat spread. It is very sad. But all these moves, none of these moves are immune outside of Lumina Crash being immune by Dark. So you pretty much always deal neutral damage. I think the move Lumina Crash alone can carry a lot of mons. But I don't want to put Pokemon in like A tier just because of that. Like for example, I think Hypno got Lumina Crash. But everything else was just kind of outside of Dark Void. Ampharos has a Mega, so let's look at that. Mega Ampharos gets Electromorphosis, which is the Bellabo ability that will power your next electric type move after it's hit. So it has 165 base attack. Electromorphosis pairs pretty well with this mon since its stat spread is mostly slow and bulky, right? So rather than just being a conventional sweeper, you go for more like a bulky special attacker. I think that makes more sense. With Electromorphosis, you can power up either your Parabolic Charge, which will heal you. That makes sense because since you're usually going to be moving second, you can get your Electromorphosis boost and then you can hit your opponent with Parabolic Charge, and hopefully you can heal back a lot of your HP after getting hit. So that makes sense. If not that, then you get Electro Ball. No, you're not running Electro Ball. You get like T-Bolts. Where is it?
You really need to TM it? You guys T-Bolt and TMs, okay. You can just use Discharge as well, that's fine. Yeah, you'd run Discharge, Parabolic Charge. You can even run Cotton Guard, since you're incentivizing enemies to hit you, right? So you don't want to take too much damage. So setting up some defense increases could be nice to get your Electromorphosis procs. Tail Glow, oh my god, it gets Tail Glow. Okay, so that's a +3 Spatak increase. You get Ice Beam to help with ground types, and you get Corn Forcer, which is stab with your dragon typing. I think what you would do is Tail Glow, Parabolic Charge, Ice Beam, and then take out Corn Forcer for like Discharge maybe, or Cotton Guard. The Dragon Stab is nice, but I think keeping the Ice Beam ground coverage is too important. You would take out Corn Forcer for either Discharge or Cotton Guard for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Yeah, this thing looks pretty solid. I was about to put it like kind of low, but then I saw the Tail Glow, and I was like, oh shoot, that makes it at least like S tier is a bit high. Let's put it yeah, I think above Snorlax feels fair. This mod is actually better than I thought it was, especially Electromorphosis. Yeah, Electromorphosis was a really good pick for Ampharos because you can because it's so bulky, and you get a Parabolic Charge as well to sustain it. Tail Glow is crazy. I can't believe this thing is Tail Glow. Makes sense since it has like glowing stuff on its tail. It makes sense. All right, we'll leave it at the top of A tier. Could even move up to S tier. I'll consider it a bit more. Azumarill is popular for fusing, but let's see how good it is on its own. Gets Misty Surge, Thick Fat, Huge Power. You're never really using Thick Fat. You're going to just use Huge Power because that's the main appeal, right? So you essentially have 100 base attack because of Huge Power. Swords Dance is a good substitute for Belly Drum. Belly Drum can be difficult to use. So if you don't want to risk not getting the Belly Drum off, you can just use Swords Dance instead. Magical Torque, really good Fairy Physical move. Probably one of the best Fairy Physical moves in the game. Jet Punch, Stab, Priority move, really good. Surging Strike, also Stab, and deals really good damage at 75 base power and crits. So yeah, it's very offensively oriented, which makes sense since it's a Huge Power mon. It's slow, which is annoying, but once you get the Swords Dance or Huge Power or the Belly Drum off, you can just start spamming Jet Punch, and that'll do some pretty good damage. But if you want to use moves like Magical Torque and Surging Strikes, you do have to play with your 50 base speed, which kind of sucks. The typing is good. Water Fairy is a good typing, but yeah, I don't want to put this thing anywhere above B tier. Let's put it like next to. Let's put it behind Meganium. Sure, why not? Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo gets Sap Sipper. Okay, so that removes your grass weakness. Very nice. Sturdy is probably what we're gonna run. Let me see what recoil moves it has. It has none. Okay, so Rockhead is not that important. It probably gets like Rock Smash, and it's does it? Let's see. Okay, it does. Oh, not Rock Smash. Jeez, what's the Head Smash? Yeah, it does get Head Smash, so you can use Rockhead for that. But Sturdy is more valuable, I feel. So let's just look at it like that. Yeah, it's gonna run Sturdy, high defense or decently okay defense, kind of meh SPDF, kind of meh HP, very slow, obviously. Swords Dance. You have Sturdy Swords Dance, Sturdy Sappy Seeds. You have a guaranteed Sappy Seed with Sudowoodo. Strength Sap for stall and attack drops. Accelerock is a priority move. So what you could do is throw in Sudowoodo, get a guaranteed Sappy Seed off. You're probably going to get put to 1 HP with Sturdy. And then the next turn, you can just get an Accelerock off for some little bit of damage. And then that's pretty much it for Sudowoodo. So not bad. I think anything with guaranteed Sappy Seed is like worth ranking decently. So I want to put it at least like around Meganium. Gets Fluffy, so it's going to be having the damage from contact moves, but doubles that of fire moves, which is a bit scary since it's already weak to fire. But you're probably not going to be throwing out Jump Love against fire types anyways, so that's not really much of an issue. Chlorophyll, double speed, and Sun. You're already 110 speed, which is pretty comfortable, but I guess it's not that bad to take, unless if you want Leaf Guard instead. Floaty Fall, the flinch move, pretty good. Sappy Seed, another Leech Seeder, nice. Strength Sap for stall. Spore for sleeping. Okay, so that's some very good utility moves. And Fluffy makes it pretty tanky in the physical department. It has 95 SPDF, so it's decently tanky in SPDF as well. Yeah, it's alright. It doesn't have like a guaranteed Sappy Seed like Sudowoodo does. Like there's a small chance that Jumpluff gets one shot. But I think the other utility moves it gets makes up for it. Like Spore and Strength Sap are really good moves. So let's put it in we'll put it next to them, honestly. Yeah, in B tier. What differentiates Jumpluff and, like, for example, Ledian, who also gets Spore, is that Ledian gets Prankster. So that's a guaranteed Spore because you outspeed your opponent. That's like, which is so much better. It's nice that it gets Spore, but there are things that can outspeed you if you don't have your Chlorophyll up. There are like there is a chance you get one shot, right? If you're trying to use Sappy Seed, like stuff like that. Yeah, so that's what differentiates those two mons. Sunflora, Drought, Chlorophyll. Okay, so you can set up your own Chlorophyll. You are 30 base speed, so I don't even know if your speed is salvageable. So I think Solar Power might just be better. You'd run Drought, Solar Power. Fiery Dance is boosted in Sun. Hydro Steam is also boosted in Sun. Quiver Dance is a good setup move, and you get Spore on this guy as well. Okay, so you have decent attacking power with Drought and Solar Power. And you have good egg moves to complement those abilities. QD to set up further. Spore. You generally want Spore in Pokemon that are faster, right? To sleep your opponent before they hit you. That's generally what you want. So the fact that Sunflora's 30 speed is kind of not good. You could run Chlorophyll, but I don't think that's enough to salvage its speed. So using Spore on this thing is a little awkward. You might just get one shot before you even are able to use it. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of Sunflora here. Let's C tier a bit harsh. It might be a bit harsh. Let's put it next to. I think it at least has more capability than Furret and Loki for Alligator. Yeah, we'll put it there in the bottom of B tier. Quagsire. How many Pokemon do we have left? Oh, we're Loki getting there. Loki. Quagsire. It gets Comatose. So that means it cannot be status because it pretty much is quote-unquote always asleep. So yeah, that's how Comatose works. It gets Unaware as its hidden ability. We know this. Decent bulk, 95 HP, 85 defense, 65 SPDF. Curse will further increase its defense and attack. Recover to just heal up. Sizzly Slide is the burn chance move. It has 60 base power, so it's not very strong. And you don't get Technician on this mod, so you can't really boost it. Surging Strikes is going to be Stab. Pretty good physical water move. You are getting attack increases with Curse as well, so you can boost that damage. Yeah, I mean, he's a decent stall mod. He has Unaware to ignore stat changes, Comatose to ignore status moves, and Curse to further set up defense. So he can be a decent stall mod, I guess. It's lacking in SPDF though. It doesn't have, I guess, Amnesia. Yeah, if you want to run Amnesia as well, you can. Okay, not terrible. We'll put it in B tier. Next to, like, Persian. Galarian Slowking. We'll look at regular Slowking first. Slowking gets Unaware, Regenerator. This should be very similar to Slowbro, since they're from the same evolution line, so they're going to have the same passive, the same egg moves. Yeah, so it gets Shed Tail. The difference between Slowking and Mega Slowbro, though, is Slowbro gets 180 defense, 80 SPDF. Slowking gets 110 SPDF, but 80 defense. So it's not nearly as physically bulky as Mega Slowbro. It is a bit tankier on the SPDF side, but yeah, I mean, it could still be used as a Shed Tailer just because it's slow. So you can get the substitutes off. It's pretty nice. Mystical Powers, Bouncy Bubble setup is good. What's Mega Slowbro's Spatak? Yeah, Mega Slowbro has 30 more Spatak as well, so it also hits harder. So no matter how I look at it, Slowking is just worse than Slowbro, but not bad. They're conceptually similar, right? Because they're the same egg moves, same passive. Natural chili reception is true. You can use it as a snow setter, so that is something it has that Slowbro doesn't. But I still don't want to put it above Slowbro, because that at most just helps like Slush Rushers and Snow Cloak users. Let's put it like behind Lapras. No, behind the Typhlosions. Okay, I think that feels fair. Okay. Galarian Slowking. Unaware Regenerator Bite. Oh shoot, not again. Stop it. Unaware Regenerator. The egg move should be different because it's from a different Slowpoke. It's a different evolution line. It's gonna have the same egg moves as Galarian, Slowbro. You get Trick Room, which is pretty good since you are slow AF. Batty Bat to decrease physical moves is very good because your defense is your lowest stat, or one of your lowest stats. Moonblast for dark coverage, as we mentioned earlier, because it's a psychic type. And Torch Song for spectacular increases is very nice. I'm surprised this thing doesn't get mystical power. Yeah, that would have been stab and spectacular increase. That low key maybe would have been too overpowered, I guess. Was their logic? Not bad. Do I like it more than Galarian Slowbro? No. Actually, yes. Because you're bulkier on Spadef and you have Batty Bad to help with your defense. So I think it actually works better. And you also have a higher Spatak stat. So I think its stat spread is better. And it makes use of these egg moves better. So let's I think they're similar enough that we can put them next to each other. So hold on, what did I put? Galarian Slowbro. Yeah, I'll put it, I guess, a bit higher. We'll put it like next to Quagsire. I don't think it escapes B tier though. Chili Reception is not bad though. It does set up snow. Okay, maybe because it can set up snow, we can put it in A tier then. Sure. Yeah, okay, sure. Unknown. B, C, D, there's a lot of them. We'll just go look at A. You get Pickup and Levitate. Stat Spread is obviously like one of the worst in the game. You get Cosmic Power for defense increases. Sure. I mean, its defense is already so abysmal, so I don't really know how you're gonna salvage that, but I guess it's something. Mystical Power for Spatak increases. Your base 72. Okay. Ancient Power for the potential Omni boost. Nature Power. It will do something different depending on the environments. And there are a ton of biomes in this game. I don't really know the interactions for all of them. Nature Power Eterna Beam? What? Wait, in what area? In Wasteland? Wait, so you can pull out Eterna Beam with Nature Power in the end biome. I see. So you can Uno reverse Eterna Beam onto Eternatus, which is kind of funny, but your Spatak is still really bad. At 72, I mean, I guess you get Mystical Power to help with it a little bit, but like by the time you use one Mystical Power, you're probably just getting killed by something. Yeah, unfortunate. It is what it is. Unknown stat spread is just kind of two booty cheeks. I think D tier is a bit harsh since this thing can apparently use Eterna Beam. We'll put it in C tier, I guess. Sure, we'll leave it there. Wobbuffet. Really good for endless mode. But for classic mode, let's see. You get sturdy, really high HP, and you get comeuppance as an egg move. So you can pretty much get one big hit of comeuppance on a target. Because if you don't know what comeuppance is, it pretty much acts like Metal Burst. It'll return damage based on the amount of damage you have taken. So let's say Wobbuffet took like 100 HP, and it puts it down to 1 HP with 30. It'll return 100 damage back to the enemy. So that's pretty much how this thing is used. Really good in endless mode because it can pretty much infinitely heal back to full HP with like Shed Tail. Oh, not Shed Tail, with Shell Bells and and like if you fuse it with Poison Heal, then yeah, you can heal off Poison Heal as well. But you're probably not going to get access to all that in Classic mode. It would be kind of difficult. So we would have to look at this thing as like a one comeuppance, one shot, kind of done kind of Pokemon. You also get Shed Tail, which is good. You get 30 Shed Tail. You can set up Shed Tail for your party members. Not bad. You get Taunt. Good utility move to deny recover from Return-This. Let's I think the utility is good enough, and it can one-shot potentially with Comeuppance. So let's put it in the bottom of A tier. If this was an endless tier list, it would be like up here though. Let's be real. But we'll leave it in here for now. Bottom of A tier. Gets Iron Barbs, which will deal some damage on contact. Sturdy and Overcoat. You'll probably just be running Sturdy. 140 defense. I believe it gets Body Press. Yep. So you can make use of that defense as damage. Shore Up. So if you can run another sand, you can run a Sand Setter of this guy, and you can get 75% heals with Shore Up, and you don't take chip damage because you're a Steel type. Metal Burst. So you have 30 Metal Burst. The difference between having Metal Burst on like Fortress versus Wobbuffet though is Wobbuffet is hella HP oriented, and what Fortress is more defense oriented. Metal Burst is generally better on those with more HP because the damage return is based purely on the amount of HP points you have lost. So, I mean, the combo is good. 30 Metal Burst is good, but it only has 75 base HP. So it probably won't do like that much damage realistically, but it's still nice. It's still good to have. Diamond Storm is not stab, but can sharply increase your defense. I think it's a 50% chance. So that's pretty good. And it also helps with your fire weakness because you are quad weak to fire. That is the only weakness of Bug Steel. So yeah, low-key, Fortress has some potential. It has one of the best type combinations in the game. Inflicts damage on contact. Really tanky physically. And you can use Body Press on top of that. You can further increase your defense of Diamond Storm. You even have the Sturdy Metal Burst combo. And you can sustain or Shore Up. The only weakness this thing really has is its SPDEF. If its SPDEF was a bit higher, then I would actually consider putting this thing in like S tier low-key. But it's still not bad. We'll put it in A tier. Probably below like Lantern feels appropriate. Like there. I think it's good. Mega Steelix. Okay, I'm actually really excited about this one because I'm planning to do a Steelix showcase sometime soon. Because I got all the egg moves recently. Mega Steelix gets Rocky Payload. And the reason why it gets Rocky Payload is because it gets a Diamond Storm. We'll get into that in a bit. 230 defense. So one of the highest defense stats in the game behind like Return-This Emax. You get 125 attack as well. So that's a very solid attack stat as well. And honestly, its bulk is decent. It has 95 SPDEF and 75 HP on top of its 230 defense. So this thing is very hard to kill. The only weakness of this thing really is its speed. But you get 1,000 Waves, which works like Arena Trap. You can trap your enemy. Coil will be increasing your attack and defense, which are the stats you really want the most. Because your Diamond Storm will be is a physical attacking move. So you can set up Coil, set up attack raises, and then you can increase your Diamond Storm damage. And then with Diamond Storm, you can also increase your defense, and that can increase your Body Press damage because Steelix gets Body Press in its TMs. So yeah, this thing has some pretty nasty setup. I think it has some really good egg moves to pair with its passive and stat spread. You get Sand Force and Shore Up, so you're gonna want a Sand Setter in the back. Yeah, as Damo says, it would be kind of crazy if this thing got Sand Spit because it could set up its own Sandstorm for Sand Force and Shore Up. But for now, you're gonna want to have a separate Sand Setter, like for example Tyranitar, to set up Sandstorm. You throw in Steelix, and you can just start using Coil, Diamond Storm. Once your defense is set up, you can start using Body Press as well. Yeah, I think Mega Steelix is really goated. Goated enough for top of S tier low key. Or maybe below Aerodactyl. Yeah, like that. Right there. Below Aerodactyl, I think feels right. Top of S tier for Mega Steelix. Grand Bull. I often forget about this Pokemon. It's a Fairy type. Pixelate, so normal type moves become Fairy type moves. Intimidate is probably we're going to run because of the utility. You get 120 base attack, which is solid. 45 speed, and so it's a pretty slow dog. but the 90 HP makes it relatively bulky. To make up for it, you get SD Extreme Speed. So you're going to be doing Swords Dance attack setup and then just spam Extreme Speed because it's Pixelate. So it's Fairy Extreme Speed. EQ for Steel Weakness because you're a Fairy type. And you get Facade. You get Facade because of Quick Feet, actually. Yeah, Quick Feet will boost your speed if the Pokemon has a status condition. So actually, maybe you don't run Intimidate. You run in Quick Feet for the speed increase, and you can use Facade as well because Facade is Pixelate boosted. So I like the setup. I like the set it has. Pixelate, Quick Feet, Facade, Extreme Speed, Swords Dance, EQ for coverage, but the stat spread just leaves a bit to be desired. Not bulky enough, I feel, for how slow it is. You do end up using Quick Feet to increase its speed, I guess, so it becomes relatively fast. Pixelate Facade. Ooh, actually, that does sound pretty good. You know, I think this thing is decent. Like, I'm thinking like top of A decent. Maybe below Dragonite? Below Dragonite, I think. Yeah, I think Gramble deserves to be up here in A tier. Quillfish. We'll probably look at Eastwing and regular. We'll look at regular first. It's Toxic Debris. So it'll be setting up Toxic Spikes when it gets hit by contact. It gets Intimidate as a hidden ability. Swift Swim and Rain. It has 85 base speed, so if you run Swift Swim, it's going to be pretty fast. You have 95 base attack. You get Baneful Bunker, the Protect Poison move. Barbarage is really good since you're using Toxic Spikes with this thing. So a lot of enemy monsters are just going to be poisoned. So you pretty much always get the double damage from Barbarage. So that's pretty nice. Vicious Rend is the move that doubles in damage when you move first. So this is going to pair very nicely with Swift Swim. You're going to do Swift Swim, set up the Rain, outspeed your opponent, and then you also have additional boost to Vicious Rend damage because of the Rain, right? And then Knockoff is a good move in general. If the enemy's holding an item, that's just a free 130 damage. Dark is also good for your Psychic weakness because you're a Poison type. Yeah, not bad. The Heatwing Quillfish and Heatwing Overcoil are just going to be way better than this guy, for sure. We'll get into why in a second, but without comparing it to the Heatwing counterparts, it's still pretty good. I want to put it like at the bottom of A tier, I'm not going to lie, chat. Actually, no, because its base attack is too dog shit. I guess Swords Dance, it does, but like 95 is kind of low. We'll bring it lower. It's not bulky enough for how low its attack is. We'll put regular Quillfish in like high B tier next to like Arcanine, below Arcanine. And we'll put like Heatwing Quillfish. We'll look at it right now. Almost 4 hours. Yeah, we're grinding right now. Heatwing Quillfish. Oh, wait, hold on. It's a bit different. It does not get Toxic Debris. It still keeps Swift Swim. So you can do the Swift Swim Vicious Rend combo. And Knockoff is now Stab because you're a Dark type. But you appear to lose Baneful Bunker, which kind of sucks because you lose Toxic Debris. So you don't poison enemies as often as you'd want to. Ceaseless Edge, I guess, is setting up spikes and is Stab. So okay, they're actually very different from each other. If Heatwing Quillfish got the egg moves that regular Quillfish has, then it would actually be like an S tier Pokemon. But I guess that would have been a little too broken, so they decided to not do that. The Pokemon's attacks become critical hits if the target's poisoned, but the issue is just poisoning the target, right? You can take Toxic Spikes, I guess, right? So rather than just relying on Toxic Debris, getting hit and setting it up, you can just use Toxic Spikes to set up Toxic Spikes. So the moveset you can run is Toxic Spikes, Vicious Rend, Knockoff, and Ceaseless Edge, I think is what you would do. So once your enemies are poisoned, you get critical hits against them. You get double damage with Barbarage, right? Because that's 120 base power once they're poisoned. Vicious Rend is double damage when you outspeed with Swift Swim, and it's boosted by Rain as well. And Knockoff is Stab. So I feel like that's really good. It's a bit different from regular Quillfish, but I still think it can work so long as you bring Toxic Spikes to poison your enemies. We weren't even looking at Overquill, by the way. Overquill is 115 attack, 85 speed. So yeah, really good attack stat combined with Swords Dance if you're going to run Swords Dance. Yeah, I think Overquill is a solid high A or low S tier. Low-key below Gramble, I think it makes sense. Around there, high A tier is good for Overquill. Scizor. I really want a good Scizor, but I just cannot find candies for this thing. Mega Scizor gets Tinted Lens, so it ignores resisted damage. It'll always hit for neutral. Get Technician, because that's the regular ability. Oops. Right, Mega Scizor, Tinted Lens, Technician. 150 base attack, 140 defense. So really good physical attack and defense. Decent SPDF as well at 100. Speed is at 75, which is a little unfortunate, but we'll look at its egg moves. Bug Bite is tech boosted, 60 base power, and gains and eats the berry of the enemy Pokemon. A lot of Pokemon in this game hold berries, especially later on into Classic mode. So Bug Bite only just increases in value the further you go into the game. Double Iron Bash, tech boosted, also stab because it's steel. This is probably going to be your strongest move that you use, because it's essentially 120 base power plus extra because of Technician plus more extra because of stab. It's going to deal so much damage. It can also flinch, by the way, which is just the cherry on top. You have 150 base attack, by the way, chat. Keep that in mind. 150 base attack with Technician, double Iron Bash. You get Storm Throw, which is also tech boosted. It'll always crit, and it's a fighting type move, so that's going to be good for really anything like rock types. Okay, rock types you already hit with steel. Dark types, you can hit dark types. Actually, you're already a bug type. Ice types, you're already a steel type. Okay, so it doesn't really like give you any increased coverage, but it's still a good move to have. Why not? It always crits. That's pretty cool. Mighty Cleave is going to help with your fire weakness because you are a bug and steel type, so fire is your only weakness. Mighty Cleave is going to be a 95 base power move that's going to hit fire types for super and also breaks to protect, so it's a pretty nice move. Not tech boosted, but 95 base power is still really good. Like 95 base power is more than like Bug Bite, right? Because Bug Bite at most is 90 base power with tech boost. The only issue is Mighty Cleave is in stab, right? So regardless, I think Mega Scizor is really good. The only weakness really it has is speed, which I don't think matters that much when you look at how broken its egg moves are. They're so good of Technician, and best of all, they're pretty much always deal neutral damage thanks to Tinted Lens. So yeah, it's really broken offensively. It's balanced by its speed stat, so I can't put it like too high. I think I'll put it next to like Doug Trios. Yeah, like I think right there is good for this guy. He could hit like a truck, just like that truck isn't very fast. I think that's the best way to describe Scizor. Shuckle, Harvest, Gluttony. So you can eat berries sooner, and you can also generate berries once you use them. An incredibly annoying combination. You could do Contrary instead to do the Contrary Shell Smash combo. I think that is probably going to be better since that gives you like +2 defense, +2 SPDF. It's really broken. Right, obviously Shuckle, only 20 HP but has ridiculous defenses. It's countered by like Poison, Burn, also like moves like Seismic Toss, for example, moves that deal a set amount of HP. But if not facing those things, this thing can be quite the menace. Body Press, combined with its 230 defense, can deal some devastating damage. Heal Order is going to heal a set amount. Stuffed Cheeks, you can eat your berry earlier and sharply raise your defense. And then Soul Cure is a good chip move. You're going to be running Shell Smash on this guy because Shuckle's best set is the Shell Smash Contrary combo, where you get +2 defense and +2 SPDF. Once you set that up, you'll just be probably using Stuffed Cheeks to eat your berries, increase your defense, and proc your Harvest for more berries. Heal Order is going to be obnoxious as well. If the enemy feels like they can finally kill your Shuckle, and then you can just heal back like half your HP, it's kind of disgusting. And then, yeah, Body Press for some good damage. Soul Cure for chip, yeah. You could low-key take out Stuffed Cheeks for Shell Smash, I think. I think Stuffed Cheeks isn't that important. You can run Body Press, Heal Order, Soul Cure, and Shell Smash, I think is the moveset you'd want on Shuckle. He deserves to be like... He has some obvious weaknesses. Status moves, and also moves that deal set amount of HP. But you don't run into those too often in PokéRogue, so I feel like it's not that big of a deal. So let's put him at the very least like high A tier. I want to say like above here. I think that's about right. Demo prefers Gluttony. I guess I can kind of see why. Instead of running Contrary Social Match, you can do Gluttony, maybe even run Stuffed Cheeks instead. Alright, I think it's fair. High A tier for Shuckle. Demo agrees. Heracross gets access to his Mega. Technician as the passive, so you get Skill Link Technician. Really broken because you get Pin Missile and also Rock Blast, Icicle Spear. So these are all moves that are tech boosted and also affected by Skill Link. First Impression is Stab and pretty much acts like Extreme Speed, except it can only be used in the first turn of a battle or the first turn of its swap in. So really good move. And the fact that it has 185 attack means you're just going to destroy something with that First Impression. So it's really good damage. Its obvious weakness is its speed, right? So that's why First Impression is so valuable, because you can just priority one-shot something, turn 1. And then beyond that, you can try and set up Dragon Dance for speed. And then once you do that, you can use like Pin Missile, Rock Blast, or Icicle Spear for the Technician Skill Link damage. Really good. It does get Swords Dance, but I think Dragon Dance is better to set up the speed. Pin Missile you get level 35, so you get it relatively early. The moveset I would run is First Impression, Rock Blast, Pin Missile, and Dragon Dance. I think you need to keep Rock Blast to help with your fire weakness. Icicle Spear does help with your flying weakness. Actually, never mind. I think Icicle Spear is better because that can hit Ray and Eternatus for super. So let's actually do First Impression, Icicle Spear, Pin Missile, and Dragon Dance is the moveset I would run. Has some pretty good potential. Has some obvious weaknesses, but I think it's at least worthy of low S tier. Just because of how hard it can hit. It's Desolate Land. So you set up Permanent Sun and also nullify water type moves completely. This is the Primal Groudon signature ability. Weak Armor as your hidden ability, so you can increase speed, but at the cost of speed of defense when you get hit by contact moves. 120 defense, really low speed. I don't think it's worth taking Weak Armor, to be honest. Like, I feel like that speed is just not worth saving, to be honest. I'd rather just use this thing as a slow, tanky mon. So what do you get on this guy? You get Solar Beam, which is good for your water weakness, and it's also a one-turn move in Sun, and you get Desolate Land. So that's good. Magma Storm is a trap move. The only issue with this thing is the accuracy. Burning Bulwark is going to be a protect burn move for stall. I mean, it gets like all these Spatak moves, but its Spatak is like only 90, not that great. Does it have anything to increase its Spatak? Does it get Combined? No. Does it get Nasty Plot? Probably not. So you're just using these moves with 90 Spatak, which is kind of You get the best thing, really what this thing does is it just sets up Sun, burns enemies with Burning Bulwark. That's the extent of Macargo's utility. I think it's at least more useful than Furret. I think Furret, yeah, we'll put it above Sunflora. I think that's fair. Actually, below Sunflora. Yeah, I think that's good. Corsola. This is probably going to be an easy D tier. Corsola gets Storm Drain, so you're immune to water type moves, and you also increase in attack when you get hit by water. Regenerator is probably what you're going to run. Stat spread is very bad, to be honest. Scald for burn chance is decent. Soul Cure is a good chip move. Shrink Sap for stall. Freeze Dry to hit other water types and also hit grass types. I mean, I guess it could stall decently, but its stats really aren't that good. Only 65 HP. 95 in both defenses is not bad, I guess. And it does get chip. Okay, it gets chip and strength sap. I guess that's okay. We'll put it in middle of E tier. I don't think it goes above that. Let's put it below below Victory Bell. Yeah. Auxiliary. It gets Simple as a passive, okay. It gets Simple Moody. Okay, so this is a very chaotic Pokemon. If you don't know, Moody will raise one stat sharply and lower one stat randomly. You have no control over what stat is changed, so it's pretty much just very random. Simple will essentially just amplify further what Moody's doing to you. So which is why I said it's a very chaotic Pokemon. Attack are neutral or even. It gets Bouncy Bubble, Water Shuriken, Take Heart. Okay, so it's very Spatak oriented. It has all special type moves. Take Heart is going to cure your own status condition and boost your Spatak and Spadef, so like Calm Mind. It's so hard to rank a Pokemon that has simple Moody. Like, what am I supposed to do here? It's just a gambling Pokemon. Like, what if all of your increases go into attack? Like, what move are you going to use? I guess you get like Gunk Shot. Sure, that's like your best physical attack move. I think the best way to rank this thing is just put it in the middle, because there's really just no telling what's going to happen when you use this thing. We'll put it towards the top. I guess below Quillfish is fair. B tier Corsola. I think it has some utility that makes it not terrible. I think Strength Sap and Soul Cure is enough to at least put it in B tier. Is what I think. I think Corsola and Galarian Corsola is definitely going to be way higher than regular Corsola, but we'll get to that later. Delibird gets huge power. Okay. You're probably going to run Hustle. I don't like Hustle, but we'll see. You got huge power. So your attack stat's going to be at 110. Okay. You have 75 speed, so not amazing. And every other stat is also not very amazing. Glacial Lance. Okay. So you have your 110 base attack with Glacial Lance, Floaty Fall, Victory Dance for further setup, and Bone Meringue for electric coverage. Also rock coverage. You're too frail though. Like, at least with Azumarill, you're pretty bulky in HP. You're 100 and pretty good defenses at 80. Delibird is... and speed isn't even that good. It's at 75. The only way to increase its speed is Victory Dance. So you'd have to bring Victory Dance for speed and attack increases. Yeah. I guess it deserves to at least be at the bottom of A tier. It's usable, I guess. Is it C tier? It might actually be C tier. Is that harsh? That might be a bit harsh. What else does it get in its regular moves? Metronome, if you want to truly be chaotic. Tailwind is a good setup move, I guess. Present is also just another chaotic move. Well, I think we'll leave it in C tier, unfortunately, chat. I don't think it's worth using at all. Mantike or Mantine? Unaware, Swift Swim, Water Veil. Probably Unaware Swift Swim is going to be the combo, because you get 140 speed and rain. Really high speed F of 140. You get Oblivion Wing, which is stab because you are a flying type. So that's going to be for damage and for sustain. You are 80 Spatak. Not a really good Spatak stat, but you get Nasty Plot to increase it, so that's pretty good. Freezy Frost to hit other water types and also hit ground types, grass types. Pretty good. And Splishy Splash is the water move that paralyzes. I believe it's a 30% chance to para. It's a 90 base power water move, so it's pretty strong. Yeah, it's not bad. It's relatively bulky. 85 HP, 70 defense, 140 Spadef is a decent bulk stat spread. You have a good speed stat and rain, and you get Nasty Plot to increase just attack. This thing has some potential, but I don't think it goes above B tier, to be honest, chat. Skarmory. I was actually looking into Skarmory because I got the rare shiny recently, which I think looks so sick, by the way. Top 10 shinies. Also the epic shiny. Oh, those are some good shinies. So I really wanted to use this thing just because of the shiny I got, right? So I looked at it. You guys, Lightning Rod. So that gives sort of your flying, your electric weakness, which is pretty good. It'll give you a Spatak increase. Unfortunately, that Spatak increase does not really matter because your Spatak is 40. So you're really just getting this more for the electric immunity than the Spatak increase, which is fine. Sturdy, weak armor. You don't really want to run weak armor. I'll get into why in a second. So you'd rather just run sturdy, which is good because it saves you from getting one shot. Your stat spread is 80 attack, 140 defense. That's your highest stat. You get body press. So you can deal some decent damage with it because you have 140 defense. That's why I don't think you should run weak armor, because you would get rid of some damage for your body press. Spiky Shield is a protect move that'll deal some damage if your enemy makes contact. So it's a pretty decent stall move. Beak Blast is the Toucanon move that makes you move last. But if someone's hitting you while you're charging up this move, then they'll get burned, and you also deal 100 damage in return. So I think it's a pretty fitting move for Skarmory because it can tank hits pretty well physically. So you would put it in against a physical mon, you would use Beak Blast to get the burn off, and then you would deal 100 damage. And it's also stag because you're a flying type. It has a set that makes sense. It has burn with Beak Blast, it has stall with Spiky Shield, good damage with body press, roost for more sustain. It's decent, it's a good physical wall, but beyond that, it's kind of whatever. So I can't put it like any higher than like high B tier.
What's up, guys? Future Josh here. So this is one of the Pokemon I was talking about that got a pretty significant change in the recent update. Mega Houndoom used to be very good because it had solar power and drought, so it could essentially set up its own solar power just by swapping in. But now it gets Lightning Rod, which will be giving it electric immunity and also potential attack increase. I really don't like this change. This thing also used to have Hydra's Theme, which would be good because you could set up Sun for yourself to get the boosted damage. But now that you don't have Drought anymore, I guess it's fine that it lost Hydra's Theme. Overall, Houndoom Mega was going to be like at a solid high S, maybe even low double S tier. But now it's more of like a, I would say at most high A tier if you can get Mega. Without Mega would be an easy B tier. This Pokemon feels very lackluster now without Drought.
Gets Dragon's Maw, pretty good because it's a dragon type. Sniper for increased crit damage. You're probably going to run Swift Swim because you get some insane speed in Rain with your 85 speed plus Swift Swim. The stat spread is very balanced, but generally you run it as a special attacker. You'll see why in a second. Hurricane. You're generally going to run Kingdra and Rain since you're using Swift Swim. So your Hurricane is going to be guaranteed in Rain. Frost Breath is going to be your way of hitting grass types. Since you're, I guess you're neutral against grass. I guess it's your way to hit really anything that's weak to ice, right? But mainly grass types. Frost Breath is going to be for grass types. Snipe Shot is a special attack water move that I believe, let's see, let me read this. The user ignores the effects of opposing Pokemon's moves and abilities that draw on moves. So it's just, so it's Mold Breaker as a move. Okay, so if something is water absorbed, for example, it looks like Snipe Shot is going to be bypassing that. So it's pretty good. That's a pretty good move to spam. And then Spatial Rend is Palkia's signature move. Critical hits land more easily with this move, so that comes back to Sniper. If you want to run Swift Swim, and if you want to run Sniper instead of Swift Swim, you get boosted crit damage on your Spatial Rend, which is kind of appealing. But I think for the most part, you run Swift Swim for the more comfortable speed tier. Dragon's Maw is going to be help boosting your Spatial Rend. That's probably the only dragon move you'll run. Yeah, so it's mainly just sort of Spatial Rend. Does this thing get Nasty Plot? Or Calm Mind? Or any attack increasing? No. So you're locked at 95. Or yeah, 95 attack. You don't really have a way to increase it. Okay, it's kind of low. Let's put it behind Victory Bell, I think. Yeah, it has like the right setup. Dragon's Maw, Sniper is really good for its Spatial Rend. It has good moves for Rain, but it's just its base attack is just not high enough. It's only at 95. It doesn't get anything to increase it. So that's a bit unfortunate for Kingdra. Donphan gets Speed Boost. It's pretty fitting since it's like a sentient tire. Sturdy as well. So you get a guaranteed speed boost because you have Sturdy. You can also run Protect. So you can do Protect, Speed Boost, Sturdy, pick up another Speed Boost. That's 2 guaranteed Speed Boosts. That's pretty good. You're 50 base speed, so you actually do need those Speed Boosts. You're pretty slow without them. Swords Dance, good to increase your attack. You're at 120 base attack. So you can further increase it with Swords Dance, really good. Icicle Crash has a flinch chance, which is going to be nice because you're going to be picking up Speed Boost to outspeed your opponent. So it can actually make use of the flinch chance. Icicle Crash is going to help hit flying types since ground can't really hit flying. So Icicle Crash is going to be your way of hitting them. Shore Up is good. It heals for 75% in sand. And Donphan has a ground type, so it does not take ship damage from Sandstorm. And Collision Course is going to be a way of hitting ice types. Yeah, mainly ice types because you have an ice type weakness. Because you're a ground type. And it does super effective damage to them, so it's nice. And if you want to hit... Because ground can already hit rock and steel for super effective, so it doesn't really matter that much for that. We probably want Earthquake on this guy. What level do you get Earthquake on Donphan? At 43, so you get it pretty early. You would run Swords Dance, Icicle Crash, Shore Up, Earthquake. I don't really think you need Collision Course, to be honest. I think you would either take out Icicle Crash or Collision Course for Earthquake with this moveset, and then you're pretty much set. I think it's not bad. The base attack is good, and speed boost can be triggered a minimum twice because of Sturdy and Protect. So let's put it low A tier. I'm thinking of like between like these guys. I think it's good. Smeargle. A lot of people pitch a Smeargle Shedinja fusion idea to me. Normal Ghost, and you can also change your typing. You get Prankster as well. But for classic mode, let's see. Prankster, really bad stat spread. You get Moody if you want to be a little chaotic. Dark Void Prankster is disgusting. You get Prankster Conversion. Generally, it's more important for Endless mode if you're doing a Shedinja fusion. But yeah, I mean, it's situational in classic mode. Soul Cure for Chip is good. Burning Bulwark, the fire protect move is good. Mainly the interesting thing is Prankster Dark Void. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not as good as Prankster Spore because Spore is guaranteed. Dark Void is 80 accuracy. But Dark Void can hit 2 Pokemon at once. It's a double hitting move. So it has the edge in double battles. But there aren't that many double battles in classic mode, so it's not really that much of a problem. It's alright. I think Prankster Dark Void is enough to at least put it in bottom of A tier. You get Stamina, which is pretty good because it's tanky. 95 HP, 105 defense, 70 SPDF. Thick Fat is probably where you're going to go because it's just half damage from fire and ice moves. It's like, why not? You could take the Grass immunity instead. That might be better, actually. Both are good. Scrappy is not bad either, but you're probably going to use this thing more as a tanky utility mod, so Scrappy is not really too important. Actually, if you're going to run Body Press, then it's different, because you want Body Press to hit Ghost types. Do you get Iron Defense? No, we get Bulk Up. So you could do Bulk Up, Iron Defense. Oh, no, sorry. Bulk Up, Body Press, and you can hit Ghost types with Scrappy. Oh, so you can actually use this thing offensively because you have stamina, right? So you could do stamina for defense increases, bulk up for defense increases, and you can spam body press. And ghost types can't wall you because you have Scrappy. So that's one set you can run. That's one set you can run on Miltank. It gets Sizzly Slide for burn. Pretty good since it's a tankier mon. You want to kill mons through statuses, not really through like attacking moves. Yeah, I see the potential with this thing. But I feel like its base defense isn't high enough for me to want to put it like anywhere above A tier. Let's put it like at the bottom of A tier. I think next to Galarian, next to Fortress, above Fortress. Yeah, I think that's fair for Miltank. Blissey has no defense, but really high SPDF, 135, and obviously has one of the highest HPs in the game at 255. Fur Coat has the damage from physical moves, which is nice since your defense is so abysmal. So it does help you deal with physical attackers a bit. Heal is a good ability. Serene Grace is also a very good ability. Seismic Toss for guaranteed damage is good based on your level. Your level, the highest you can get is like around a little above 200. But generally you don't go above 200 because you don't want to take double damage from Dynamax Cannon. So yeah, your Seismic Toss will do like a base 200 HP damage once you get to like end game. Looks like that's not bad. Revel Blessing is one of the best moves in the game, so that's good. Sizzly Slide, a burn move is good. Cotton Guard to increase your defense, very good because, like I said earlier, you have a very big defense problem. So Cotton Guard and Fur Coat might actually be enough to help Blissey out in the physical category with just those two things alone. Yeah, that sounds good. You can also, you don't really need Searing Grace since Sizzly Slide is a guaranteed burn. So you can just run Healer for the status condition healing. Yeah, seems good. It seems good. Another extra bonus is if you're playing Inverse mode, which is the mode where all the type matchups are flipped, Copycat is really broken because it copies the last used move, and generally enemy Pokemon, when they use stab moves, those stabs are generally super effective against them because there's a lot of types that resist itself, like fire, water, grass, electric, etc. So Copycat is really good in Inverse mode, and I actually used Blissey for a bit during that challenge. So yeah, let's put Blissey. It's a really good Stallmon with what it gets. Let's put it in high A tier. I want to say behind Shuckle. It's Transistor, and if I recall, it gets Thunderclap, right? No, it does not. It gets Electro Drift now instead of Thunderclap. It still has Nasty Plot. So it has Nasty Plot, Frost Breath to deal with ground types, Parabolic Charge for Sustain, and Electro Drift. Yeah, I think the Electro Drift is actually an upgrade. T-Clap was mainly just so you can outspeed anyone and deal damage, but Raikou is 115 base speed, so it already has a very comfortable speed tier. So I think it was way better to move it over to a stronger move like Electro Drift, which deals 100 base damage and more damage if it's a super effective hit. And yeah, it kept Nasty Plot, which is the most important part. Okay. It's strong. It has Nasty Plot, Transistor, Electro Drift, which is strong enough to put it in the top of A tier, I'd say. Let's put it Entei. If I recall, this thing gets Moxie. Yes, so anytime you kill something, you're going to get an attack increase. Pressure, Inner Focus, generally pressure is better. 115 HP, 115 attack, 100 speed. So good bulk, good, relatively okay offensive stat spread. EQ to deal with rock types is good. Dragon Dance to further increase your attack and speed is nice since you're pretty bulky, so you're able to get it off relatively safe. No, I think it's fitting. Let's put it bottom of S tier. Suicune is like the most common legendary you find in this game. It's unaware as its hit passive ability. Really good bulk, 100 HP, 115 defense, 115 speed def. You get Steam Eruption, which is the water move that can burn. Burn fits nicely because it's a tankier mon, so you want to attack mons with more like status moves and like chip moves. Freeze Dry to hit other water types and also hit grass types for super effective damage. Pretty good. Recover is great since you're a pretty tanky mon. Nasty Plot is good because you're pretty tanky, so you can get it off pretty easily. So it's a +2 speed attack increase for your Steam Eruption, your Freeze Dry. Yeah, pretty solid, pretty solid. It's a good Stallmon. It's very tanky, gets Recover. So I want to at least put it in low S tier as well. Mega Tyranitar gets Sand Rush, so it's going to be Sand Rush Sandstream combo. Really nice. So that's going to be giving you 140 speed. 140 speed because of Sand Rush. 164 attack as well. So you have 140 speed, 160 attack. So that's a very dangerous stat spread. Mountain Gale to deal with ground types and can also flinch. Pretty good. Shore Up is going to be healing 75% HP because you are a Sand Setter with Sandstream. Dragon Dance, you can get that off pretty safely since you're so bulky. You low-key don't even need it since you're already 160 attack and 140 speed. But if you really feel like becoming more of a monster, then sure, you can do that. Set up Dragon Dance. Diamond Storm can increase your defense by 2 stages. It's also just a stab move that deals 100 damage, so it's pretty strong. Do you get Body Press on Tyranitar? I don't think so. Oh, you do. Okay, so Body Press is accessible. So if you get enough defense increases off, you can deal some pretty dangerous damage with Body Press as well because you have 150 base defense and you can get a sharp defense increase from Diamond Storm. So they brought so the moveset on run is Diamond Storm, Body Press, Shore Up, and probably a Dark move, maybe? Actually, it doesn't really get a good Dark physical move, so let's just go Mountain Gale again. Those would be the 4 moves you'd run. Low-key, this thing kind of needs a better physical Dark-type move. The best thing it gets is Crunch, which is okay, I guess. Yeah, T-Tar looks disgusting. I think this thing is at least... Is it double S tier? I think it is double S tier. 160 attack, 140 speed with these stats on top of it. It's so bulky, and it's so fast. I think this thing has to be double S tier. I don't really see a weakness with this thing, and it can also hit ground types with Mountain Gale. I guess it doesn't have fairy coverage. It doesn't really have fairy coverage. It doesn't have a steel or a poison move. I guess that's like its one weakness, but that's it, really. Outside of that, this guy is just golden. We'll put it at the bottom of double S, I think. I think that makes sense for T-Tar. Lugia. Lugia is about to be triple S tier. Spoiler warning. It gets Delta Stream, so you're eliminating your flying weaknesses. So that includes rock, ice, and electric, but you still retain the resistances. So you still resist bug, you still resist grass, and you immune ground. So it's a really broken ability. Really good, especially because Lugia is a pretty tanky mon, so to eliminate some of its weaknesses just makes it even more good as a tank. You get Multi-Scale, which will reduce the amount of damage that it takes when it's full HP. We'll get into why that's broken in a second. You have Insane Bulk, like really insane bulk, 106 HP, 130 defense, 154 SPDF. You could not ask for better bulk outside of like maybe Eternatus Emax. And on top of that, you have 110 speed, so you're a very fast and bulky mon. The only downside to its stat spread really is that its offensive stats are 90, which is still pretty good, to be honest. So you get Oblivion Wing, which when you heal, when you attack and hit something, you can heal the half of the damage you deal. So remember, you have multi-scale, so you can actually replenish your multi-scale with Oblivion Wing if you heal back to full HP. So Oblivion Wing is a very important move to have on Lugia. It's also stab. Lumina Crash is stab as well, and also lowers the target's SPDF by 2 stages. So this makes it really good against Eternatus, especially because Eternatus is weak to Psychic, and it lowers the SPDF by 2 stages, right? So it's a really broken move. Aura Sphere is mainly just for your dark weakness because you're a Psychic type. And then Nasty Plot is the big one. You get 2 SPDF increases, really good. Because as I mentioned, the only problem with Lugia really is its offenses. Everything else is pretty amazing. So once you just use Nasty Plot, you're going to get your SPDF up. And now you're just a really bulky and also really one-shotty Pokemon. So the moveset Outrun is honestly just the moves you get here. Nasty Plot for SPDF increase, Lumina Crash for SPDF drops, Oblivion Wing for sustain for multi-scale, and Aura Sphere for hitting your dark types. So yeah, Lugia is, dare I say, triple S tier, to be honest, chat. Mainly because it's a Psychic type, and Psychic is good against Eternatus. I think that really pushes it into the triple S tier. It's an amazing shiny, by the way. Look at that. But it gets Magic Guard. So you're no longer weak to Stealth Rocks, which is very nice, and you can only take damage from just like pure attacks, so no damage from statuses, no damage from hazards, no damage from weather. So it's a really good ability. It used to have Drought, I think, which I feel like is more overpowered because it boosts your Sacred Fire damage, but I guess this is still fine. Magic Guard just makes you immune to a lot of things in the game. Regenerator will restore your HP when you withdraw from battle, really good. Similar to Lugia, it's very bulky, 106 HP, 154 SPDF. It's a little not as tanky in the physical defense department, but to make up for that, you have 130 base attack, so it's really nice. You get Sacred Fire as your regular move on level 54. We know this. It has a good chance to burn and deals 100 base power. You're probably going to use that. Revival Blessing, because it's a Phoenix, it makes sense. Really good move, obviously, because you can revive one of your Pokemon. Bolt Beak is a move that will deal double damage when you're outspeeding your opponents. This one's a bit odd. It's a good move for your water weakness since you are a fire type. However, the double damage is a bit tricky to get because you're only 90 speed. If this mon was a bit faster, it would be easier to use. And thankfully, it gets Dragon Dance, which will actually be increasing your attack and speed. So D-Dance will hopefully make it easier for your Bolt Beak to get that double damage. And once you do, that's going to be hella broken because Bolt Beak is 170 base power when the user attacks first. So it's a really good move on top of being coverage for your water weakness. Yeah, so I think Ho-Oh is at the very least S tier or even double S tier because it gets Revival Blessing and it's pretty nasty offensively. So it has good utility and good offenses. I think it's at least above. Yeah, I like it here. Above Ditto. Get Psychic Surge. I remember it used to be Grass Surge. They swapped it over to Psychic Surge, which I think I like more because I think Psychic attacking moves are generally better than Grass attacking moves, especially if you're a Spitacker. And Celebi's a Spitacker. You get Photon Gazer, which is 100 base power Psychic move, so yeah, it's incredibly strong. Gotcha, 80 base power, which is weaker, but you do get the utility with healing and also burn chance. So it's a very good spam move. Revival Blessing gives you the ability to revive one of your dead Pokemon. Really nice. And then QD to set up your Spatak and Speed and Spadef. Really good move. You could take out one of these moves for Leech Seed, since Leech Seed is like universally good. It's Chip for Ray, Chip for Eternatus. So it's generally just really good. Heal Block is nasty as well if you want to prevent Eternatus's recover. So those are two possible moves you can substitute for any of these moves. But the egg moveset is good by itself if you don't want to swap anything out. I think these are really good moves. Jack of all trades stat spread, 100 and everything. QD to set up is nice. Really good stab moves. Revel Blessing is also really good utility. I think Celebi just has to be top of S tier. I don't think it's double S. But I think at the very least it's I would say below the, I'd say above Pidgeot is fair, like right up there. Mega Sceptile specifically gets Tinted Lens, which is good because it's Grass type. Grass type gets resisted by a lot of things. Lightning Rod is the regular ability, so you have to use it. You're gonna be immune to electric types, and you get a Spatak increase. Spatak increase is good since you're mainly a Spitacker with 145 Spatak and 145 speed. So really good offensive stat spread. You're a little frail to make up for that, but let's take a look at its egg moves. Dragon Energy, one of the best dragon type special attack moves in the game. The only downside to it is that you need to be full HP in order to get the maximum value. You get Giga Drain naturally, so you can sustain yourself with Giga Drain. So once you're full HP again, you can use Dragon Energy. That's a combo right there. Apple Acid will be dropping the target's Spadef. Very nice because you're a Spitacker. Secret Sword, if you want to hit your opponents for physical damage instead, is good. And then Nasty Plot to further increase your special attack is great. So it has really good egg moves. Tinted Lens will allow it to hit everything for neutral damage, unless if it's immune. The moveset I would run is Dragon Energy, Apple Acid, and then probably take out Secret Sword for Giga Drain. And then Nasty Plot, because I think you should keep Apple Acid for the Spadef drops. Or you could take out Apple Acid for Secret Sword. You could do Dragon Energy, Giga Drain, Secret Sword, and Nasty Plot. That way you have more coverage. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So you'd swap out Apple Acid for Giga Drain, and that would be your full moveset for Mega Sceptile. I like it. Really broken offensive stat spread. Really good egg moves. And Tinted Lens allows it to hit anything for neutral. It's it has to be S tier. I'm just thinking where. I think above Galarian Zapdos. It gets Reckless, probably because it gets Flare Blitz, and yeah, it also gets Super Cell Slam and High Jump Kick. Yes, it gets High Jump Kick, which is Stab, because it's a fighting type, and it gets boosted by Reckless. Its stat spread is amazing. It gets 160 attack to do Protect Speed Boost to get your speed up. So that would be 150 speed after 1 speed boost. So it'd be 150 and 160 attack. So that's really good. High Jump Kick, Reckless boosted, and Stab. Super Cell Slam, Reckless boosted. Also water coverage. Burning Bulwark is... Oh yeah, so instead of using Protect, you can use Burning Bulwark to get your guaranteed speed boost. And then V-Create... V-Create is very nice because it's a 180 base power move, but Flare Blitz is Reckless boosted, and Reckless boosts by, I believe, 1.2. Yeah, by 20%. So that would be a... let me do some quick maths here. Oh yeah, I'm bad at math. But that would be 145? Okay, so I thought it deserves to be higher. Let's do that. And Pidgeot shouldn't be this high. Mega Swampert still has the Drizzle Swift Swim combo, so it'll set up its own rain and set up its own Swift Swim. So it's 140 speed effectively. So that's 150 base attack and 140 speed. Pretty nasty, and it's bulky on top of that. Mountain Gale to deal with flying types, because you can't really hit flying types. And I guess to deal with other ground types, right? Actually, no. You can already deal with other ground types, or water type. So yeah, it's mainly just to hit flying types. And also grass types, right? Grass types, because you're a water ground type. Your only weakness is really grass. So Mountain Gale is good. Shore Up is odd because you're using this thing with rain, since it's a Drizzlemon. So it might as well should have just gotten Recover, since it will pretty much never use Sandstorm. But okay, I guess that's fine. It gets a healing move. Bulk Up for attack and defense boost is good. It doesn't really need speed increases since it's 140 speed with Swift Swim. So I think getting Bulk Up is better. Surging Strike's one of the best physical water moves in the game. So yeah, Mega Swampert is kind of disgusting. Is it better than the other starters? Let me think. Its attack stat is a little smaller than Blaziken, and Blaziken does get Reckless to additionally boost its damage. Nah, I don't think it's as good as Blaziken. I don't even think it's as good as Sceptile. Let's put it like here. Let's move on to Mighty Yena. Should be pretty bad. Gets Tough Claws, Intimidate, gets Moxie as well. You'll probably run Moxie, so use it as a Tough Claws Moxie Sweeper. Speed is ass. Attack is pretty bad. Rest of its stats are bad. Close Combat is not stab, but helps if you're helps hit Steel types and Rock types and yeah, other Dark types, I guess, so it's not bad. Dire Claw is a coverage move for Fairy, which is good. Jaw Lock is stab and it acts like Arena Trap. And No Retreat is going to be an Omni boost, so it'll increase your defenses, your attack, your speed. Those are the most important stats. It would be good if it wasn't so bad. You know what I mean, chat? Like, it has good passive, good ability, good egg moves, but its base stats are just so abysmal. So it can't really go anywhere above B tier. I'll put it like at least above Kingdra, I guess, but it just cannot be higher than that. It's a TM, but Swampert gets Liquidation. That's not bad too. I think Swampert deserves to be up here since it gets Earthquake for Eternatus. I think that's something at least. Yeah, okay. Linoon is very good for Endless mode because it gets Runaway and Pickup. But in Classic mode, let's see. Nuzzle, Extreme Speed, Tidy Up, High Horsepower. You know what, honestly, chat, I'm going to put this just right next to Furret. They function very similarly. They have the exact same passive and ability lineup with Pickup, Runaway, Pickup, Runaway. Very similar egg moves also, it seems. Nuzzle, Extreme Speed, Tidy Up. Nuzzle, Extreme Speed, Tidy Up. The only difference is Furret gets Fake Out and Linoon gets High Horsepower. I think Fake Out is more valuable because it's better in double battle, so we'll keep Furret on top. But other than that, they're very similar. So we'll just keep them right next to each other. Get Simple, so you have Simple QD. Your base stats are terrible, although your attack is okay, I guess. It just wants to be Venomoth, but unfortunately, it's just not Venomoth. I'd much rather use... Hold on, does this thing even get QD? Okay, it does, yeah. Venomoth is much better because at least its stat spread is like not the worst in the world. Like it gets 90 attack, 90 speed compared to your 65 speed and really bad defensive stats. QD, Simple, either pass it to your ally or stored power. Okay. Bleak Windstorm is a decent stab move as well. Okay, so it's a bit different from Venomoth, but I'd still much rather use Venomoth, to be honest. Because it also gets stored power. It doesn't get Baton Pass, I guess. So I guess Beautifly is just the more supportive option. But I don't really care. It's, I guess, low B tier. At least it's more valuable than, like... Low-key, let's move some Pokemon down. Sea King is not B tier. You are not B tier either. C tier, C tier, C tier, C tier. The only Pokemon at D tier right now is Alolan Raticate, which is kind of funny. I think we'll low-key keep it that way. Just emphasize how terrible it is. Beautyfly will put like behind Corsola. I think that's fair. Yeah. Dustox should be the same passive and same egg moves because they're from the because they're both from Wurmple. Yeah, so it has a similar philosophy because it has the same egg moves and same passive. So it really just comes down to comparing the stat spread. It has less attack. It has way less attack. It has 50 attack, 90 Spadef. Okay, so you're worse. You're just worse then. Because you can't even really be used as a sweeper since your Spatak is so low. Yeah, that's... Wow. That might be D tier. Okay, I don't know if it's actually D tier, but like... It's significantly worse than Beautyfly. Like, way worse. You do get Shield Dust, I guess. That's something. I guess it's a tankier version. So, I guess if you're trying to like just use it as a baton passer, it's better. Since you can live hits better with the 90 Spadef. So it's better for the supporting, but Beautyfly is just going to be better for the sweeping aspects. I don't know. I guess we can put them right next to each other, but I think as a baton passer, Venomoth is better, and then as a sweeper, Beautyfly is better, but they're both pretty ass. Ludicolo, Drizzle, range setter with Swift Swim. Okay, so you can set up your own Swift Swim. You get Ice Beam to hit flying types, pretty good. Revelation Dance is the move that will deal more damage depending on your initial typing. So you're a water type, so you're going to be dealing water Revelation Dance damage. Pretty good. Apple Acid is stab and also decreases Spadef, pretty good. And QD is a Spatak speed increasing move, pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. Its Spatak is kind of low at 90. You do have QD to help increase it, and you have Swift Swim to increase your speed. So your speed isn't really a problem. If its base Spatak was higher, I'd be more interested. If it got Nasty Plot, I'd be more interested, but it does not. So it can only really play with QD, which is a single Spatak increase. And I feel like that's not really enough when it's only 90 base Spatak. Its egg moves are okay. It's decent. Apple Acid is a good move. But can't be higher than B tier really. Let's put it above Victory Bell. It's Aerialate, Guts, okay. You're probably going to be running Guts over Scrappy since Guts is so much more damage. And you don't need Scrappy since you have Aerialate. So you're going to be changing your normal type moves into flying type moves. So that's completely fine. You don't need Scrappy at all. You just take Guts. 85 base attack, 125 speed. So the speed is good. The attack, not so much. Do you get Swords Dance on this thing? No. But you do get no retreat. So I guess you can just take a single attack boost instead. It's not too bad. Boom Burst. Oh, so as a special attacker, huh? So you would run Aerialate, Boom Burst, and I guess you'll have but Guts increases attack though, not Spatak. So I don't know. I feel like you don't want to use this thing with Boom Burst because you're using it more for physical attack than special attack. So you'd run Facade. Facade is Aerialate boosted, so it's a flying type move. And because you have Guts, it's 140 base power on top of the additional Guts damage boost. No retreat for the attack increase. If this thing got Swords Dance, I would high-key put it like in high A tier, but because it does not, well, we'll leave it in B tier for now. I think it has some potential. Pelipper gets Swift Swim, which is good because it has Drizzle, so it can set up its own Swift Swim. So you're effectively a 130 speed Pokemon with a 100 defense, 95 attack, pretty good. Thunder is guaranteed in rain, so that's good. Steam Eruption is a burn chance move, so it's good for stalling. Calm Mind To set up your Spadef is also good for stalling. It needs some defense increasing though. I don't think this thing has iron defense, so I guess that's just a weakness. Flip turn is good. To set up rain and then just swap out is not bad. It won't deal too much damage though since it's physical. Your physical attack stat is abysmal, unfortunately. So yeah, you're just gonna use this thing as a drizzle, swift swim, plus thunder, hurricane, steam eruption, calm mind user. It's kind of like a pseudo. I guess you're really using it as a sweeper, huh? With the moves it gets. Its attack is not bad. You can increase it decently a calm mind as well. But I just cannot put this thing above B tier. Mega Gardevoir gets Psychic Surge, so it sets a Psychic Terrain, and it gets Pixelate, so all normal type moves will become Fairy type moves. I'm gonna guess based off that this thing is gonna have Boom Burst because it has 165 Spatak, so it's a very good Spatacker. 100 speed is not bad. It's pretty bulky if it's 135 Spadef. It's only just weak on the physical department. So yeah, it gets Boom Burst. I thought as much. So you have Pixelate, Boom Burst, really good. You have 165 Spatak, so that's gonna hit really hard. You have Bitter Blade. That's probably just for Gallade, so ignore that. Same with Psyblade. And then No Retreat is gonna be an Omni boost. So that's gonna be good for both Gardevoir and Gallade, whichever one you're using. It's a +1 speed increase, +1 attack increase, and +1 defense Spadef increase for Gardevoir. So that's good. Helps just speed a bit since it's locked at 100. You get Moonblast, or actually no, you wouldn't use Moonblast since you have Boom Burst Pixelate. So instead of that, you would just run Psychic and probably Psystrike. I believe you get Psystrike. Or sorry, Psyshock, that's what I meant. Yeah. You'd run Psychic for stab, Psystrike to hit for physical damage, Boom Burst Pixelate for fairy damage, and then No Retreat for setup is what I would do. Good typing. Psychic is good for a turn at this, although it is weak to poison. Fairy, immune to Raise Outrage and other dragon type moves, so pretty good. I would like to put this thing in the bottom of S tier, like the way bottom of S tier. I think it deserves to be S tier just because of its typing and its power, but it has some weaknesses, so we'll leave it at the bottom. It gets Expanding Force as well, that's true, so if you want to run Expanding Force instead of Psychic, that works. Masquerain gets Water Bubble, lowers the power of fire type moves, so that's good because it has a fire weakness. It's a bug type. Intimidate is probably what you would run. Unnerve is good as well because berries are pretty OP in a PokéRogue, but Intimidate is more what's the word? Consistent. So I like Intimidate more. 100 attack, 80 speed. Okay, so stat spread is kind of but Aeroblast is a good flying type move. Fiery Dance to increase attack, Bouncy Bubble for some healing, and Pollen Puff is stab and can either deal damage or heal your allies. So it's a good move, but it doesn't really matter how good of its moves are if its stat spread is just this. Unfortunately, not fast enough, not strong enough, too frail. Does get Water Bubble to reduce its fire weakness a bit, but that's about it. I don't feel very strongly about this thing. In fact, I feel very C tier about this thing. Let's put it below Linoon. Yeah. Gallade, Mega, Psychic Surge, same passive because it's from the same evolution line. The ability is Sharpness now instead of what is it, Trace? Or Pixelate, yeah, right. Okay. 165 attack instead of Spatak because it's a physical attacker. You have a bit more speed than Mega Gardevoir. You have 110 speed. So that's going to be pretty nice because plus the No Retreat, you're going to be pretty fast. You're not going to be outsped generally. So it's good to have the additional 10 speed on Mega Gallade. You're weak in the... Not that weak, but kind of weak in the physical defense department. Spadef, you're a bit tankier with 115. You're not going to be running Boom Burst since you don't have Pixelate and you're not really a special attacker. Bitter Blade for sustain is good. Psyblade is stab, so that's good. No Retreat for the attack and speed increase, very good. So you'd run these three moves and probably it gets close combat, right? Yeah, so you'd run close combat as well for stab is what I would do. Is it better than not Turnip? Is it better than Gardevoir? I would say it has some things above Gardevoir, like the higher speed tier. And also has, in my opinion, a better ability. Because Sharpness is boosting a lot more of its moves than Pixelate is affecting. Because Pixelate only helps out Boom Burst, right? Versus Gallade, Sharpness boosting Bitter Blade, Psyblade, and oh yeah, those two moves mainly. But it is not a fairy type, so it cannot immune Rayquaza's Outrage or other Dragon type moves. It is in fact weak to Rayquaza because it's a fighting type, so it is weak to Hurricane, weak to Fly. It is a Psychic type for Eternatus, which is good. So it can deal some good damage against Eternatus. I want to say it's better than Gardevoir, not by much, so I'll put them like right next to each other. Since they're pretty similar. They're pretty similar, guys. Yeah, we'll put Gallade slightly above Gardevoir. I think that's fair. Gets Guts as a passive. Poison Heal is regular ability. That's really good in Endless mode. But this is a classic tier list, so let's ignore that. Technician is going to be what you're going to be taking, since it boosts all of your sub 60 base power moves. Alright, so what do you get? You get Trailblaze, which is boosted by Technician and increases your speed, which is pretty good since you have a not the best speed tier. Sappy Seed is very good to set up Leech Seed and is a 100 base power move. Accelerock, good for your Ice weakness, also good for your Flying weakness and its priority. Storm Throw is tech boosted and Stab, and also always results in a crit, so it's a very good move. Yeah, it gets good moves to complement Trailblaze, to complement Technician, I mean, with Trailblaze and Storm Throw and Accelerock. These are all great moves for Breloom. And Sappy Seed allows it to set up Leech Seed as well. And then Guts will be increasing your attack. And also, since you're receiving a status from your Flame Orb or your Toxic Orb, you're pretty much immune to Para, you're immune to Sleep. So that's good. So that's very good. We'll rank him decently high. I want to put him like around mid A tier. Slacking gets Guts as well. Makes sense. Since it gets Facade. Yeah, it's rare egg move. Instead of Truant, you get Stall as a hidden ability. The Pokemon moves after all other Pokemon do, so it'll always guaranteed move last. Now that doesn't sound that great, but I would 100% take that over Truant, since Truant literally just denies you a turn, right? So that's good. You get Guts and 160 base attack, really good Pokemon. Both bulky and offensive, right? Because it's decently fast. For some reason, this lazy gorilla has 100 base speed, 150 base HP, 160 attack. Let's look at what moves it gets. It gets Drain Punch, which is good since you're really strong physically, so you can deal hell ton of damage and just heal back half the damage. Skill Swap to get rid of Truant is interesting. So if you're running Truant, you can take out, you can swap your Truant with someone else's Skill Swap. So that's pretty funny. If you want to, you could do that with Eternatus, actually. You can throw your Truant Slacking at Eternatus and then just Skill Swap to replace, to take out Eternatus's pressure and give it Truant. So that's a pretty funny, strategy. Knockoff to get the 130 boosted damage on Pokemon with held items. And then Facade is the most important because it's Stab. And it's boosted by Guts. Really good move. Yeah, Stall doesn't really help the mon at all. It's really just a nerf. But it's definitely a step up from Truant, so you'll probably take that unless if you're doing a skill swap Truant. In that case, that's the better set. But yeah, not bad. It's screaming high A tier to me. High A tier. Magic cards, so you cannot take Stealth Rocks damage, status damage, any other hazards, or weather damage. So it's really good because Ninjask is very weak to Stealth Rocks since it's a bug and flying type. Speed boost, not really necessary since you're so fast. So you'll probably just run Infiltrator, which is it lets you bypass barrier, substitute, and like stuff like that. Okay, I guess Shell Smash, which is I guess just mainly for the attack increase. Don't you get Swords Dance though? Yeah, so like there's really no reason to run Shell Smash. You don't want to be faster, really. You don't really need to increase your attack either. So Swords Dance is just much better. because all you want is the attack increase. Spirit Shackle is stab on Shedinja. It's basically Arena Trap. It traps the target in and doesn't let them escape. So it's pretty good. If you have a good matchup, you can shackle someone in and then just spam Swords Dance. Attack order is good because it's stab and also crits pretty well. Sticky Web to decrease the opposing team's speed is good utility. Yeah, Ninjask is not bad if you run Swords Dance. Let's put him... I think the bottom of A tier feels right for him because he low-key has sweeping potential, although he has some very big weaknesses. Deoxys speed is faster? Oh, okay, so I guess Ninjask is the third fastest Pokemon then. Shedinja obviously gets Wonder Guard, which is the ability that makes it only take damage from types it's weak to. The advantage in PokéRogue is that you have access to the Terra Orb and Terra Shards, so you could Terra to Electric, so you would only be weak to ground type moves. So if you're able to Terra your Shedinja before like a Ray fight or your Eternatus fight, it's pretty much just going to be sweeping through those fights. So it's a really good, it's pretty good in this game. It gets Magic Guard as well, so it cannot die to weather hazards and statuses. It can only die from attacks, so that's really good because those hazards and weather were the only ways to kill Shedinja outside of just attacking it with super effective moves. So it getting Magic Guard is just really, really broken. 90 base attack. In this case, Shell Smash is pretty good because Shedinja is pretty slow, unlike Ninjask. So getting the speed increase with Shell Smash is nice on Shedinja. Spirit Shackle stab, so deals more damage compared to using it on Ninjask. And also, if you find a matchup that's favorable for Shedinja, you can trap them in, and then you can just spam your Shell Smashes, and then you just become a monster, right? So Shedinja is pretty disgusting, especially if you Terra it. Particularly Electric Terra, I think, is the best since it only has one weakness. Attack order for stab, crit, and then Sticky Web. It doesn't really matter on Shedinja since you're just going to be Shell Smashing a whole lot. And also you only take damage from super effective damage anyway, so like it doesn't really matter if you get outsped or not. Shedinja, kind of tricky to use, but if used properly, I think is a very easy S tier. I'm not going to cap chat. I want to put it at the bottom of S tier just because it has obvious weaknesses, and also it kind of relies on Terra a lot. Since once you get to Eternatus, it's just going to get flamethrowered, so it can't really do much there. So yeah, you're going to have to find a Terra Orb for this thing. If you do, then it's S tier for sure. So I think it deserves to be S tier. Yeah, it's Punk Rock. Makes sense. It's a sound-based Pokemon. Also gets Soundproof to have a full immunity to sound-based moves. Scrappy's probably going to be better, so you can hit Ghost types with Boom Burst. Alright, 91 Spatak is good. 104 HP, makes it decently bulky. You get Boom Burst as a regular level up move, so that's going to be probably one of the moves in your moveset since you get Punk Rock on top of that. Alluring Voice is a fairy type move that confuses if the target... Wait, hold on. This also confuses the target if its stats have been boosted during this turn. So if the enemy had stat increases during that same turn, use Alluring Voice, they get confused. Okay, interesting. That's a very interesting mechanic, but it's good. Mainly as just fighting coverage since you're a normal type and you're weak to fighting types. Torch Song, really good because it's boosted by Punk Rock and it gives you Spatak increases. Sparkling Aria is just a water type move that's also boosted by Punk Rock. That's nice. Shift Gear is odd because it's an attack increase and a speed increase, but you're mainly a special attacker. So it's really more for the speed increase. You don't get agility, so you do have to use Shift Gear if you want to increase your speed. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, it actually has potential since it's bulky enough to get the Shift Gear off, and it has some pretty good moves to pair with Punk Rock. The only issue is its base attack is only 90, and I don't think this thing gets an Assy plot, so yeah, it doesn't hit too hard, unfortunately, so I can't put it any higher than B tier. We'll leave it in like low B tier. Stamina, Thick Fat, Sheer Force, okay. Get defense increases. Thick Fat is good for reducing fire and ice damage. You're probably going to run Sheer Force since you have a lot of moves that can make use of it. Let's see though. Combat Torque can paralyze, so it's boosted by Sheer Force. So it's Stab, 100 base power, and Sheer Force boosted. Double Iron Bash is also Sheer Force boosted because it has flinch chance. It's also fairy coverage because it's a steel type move. So that's very good. Slack Off for healing. If you're running Belly Drum, then Slack Off is going to be good since Belly Drum shaves off half of your health. So Slack Off is going to be very important for that. Heavy Heat Crash is good because you're a pretty fat Pokemon. You're very heavy. So you can deal some pretty good damage with Heat Crash. Like, for example, 253 kg. Other Pokemon barely even reach that. Slaking is 130 for comparison. So yeah, it's a pretty heavy mon. So it can use Heat Crash pretty well. But I would probably take that off for Belly Drum for the +6 attack. I think that's much better. I think Stamina helps keep this thing alive. Since you're using Belly Drum, you want it to be pretty tanky with its base HP and defense boosts. It really needs Spadef. That's the only problem with this thing. If it had some way to increase its Spadef, it would be way more safe to use, especially with Belly Drum. So I can't put it too high. I want to leave it at the top of B tier. I want to say like here, behind the Executors. I think feels right for Hariyama. Delcatty gets Normalized, Scrappy. Okay, so basically Normalized turns all of your attacking moves into normal type moves. So Scrappy is important because you're going to be completely walled by ghost types if you don't have that. 90 speed with really bad stats. But you get entrainment, so you can pass your Normalize onto other Pokemon. And that's actually kind of valuable because if you pass Normalize to other Pokemon and then you put in a ghost type mon, they can't hit your ghost type. Because remember, Normalize changes all of your attacking moves into normal type moves. So once you give that to an enemy and then you put in your ghost type, the enemy can't do anything to you. So there's actually a strategy where you do a Delcatty or whatever mon with Delcatty with Shedinja. Fuse them together. So you're a normal ghost type. You're a normal ghost type and you have Normalize. Oh no, wait, hold on. Oh no, that doesn't work. Wait, no, I'm sorry. So you'd have to use them separately. You'd have to use them separately. So use Delcatty separately, pass Normalize to a Pokemon with entrainment, and then once you put in Shedinja, Shedinja is going to be safe against it because they only have normal type moves. So that's one strategy you could run. So yeah, it gets that. Thunderous Kick for defense drops, not bad. Tidy Up for setting up. V-Create. Okay, so it gets like offensive moves, but the problem is Delcatty is just so bad that there's like no real reason to use this thing offensively. So the main appeal is just the Normalize entrainment tech to set up your ghost type, which is not bad. So let's put it at least B tier behind like I think Skarmory. I think that's fair. It's gimmicky, but the gimmick is pretty useful if you're running like a ghost type. Sableye. Mega Sableye gets Unnerved, so you will be preventing enemies from using berries. Magic Bounce is not implemented at all, apparently. Oh my god, I need to stop doing that. 125 defense, 115 Spadef, really good bulk. The HP is a bit low, but it's fine since its defenses are so high. It gets Curse and Soul Cure, really good chip moves. The best chip moves in the game are Curse, Soul Cure, and Leash Seed. So the fact that it gets 2 of them in its egg moves is really nice. Topsy-Turvy will flip the stat changes of whatever stat changes the target has. So like for example, if you have like a Draco Meteormon and you're like minus force attack, you can use your Sableye to Topsy-Turvy it and it can flip the minus force attack into like a plus force attack. So it's a pretty good move. Also like against Eternatus gets like free stat increases because of the mechanic with like the boss health bars. They get stat increases for free. You can Topsy-Turvy those stat increases into stat decreases. So that can help you deal with bosses pretty well. So I like Topsy-Turvy. It's a pretty good utility move, and Recover just helps you keep it alive. So yeah, Sableye is a pretty good utility mon. I feel like I have to put it at least in S tier, just because it gets 2 of the best chip moves, and it gets Recover and Topsy-Turvy. So let's put it, I think below Gardevoir and Gallade, but above Shedinja. Feels right for Sableye. Mega Mawile also gets Unnerve and gets huge power because that's the Mega Mawile ability. Unnerve is disgusting. Huge power is also disgusting. So now it's a 200 base power attack mon because of huge power. One of the best typings in the game, Steel Fairy. You are practically immune to Eternatus outside of Flamethrower. So if you somehow find like a Flash Fire mon to fuse with, you can make it immune to both everything from Eternatus. So that's a strategy. 210 attack with huge power. Pretty good defense, pretty good speed def. The only problem is the speed, really. You do get shift gear, though, to fix that. And that also increases your attack, which is really nice, since you are a physical attacker. You get Magical Torque, really good Fairy Stab move. Bullet Punch for stab and also priority. And an EQ is the deal with fire types, the deal with poison. Oh, sorry, not poison types, the deal with, I guess, other steel types is good. Yeah, EQ is pretty solid on Mawile. I want to put this thing at least A tier, but not S tier, because this thing does have to rely on shift gear in order to get this, in order to be a good speed. Actually, no, it deserves to be S tier. It's a good typing, very steel, 200 base attack with huge power. If you've been watching my Shiny Hunt streams, then you know that I got an epic Mega Aggron recently. Such a cool shiny, so I can't wait to do a showcase for this guy. He gets 230 defense, so really good defense. Earth Eater to ignore its ground weakness because it is a steel type. Filter, so it'll take less damage from fire type moves, fighting type moves, so it's pretty good. 140 base attack as well. We'll get into why that's good in a second. You get Body Press, so you can make use of your 230 defense as damage, so it's really good that it gets that. Head Smash is actually decent because you have 140 attack, so that Head Smash can do some pretty good damage because it's also stab. Unfortunately, you don't have any way to ignore the recoil damage. You don't get Rockhead on Mega Aggron, so you will be taking recoil damage from the Head Smash. But yeah, that's just the risk you're going to have to take. Shore Up is going to be boosted healing and sand. So if you're running a separate sand setter with Mega Aggron, you can get some boosted healing with Shore Up. And then Soul Cure is the most important. One of the best chip moves in the game. It deals more damage against steel and water types. Keep that in mind. So yeah, with the utility it provides, and also the 230 defense for Body Press, I think Mega Aggron deserves to be at least bottom of, or maybe top of A tier, I feel. Below Snorlax feels right. It's not like invincible. It has some SPDF problems. It's 70 HP and only 80 SPDF. So it is pretty frail on the SPDF side. Ghost types can wall it because its main damage comes from Body Press. So if a ghost type comes on field, then you're in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, it's not bad. I would still keep Steelix above it. Steelix and Aggron function similarly, but I think Steelix has way more sweeping potential. So I think Steelix deserves to be an S tier, and Aggron is about A tier. Aggron really is just a tanky Soul Cure setter, and that's fine because it does that pretty well. Medicham. My foot is starting to fall asleep. Oh my god. Okay. Mega Medicham gets Mind's Eye, so you can hit ghost types with normal and fighting type moves, and you also ignore any evasiveness increases. So if there's any Pokemon that are spamming Minimize and Double Team on you, you can just ignore that with Mind's Eye, so it's a really good ability. Mega Medicham also gets Pure Power, right? So basically acts as huge power, so you have 200 attack effectively, and 100 base speed. So let's take a look at its egg moves. Thunderous Kick for defense drops, and keep in mind you get Mind's Eye, so you can hit ghost types with that as well. Bullet Punch is going to be fairy coverage because you are a fighting type, you're weak to fairy. So it's priority and super effective for fairy types, so it's quite nice. Photon Gaze is going to be probably your strongest attacking move. It is stab, it is 100 base power, and it can hit for physical damage because of the secondary ability, or because of the ability. Yeah, Sucker Punch is good as well to I guess hit other psychic types, because you don't really have a way to hit other psychic types for super effective damage. You would have to use Sucker Punch, and you also are relatively weak to psychic. You're neutral to psychic since you're also a psychic type, but you're a fighting type, right? Yeah, it's not bad. Its speed is its biggest problem. It does get priority moves to make up for that, to make up for its 100 speed. But I can't see this thing being above, like, I don't think it's S tier. I think it's high A tier. The 200 base attack and bullet punch, sucker punch spam is nice. But if you're not using those moves and you're trying to use like Photon Gazer and Thunder's Kick, you can be outsped because your speed isn't like the best. It's 100. So yeah, for that reason, I think it's maybe low S tier. Maybe low S tier, not high A tier. And Loki Ampharos, I think, deserves to be low S tier. Yeah, actually maybe not, because it's electric. And electric is resisted by Eternatus and Ray. Yeah, it deserves to be there. Medicham is psychic. Keep that in mind, and that is super effective against Eternatus, so that's another brownie point for Medicham, another reason why it should be an S tier. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Just got Shiny Ray? Nice. Shiny Ray is sick. Every Shiny for Ray is sick. Manectric has a Mega. It gets Electric Surge to set up terrain. Intimidate to drop the enemy's attack. Okay, so you have 135 speed, 135 attack. That's a pretty good offensive stat spread. Flamethrower to hit steel types, to hit grass types, I guess, since grass resists electric. Ice Beam to help with your ground weakness since you are an electric type. Rising Voltage is good since you have Electric Surge, so you can set up electric terrain and get the guaranteed Rising Voltage damage. And Nasty Plot to further increase your attack. The best way to describe Mega Manectric is just, it's just the worst Miraidon, because Miraidon also sets up terrain with its Hadron engine, but on top of that, it also gets Opportunist, right? And on top of that, it gets Rising Voltage as well, so it gets the boosted damage on Rising Voltage. It has the same stats in 135 attack, 135 speed, but also has more bulk, more Spadef as well, and better egg moves in Core Enforcer, Clangorous Soul. So yeah, unfortunately Mega Manectric is just kind of worse Miraidon when you compare it with Miraidon, but still pretty good. Let's put it in, let's say middle of A tier. So Plusle gets Power Spot, so in double battles, if it's next to a Pokemon, it'll boost the damage of your partner. So it's just a good utility partner ability. Plus will boost the attack of the Pokemon if the ally is minus. So if you're running both Plusle and Minun, or another Pokemon with plus or minus, I think Clang gets it, and I think Toxtricity also gets those abilities if you want to use them instead. But yeah, you can run that in double battles. The stat spread is pretty mid. It gets Tail Glow though. Okay, it gets Tail Glow, Glitzy Glow. Okay. Glitzy Glow is good for Eternatus because it weakens the power of special attack moves, and also is a Psychic type move, which is super against Eternatus. Tail Glow, obviously very good because it increases your attack by 3 stages. I think this thing has potential just because it gets Glitzy Glow, and also Power Spot works in the Emax fight because Eternatus Emax is a double battle. So once you throw out your Plusle in that double battle, you'll be increasing the power of your other Mon. You'll be decreasing Eternatus's damage with Glitzy Glow, and you can also set up your own attack with Tail Glow. So I think Plusle is just purely like a Eternatus counter, like it's pretty good Mon in the Eternatus fight. So for that reason, I want to put it like in at least A tier, like in front of Slowking, I think, that's as far as I can put it. Minun will likely be similar. Oh, except it doesn't get Glitzy Glow. Okay, it gets Batty Bad instead to decrease physical moves. Ice Beam to deal ground weakness. It also gets Tail Glow, Sparkly Swirl. Okay, so same deal as Plusle in the Eternatus fight, which is a double fight. You can set up Power Spot for your partner. You can use Tail Glow to set up your own attack, but you don't have Glitzy Glow to decrease Eternatus' attack damage. So it's way worse than Plusle, in my opinion. It does get Ice Beam for super effective damage, I guess, but we'll put them next to each other since they're so similar, but Plusle is better by a wide margin, for sure, since it gets Glitzy Glow. Yeah, we'll leave them like that. Volbeat gets Honey Gather, which will just pretty much make you a lot of money. It gets Prankster as a hidden ability, so you can use Prankster Decorate, which will sharply increase the attack and speed attack of your partner. So it's a really good utility double battle move. Baton Pass can pass on your stat changes to another Pokemon. You get Victory Dance, so you can pass Victory Dance to another Pokemon, which is not bad. Sticky Web to decrease the speed of the other side. Okay. So you get Prankster Victory Dance. And if you somehow live, you can pass that Victory Dance to your carry, which is pretty good. If you're in a double battle, you can decorate your ally. And it's guaranteed because it's you have Prankster. Yeah, so he has pretty good utility. Prankster Sticky Web is good as well. So I want to put Volbeat at least in... I want to say low A tier. I really like the utility that it provides. I would even put it above... It's pretty high for me, I'm not gonna lie. We'll put it here, above Smeargle. I think it's good enough for Volbeat. Illumise also gets Prankster, also gets Honey Gather. So similar gimmick. The stat spread is basically the same, so you don't really have to care about that. You get Glitzy Glow. Okay, so that's the move that helps with Eternatus. It's super effective damage and also decreases Eternatus' special attack moves. You get Simple QD, or not Simple, you get Prankster QD and Prankster Parting Shot. Okay. It's cool that it gets QD, but it does not get Baton Pass to pass it. So it doesn't really matter that much. What's mainly important here is the Prankster Parting Shot and the Prankster Glitzy Glow. Or sorry, Glitzy Glow is not Prankster, so it would just be... Yeah, just the fact that it gets Glitzy Glow. So it's mainly just for Prankster Parting Shot. Because I don't think this thing gets Baton Pass. Oh no, it does get Baton Pass and TMs, okay. So you can QD Baton Pass and Prankster Parting Shot. You get Prankster Encore, Prankster Charm as well. It gets good moves. If it got like Decorate and stuff like Volbeat, I feel like it would be good, but I don't know. I think it's kind of looking like worse Volbeat to me. You need a TM to get Baton Pass, and you don't get Decorate like Volbeat does, so it's not as good in double battles. So let's put Volbeat, let's put Illumise in A tier. We'll still put it pretty high. Like Swalot gets Earth Eater, which is good because it's a poison type, so that gets rid of your ground weakness. Gluttony's pretty good because you can make use of berries pretty well in this game, so I think Gluttony is probably what you take. 100 HP makes it pretty tanky. 83 defense and speed F helps as well. So you're really just using this as a bulky Stallmon. You get Calm Mind, Malignant Chain, Earth Power. Okay, so you get some pretty good attacking moves. Malignant Chain is Stab and 100 base power. Earth Power allows you to hit Steel types because Poison is immune by Steel, so getting Earth Power lets you hit Steel types. Calm Mind can set up your Spatak, which is good because your Spatak is only 73. And Strength Sap is just a really good spam move to heal and drop attack. Its offensive capability is kind of for me just because its attack is too low. Its base attack is too low. Even if you Calm Mind a few times, you will need to Calm Mind like at least 2 to 3 times to get this thing to actually start hitting hard. So I can't really like say this is a good attacking mon, especially since it's slow. But Strength Sap is a good move that pairs nicely with its bulk. Earth Eater makes it immune to ground. It's an okay Stallmon, but it doesn't go above B tier. Let's just put it next to like Quagsire. Yeah, that's fine. Sharpedo. Do not take out the Char and Sharpedo. Mega Sharpedo gets Sheer Force as a passive, Strong Jaw as its regular ability. 140 attack, 105 speed, so really good offensive stat spread. You get Swords Dance to increase your attack more. Thunder Fang, it's Sheer Force boosted, and also Strong Jaw boosted, so it can deal some pretty good damage. Surging Strikes, really good water physical move. Unfortunately, is not boosted by Strong Jaw. I don't think it's boosted by Sheer Force either. Actually, is it? If it is boosted by Sheer Force, does that get rid of the critical hit aspect of it? I wonder. I don't think it works like that. I don't think Surging Strikes is Sheer Force boosted. And then Obstruct is a protect move that decreases the enemy by 2 defense stages if they make contact with you. So it's a really good protect move. Probably one of the best protect moves in the game. A sharp defense increase is kind of nasty. So you definitely take that. You definitely take Swords Dance. T-Fang is boosted by both your passive and your ability, so you're going to want that. And I think Surging Strikes you'll keep, yeah, just because it's like the best physical water move. Yeah, it hits hard. It hits hard. It doesn't have a way to increase its speed, unfortunately, which is a bit scary. Obstruct is a really good move, though. So you can increase your attack with Swords Dance. You can decrease the enemy's defense with Obstruct. And then it probably just guarantees a one-shot. So yeah, it has that gimmick going for it. But its speed is what worries me. So I can't put it anywhere above like A tier in my heart. Wailord gets Levitate, which is kind of funny to imagine Wailord levitating. Okay, so you're immune to ground. Oblivious is generally the best ability since you can't get taunted or charmed. 170 HP, bulky boy, with 90 attack, 90 attack, which makes it pretty good as a metal burster / comeuppance mon. And yep, that's exactly what they did. They gave it comeuppance, they gave it slack off. Take heart for Spatak increases. Spatak increases are pretty good because you get bouncy bubble, which is a special attack move that can heal you. Yeah, this mon would be way better in endless mode. Because in endless mode, you spam comeuppance like all the time. In classic mode, you would probably just get it off once and deal some pretty good damage. You don't have sturdy though, so you could die before you even get to use comeuppance, which is a bit of a worry. I think it's good enough to be above Illumise. Yeah, I think that's okay. Camerupt has a Mega, so we're gonna have to look at Mega Camerupt here. Gets Fur Coat, so it has the damage of physical moves, which is pretty great since it already has 100 base defense, so it's going to be very tanky against physical mons. And then Sheer Force is going to be removing additional effects and increasing power of moves in return. You get 145 attack, you get 120 attack as well, but it's more of a special attacker, so you care more about this. Blue Flare is Sheer Force boosted because it has a burn chance, so it'll do... I'm not good at math, but it'll do like, I think somewhere around 150 base power damage on Blue Flare, so that is pretty disgusting. Trick Room is great because this mon is like probably one of the slowest mons in the game with 20 speed. So it getting Trick Room is very nice. It'll be able to outspeed everything. Mega Camera also gets Energy Ball. That's great because it has a glaring water weakness. It's fire and ground. It's quad weak to water, so it having Energy Ball is good to deal with those pesky water types. And then Morning Sun to heal 75% in sun and just 50% if no weather. This thing is incentivized to use in sun because you want to reduce the amount of damage you take from water types because you're quad weak to water, and also you get Morning Sun, so you want more healing, and also sun boosts your Blue Flare damage as well, right? This is probably the moveset you run. These 4 moves: Energy Ball for coverage, Morning Sun for sustain, Trick Room to start outspeeding your opponents, and then Blue Flare is your best stab move. You could run Earth Power instead, and maybe replace like Morning Sun, I'd say. Replace Morning Sun for Earth Power if you want more stab above Manectric, kind of A tier. Right, so Torkoal, Analytic, boost power when a Pokemon moves last. You'll pretty much always move last because you're 20 speed. 140 defense, that's your highest stat. I believe you get Body Press as an egg move, yep. So you get Body Press as an egg move. So that is boosted damage with Analytic as well. And your 140 defense, so that Body Press can deal some pretty good damage. Hydro Steam is boosted in Sun, and you get Drought as a regular ability. So that's nice. And that's also your way of dealing with grass types. Or, no, not grass types. Rock types and even ground types. Morning Sun is 75% healing in the sun, and you get Drought, so that's good. And Burning Bulwark is a Protect Burn move. So yeah, so Turkle is looking like a really good Stallmon. You have relatively okay bulk with 70 HP, 70 speed def, and 140 defense. Because you can set up Sun automatically, you get boosted damage on Hydro Steam, and you get boosted healing on Morning Sun. And Analytic will be boosting your Hydro Steam and Body Press damage, which is very nice. So yeah, it's a good bulky Stallmon. I want to put it like in high B tier, I think feels right for it. So Grumpet gets Psychic Surge, and Thick Fat, Own Tempo, Gluttony. Gluttony or Thick Fat will probably be what you take. Own Tempo is kind of mid. Stat spread is looking like more Spadef oriented, pretty weak physically, only 65 defense. 90 speed attack, not terrible. 80 speed, kind of mid. Expanding Force pairs nicely with Psychic Surge. Aura Sphere for your dark weakness because you're a psychic type. Milk Drink is just a automatic half HP heal, so that's good. And then Tail Glow for +3 speed attack. Okay, so immediate problem, you do not have a good way to increase your speed. It doesn't even look like you get agility, so you actually have no way to increase your speed. So that's not good. Cannot increase its speed. So it's mediocre speed, and I feel like it's not really bulky enough for how slow it is. It's only 65 defense. I guess in the special defense department it's pretty tanky. So if you throw it out against like special attackers, it's fine. Tail Glow to set up attack, Expanding Force. Yeah, it's a decent sweeper against like special attack mons. If you get put into against like a physical mon though, you're cooked. I mean, it can't really be higher than B tier. So Spinda is one of the few Pokemon that get Contrary as like just a regular ability, or I guess a hidden ability in this case. So it gets Simple as well. So it gets Simple Contrary. So what you do with this guy is you Superpower. So Superpower normally decreases your attack and defense, but with Contrary, it'll be increasing your attack and defense. And Simple is further doubling those stat increases, so you'd actually be getting +2 attack, +2 defense every time you use Superpower. So incredibly good egg move to give Spinda when it has Simple as a passive. Fleur Cannon is another move that decreases your stats normally, but because we have Contrary, it is actually going to be giving us a +2 speed attack increase, and Simple further increases that to a +4 speed attack increase. So really good in the special attack department as well. And the V-Create normally decreases your defense, speed def, and speed, but with Contrary, it'll be increasing your defense, speed def, and speed, and with Simple, it'll be doubling your defense, speed def, and speed. So it pretty much gets like all the stat increases you would want. With these moves, it gets attack and defense increases, speed attack increases, speed increases. So it's kind of a menace. I think it's safe to say, like, purely based off of like the egg moves and the passive, it's like the best Contrary Pokemon in the game because it gets Simple and these moves. So it's like really, it's like I feel like it's safe to say it's the best Contrary mon in the game. But unfortunately, its stats are just so bad. Like it's 60 and everything. So this thing can just die easily before you even get to like try and set up with it. That's the main problem. So what you would do is you'd probably lead with V-Create to get the defenses up and also the speed up. So hopefully the +2 defense and +2 speed def and +2 speed is enough for it to like live hits and start outspeeding things. And then once you do that, you would start spamming out a Superpower with Fleur Cannon to deal damage. This Pokemon just heavily relies on what it's being put against. So if you find a safe turn for you to throw in Spinda, you would throw in Spinda, use V-Create. Hopefully you can tank a hit, and then use your V-Create, and then just start spamming Superpower, and then it can... Loki has sweeping potential, but its base stats are a very big weakness for it, which is why it's not like S tier for me. since it's a bit hard to use. I would want to at least leave it in A tier. I'd say below Camerupt, above Manectric and Raikou. Spinda is the best Pokemon for Baton. That is true. Does it get Baton Pass in TMs? It does. So not only can you stack up insanely with your egg moves, if you just feel like it, you can just pass those stat changes to another Pokemon. So that's pretty broken. But it's the same issue. You need to just make sure you can safely set up with this thing. Otherwise, it's just going to die immediately. Its base stats are a little too ass, unfortunately. So I can't really put it higher than A tier. I think this is good for Spinda. Gets adaptability, so double damage on Dragon and Ground type moves. Levitate to avoid Ground type damage. The stats are meh, like pretty balanced bulk. 100 attack, 100 speed is solid, I guess. You get Dragon Energy, which is a bit odd, since its attack is only 80. Don't really know why they gave it Dragon Energy. Let's look at Dragon Darts. That is 100 base attack physical dragon move. Really strong. You're probably going to be taking that every game. Fire Lash is your ice coverage because you are quad weak to ice. You are a ground and dragon type, so you have a quad ice weakness. So Fire Lash is very good for dealing with those pesky ice types. 1,000 Arrows is stab and also can hit flying types. Just a really good ground type move. So that it has good egg moves. It pretty much has the best egg moves you'd want for Flygon. You can run Dragonets to further improve your attack and speed as well. But I feel like its base stats are just a little too mid to warrant it being any higher than like A tier, like top of A tier, I think. So let's put it below. Yeah, it's pretty low for me. Well, we'll at least put it above Ariados. In between Shuckle and Ariados feels fair. Let's move on to Cacturne. Cacturne gets Sand Rush, which is thematically appropriate because it's a Cacturne. It's a cactus, and cactuses or cacti are in the desert, so it makes sense. It gets Water Absorb, which is not terrible, but it's already a grass type, so it'll rarely get hit by water type moves, so not that important. So you'll probably just take Sand Veil for the Sand Veil Sand Rush combo, and you would need a separate Sand Setter. 115 attack, 115 attack, really mid stats everywhere else. Night Days for stab, it lowers the target's accuracy, deals 85 base power, not bad. Ceaseless Edge for spike setup, pretty good. Earth Power for your fire weakness, for your ice, not ice weakness. Yeah, mainly for your fire weakness, it's pretty good. And then I-V Pokémon is a 100 base power grass move that has a chance to crit. So it looks like Cacturne's physical moveset's going to be more popular here because of the Ceaseless Edge and I-V Pokémon. I think Night Days is a pretty mediocre move. The base power is only 85, and the secondary effect is pretty whatever. So having the spike set up on Ceaseless Edge and the I-V Pokémon damage is more valuable. So you'd want to run Cacturne with like an Adamant nature or like a Jelly nature. It can set up its own Sandstorm. It just has the move Sandstorm, but you'd probably want to just have a separate Sand Setter instead. It's a Leech Seeder, and Leech Seed is a very valuable move in this game because it's chip, and chip moves are good for dealing with Eternatus and other bosses. So let's put this thing at a solid B tier. We'll put it next to I guess we'll put it next to Meganium. Mega Altaria gets Pixelate and Adaptability. So if you use any normal type moves, it is going to be changed into a fairy type move, and it'll also be boosted by adaptability because Altaria is a dragon and fairy type in Mega. 110 attack, 110 defense, 110 attack, 105 speed def, so it's very balanced stats. So you can run either physical or special attack, but you'll likely be running a special attack set because of its egg moves. It gets Boom Burst, which is one of the best normal attack moves in the game. It is 140 base power, so that's going to be a fairy type move because of Pixelate. So it's going to be Fairy Boom Burst and boosted by adaptability, so it's going to be double damage. So it'll be basically 280 base power with adaptability. So it's kind of nuts, kind of insane, kind of an insane move to give Altaria. Floaty Fall is a physical move, but you're generally going to be running special attack moves on Altaria because you get Nasty Plot, which will be increasing your attack by 2 stages. You get Roost for healing. So the moveset I would run on Mega Altaria is Boom Burst, Nasty Plot, Roost, and then sub out Floaty Fall for like probably a Dragon type move. Dragon Pulse is not bad. You could do like Hurricane. If it gets Hurricane, right? Yeah, you could do Hurricane instead. That's not bad. Yeah, that's what I would do with Mega Altaria. I think Nasty Plot is a great move to give it since it's so bulky, so it has some leeway to get a few Nasty Plots off. Adaptability is one of the best abilities in the game because it just gives you double stab. So it's increased damage on your Boom Burst, increased damage on your Hurricane. Oh wait, no, you're not a flying type anymore. I'm stupid, so you can't. No. Sorry, not Hurricane. Don't run Hurricane, run Dragon Pulse. Or Draco Meteor on Altaria Mega. Yeah. Draco Meteor is probably what you would go. Nasty Plot, Draco Meteor, plus adaptability. That's some pretty big damage right there. I'm pretty comfortable putting Altaria in A tier. Like lower A tier. Below Cloyster. I don't think it's better than Cloyster. Gets Poison Heal. The reason why it gets Poison Heal is because it has Toxic Boost as well. So it has increased physical attacks when it's poisoned, and also it'll heal when it's poisoned. So give it Toxic Orb. It'll have natural healing and boosted damage and Toxic Boost. So yeah, it has a pretty good. It's a pretty good Toxic Orb mon. 115 base attack is solid. 90 speed is a little low. Could be a bit higher. Thankfully, you get Tidy Up to increase your speed. You get Extreme Speed for priority damage, and you also get High Horsepower just to hit Steel types. And then Facade is going to be boosted by the Toxic Orb that you're holding, right? And also Toxic Boost is boosting your damage. This Pokemon requires it to... this Pokemon needs to set up a bit with Tidy Up before it starts becoming a threat. But if you can get like 1 or 2 Tidy Ups off, Zangoose can become a monster with the Toxic Boost plus Facade combo. And it sustains itself pretty well with Poison Heal. So we'll put it in A tier. Not too high since it does rely on using setup moves to become a threat. Let's put it probably... Yeah, we'll put it below Galarian Slowking. I think that's about right. And then Seviper gets multi-scale, so it'll reduce the amount of damage it takes when its HP is full. And for regular abilities, Shed Skin can randomly heal its own status conditions. That's probably what we're going to take. 100 attack, 100 attack, and really mid stats outside of those, outside of attack and attack. Ice Beam to deal ground types because you are a poison type, so you want some ground coverage. Bitter Blade for healing, not bad. It also deals with steel types because you can't really hit steel types with poison. You have to use Bitter Blade for super effective damage. Sucker Punch is decent because you're slow as hell, so having some priority is nice. And then No Retreat is an Omni Boost. That's going to be good because it seems like it runs mainly a mixed attack set. Can't put this thing higher than like C tier, to be honest. Its base stats are too bad. It does get Sucker Punch to avoid like using its speed stat, but if not, then you have to use 65 speed. You get No Retreat, I guess, to help out a bit with like everything, but it's, I don't know, it's not enough. Its base stats are its biggest weakness. Otherwise, multi-skill No Retreat is a good combo. Ice Beam for ground coverage, Bitter Blade for healing is good. It doesn't get like a good poison move. If it got like Noxious Torque or something, maybe I'd put it higher in B tier, but C tier is the highest I can do Seviper, unfortunately. Lunatone gets Shadow Shield. Okay, so it's similar to multi-scale. It'll just reduce the amount of damage it takes when its HP is full. Levitate to avoid ground type moves is wonderful. 90 HP, 95 speed attack, 85 speed def. Okay, so just really mid stat spread. Nothing really to write home about. But it gets Lumina Crash, which is stab and also really good against Eternatus because it's super effective damage and also harshly lower speed def. Power Gem is stab as well. Shell Smash is interesting. Okay, so it gives this thing some sweeping potential. And then Moongeist Beam is a 100 base power ghost move. It's good against ghost types since you have a ghost weakness. So you can use Moongeist Beam to take care of them. Just because it gets Lumina Crash, I don't want to place it too low. And it gets Shell Smash, so it has some sweeping potential. We'll put it at the top of B tier, I think. The Psychic typing plus Lumina Crash is good for Eternatus. Shell Smash gives it some sweeping potential, so I think it's enough for it to be at least high B tier. Solrock gets Drought, fitting because it's like a sun. Levitate to avoid the ground weakness. The stat spread is also pretty booty cheeks on Solrock, so it's alright, not too different from Lunatone. Psy Shield Bash will be increasing your defense every time you use it, and it's also a Psychic type move. Okay, not that great against Eternatus. It is a super effective damage, but defense increases are not that valuable because Eternatus is a special attacker. So you'd much rather want Spadef increases instead. So yeah, it's a whatever move. Sacred Fire is sun boosted. So it does some little extra damage. Shell Smash, so it can also be kind of a sweeper. Mighty Cleave is stab and also 95 base power, ignores protect. Not bad. Lower value than Lunatone because it doesn't get Lumina Crash. So we'll put this thing much lower in B tier, probably like below Arbok. Feels about right for me. Whiscash. Whiscash gets Simple and also Oblivious, Anticipation, Hydration. Probably Oblivious would be the best ability to go. 110 HP. Everything else is pretty mediocre. Let's see what moves it gets to pair with Simple. You get Dragon Dance, so you can get +2 attack and +2 speed because of Simple. Surging Strikes is a pretty good water physical stab move. Ice Spinner to hit flying types, since you have a bit of trouble hitting flying types. Zing Zap to hit other water types, and also has some flinch chance. You'll probably take that out for EQ. You want some ground stab. And Zing Zap isn't really that important. You'll probably take that out for EQ. Simple really only matters for Dragon Dance. There isn't really any other move that cares about Simple. Yeah, it's kind of mid, to be honest. We're gonna put this thing in bottom of B tier, low-key C tier, top of C tier, I think. Crawdons gets Tough Claws, which is going to be boosting all physical damage moves. It gets Adaptability as its hidden ability. You'll pretty much go that always. 120 base attack and decent physical defense. Really bad Spadef. Really mediocre HP. So yeah, it's a pretty slow physical attacker. So it wants like Sucker Punch. Yeah, so it gets Sucker Punch. Shell Smash, really good setup move. Ceaseless Edge is stab and sets up spikes. Jet Punch is priority and also stab. I like the adaptability Jet Punch combo. Adaptability Jet Punch Sucker Punch combo. So you can deal some pretty decent damage with just these priority moves. And if you do need to set up, you can use Shell Smash. So I kind of like it. It can deal some pretty good damage without Shell Smash. It's 120 base attack, Tough Claws, and adaptability. So all you need to do really is just spam Jet Punch and Sucker Punch, and you can do some pretty good damage with this thing. So let's put it in at least A tier, I think. We'll put it above Suicune. Claydol gets Well-Baked Bodies, so it ignores fire type damage and will get a sharp defense increase. It is normally neutral to fire, so I guess it's okay that it just randomly gets a fire immunity. It's pretty good. Like, I think Pokemon that already have fire resistances would have less value from Well-Baked Bodies since they already have a resistance to fire. But since Claydol was neutral to fire, it's pretty valued that it gets the Well-Baked Body ability to just get rid of one typing it can get hit from. Okay. Levitate to avoid ground type damage as well. So it has a fire immunity, a ground immunity with just its abilities. So that's pretty nice. And an electric immunity because it's a ground type. 105 defense, 120 Spadef. Okay, so it's pretty bulky. 60 HP is not bad with those defenses. And it can also get a defense increase from Well-Baked Body, right? So that defense could potentially be higher. Recover fits its pretty bulky stat spread. Mystical Power for potential attack raising is nice. Body Press is good since you can get defense increases from Ball Break Body. So you can deal some pretty good damage with Body Press. And then Stored Power. If you end up getting enough attack increases and enough defense increases, you can use Stored Power for some big damage. Yeah, I see the potential. Bulky Mon that can set up defense and special attack and get Stored Power. I'm down to put this thing at least in high B tier. Like, below Skarmory, I think is about right for that thing. Credilli. By any chance, do you know if stat changes stay while going into the turn of this fight? Like if I do D-Dance before, will I still have the boost? No, so when you get put into the turn of this fight, you actually retract your Pokemon and then you throw them out again. So you lose any stat changes you had prior. So no, the answer would be no to that question. Credilli gets Seed Sower, which will set up the grassy terrain when you are hit. So that is the, what is that Pokemon called? Arboliva's signature ability. Gets Storm Drain, so you are immune to water now, and it gets attack increases instead. You were neutral to water prior to having Storm Drain, so it's nice that it gets that. Pretty bulky, actually very respectable bulk. It gets 86 HP, 97 defense, 107 SPDF, so it can live some hits. It is pretty slow to make up for that. All right, let's see what it gets. It gets Sappy Seed. Okay, so it can set up Leech Seed, Strength Sap for sustain and attack decreasing, Scald for burn. Also helps with its fire, ground. It's not weak to fire and ground because it's neutral to both of them, but it can hit both of those typings, so super effective, so that's nice. Power Gem is Stab, 80 base power, not bad. Really you're just using this thing as a grassy terrain and seed and Leech Seed setter. In which case, we've just kind of been throwing all the Leech Seeders into like the same place. Okay, Armaldo gets Water Absorb, which is good because it has a water weakness. It's a rock and bug type, so getting rid of a weakness is good. Swift Swim will be boosting your speed and rain, so you'd probably want to run a rain setter with Armaldo. You can get up to 90 speed in the rain, which is not bad. 125 attack. You get First Impression, pretty good. Leech Life, the Stab and Healing, Dragonets to set up your attack and speed, and Mighty Cleave for stab and also hitting through Protect. It's bulky, and with Swift Swim it becomes decently fast. So after you set up one D-Dance, it does have some sweeping potential. It has a pretty good offensive typing with Rock and Bug, but nah. The base attack isn't high enough, and once that rain drops, your speed is gonna be very minimal. So at the very most, we can put this thing in like middle of B tier. Gets Magic Guard, so it can only take damage from attacks. So no damage from hazards, no damage from statuses, no damage from weather. So very good. Overall, just a very useful ability to have. You would likely run Cute Charm or competitive. You can't run Marvel Skill if you're running Magic Guard, because Marvel Skill only increases your defense if you have a status condition. So competitive will probably be your best ability. Milotic, very tanky with 95 HP, 80 defense at 125 SPDF. Milotic is pretty well known as a bulky Pokemon. Alright. Moonblast is a decent move. It doesn't really help with any of your weaknesses, but it's just overall a good move to have. Helps you hit dragon types, dark types. Steam Eruption is stab and also can burn, so it's just an upgraded Scald. Calm Mind, good for setting up its bulk and also some attack from some attack. And then Freeze Dry allows it to hit other water types and also hit grass types for super effective damage. It's a good bulky Stallmon. Has good chip with burn on Steam Eruption. Has coverage with Freeze Dry and can set up further with Calm Mind. It's just a solid mon. It doesn't have like a gimmick that makes it like really good, so I can't really put it like too high. We'll put it like since it's a reliable Pokemon, we'll leave it at the bottom of A tier. I think that's enough for Milotic. Castform. Okay, Castform's about to be an interesting one. Castform has 4 different forms. They all have the same stat spread, 70 for everything. It gets adaptability. So in regular Castform, it'll have double stab on normal. Fire will have double stab on fire. Rain will have double stab on water, and then hail will have double stab on ice. So yeah. It gets Boom Burst, which will be double stab when you're in the regular Castform. If you're in the Sunny Castform, you get double stab on Eruption. And Rain, you get double stab on Hydro Steam, and then you get QD to set up your attack and speed. So no ice move. I guess you just get Blizzard, so they just want you to use Blizzard. That's fine. Same problem as a lot of Pokemon. Its passive is great, its gimmick is great, but its base stats are just too bad. 1 QD isn't enough to really make it a threat. You need to at least QD twice or even thrice to make it like a threat. And that's just like asking for too much. Getting 3 QDs off is going to be very difficult, especially when your base stats are just kind of this. So it just cannot go higher than B tier, unfortunately. Probably just the bottom of B tier, in my opinion. Kecleon gets adaptability, which is good because it can change its typing with either Protean or Color Change. Color Change will just make it so that it changes into the type that it gets hit by. So if it gets hit by a fighting type move, it'll become a fighting type. If it hits by a dark type, it'll become a dark type. Generally, Protean is better, just to make sure you have stab on the moves that you're actually using. So you'll have Protean adaptability, which is a very good combination. You have Protean adaptability for multi-attack, so that's double stab on multi-attack, double stab on Zingy Zap or Zippy Zap, double stab on a Cream Speed, and what are some other moves it gets? Double stab on Shadow Sneak if you want to run that instead. Double stab on Sucker Punch is pretty nice. So yeah, the Protean adaptability combo has always been really good. The only problem with this mon is, once again, the stat spread. For whatever reason, it has really high SPDEF, but everything else is just really bad. You're going to mainly use this thing as a Zippy Zap, Sucker Punch, Extreme Speed spammer, because those are all priority moves, and its speed is at an abysmal 40. So you're going to want to spam priority moves on this thing. So Zippy Zap, Extreme Speed, Sucker Punch, and Swords Dance is probably the moveset you're going to go. The base attack is only 90, but you do get the adaptability Protean combo, so I can't rank it too low. It's solid damage with priority moves, so let's put it like top of B tier next to Lunatone, I think. Mega Banette gets Shadow Shield and Prankster, so those are 2 really good abilities. Mega Banette has an insane attack stat at 165, so this thing can hit like a truck. It's just a little slow at 75 speed, and the bulk isn't like that amazing. But Prankster gives a priority on status moves, so if you're trying to use Tidy Up to set up the attack and speed, that's going to be priority. So you have guaranteed Tidy Up, you have guaranteed Parting Shot, which is a really good utility move for decreasing your enemy's attack. And best of all, you get Curse on Banette, so you have Prankster Curse, that's guaranteed Curse, and I mentioned earlier that Curse is the best chip move in the game. So it's very valuable that this thing gets Prankster Curse. That already puts it in like A tier just with that. But you also have 165 attack, so if you want to do Tidy Up to set up its speed, you get Shadow Shield, so you have a pretty safe Tidy Up use because you block some damage on the first hit. So you can get Tidy Up off pretty safely, and then from there you can spam Spectral Thief. That is your 90 base power stab move. You can go for Phantom Force, I guess, is not bad. Spectral Thief is the same base power, so you'd probably just want to use that instead. Knockoff is a good move. It's not stab, but it is 130 base power if you hit a Pokemon with an item. So the moveset I would go is Prankster Shot, Parting Shot, Tidy Up, Curse, and Spectral Thief is what I would run. Spectral Thief for damage, Tidy Up to set up that damage, Parting Shot for utility, Curse for utility. Makes Mega Banette really good. Swish, thank you for subscribing to the YouTube channel. I think Banette has really amazing utility and also pretty solid offensive capability because of the 165 base attack. So I want to put Banette in at least S tier. Pretty high in S tier, actually. We'll put it, wow, we're going to put it pretty high. Let's put it next to, we'll put it next to Espeon. I know that seems a bit high, but Curse genuinely is just really important, especially for Eternatus. And Shadow Shield helps it get its Tidy Up off, which is a really nice combination. And like I said, the base attack is just really, really high at 165. So I think top of S tier is right for Mega Banette, to be honest. Tropius gets Ripen and also gets Harvest. So it has the Ripen Harvest combo. It can generate more berries and also doubles the effect of berries. So it's a really, really, really broken combination. You could instead run Chlorophyll for double speed, but you're probably going to want Harvest instead just because the berry generation just feels so much stronger. Gets decent bulk, very decent bulk actually, of 99 HP, 83 defense, and 87 SPDF. Apple Acid will be dropping the SPDF of your target, so it's a pretty good move to spam and just get the target's SPDF down. Stuffed Cheeks will make you eat your berry and then increase your defense by 2 stages. Sappy Seed is Leech Seed setup, so it's really good. And then Earth Power is going to be your answer to Steel types. It also helps with hitting Electric types. Yeah, and also I guess you have a Rock weakness here since you're a Flying type. Yeah, so Earth Power is pretty important. Every move in the Egg moves is probably what you're going to run. Apple Acid is a good stab move that also drops SPDF. Stuffed Cheeks makes you eat your berry immediately and also increases your defense. And then Sappy Seed is Leech Seed setup. Very important. And then Earth Power is coverage. Tropius is at least A tier for me. I want to say actually somewhat towards the middle of A tier just because it gets Sappy Seed and it has the Ripen Harvest combo. So it can be a very good tank with a pretty solid bulky stat spread. And it gets Chip with Sappy Seed. It can be really annoying with like the Ripen Harvest, Berry, Stuffed Cheeks nonsense. And it has good coverage with Earth Power. So yeah, I think bottom of A tier feels right for Tropius. Chimecho. Chimecho is actually surprisingly bulky. 75 HP, 80 defense, 90 SPDF is not bad. It gets Punk Rock, so it'll be increasing the damage of sound-based moves. Levitate makes it immune to ground type moves. 95 base attack is not the best, but it gets Eerie Spell, which is an 80 base power stab move that removes 3 PP from the target. So if you're facing Eternatus and it's spamming Eterna Beam and you just want it to stop using Eterna Beam, you can use an Eerie Spell and that'll shave off 3 power points off of Eternatus. So that'll be pretty useful if you want to get rid of a move that's being annoying to you. Boom Burst is a pretty solid attack move and it is boosted by Punk Rock. Torch Song also boosted by Punk Rock and gives you attack increases. Buzzy Buzz is a guaranteed paralyze, which is really good. So yeah, decent utility with Eerie Spell. Decent damage with the Punk Rock Torch Song setup, but the base stats just leave a bit too much to desire. So let's put it in like B tier. Decently high in B tier. We'll put it next to like Hypno and Xatu, I think. Okay, Absol. Mega Absol gets Magic Bounce, which is not implemented, so we're going to ignore that. Sharpness is boosting the power of slicing moves. It has 150 base attack and 115 speed. So a very comfortable speed tier, and 150 base attack hits pretty hard. Its bulk is very bad at 65 HP, 60 defense, 60 SPDF, so it cannot tank hits very well. So you're pretty much just going to have to always outspeed your opponent and just one-shot them. You get Sacred Sword, which is boosted by Sharpness. Very good. Bitter Blade is also boosted by Sharpness and is a sustain move. Psyblade is helping with your fighting weakness because you're a Dark type and is boosted by Sharpness, so it's very good. It also gets a 50% boost if you're in Electric Terrain. So if you, for whatever reason, have an Electric Terrain setter on your team, that's something for your Psyblade. And then Kitao Cleave is boosted by Sharpness and is also Stab, because it's a Dark type move. 85 base power, cannot miss, stab, boosted by sharpness. Very good move for Absol. The best way to describe Absol really is just it's a worse version of Kartana. Kartana functions very similarly, has very similar egg moves, but also gets Behemoth Blade. Unlike Absol, it's actually decently tanky in the physical defense category, so you can actually tank hits physically. The speed is just about the same, but the attack is 181, so it's hella stronger than Mega Absol, and also gets Beast Boost, right? So you can get attack increases as well. So unfortunately, Mega Absol is just kinda and will always be worse Kartana. But looking at it individually, it's not bad. We'll put it in like low A tier. Mega Glalie gets Snow Warning, Refrigerate. So Refrigerate will be turning normal attack moves into ice attack moves. So it gets extreme speed in the egg moves. So your extreme speed becomes an ice type move, which is not bad. You have 120 base attack, which is decent. Your speed tier is not the best at 100, but you do get no retreat to give yourself an Omni boost. That's a +1 attack increase, +1 speed increase, +1 Spatak increase. So the Spatak is important because you get Freezy Frost as well, which is a 100 base power special attack move. So you actually kind of do want some special attack. And Earth Power is going to be fire coverage, rock coverage, even steel coverage. So yeah, it covers all of your weaknesses, which is really nice. Yeah, he's not bad. He has a good coverage move. No Retreat helps out with his mixed attack set. Snow Warning gives him some bulk, which is nice. If you want on Blizzard, then that's going to be a 100% accurate Blizzard they can use over Freezy Frost, which is not bad. Yeah, he's a bit of a awkward mixed attacker. I still think he's pretty strong. We'll put him at like the bottom of A tier. Wall Rain gets Unaware, so you ignore enemy stat increases. That gets better later on. Ice Body, heal a bit in snow. Thick Fat to ignore your fire. You can take half damage from fire and ice. You already quad resist ice, and you're already neutral to fire, so this isn't that important. I would rather take Ice Body and bring like a Snow Setter, or Oblivious to ignore taunts. Walrein, very bulky, 110 HP, 90 defense, 90 speed F. Walrein is pretty notorious for being a bulky mon. You get Flip Turned. I guess if you want to, I don't know, Flip Turn just to switch out, to have a slow switch out, I guess, is not bad. Steam Eruption, Stab, also burns. Your attack stat is 95, which is higher than your physical attack, so generally you want to use this thing as a special attacker. So Steam Eruption is good. Freeze Dry to be able to hit other water types or super and also deal with your grass type weakness. Freeze Dry is good. And Slack Off to heal is nice. So yeah, he's a bulky guy with some pretty strong egg moves. Beyond that, he's pretty much a B tier mod. We'll put it next to the Wailord. I feel like they function similarly. Yeah, I think that's fine. Huntail will be getting Drizzle, Water Veil, Swift Swim. So you can do the Drizzle, Swift Swim combo. So you'll be doubling your speed to 104. Not bad. Bouncy Bubble is boosted by Rain. Steam Eruption, Burns, also boosted by Rain. Freeze Dry, you can hit other water types and manage your own grass weakness. And Shell Sidearm, you can also cover your own grass weakness with Shell Sidearm and also hit fairy types, so it's pretty nice. Do you get Nasty Plot on this Pokemon? You do not. Do you get Calm Mind on this Pokemon? Okay, what is your base special attack? 94? Okay, so that makes you C tier. Good egg moves. Good egg moves. Good coverage. Good stab moves. Great sustain move in Bouncy Bubble. But the Spatak is just too low and has no way to increase it. So you're just using 94 Spatak, which is not good. Drizzle, Swift Swim, so it has the same passive as Huntail. It should have the same egg moves as well because they come from, they both evolve from Clamperl. The difference is Glorpus actually has a good special attack stat. It has 114 special attack, which is pretty usable. Its defense, it's a bit bulkier as well, not bad. Yeah, so it's much better than Huntail. I think Gorbis can actually get Nasty Plot, right? No? Quiver Dance? No? Calm Mind? No, okay, so it doesn't get any attack increases, but the 114 base attack is definitely better than Huntail. So we're gonna have to put this thing in the B tier probably. We'll put it in the mid B tier, the old Pokemon. Gets Primordial Sea, which is the Kyogre, the Primal Kyogre ability. So that'll be nullifying fire attacks, which does not really matter when you're already quad resisting fire. But I guess it's fine. Permanent Rain is good. Swift Swim to pair with the Rain is nice. Sturdy to not get one shot is good as well. You'll probably be running Swift Swim because I have a feeling this thing's going to be an offensive oriented Pokemon. Yes, you get Diamond Storm, Wave Crash, Dragon Dance. Yeah, so it's a very offensive oriented Pokemon. Shore Up is odd since you have Primordial Sea, so you're pretty much never going to be using Sandstorm with this thing. So you're just going to be healing for 50% HP, which is not bad. Wave Crash is stab. Recoil damage pretty good. You get Rockhead if you want to protect from that recoil damage. But I think Swift Swim is more important to actually make you fast enough to sweep. So yeah, we're not going to be running Rockhead. So what you get Wave Crash. Diamond Storm is stab. It also has the chance to increase your speed or your defense. Do you get Body Press on this Pokemon? Please tell me you do. You do. So on top of having 130 base defense, you can also get sharp defense increases with Diamond Storm. And you can use those defense increases to deal some pretty good damage with Body Press. So the moveset I would go is D-Dance to set up your attack and your speed. Diamond Storm, Wave Crash, and Body Press is what I would run. And yeah, I think that's solid. Its base attack being 90 brings it back a little bit. So you need to get Dragon Dances off in order for it to be a threat, really. But not bad. We'll put it like low B tier, high B tier, behind Arbok, in front of Armaldo. Yeah, I think that's good. Love Disc, the worst version of Alomomola. It gets multi-scale, okay. So it'll reduce the amount of damage it takes when it's full HP. Swift Swim, so you need a range setter to give it some double speed. If it does get Swift Swim, it becomes very fast because its base speed is already 97. So it becomes like one of the fastest Pokemon in the game if you can get the Swift Swim off. Revival Blessing, very good move to revive any dead Pokemon. Glitzy Glow, we mentioned, very good move against Eternatus because it's super effective and also decreases Eternatus' special attack, which is very nice since Eternatus is mainly a special attacker. Heart Swap. You swap stat changes with the target. It's a very situational ability, but it can be useful. Like, for example, in the Eternatus fight, when he gets those stat increases from losing the health bars, you can just steal those stat increases with Heart Swap. So it's pretty good. And you get Baton Pass. You can pass those stat increases you're stealing with Heart Swap, and you can pass that on to another Pokemon in your party. So this is a very Eternatus fight Pokemon. You get Glitzy Glow for Eternatus. You get Heart Swap for Eternatus. Baton Pass to pass those stat changes, and Revival Blessing if you need to revive a Pokemon. So I'm seeing some good utility here, mainly for the Eternatus fight. So that alone is enough for me to like put it in the high B tier, next to Kecleon. Actually above, yeah. Yeah, Loki next to Lunatone. I like the utility it brings. Revival Blessing, Glitzy Glow, Baton Pass. But the problem is that's all it does, right? You can't really use it offensively because it's so bad offensively. So you really just have to use this thing as a utility mon with Glitzy Glow and Revival Blessing. Low key, I'm down to put it higher. I like the utility. I do like the utility it gets. We'll put it like low-key above Smeargle. Mega gets Dragon's Maw, which is really good because it's a dragon type. Area Late, normal type moves become flying type moves, which is good because this Pokemon gets Double Edge. So that's going to be a 120 base power flying move. So pretty much it's the same thing as using Brave Bird, really. Glaive Rush is going to be boosted by Dragon's Maw. Also stab, and it deals 120 base power damage, so really strong. Dragon Dance being in the egg moves is nice, so you can just start off with Dragon Dance level 1. Fire Lash, because you have a 4 times ice weakness. You are a dragon and flying type, so Fire Lash is your coverage move, and it can also drop a defense, which is pretty nice. Floaty Fall, stab, can flinch, and it's 90 base power. Pretty good. It's a pretty good move. I would probably take out Floaty Fall for Double Edge just for the extra 30 damage. You keep Fire Lash for the ice coverage. Glaive Rush is your best dragon stab move, your best dragon attacking move, and then Dragon Dance for more setup. I think that's enough for it to be at least in S tier. Not too high in S tier. I think it's like maybe above Medicham. I think that's about it. It doesn't really surpass these other Pokemon for me, but I do think it's pretty strong. It gets essentially... it essentially gets adaptability because it boosts Dragon's Maw, which is one of its stab. It gets Aerolate, which boosts its other stab. You get to use Glaive Rush, which is like one of the best dragon moves in the game. So yeah, I think S tier is good for Salamence. Metagross. So Mega Metagross gets Levitate, which will be getting rid of its ground weakness, which is nice because it doesn't have many weaknesses, just mainly ground, fire, dark, ghost. Yeah, those 4 types. So once you get rid of ground weakness, you only have 3, which is pretty good. Tough Claws will be powering up all of your physical moves, which is good since it's a physical attacker with 145 attack, 150 defense, and a pretty good speed tier. 110 is not that slow, chat. 110 is outspeeding regular Ray, a little bit slower than Mega Ray. If you get an X speed, you can probably outspeed him. So yeah, 110 is definitely not bad given how bulky it is. 80 HP, 150 defense, and 110 speed F is a very bulky stat spread. So it being 110 speed on top of that is pretty disgusting. Triple Axle is boosted by Tough Claws and also is a way to hit ground types, so that's very good. Drain Punch, just for healing, it's nice. It's boosted by Tough Claws, and you also have 145 attack, so you can deal some pretty good damage with it, even if it's not stab. Shift Gear, increase your speed and raise your attack by 1 stage. If you really need to outspeed something, like for example you're facing a Eternatus, then getting that Shift Gear off for the +2 speed, +1 attack is going to be very nice. And Headlong Rush is a ground type move. You're mainly just using that as fire coverage. Yeah, because you have a fire weakness, so Headlong Rush is going to be helping with that. It's a 120 base power move, boosted by Tough Claws. You have a 145 base attack, like I said, so it deals pretty good damage. But you want to put Meteor Mash in here somewhere, since that's your best physical steel stab move. So you'd probably take out Triple Axle, I'd say, for a Meteor Mash, and you'd maybe put in Zen Headbutt over Drain Punch, I think. So the moveset I would go is Meteor Mash, Zen Headbutt, Shift Gear, and Headlong Rush. Maybe take out Headlong Rush or Drain Punch, maybe. So yeah, that's the moveset I would go. Yeah. Very bulky, very strong. Lost its ground weakness. So it kind of has to be S tier. We'll put it at like the bottom of S tier, I think. I don't think it's as broken as everything up here. It is a psychic type. It is a psychic type, so Zen Headbutt is super against Eternatus, which is nice. Headlong Rush is also super against Eternatus, which is good. Yeah. Actually, we'll put it above Salamence just because it's good for Eternatus. Regirock gets Sandstream, so it's a Sand Setter. Clear Body, so it can ignore stat decreases or Sturdy to guaranteed live a hit. I think Sturdy is going to be your better pick because of an egg move that we'll get into later. Really good bulk, obviously. You have 80 HP, 200 defense, and 100 speed F, so it has really good bulk, mainly physically. 100 attack is pretty good as well. Alright, so the main reason why you want Sturdy on this thing is because you get Soul Cure. So you get a guaranteed Soul Cure off, and Soul Cure is a pretty important chip move once you get to like Eternatus, even like Ray, because Ray is weak to rock. in regular Ray. Mega Ray does lose the weakness, but still is pretty tanky. So Soul Cure is good for those fights. Shore Up is great because it sets up his own Sandstorm. So Shore Up will be healing for 75% of your HP. Body Press, good because you have 200 defense. So you can deal some pretty good damage with that. And then Stone Axe is a Stealth Rock setup, so it's pretty nice. Unfortunately for Regirock, it's kind of just worse Mega Aggron. It does get sturdy, but you never really have to worry about these Pokemon getting one-shot since they're so tanky. Mega Aggron gets Earth Eater, so it loses its ground weakness. Filter to even reduce the power of super effective moves, so it's even tankier. 230 defense, so it's even higher than Regirock at the cost of 20 Spadef. You get Soul Cure as well. Body Press, Shore Up, yeah, the same moves really. So yeah, I think Mega Aggron is just better Regirock because of the higher defense and the higher attack. It has 140 attack versus Regirock's 100. But the functionality is pretty similar, so I can't really rank it too far behind Aggron. We'll put it here below Gramble. I think it's fine. In the same tier as Aggron, I think that makes sense. Regice. Okay, so the thing with Regice is that in the first tier list, I ranked it pretty low because Mono Ice is not very tanky and it's quite slow at 50 speed. It is very bulky in Spadef, which is good for Rayquaza, Mega Ray, and Eternatus because they are mainly special attackers. But because it's Mono Ice, it is weak to Eternatus' Flamethrower, weak to Rayquaza's V-Create, right? So it has some weaknesses there. It gets Snow Warning, which is always good because you can just use Snow Warning Blizzard. That's a good combination. You get Ice Body, right? So you can heal in the snow as well. Recover for some solid healing. Take Heart to boost your Spatak and Spadef. Earth Power to help with your rock weakness, your steel weakness, your fire weakness, pretty much all of your ice weaknesses except for fighting. And Freeze Dry is going to be helping you hit water types are super effective and also hit grass types and flying types, right? It's just stab. It's ice stab, right? Realistically, you're going to swap that off with Blizzard. I think Blizzard is way better because it's 110 base power and is guaranteed to hit in snow, and you get Snow Warning. So the moveset you'd run is Recover, Take Heart, Earth Power, and Blizzard. As for how good I think it is, I used to think this thing was really bad, but under more consideration, the Spadef Poke is very nice for Eternatus because even though it is weak to Flamethrower, that 200 Spadef is going to let it tank a lot of hits from Eternatus, and it does have super effective against Eternatus with Blizzard. It also has super effective against Mega Ray and Rayquaza, because Rayquaza is quad weak to Ice, Mega Ray is weak to Ice, regular weak to Ice, so Blizzard is going to be dealing some big damage to them. So I think Regice, I might have underestimated a bit the first time around when I ranked it. I think it's like at least A tier, chat. Call me crazy. Its bulk is good enough at 80 HP, 100 defense, 200 Spadef. It gets a bit of healing from Ice Body as well. It has guaranteed Blizzard hits. It has further setup with Take Heart, healing of Recover, coverage of Earth Power. I think it should be at least be A tier. High A tier, actually. We'll put it above, next to Spinda, I think is fair for Regice. Registeel recently got a really cool shiny. The Epic Shiny, yeah, the Halloween-themed Registeel Shiny. It looks so sick. Filter reduces the power of super effective attacks. Very good because Registeel is a mono steel type, so it only has 3 weaknesses. Fire, fighting, and ground, right? So it'll be reducing the damage from those typings. Really good. Clear Body will be making it immune to status changes. That's probably what you want because Light Metal is kind of meh. 150 defense, 150 Spadef, so it's balanced in its defenses, unlike Registeel and Regice. 80 HP, 50 speed. So the other stats are pretty much the same, except now the defenses are balanced. It gets Recover, it gets Body Press, which is good because it has 150 defense. Sizzly Slide has a guaranteed burn, so you have Burn Chip which is good because you're tankier mon, so you want chip over just like offensive moves. Gigaton Hammer is stab and also 160 base power. Ready Steel is actually the same attack stat as Tengaton, so you can expect it to deal just about the same damage as like if you're using Gigaton Hammer on Tengaton. So that's not bad, I guess. It's a stab move. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good stall move with Filter Steel. Filter Steel is just a really good combination. And you get Burn from Sizzly Slide. Let's put it in the top of B tier, I think. Latias. So Latias is Latias used to be the GOAT. Latias used to have Soul Heart, and Soul Heart was an ability that gave you attack increases every time you killed something. During that era, I put Mega Latias in like I think double S tier because that combination is just amazing. Soul Heart with these stats, but now you get Prism Armor, which reduces the power of super effective attacks taken. So it's pretty much just filter. So it'll be reducing the damage of ice type moves, fairy type moves, dragon type moves, dark type moves, ghost type moves, bug type moves, right? So those 6 typings, you'll take reduced damage from them. It's just not, It's a downgrade. It's a big downgrade from what it used to be. Soul Heart gave it huge sweeping potential, but now it's just kind of been pushed into like a tankier role with Prism Armor, and it's 150 SPDF, 120 defense. It still has 140 attack, which is a really good offensive stat, and it is relatively fast with 110 speed. But like Soul Heart gave it so much more potential to sweep. I don't know why they decided to put it into a tankier role. It's just not. It doesn't really fit Latias, especially with these moves. Mystical Power, Corn Forcer, Sparkly Swirl, Fusion Flare. Like this thing just screams sweeper, but they just took out the main ability that allowed it to sweep well, which was Soul Heart. So now you're using like a speedy, bulky special attacker with Corn Forcer Stab, Mystical Power to increase your special attack, Sparkly Swirl, I guess, to hit other dragon types, and also heal up your party, and Fusion Flare to hit ice types is pretty good. Like, it's not a massive downgrade, because at the very least, you still have special attack increases from Mystical Power. But that means you have to use Mystical Power, right? Which is a 70 base power move. You could be using Psychic instead, which is a 90 base power move. Much stronger. But unfortunately, in order to get special attack increases, you have to use Mystical Power. So yeah, it got nerfed, chat. It got nerfed, unfortunately. Not like too much. Like, it's still very usable, obviously, but it's an S tier now. It's not double S like it used to be. We'll put it above Pidgeot. No, okay, it goes above these guys. Let's it's better than the starters for sure. We'll put it I think above Steelix is fine. Below Aerodactyl, below Mega Beedrill, below Mega Pinsir. Latias is up here in the top of S tier. But Latios is a different story. Latios gets 160 special attack, so that's 20 more than Latias, and you get Tinted Lens, which allows you to hit Pokemon for neutral damage pretty much always. Outside of like Fairy types walling your Dragon type moves, and Dark types walling your Psychic type moves, right? Outside of that, your Tinted Lens will allow you to hit everything else for neutral damage, minimum. Still decent bulk. 100 defense and 120 SPDF is still a really good bulk, but now you have 160 special attack with 110 speed. So this is just like way better sweeping potential than Mega Latias. Tachyon Cutter is good fairy coverage, which Latias does not get. Does not get any fairy coverage, so this is good for Latios. Gets fairy coverage with Tachyon Cutter. It gets Nasty Plot, so you can straight up just get a +2 attack increase from using Nasty Plot. That is not something that Latias gets. That would be amazing if Latias could get that, but unfortunately not. So it gets Nasty Plot. Blue Flare is your ice coverage because you are weak to ice. It's a 130 base power move, so it's a pretty good move. Latias gets Fusion Flare, which is weaker, so I don't know why Latias gets Fusion Flare, but Latios gets Blue Flare. It's very odd to me. And then Corn Forcer is the special attack Dragon Stab move. Yeah, Latios is just so much more loved than Latios. I don't know. Latios is double S material. We'll put it in the top of double S actually. Below Mewtwo. Yeah, we'll put it below Mewtwo. Yeah, I don't know why they just decided to make Latios so much better than Latios. It gets a better fire move. It gets fairy coverage. It gets nasty plot, which is way better than trying to use mystical power, to be honest. And then it gets tinted lens, which is a so much better ability for sweeping. So yeah, Latios is up here in the double S tier. Latios is down here in the S tier. Kind of tragic. And you know what especially sucks, chat? I got a rare shiny Mega Latios recently in my in the shiny event a couple weeks ago. So yeah, that just hurt, especially knowing that I could have gotten a rare shiny Latios instead. That would have been so much cooler. I hope they buff Latios soon. Please buff Latios, PokéRogue. All right, Kyogre has gotten a lot of changes since we last ranked them. Primal Kyogre now gets Mold Breaker as passive. I think that was always the same. So yeah, that is the same. Primordial Sea is permanent rain and nullifies fire type attacks, so it's pretty good. 180 Spatak, 160 Spadef, 90 defense, 100 HP. So really bulky Pokemon, especially bulky and Spadef, which is very valuable because the main threats in this game are Eternatus, Mega Ray. Mega Ray generally uses special attack moves, and Eternatus only has special attack moves. So having more Spadef is more valuable than more defense in PokéRogue. For egg moves, it gets Recover. You used to have Bouncy Bubble, which was way better. Now you just have to use Recover to heal, which is not bad. Hurricane is the same. Hurricane is guaranteed in rain. You get Primordial Sea, so that's a good combination. Also helps with your grass weakness. You are a mono water type, so you have a grass weakness, so Hurricane is good for that. Freezy Frost allows you to hit grass types. Yeah, it lets you hit grass types. It also is a haze ability. It has a haze ability, which eliminates all stat changes. And this is actually very good because Kyogre does not need stat changes. It already has 180 base special attack, 160 Spadef, a pretty good speed tier. So like it doesn't really need stat changes. So it can permanently just spam Freezy Frost and just make sure the enemy doesn't get speed increases or stat increases. So yeah, it's a pretty good move for the new Kyogre. And then now instead of Electro Shot, it used to have Electro Shot, and now it gets Wild Bolt Storm, which is a guaranteed hit in rain. It's 100 base power, and it has a decent para chance. So overall thoughts, this is 100% a nerf to the original Kyogre. Kyogre used to have Electro Shot, which would increase its special attack, and it was also 30 more base power than Wild Bolt Storm. It also got Bouncy Bubble, which would be a move that could hit 2 Pokemon at once and also heals you for the damage you deal. That was a really good move to both deal damage and also sustain. You can now only just sustain with Recover, which is kind of unfortunate. So yeah, it got nerfed considerably, but we did do a Kyogre showcase recently, and it still felt really strong. I think the stat spread it has alone just makes it like double S tier, so we'll leave it like here. I think Primal Groudon, let's talk about Primal Groudon. It gets Turbo Blaze, which is essentially Mold Breaker. It functions the same way as Mold Breaker. It gets Desolate Land, which is permanent sun and nullifies water type attacks. This is very important because you have a 4 times water weakness, so being able to resist that basically is just really nice. So Desolate Land is very important on Groudon. 180 base attack, 160 base defense, and 150 base special attack. You don't really use special attacks, so you can ignore that. 90 base Spadef, 100 HP, and 160 defense makes it very bulky, like similar to Kyogre. You don't have as much Spadef as Kyogre, which is unfortunate because you want Spadef against Ray and Eternatus. But you do get some pretty nasty egg moves. For example, Solar Blade is a move that deals 125 base power damage, grass type move, and will take 2 turns to attack unless if you have the sun up, and Groudon does set up sun with Desolate Land, so you pretty much just have 1 turn Solar Blade that you can spam against enemy water types, which is really good. You pretty much don't have to worry about water types because you have Desolate Land and Solar Blade to deal with them. So yeah, it's really good. Sacred Fire, very good move. This is probably going to be your most important move because you get Fire Stab in Primal Groudon, and you also set up Sun with Desolate Land. So your Sacred Fire is going to be dealing some disgusting damage, like insane damage. It does fall off once you get to like Eternatus and Ray because they do resist Sacred Fire. But once you do get to Eternatus and once you do get to Eternatus, you can just use Precipice Blades, which is a ground type move, and that's going to be super effective because because Eternatus is a poison type. So Groudon is actually a good Pokemon for Eternatus because of the type matchup. And for that reason, I think Groudon is a Triple S Pokemon. Mega Ray, one of the most popular Pokemon in the game because it gets Unnerve, one of the best abilities in the game. It prevents berries from triggering. You get Delta Stream to ignore your flying weaknesses, so no more quad ice weakness, no more rock weakness, and no more being neutral to electric. You now resist electric, right? So that's pretty good. Your offenses are obviously insane. You're 180 in both attack and Spatak. Your bulk is solid at 100 in HP, defense, and Spadef, and your speed tier is solid at 115. Obviously not like the best speed tier. You still get outsped by like Eternatus. You're a little faster than the Laddies, but my point is 115 isn't like incredibly fast. It still is pretty fast though. You do outspeed like most of the things in the game. You get Corn Forcer as a stab move, Oblivion Wing, a stab as well, D-Darts, stab, V-Create is just a broken move. Alright, so how do we rank Mega Ray? Mega Ray for the longest time has just been a Triple S Pokemon because of the ability, because of its stat spread, because of the egg moves it gets. It did used to have Dragon Energy, but that got replaced by Corn Forcer. I think that's actually a nerf because Oblivion Wing can help heal you back to full HP for your Dragon Energy, so it kind of got nerfed a little bit. Changing Dragon Energy for Corn Forcer. But I still think it's Triple S, chat. They made some small nerfs to it, but I think it's still Triple S. It's not as good as Groudon. I think the ranking goes Lugia, Groudon, Ray in the Triple S tier right now. So Jirachi gets Comatose, and Comatose, we mentioned earlier, is pretty much going to be making you immune to statuses. So you cannot be burned, poisoned, or parried because this Pokemon is pretty much always asleep, quote unquote. It's not like actually asleep, like you can still like move and like use attacks, but like it's like it's asleep pretty much. So that counts as it having a status, so it cannot be burned, parried, or poisoned. So, yeah, it cannot be any of those. It cannot be status, so it's really nice. And also just can't be slept, obviously, because it's already asleep. Serene Grace will boost its likelihood of additional effects, so like Para, proccing the Para, proccing flinches. You're 100 in every stat, so you're a jack of all trades. Stat spread. You get Rock Slide for flinch. Tachyon Cutter is just stab, special attack stab. Shell Smash to set up is nice. And then Triple Arrows is a flinch move, a defense drop move, and a critical increase move. So how do I feel about Jirachi? Shell Smash increases its speed, which is very important because when you're trying to use a Serene Grace mod like Jirachi, you need them to be fast. Because in order to get flinches off, you need to outspeed your opponents. And you want to use this thing with flinch sets, right? Because it has Serene Grace. So Shell Smash, Triple Arrows. I guess Zen Headbutt's not bad. You can take Zen Headbutt for stab. And Tachyon Cutter would be the moveset I would run. I don't think Rock Slide is really that important. You can just take Zen Headbutt over that. Yeah. You have to get a little lucky with flinches, but if you're a pretty lucky guy, then I'd say that Jirachi is a solid high A tier. I would say above Regirock. Really annoying set with Serene Grace. Really good egg moves to complement Serene Grace. Shell Smash to further set up your attack and speed, so it can actually start dealing some good damage. Yeah, it has potential as a sweeper. If not sweeping, then it's just a really annoying flincher. Yeah, solid Pokemon. All right, last Pokemon, Deoxys, who has 4 forms, so we're gonna have to look at each of them. Regular Deoxys gets Protean, 150 attack, 150 attack, and 150 speed, so very glass cannon. offensive Pokemon because its bulk is only 50 HP, 50 defense, and 50 speed def. But really good offensively. And Protean is very useful because you have a very big variety of moves. Deoxys gets a lot of moves like Ice, Poison, Electric, Fire, Fighting. So you can turn into a lot of typings and make use of Protean pretty well with Deoxys. In terms of egg moves, you get Lumina Crash, which is, as we keep mentioning, a very good move because it's super effective on Eternatus, and it is a double speed def drop. So this move just has a lot of inherent value. Earth Power, good for your for hitting steel types because Psychic gets walled by steel. So Earth Power is good for that. Collision Course is double damage or more damage on super effective hits. So against Rock, Steel, Ice, Dark, it's going to be super effective damage, which is good. It's going to be boosted damage, which is nice. And then Parting Shot is good because this Pokemon is hella fast. So you can get a fast Parting Shot off, which is good utility. Yeah, Deoxys might be very bulky, but it still has some crazy sweeping potential with its offensive stat spread. So I want to at least put it in low S tier, below Metagross. But when we look at attack form Deoxys, it's just better Deoxys, right? Because it's even more Glass Cannon now with 180 attack, 180 speed attack, and 150 speed. So it just gets 30 more in its offenses at the cost of a bit more defense at speed def. So it's just a better Deoxys pretty much. So Deoxys attack for sure goes way higher. I want to say it's like above, like up here in the top of S tier. I still think it's like inherently like not overpowered because it's still frail. So if you somehow can't one-shot something, you're just gonna get destroyed by like literally anything. So it is very prone to dying, but it has hella sweeping potential because insane egg moves like Lumina Crash, Collision Course, right? You can pretty much just run anything because of Protean. So yeah, it's really good. Very varied moveset with Protean. Really good offenses. Good for Eternatus because it's a Psychic type and has Lumina Crash. I think this thing deserves to be S tier easily. Could even move up to double S. I need to think about it a bit more. Deoxys defense is also Protean. Instead of being more of a Glass Cannon, you now have 160 defense and 160 speed def, so you're more of a Pokemon. Your 90 speed, which isn't too bad. 50 HP is a bit lackluster though. Not okay. Deoxys defense is good in the Eternatus fight. It's actually better than the attack and the regular form for the Eternatus fight because you can get more Lumina Crashes off. Deoxys defense can easily get like 2, even 3 Lumina Crashes off on Eternatus, so it can get like -6 PDF off on Eternatus, which is really valuable. So it doesn't have as much sweeping potential as the other forms, but Deoxys defense definitely functions better in the Eternatus fight, which gives it some value. So for that reason alone, I actually want to put it in the bottom of S tier. I think it is like one of the best Lumina Crash mons you can ask for outside of like Lugia. So let's put it like below Metagross. Yeah, I think that's fine. And above like regular Deoxys, I think is good. Delta Blazer says double S for Deoxys attack. Okay, sure. I'm down for that. Deoxys attack's only weakness really is like anything it can't hit for neutral damage at least. But like it gets Protean, so it can hit so many things. Deoxys speed gets Protean as well. 180 speed, so pretty much will not be outsped. What I don't like about Deoxys speed is that you don't really need the extra speed. Deoxys attack and Deoxys regular are already really fast with 150 speed, so do you really need more speed? Not really. You do become bulkier, but not like that much bulkier. Only like 90 defense, 90 speed def. Nah, this might be crazy, but I think C tier is about right for Deoxys speed unironically. No, okay, C tier is a bit harsh. At least it's B tier. We'll put it like here above Xatu and Hypno. It doesn't like 95 speed attack is just not high enough. 180 speed is just a bit overkill. You just don't need to be that fast.
We'll be jumping into Generation 4 now, starting with Torterra. So Torterra, I actually have the rare shiny for. I think Torterra has some of the coolest shinies in the game. Shout out the PokéRogue artists. The Sakura Blossom, Cherry Blossom shiny is my favorite. It also gets a cool winter one. But aside from cool shinies, you get Thick Fat, which will be having a damage from fire and ice moves. This is very good on Torterra because you are a grass type, so you're weak to fire. And grass ground means you're quad weak to ice. So having some resistance against those typings is very nice. Stat spread is obviously on the bulkier side because you're Torterra. You get Shell Smash as an egg move, which is very good because you're bulky. You're able to get Shell Smash off relatively easily. And Thick Fat allows you to be a bit tankier against fire and ice types as well. So hopefully you can get the Shell Smash off relatively safely. Mighty Cleave is going to be your way of hitting flying types. Since you're grass and ground, it's a bit hard to hit flying types. So Mighty Cleave is good for that and also hits to protect. Also is your fire and ice coverage. Mighty Cleave hits both fire and ice for super effective, so it's very good. Ice Spinner is very good because the two big threats in the game, Ray and Eternatus, are both dragon types, so Ice Spinner is a very good move to deal with those guys. And Sappy Seed, one of the best moves in the game because it has 100 base power and also sets up Leech Seed. Leech Seed is one of the most important moves in the game because of the chip damage. It's good against Eternatus and other bosses. So I want to put Torterra in at least the top of A tier. Infernape gets Beast Boost. Okay, so this is very similar to Charizard because Charizard also gets Beast Boost. You get Iron Fist as your hidden ability, which is probably what we're going to run. Balanced offensive stats. You have 104 in attack and 104 in attack, and you have 108 speed. So a pretty decent offensive stat spread with relatively okay bulk. You have Fiery Dance, which is going to be increasing your speed attack. It's a 50% chance to increase your speed attack, so it's a pretty good chance, and it's pretty decent base power at 80. Secret Sword, if you want to hit things with physical damage. Triple Axle is going to be mostly ground coverage, but also a good way of hitting flying types because you're a fighting type, so you do have a weakness against flying types. And then Sacred Fire is probably the best or one of the best fire physical moves in the game because it has no recoil damage, deals 100 base power, and has a pretty good chance to burn. I believe it's a 30% chance to burn. It has moves to help out both this attack and attack sets, but it's kind of just mediocre in both. But because of Beast Boost, I would like to at least put it in the bottom of A tier, maybe around the the really bottom of A tier. I think like here above Zangoose is good enough for me. Empoleon. Okay, I was actually doing some theorizing with Empoleon because I recently got the rare shiny. So I was thinking about how I can do a classic showcase with this thing, and I realized its typing Water Steel is really good for Eternatus because Steel resists poison, obviously, and also resists Eternatus' dragon moves. It gets Dynamax Cannon and a Turn Beam. But the problem with Steel types usually is that they get hit by Flamethrower because Eternatus gets access to Flamethrower. So if you're trying to run like Tinkaton or Zacian for the Fairy and Steel typing, you still are weak to Flamethrower. But because Empoleon is a water type, you are neutral to Flamethrower. So you actually are relatively safe against Eternatus. You're neutral to Flamethrower, you're immune to Sludge Bomb, and you resist its Dragon type moves. So I was thinking Empoleon could be a pretty good wall for Eternatus since it's also pretty bulky. It has 80 HP and also 101 SPDF, which is a pretty decently bulky stat spread. You get 111 attack, so you can hit pretty hard. Drizzle to set up its own Steam Eruption. Steam Eruption is a 110 base power move that can burn. It is a 30% burn chance, so it's a pretty high burn chance. Tachyon Cutter is Stab, also a special attacking move. It deals up to 100 base power. Roost for healing. And then King Shield is a protect move that will decrease the enemy's attack if they make contact with you. Not that important for the Eternatus fight, but pretty good for like Ray because Ray gets a lot of physical moves. So yeah, I think Empoleon is pretty underrated just because of the stat spread and the typing it gets. I think it makes it really good against Eternatus. So I think just because of that, it deserves to be at least high A tier. Staraptor gets Rockhead, which is nice because it also gets Reckless as its hidden ability. Really good stat spread, to be honest. Offensively, you get 120 attack and 100 speed. That's pretty decent. You get Swords Dance to further increase your attack. You get Head Charge, which is a recoil move that also has 120 base power. So that's going to be boosted by Reckless. And also you get to ignore the recoil damage because of Rockhead. Flare Blitz, another recoil move. Extreme Speed. It is very good because your speed tier can be outsped by things like Mega Ray and Eternatus. So Extreme Speed could be a nice priority move to just use against those guys.
You do get agility if you do just want to increase your speed. That's not a terrible option because you do want to spam moves like head charge and flare blitz. So if you want to just remain faster than everything, you could just bring agility to make sure you don't get outsped. What other Rico moves can you get? Brave Bird. Yes, Brave Bird is a stab 120 base power Rico move that you can take. Very good. I want to put it at least in the middle of A tier. Gets Sap Sipper, so that removes its grass weakness and now will heal, or sorry, not heal. It'll boost the attack stat when you get hit by grass moves, so that's pretty good. You get Simple as a regular ability. That's probably what you're going to take, unless if you want to be a little chaotic and go Moody. But I would recommend Simple because of the egg moves that we'll get into in a second. Stat spread is obviously really bad. That is the one downside to Barrow, is that its stat spread is really booty cheeks. But when we look at the egg moves here, you get Cosmic Power. So with Simple, that's going to be a +2 defense and a +2 SPDEF increase. So that's really good. So overall, that's going to be a +4 stat increase. You get Swords Dance on level up. At level 43, you get Swords Dance, which is going to be a +4 attack in one single use, thanks to it being a sharp attack increase. So you get both Cosmic Power and Swords Dance for some crazy stat boosts. And once you get those stat boosts up, you can either get your speed up with Aqua Step, or you can use Power Trip. Power Trip gets 20 extra BP for every stat increase. So if you use Cosmic Power once, and if you use Swords Dance once, that's going to be 8 stat increases. So that in total, that's going to be 180 base power for your Power Trip. So it's going to be a 180 base power move that you can spam while you have +4 attack and +2 defense and SPDEF. Really broken set, which is pretty much just powered by the fact that you have Simple as your regular ability. Extreme Speed is also really good because that's stab and priority. So if you do feel like you're about to get outsped and you haven't gotten your speed increases off of Aqua Step, you can just use Extreme Speed instead. I think the Barrel is bottom of S tier. I'm not gonna lie, the stat spread might be a big turnoff for some people, but if you can find turns to get the moves like Cosmic Power and Swords Dance off, this thing can actually become a monster. And especially if you're playing inverse mode, the mode where all type matchups are flipped, Barrel is a monster in that challenge. So I would recommend trying to take Barrel for that. Let's put it at the bottom of S tier, like all the way at the bottom. But I think it definitely is better than everything in A tier, so I think it deserves to be here. Barrel the GOAT. Kricketune. I actually use Kricketune frequently, but not because it's good, only because it's cheap and I have a rare shiny, yeah. So it gets Sharpness to boost its slicing moves, Technician to boost moves that are below 60 BP. Stat spread, similar to Bidoof, is really mid. You get Victory Dance, but like using this thing offensively is like really tough, so I wouldn't recommend taking it. Same with Boomerang, like I don't really care about using this thing offensively. It's just not an offensively oriented Pokemon. Stone Axe is better though because that can set up Stealth Rocks. So if you want to use Kricketune as a rock setter, it's not bad. It gets Population Bomb, which is another offensively oriented move. You don't really have anything that guarantees you get a lot of hits on it. You do get Technician to boost each hit of the Population Bomb, but outside of that, it's a little difficult to use if you don't have like Skill Link or well, yeah, mainly Skill Link. The moves I like to take when I bring Kricketune is Taunt, because Taunt can what's the word I'm looking for? Taunt can deny Eternatus's Recover. So if you're worried about Eternatus recovering at the very end of your Eternatus battle, you can use Taunt to make sure that does not happen. Pretty good utility move. Sticky Web, good in really any fight because it'll be decreasing the speed of the enemy team unless if they remove the hazards. And yeah, those are mainly the two moves I like, Taunt and Sticky Web. And then after that, I just go like Stone Axe for rocks. And then the fourth slot doesn't really matter. So yeah, it has moderately okay utility. And it's a cheap cost. So for that, I want to at least put it in B tier. I'm a little biased since I've actually used it a lot. But I think it's solid. I think it's okay. Let's put it in... Let's put it below Starmie. I think that feels okay. Middle of B tier. 2 wide lens, the Population Bomb hits 10 times. True, you can fix the Population Bomb with wide lenses. That's a good point. Okay. Luxray. Luxray gets Speed Boost. So if you protect once, that's going to be 1 free speed increase. You're at 70 speed. So 1 speed increase gets you to about like 105 base speed. You get Guts or Intimidate.
If you want to run more of a utility set, you can do Intimidate. But if you want to run it offensively, then Guts is going to be the better choice. You'll probably be running Guts because its egg moves are so offensively oriented. You get Fire Lash to decrease the defense of the target, Triple Axle to cover your ground weakness, and also to hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective. Zippy Zap is a priority 50 base power critical hit move, and it also is stab because it's an electric move. And Bolt Strike is 130 base power and has a 20% para chance, which is not bad. This will be your main move that you spam, Bolt Strike. It is the rare egg move, which might be a bit tough to get, but if you can get it, pretty good move to spam on Luxray. It has decent power. All you need to do is protect once, and it has a moderately okay speed tier. You get Guts to further increase your attack. I believe you get Swords Dance on level up. No, you do not. My bad. Do you get Bulk Up? Oh, so you get only Guts to increase your attack. Okay. Well, that's not bad. You run Guts, find Flame Orb or Toxic Orb, and just mainly just spam Bolt Strike after you get your speed boosts off. Not bad, not bad. We'll put it at the top of B tier. I don't think it really should go further than that. Let's put it above Shiftry. I think it does have good power, mainly because its base attack is pretty good at 120 and it has Guts to further improve it. But the lack of Swords Dance kind of makes me not want to put it in A tier. We'll leave it in B tier for now. Roserade gets Grassy Surge, so that'll set up Grassy Terrain and also get rid of the ground type moves that's going to be used against it. Technician as well. 125 Spatak with a more Spadef bulk with decent speed at 90. You get QD to further increase your Spatak, Spadef, and speed. Fiery Dance to increase your attack. That's also coverage for ice types because you are a grass type. You're weak to ice. Acid Spray is 40 base power and it also harshly lowers the target's Spadef. So it's kind of like Poison Lumina Crash, except it deals way less damage at 40. So that's a bit unfortunate, but it is a good utility move. Bouncy Bubble is fire coverage and also a sustain move. So yeah, it's it does get Technician to boost Acid Spray, so that's a 60 base power move. Bouncy Bubble is tech boosted, so that's going to be a 90 base power move. That I like. The Technician Bouncy Bubble combination is pretty good. Unfortunately, Bouncy Bubble is not stab. Acid Spray is just much worse than Lumina Crash because Lumina Crash, first of all, deals more damage. Second of all, it's Psychic, which is super effective against Eternatus. Poison is resisted by Eternatus, so it's not going to be as effective. But it is still a harsh Spadef drop, so that can be useful. It has some sweeping potential with QD and Fiery Dance. Those are some pretty good moves. And Tech Bouncy Bubble keeps it alive pretty well. Good coverage to cover its ice weakness, cover its fire weakness. I want to at least put it at the top of B tier. I think it has potential as a decent sweeper and also has moderately okay utility. Let's put it above Luxray. I'm feeling, yeah, we'll put it around there. Okay, so Rampardos gets Rockhead, which is good because it gets a lot of recoil moves. Mold Breaker, Sheer Force, you're probably going to take Mold Breaker, maybe Sheer Force. Mold Breaker feels nice to ignores 30, but you do have some moves that get Sheer Force boosted. So Rampardos, really good attack, but speed is mid. Bulk is kind of mid outside of your 97 HP. So yeah, it's just a really slow, kind of frail, but nuclear attack Pokemon. That's just what Rampardos is. You get Shift Gear to fix your speed, which is pretty nice. You also get an attack raise on top of that. Volt Tackle, that's mainly to cover your water weakness. You are a rock type. And it as a recoil move, so it's boosted, or not boosted, but it's protected by Rockhead, so you don't take any recoil damage. Accelerock is stab and also priority, so if you do need to outspeed something, this is going to be your good click. And Flare Blitz is another recoil move, so you can protect from the recoil of Rockhead, and it's pretty good base power. Oops. Pretty good base power, and also is steel coverage, since you are rock type, so you can hit steel types with this. Pretty good. You get Rockhead, or sorry, not Rockhead, Head Smash at level 58, so that's going to be your best move because it's stab and also protected by Rockhead. So I would run Head Smash, Volt Tackle, Flare Blitz, and either Shift Gear or Accelerock. Probably Shift Gear, because I think that has more sweeping potential. It has the right coverage, but I think getting Shift Gear off is a bit tough when your bulk is not that amazing. It's pretty hard to use Rampardos. It's kind of like Gumshoes. They have a very similar problem, just being really slow, kind of frail, but they can hit really hard. So I feel like I can't put it anywhere above B tier because of its glaring weakness. We'll put it below Tauros. I think that feels right. We'll still put it pretty high in the B tier. Bastiodon gets Earth Eater, which is great because you're a rock steel type, so you are quad weak to ground, sturdy. You can guaranteed live in Oko. That's probably going to be your best ability. Bastiodon has 168 defense and also pretty good SPDF at 138. Your HP is decent as well at 60. So yeah, it's clearly a very defensively oriented Pokemon. Its attack and Spatak are very low. Its speed is abysmal as well. So what do you get? You get Shore Up. So if you're playing in Sandstorm, you will get a 75% heal with Shore Up. King Shield, very good protect move. If anyone makes contact with you, they will get an attack decrease. Very nice. It's pretty much Intimidate in a protect move. Body Press, very good because you are a high defense Pokemon. So making use of the defense as damage is good with Body Press. Diamond Storm, to further increase your defense. Not only is that going to make you bulkier, that's also going to just allow you to deal more damage with Body Press. So yeah, this thing will get walled by Ghost types because it's pretty much the only way for it to deal damage is Body Press. So once a Ghost type is thrown out, you're kind of cooked. I guess you can try using Diamond Storm, but you have only 52 base attack, so your Diamond Storm doesn't actually do a lot of damage. It's mainly just for the defense increase. Yeah, I mean, it has a role of just being a bulky guy. You get some defense increases, you can deal some damage with Body Press. It's pretty much just like a worse Mega Steelix, because Mega Steelix gets pretty much the same bulk, a little less in SPDF, but a lot more in defense. But it also gets Diamond Storm, it also gets Body Press and TMs, and unlike Bastiodon, it actually has a good attack stat. So it can deal some good damage outside of Body Press. So it just kind of feels like worse Mega Steelix, maybe even worse Mega Aggron in my eyes. So for that reason, we got to keep it in the B tier. We'll put it above Galarian Rapidash. I think that feels fair. Wormadam. Okay, so Wormadam has 3 forms. We'll start with arguably the worst one, the regular Wormadam. All of them get sturdy, so keep that in mind. They all can live in Oko. Stat spread is looking like this. 60 HP, 105 SPDF, 85 defense, so okay bulk, relatively okay bulk, but your typing is very bad defensively. You're Bug Grass, you are weak to Rock, weak to Ice, quad weak to Fire, weak to Flying, quad weak to Flying. Yeah, you have a lot of weaknesses, but moveset wise, you get Sappy Seed, which is, like we said, one of the best moves in the game, and because you have Sturdy, you can guaranteed get your Leech Seed off with Sappy Seed, so that's pretty useful. Heal Order to sustain is nice, and Fiery Dance, if for whatever reason you want to start ramping up Spatak, is a good option, I guess. But mainly, the most important moves are Heal Order and Sappy Seed for the utility, and Sturdy does allow you to get that utility off. So Wormadam, in my eyes, has to at least be a B tier because of that. We'll put it below the Executors. For the Sandy Wormadam, it's a similar concept. It also has 30. The bulk changes around a little bit, so it's more physically bulky, but it still keeps the same egg moves of Sappy Seed and Heal Order. So it has a very similar gimmick. Other utility moves that this thing gets, it gets Infestation and String Shot. Really good moves. String Shot to harshly lower an enemy's speed tier. Infestation for chip damage. It does run out eventually, so you have to use it again, but it is a pretty good move to use against like Eternatus. So it really just comes down to the typing. Bug and Ground, you have still an Ice weakness, still a Flying weakness. You're no longer weak to Rock, I guess, but you are weak to Fire still. So yeah, you still have some weaknesses for sure with Bug and Ground. It's not too different from the Grass Wormadam. I guess I'll put it slightly above it since the typing isn't as bad. But when we get to Steel Wormadam is huge because the defenses are evened out now at 95 defense, 95 SPDF, which I like. You still keep sturdy, but now you're a Bug and Steel type. And Bug and Steel is one of the best time combinations in the game because you are only weak to Fire. Chat, your only weakness is Fire. You have a ton of resistances, and you're neutral to everything else. So we have really good typing, and having a good typing is important, especially on Wormadam because it's a bulky utility mon, so you want it to be able to live hits. So yeah, you can get your Sappy Seed off more comfortably. Heal Order, you can get it off easier because you have a way better typing. Infestation, you have more stall opportunities thanks to not being weak to like everything in the game. You're only pretty much weak to fire, so you can get your infestations off more often. You can stall and shit mons easier. You even get Metal Sound, which is more utility to set up like your special attack carry. You can lower the target's BDF by 2 stages. Really good to set up any special carry that you're using. You also got Metal Burst, so if you want to do a sturdy Metal Burst to deal some damage on this thing, you can. This thing has a lot of flexibility, really good typing. I want to at least put it in the top of A tier. Ooh, it could even go higher. I have a lot of bias because I've used this thing a lot. Like in pretty much all of my runs. It's cheap. If you have the Epic Shiny, it's a cheap +3 luck. And it just has such good utility and it's so tanky. I feel like S tier is kind of pushing it. We'll put it in the top of A tier. We'll put it above Empoleon, I think is right. Really underrated Pokemon. I used to hate on Wormadam a lot, but once I started using Trash Form, I've grown to love it. It's just the secret goat of PokéRogue. Classic Whim, Garig, Worm Trio. Yeah, that's pretty much what I bring all the time. All right, let's move on to Mothim. Mothim comes from Burmy as well, so it also gets 30. And it has the same egg moves in Sappy Seed, Fiery Dance, Heal Order, Defend Order. If you're using Mothim over Wormadam, you're low-key an idiot because this Pokemon just is not as tanky as them. It's not even like that good offensively because it has only 66 speed. And what are these attack stats, right? And no, there's just no reason to use Mothim. This might actually be a D tier, to be honest, chat. It just does not really have anything that's appealing or like really anything that you'd want to do compared to like Wormadam Steel. D might be a bit harsh, but I do just want to emphasize how useless this thing is compared to its other evolutions. So I feel like Mothim does deserve our second D tier of the tier list. Yeah, I think it deserves it because what does it do? It's not good offensively. Actually, I guess it gets Sappy Seed, but like, fine. Okay, just because it gets Sappy Seed, we'll put it at the top of C tier. Vespiquen gets Intimidate as passive. That's a pretty good utility ability. Unnerve as well, another good utility ability. 102 defense, 102 speed F makes it pretty bulky. 70 HP is not bad either. Spore, good utility move. King Shield, another good utility move. So you get Intimidate and King Shield, so you're a really good physical wall if you get the Intimidate and King Shield attack drops off. Victory Dance for even more defense increases. Okay, so Vespiquen just seems to be a defense wall that gets Spore. So really good utility move, gets a Nerve, and it's a decent physical wall. You get Heal Order and even Defend Order. These are both pretty good stall moves, which seems to be the role that this thing gets in this game. Floaty Fall for some stab and flinch is not bad. You probably won't get the flinch off too often since your speed is only at 40. It's not really an easy speed tier to fix. Yeah, it's a physical wall. It reminds me of Tauros a lot. I think it's kind of worse Tauros because Tauros get stamina, and I think a big thing that physical walls want is stamina because that ability can literally just give you like +6 defense if you can proc it enough times. So I feel like that's way more overpowered. But the Intimidate King Shield setup is really good. It does get Spore as well, and that's something Tauros does not get. Maybe because it gets Spore, we'll actually put it higher. We'll put it low-key bottom of A tier. Pachirisu gets Honey Gather, which pretty much just allows you to gain more money. Runaway is good for Endless mode, but not really for Classic mode. Pickup is much better because once you get to like mid-game, late-game Classic mode, you can start picking up items off of Pokemon. Stat spread, decently fast, 95, but everything else is kind of sad. Slack Off, okay, sustain. Freezy Frost is its ground coverage. Sizzly Slide is, okay, a burn move. Zippy Zap, Stab, Priority. Wow, it gets a very offensive moveset, which is kind of odd because it's not really amazing for that. It has 45 base attack. So I don't know what kind of damage you should be expecting from using Zippy Zap and Sizzly Slide. At most, you're like tickling something.
Yeah, really what you need to pay attention to with Pachirisu is the passive for money making and pickup for item gathering. Outside of that, this thing is kind of worthless. It just kind of screams Furret, Linoon, utility to me, so I feel like it can't really go higher than C tier. We'll put it right next to them just because it kind of reminds me of them. Floatzel gets Moxie, really good ability because it gives you attack increases when you kill stuff, so it gives you pretty good sweeping potential. Swift Swim will boosting your speed in the rain, so your 115 speed becomes a over 200 speed, so you pretty much just become unstoppable in the rain. Your attack stat is at a base 105, which is not bad because you get Moxie to get more attack increases. So you have a pretty decent offensive stat spread when you take into account that you have Moxie. So pretty good. Jet Punch is a priority stab 60 base power move. If you really do feel like you're about to get outsped, you can use this thing. Although you'll probably never use it just because Floatzel just never gets outsped thanks to having Swift Swim and 115 base speed. Surging Strikes is going to be your other stab move, which is a 75 base power move that always crits. I think that's going to be way better to use over Jet Punch. Supercell Slam, that's going to be your, I guess your wave hitting flying types and other water types. It's pretty good. It does have some recoil damage, and you don't really get Rock Head or Reckless for that, so just be wary of that. And Triple Axle is going to be your wave hitting grass types and also hitting ground types. Pretty good. And also you can hit Ray and Eternatus with this move. Really good. Ice moves are very important to have on a carry because you need to have a super effective for Ray and Eternatus. So Floatzel does get the moves that you'd want on a carry. Yeah, I think it's solid. I think it deserves at least A tier. Very comfortable speed tier. The attack can become deadly if you can get some Moxie boosts off. Good stab move in Surging Strikes, good coverage move in Triple Axle, which can also hit Eternatus and Ray for super effective. I think Floatzel deserves that at least be in the middle of A tier. Let me just check. The Sharam... Okay, no, the stats are the same. Okay, Sharam Sunshine. Sharam gets a Rapid Pulse, which will set up the sun and also give you an attack boost when you're in the sun. You also get Flower Gift, so you're essentially getting two separate attack boosts, one in a Rapid Pulse and one in Flower Gift. You also get a small Spadef increase, which is good as well. Flower Gift also boosts the stats of your allies, although it does say that it's partially implemented, so there's a small chance that the ally part is not implemented. I'm not too sure. I would have to ask one of the devs about that. But yeah, okay, so it does get that set up pretty good. But you take a look at the stat spread, and suddenly you're a little turned off because its highest stat is Spatak at 87. So it feels kind of odd that it gets two different attack increasing abilities when it seems more Spatak oriented. But let's take a look at the egg moves. It gets Spore, as we mentioned, one of the best utility moves in the game because it's a sleep that cannot miss. Strength Sap, very obnoxious sustained move that can decrease the enemy's attack. Fire Lash is going to be boosted in Sun because you do set up Sun over Rock Pulse, and it's ice coverage, which is pretty good. Lowers the target's defense, not bad. Flower Trick is going to be Stab and also a 70 base powered guaranteed crit move. It's a very strong move for grass types. So yeah, the main problem I have with this thing is that its base attack is at 60. Even with Rock Pulse and Flower Gift, I don't feel like that attack stat just is not good enough for it to start sweeping. Also, its speed tier is only at 85. So really you care more about the utility aspect of this Pokemon, in which it gets Spore and Strength Sap, which are pretty good moves. And yeah, I think for that reason, it could at least be in the top of B tier. It's not as good as Vespiquen because Vespiquen is way bulkier, so it can actually live and do its utility. Sharam is as squishy as, well, a flower, so it does not live for very long. So I just can't put it in the same tier as Vespiquen. I'm gonna have to put it like, just because it has Spore, I'll leave it at like the top of V tier. We'll put it around here above Shiftry. I think feels fair. East and West, I'm pretty sure have the same exact stat spreads. So yeah, we can kind of just like, yeah, we can just, it doesn't matter. They're both the same Pokemon essentially. Gastrodon gets Regenerator, so every time you're out of combat, you're gonna heal a little bit. Storm Drain will make your neutral, instead of being neutral to water, you're gonna be immune to water, and you'll get a Spatak increase, which is very nice. If you have a Rain Setter, I believe that procs Storm Drain. No, I'm sorry, that's Dry Skin. Never mind. So yeah, when you just get hit by water type moves, you're just gonna get a Spatak increase, so that's good. 111 HP, 68 defense, 82 speed F. So you are very bulky, a little weak in the physical department, but you still have 111 HP, which is very nice. And you even have a decent attack stat at 92. The only stat that's kind of abysmal is your speed, which is at 40. But that makes sense since it's literally like a slug. Bouncy Bubble, really good stab and sustain move. Scorching Sands is also stab and also has a chance to burn. It's like Scald. Freeze Dry is going to help you hit other water types and also hit grass types. You have a 4 times grass weakness, being water ground. So Freeze Dry is pretty important to deal with those pesky grass types. And Steam Eruption is basically just better Scald. It's 1-time base power and also has a chance to burn. It is a 30% burn chance and it stabs, so it's a pretty good move. So yeah, it gets a lot of offensive egg moves. It doesn't really get much utility. I like that it gets sustain because Gastrodon is a pretty tanky mon, so it spamming Bouncy Bubble can make it pretty hard to kill. If this thing gets like Calm Mind, no. Okay, what about Nasty Plot? No. So it has a very offensive egg moveset, but it doesn't have Nasty Plot or Calm Mind to increase its special attack. Really, your only way of increasing special attack is with Storm Drain, which is a little hard to get off unless if your enemy is stupid. So I can't put this thing too high. I do appreciate that it's bulky and it has a good typing. So I feel like I can at least put it in the B tier, but I don't really think it goes much higher than that. We'll put it above Kecleon. I think that's fair for Gastrodon. Ambipom gets Scrappy, which is good because it gets a lot of normal and fighting type moves in its moveset, so it needs a way to hit ghost types, so that's pretty good. Technician, pick up Skill Link. It kind of sucks that it can't have both Technician and Skill Link at the same time because that's a pretty nasty combo. Instead, now you have to choose either or. The stat spread is 100 in attack, 115 in speed, so the speed tier is solid. You don't really need to get speed increases. It's pretty comfortable. It speed ties Mega Ray. It's a little slower than Eternatus. The attack stat can be a bit higher, which I believe you get Tidy Up. Yeah, you get Tidy Up. So you get an attack and speed increase, so you can boost your power, your sweeping potential with Tidy Up. Storm Throw is tech boosted. It's 60 base power and always lands in a crit. And because you have Scrappy, you can hit ghost types of it as well. Fake Out can also be tech boosted and is priority and flinches the target, and we know this. Population Bomb is the Mousehold move. It does 20 base power and it can hit up to 1 to 10 times, so it's kind of a gambling move. If you use Skill Link, you get every hit from Population Bomb, but if you go Technician, you get boosted power on basically all your moves: Storm Throw, Fake Out, and Population Bomb. In my opinion, if you're using Ambipom, you can just take Technician because, as someone in chat mentioned earlier, you can just take 2 multi-lenses to make your Population Bomb 100% accurate, meaning that every hit will proc every time, so you'll pretty much get 10 hits every time you use it. Granted, that means you do have to find 2 wide lenses, which is a bit RNG. It's not as easy as it sounds, but it is a possible fix for Population Bomb. So if you can get that, then Technician is way better because it's going to be boosting the power of Population Bomb, Fake Out, Storm Throw. If you don't like gambling, then Skill Link will be much better because that'll guarantee that you get your 10 hits on Population Bomb. That's probably what I would do because I don't want to bank on getting 2 wide lenses. It's a little RNG. So yeah, I think this thing has potential. It has much more potential in Endless mode, but it still is decent in Classic mode. I want to at least put it at the bottom of A tier. Okay, Drifblim gets Magic Guard, so it can only take damage from attacks, so it cannot take damage from hazards, weather, or status moves. Aftermath, when it dies, it'll just kind of deal some damage directly to the person who killed him. So it's kind of like Destiny Bond. Instead of just outright killing your opponent, though, you just deal some chip damage, which is pretty nice. Flare Boost is the... if you're burned, it'll power up your special attacks. You can proc Flame Orb drops with this. So you can give a Flame Orb to your Drifblim and it'll pretty much always have increased special attacks. So that's a strategy as well. 150 HP, so it's very bulky. 44 defense and 54 speed F is a bit low, but the 150 HP still makes it pretty bulky. And you have 90 speed attack, which is decently high. Mind Blown. The user attacks everything around it, causing its own head to explode. This also damages the user. So, okay, so apparently this is a recoil move. A special attack recoil move that does 150 base power. Okay. Okay, that's something. Oblivion Wing is a sustained move that is also stab because it's flying. All right, so it gets a very special attack oriented moveset, which makes sense because it gets flare boost. It looks like you're gonna want to run flare boost, pick up the flame orb, and then get increased damage on your mind blown Oblivion Wing. So it's just a tanky special attacker. I can't really put it too high, since that's pretty much all it really does. We'll put it like here, I think, below Golem. Gets adaptability and Scrappy, so you're able to hit ghost types if you're normal and fighting type moves, and you want to use normal type and fighting type moves because you get adaptability. So the stab is doubled for your normal and fighting type moves, so that's very nice. 136 attack, 135 speed. That's a very good offensive stat spread. You pretty much outspeed everything, and you pretty much one-shot most things. Very good. Swords Dance to further increase your attack is nice. Triple Axle to be able to hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage is very good. Thunder's Kick is adaptability boosted, so you have double stab, so that's going to be 180 base power and also can lower the target's defense. This is a very destructive move you can take on Lopunny. Multi-attack is 120 base power, so adaptability boosted makes it 240 base power. And because you have Scrappy, you can hit ghost types with it. So yeah, really good. Mega Lopunny is at least S tier for sure. It just has such a good stat spread, and adaptability just makes its moves just hit like a truck. And Scrappy makes sure that you can hit ghost types with it. So it doesn't really have much weaknesses. It even has Triple Axle to hit Ray and Eternatus for super. Swords Dance if you want to increase your attack further. It's top of S tier 100%. It's gonna be like, we're talking below Latias kind of deal with Lopunny. I think, yeah, above Steelix, below Latias is about right for Lopunny. It's one of the best megas in the game. Mismagius gets the Beads of Ruin, which lowers the SPDEF of the Pokemon around it. I can't remember if that affects your ally as well. So if you're in a double battle, that could be friendly fire, but I could be wrong with that. Regardless, you do get SPDEF drops off on the enemy. Levitate gives you a ground weakness. 105 speed attack, 105 speed. You'll notice that it's pretty much a very similar stat spread to Fluttermane, except just like worse. Fluttermane is like 135 special attack, 135 speed. So it's just kind of just worse Fluttermane, which makes sense because Fluttermane is supposed to be like a primal Mischievous. Makes sense. Anyway, Take Heart. Spatak and SPDEF increases. Pretty good since it's already a Spatak and SPDEF heavy mod. That's what you want to use it for. Moonblast is going to be dark coverage because you are a ghost type. You are weak to dark type moves. Aura Sphere is also dark coverage. So you have two dark coverage moves. Astral Barrage is your best stab move. It is 120 base power. Okay, so it's just kind of, like I said, it's just kind of like worse Fluttermane, unfortunately. The stat spread is just worse Fluttermane. It's still fine. 105 speed attack, 105 speed is usable. I kind of wish it gets like QD, so it can increase that speed a bit more, because 105 can be a bit uncomfortable. It gets outsped like by Mega Ray, gets outsped by Eternatus. Realistically, you don't need both Moonblast and Aura Sphere. They're both coverage moves for the same weakness. You would probably just take Moonblast, since it's higher power and also can lower the target's special attack. You'd probably replace the fourth move with low-key Destiny Bond is not bad. Destiny Bond is the move that kills an opponent if they knock you out. Wait, don't you get Destiny Bond in Mismagius? Oh, I guess I'm tripping. Oh, I thought this thing is Destiny Bond. Okay, never mind. Regardless, it just looks kind of mid to me. Gets Dark Aura, which powers up Pokemon's dark type moves. He gets Moxie as well. That's a really good sweeping ability. 125 attack, 71 speed. So the speed is the biggest problem with this Pokemon. It's not very fast. We'll see if it has any fixes for that. Tidy Up. So that's going to be a +1 speed increase, +1 attack increase. So that can kind of fix your speed. You would need to use that at least twice to get a actually threatening speed tier. If you use it once, that just gets you to like a little above 100 speed, which is not that good. Triple Arrows is going to be coverage for rock types, because you are a flying type, you're weak to rock types. Also ice types as well. So Triple Arrows is decent coverage for your weaknesses. Also is just a really good move because it crits, has defense drops, and flinches. And if you don't want to run Moxie. If you just want to run Super Luck instead, Super Luck gives you boosted odds to crit, and Triple Arrows also has a boosted odd to crit on one of the hits. So yeah, that could be an interesting set to run. Critical hits, Triple Arrows. Floaty Fall is a stab physical flinch move. Not bad. It's 90 base power. The flinching won't matter if you can't outspeed your opponents. You would have to get some tidy ups off first, and then you can start flinching people. So you would have to play like that. And then Wicked Blow is a great physical dark stab move. It's 75 base power and has a guaranteed chance to crit. It's one of the best dark type moves a physical attacker can have. Yeah. The only real issue with this thing is its speed. If it had a better base speed, then this thing would definitely be like at least high A tier in my book. But because it does not, I can't put it any higher than like I want to say low A tier. I think it's like a little worse than Infernape. I think it's fair. A little better than Zangoose. Yeah, I think it's at least A tier. It gets Moxie. It gets Dark Aura to boost Wicked Blow. It gets Tidy Up to kind of fix its speed. I think it has like a decent enough set to at least put it in A tier, but it's not really higher than low A tier for me. Why the heck is Love Disc so high? Love Disc is unironically pretty good. It gets multi-scales to make it kind of tanky. The stat spread is really ass, but you don't care about its stats because what's most important with this thing is Glitzy Glow, which is a really good move for Eternatus because it's weakening the power of its special attack moves. You want that for Eternatus. Revival Blessing is just one of the best utility moves in the game because it just revives one of your Pokemon. Heart Swap is pretty funny because if Eternatus gets a bunch of stat increases off from the health bar drops. Every time it loses a health bar, it gets a +1 stat increase. Once it gets enough, you can just heart swap and pretty much just steal the stat increases, and then you can baton pass it to one of your allies. So I think that's a pretty funny set you can run. Revel Blessing, as I mentioned, is a really good utility as well. So I think like just the utility it provides at least warrants an A tier placement for Love Disc. It's kind of funny how decent Love Disc is in this game. PokéRogue. But are you surviving even one hit? You would start using it in the Emax fight when it becomes a double battle. So hopefully it just doesn't get targeted in that double battle is pretty much the way you'd use this thing. That's how I would use that thing. PokéRogue gets Intimidate as its passive, so it'll be decently walling physical Pokemon. Thick Fat to reduce damage from fire and ice type moves. Defiant will boost its attack when its stats are lowered. So if you throw it out against an enemy Intimidate mon, it'll just get a Defiant increase, which is good. Stat spread is really mid, except for speed, which is shockingly 112, which is kind of odd when PokéRogue is just a fat cat. Parting Shot, really good utility move, and because you're decently fast, you can get a first turn Parting Shot off, which is what you want with this move because it drops attack and attack. Swords Dance for some attack increasing, that's nice, gives you some sweeping potential. High Horsepower is, I guess, a way to hit steel types and also hit Eternatus for super effective damage, not bad. Extreme Speed is stab and also priority. It can deal some good damage if you can get a Swords Dance off. Okay, moderately okay utility of Parting Shot. Decent chip with Extreme Speed if you can get Swords Dance off. Intimidate is decent utility. B tier is fine for this thing. We'll put it like middle of B tier, below Crobat. I think is fair. Skunk Tank. I know what this thing gets. It gets Neutralizing Gas, one of the most obnoxious abilities in the game because in Endless Mode, it will be getting rid of your Metal Burst of 30. It'll get rid of very important abilities that you need for Endless Mode. So Neutralizing Gas is a pain in the booty hole in Endless Mode. But in Classic Mode, it's alright. It can be pretty decent for just like nullifying sturdy mons, so you can just one-shot them. Stench can give it some flinch opportunity, which is good. Aftermath, if it dies, it'll deal some damage, which is pretty good as well. 105 or 103 HP and 67, 61 SPDEF. Makes it decently bulky. Anything above 100 HP is bulky enough in my book. 93 attack is not bad. 84 speed is a bit low. Recover for some sustain. Ceaseless Edge is stab and also sets up spikes. Knockoff is also stab and can deal 130 base damage if the target is holding an item. Dire Claw is also stab, and it's 80 base power, has a 50% chance to either poison, para, or sleep. So it's a very good move. Okay, so it gets some utility with Ceaseless Edge, and I guess I would say even Dark Claw. But doesn't really get coverage for its weaknesses. I'm not seeing any coverage for ground types. I'm not seeing any coverage for steel types, right? So it kind of needs stuff like that. It's lacking stuff like that. But low B tier is the best I can do for Stun Tank. It's neutralizing glass isn't like that important in classic mode. Setting up spikes is okay, I guess. It gets good attacking moves, but when your base attack is only 93, does it really matter? Not really. So I can't really put it anywhere above, like... We'll put it below Gorbis. Bronzong gets Bulletproof. Okay, so it'll protect you from ball and bomb moves. A little situational. Not the most applicable passive. Okay, interesting. Levitate will be ignoring your ground weakness. That's usually what you like to do, because Heatproof, it doesn't give you fire immunity. It only reduces the damage by half. So just taking the ground immunity instead, I feel like is better. 116 defense, 116 SpDef, and 67 HP makes it a pretty bulky guy. You get 89 attack on top of that, so it has a decent offensive stat, but you're probably going to be running special attack instead because you get Lumina Crash, which, as we mentioned yesterday, is one of the best moves in the game because it is psychic typing, which is super effective against Eternatus, and is a harsh SpDef decrease. So that is going to start chunking Eternatus if you can get it off 2 to 3 times. So really good move, arguably top 5 moves in PokéRogue. Tachyon Cutter is stab, special attack move that deals 100 base power. It's pretty good. Glare is a guaranteed para, very nice. Recover is a sustain move, so it can keep it alive, which is good because it's a bulky guy. So it makes use of sustain moves pretty well. Yeah, so good utility of Glare and Lumina Crash. Good sustain with Recover. I would like to put in Bronzong, put Bronzong in at least A tier, just because of the usefulness it provides in the Eternatus fight. Not to mention, oh, actually, you'd probably want Heatproof, because when you use this thing against Eternatus, you're going to want to resist Eternatus' Flamethrower, right? Because you're Steel type, so you're already immune Eternatus' Sludge Bomb. You resist his Dynamax Cannon, his Eternabeam. The only thing you're weak to is his Flamethrower, so you'd want to bring Heatproof, actually, to deal with Eternatus better. So I think Bronzong can be a really good Eternatus counter. I would say almost as good as Espeon even. Chatot gets Punk Rock, makes sense since it's like a parrot, so it makes like sound or whatever. Big Pecs protects the Pokemon from defense lowering effects, which is pretty good, I guess. 76 HP, 92 attack, 91 speed. Okay, so it's mainly a special attack oriented, so a special attack attacker oriented Pokemon. It's pretty low though in those stats. 92 is not amazing. 91 speed isn't really that great either. Torch Song is a good move with Punk Rock. Boom Burst is also a good move with Punk Rock. Sparkling Aria is also another good move with Punk Rock. And Baton Pass, I guess, to pass your Torch Song increases to another Pokemon. So it has some utility, but mainly it seems to just be a special attack sweeper with its egg moves and Punk Rock. Unfortunately, its base stats just aren't there. 91 speed is not enough for it to be a consistent sweeper, and also its bulk is just really bad, so it'll just get one-shot by a lot of things. So I can't put this thing higher than like B tier. Spiritomb gets Vessel of Ruin, which lowers the special attack of opposing Pokemon. This is good because it's basically a Tankmon, so you want to lower the offenses of enemy Pokemon to help keep Spiritomb alive. You have 108 defense, 108 SpDef, 50 base HP is a bit low, but your defenses make up for it. Pressure is probably what we're going to take to just like wall Pokemon and get rid of their power points slowly. You have decent offensive stats as well, 92 in attack and attack. Parting Shot is a little odd on a Spiritomb because you're slow, so you're not going to be getting it off first before your opponents. So you're going to be tanking a hit before you drop their attack and the special attack. It's fine, I guess, since it's like, it's a good utility move, even if you are a slow Pokemon, so I think it's fine that it gets it. Strength Sap is an annoying sustain move that drops the enemy's attack, really good. Batty Bad will be dropping the opponent's physical attack power, so you now have a way to deal with both physical attackers and special attackers, because you have Vessel Ruin for special attackers and you have Batty Bad for physical attackers. So it's able to wall a lot of things right now, so it's pretty good. And Spectral Thief is a stab, 90 base power ghost move, so just for some damage, not bad. So this thing is clearly a stall, wall,
bulky mon, you run Vessel of Ruin to take care of special attackers. If you get put against a physical attacker, you're going to have to use Batty Bad to wall that as well. Strength Sap to further wall physical attackers because you drop the target's attack and you'll be sustaining. Parting Shot if you want to switch out. And that's potential. It has good potential. Not to mention Dark Ghost is like one of the best typings in the game. So you're only weak to Fairy. I want to at least put it in A tier because it has pretty good potential as a wall. I want to put it below Vespiquen. I think it's fair. Yeah, I like that for Spiritomb. What's good, the average Capybara? We're in the middle of ranking every Pokemon right now for PokéRogue. We're almost on our Gen 4, thankfully. Yesterday we spent 7 hours doing Gens 1 through 3. Okay, Mega Garchomp. Mega Garchomp gets Sandstream. Okay, so it'll be able to set up its own Sandstorm, which is good because it gets Sand Force, which boosts the power of its Rock, Ground, and Steel type moves. So that's very good. That can set it up for itself. 170 attack and has a really monstrous attack stat with really good bulk at 108 HP, 115 defense, and 95 SPDF. So it makes it a pretty bulky mon in all areas, physical and special attack. 92 speed is honestly not even that bad. It's a pretty decent speed tier for how bulky it is. Alright, let's take a look at its egg moves. Dragon Dance will be able to fix its speed tier so that 92 can now become like a good 135, which is sufficient enough to like outspeed most things in the game. So Dragon Dance is very good. It does get that in TMs, I believe, but getting that on level 1 guaranteed is nice. So I think it's good that it gets that in its egg moves. Shore Up is great on Garchomp because it is a 75% HP heal in the Sandstorm, and you do have Sandstream to set it up for yourself. So not only are you a really bulky mon, you can spam 75% HP heals most of the time. So that's gonna be it's gonna be really hard to kill Mega Garchomp because of that combination. Bitter Blade is mainly because you have a 4 times ice weakness. You are a dragon and ground type, so being able to deal with ice types with Bitter Blade is going to be good. You also have sustain off that move as well, so you can heal a bit on top of that. 1,000 Arrows is a stab move that also hits flying types, and it's 90 base power. It's like one of the best ground type moves in the game because it cannot be immune by anything. So yeah, I think it's like probably one of the best ground moves they could have gave Garchomp outside of like maybe 1,000 waves. Yeah, I want to say the bulk it gets combined with Shore Up and the sustain off Bitter Blade warrants an S tier with this thing. Not as good as Tyranitar. Tyranitar is another mega that's really bulky and has high physical attack. I forgot why I put Tyranitar so high. Tyranitar also had Sand Rush and Sandstream. Yeah, it has Sand Rush, Sandstream, that's why. So it has 140 speed and Dragon Dance and Shore Up and Diamond Storm. Yeah, okay, that's why I put Tyranitar so high. It's kind of a monster. Garchomp is still pretty good. It's still pretty good. It can hit pretty hard because it has 170 base attack. That's pretty good. We're going to have to at least put Mega Garchomp middle of S tier. We'll put it above Charizard most likely. I think below Banette, or actually, I think below the Hoenn starters makes sense. I think the Hoenn starters do outperform Garchomp just because they're reliably faster. Yeah, I think that's fine for Garchomp. It's a solid, tanky, bulky, but strong Mega. Mega Lucario gets Mind's Eye. So it's basically scrappy but better because now you can also ignore the opponent's evasiveness increases. So if enemies are spamming double team or minimize against you, you can just straight up ignore that because of Mind's Eye. And you also get the scrappy effect. You can hit ghost types of normal and fighting type moves. So it's a very overloaded and strong ability. And it's fitting for Lucario since it's a fighting type, right? 145 attack and 140 speed attack. So Mega Lucario actually has a higher physical attack stat than special attack. And it has a pretty decent speed here at 112. It can be a little higher because as of right now, it is getting outsped by Mega Ray and Eternatus. So it does kind of, I wouldn't say need, but it could use some speed increases. Because it's such a mixed attacker, it has 145 in attack and 140 in special attack. It does get a variety of moves here. It gets a special attack move, Attack Young Cutter. It's 100 base power, steel move, so it's stab, pretty good. Thunderous Kick is 90 base power and can drop defense. And keep in mind, chat, all these moves are being boosted by adaptability because that's its regular ability. So Attack Young Cutter, Thunderous Kick, and Double Iron Bash are all being adaptability boosted. And Thunderous Kick, you don't have to worry about getting immune by ghost types because you have Scrappy. So it's a pretty safe move to just click
because you also lower the defense of the target. So it's a really good move to just use in any situation. Triple Axle is mainly for your ground weakness because you're a steel type. So Triple Axle is going to be able to cover your ground weakness, and also to hit Eternatus and Rayquaza for super effective damage. Triple Axle is going to be a very good move for that. And Double Iron Bash is one of the best steel type moves in the game because it's a physical steel move that deals basically 120 base power and can even flinch. And Lucario can actually make use of the flinch because it's a pretty fast Pokemon. So yeah, Mega Lucario has some pretty stacked egg moves. I believe it can also get Calm Mind and even Swords Dance and level up. So it has both attack increase and attack increasing moves for whichever moveset you want to run. I would probably go for the physical attack set on Mega Lucario, mainly because it gets 3 physical moves and its egg moves. But the special attack set is not bad because you get moves like Aura Sphere, which are boosted by adaptability, and Scrappy. Yeah, actually it's mainly that. But yeah, the physical set is better in my opinion. So I want to put Lucario in at least S tier, probably not that high because it's not like super fast. Unaware, when attacking, the Pokemon ignores the target's Pokemon stat changes, so that's pretty good. It says when attacking, but I'm pretty sure Unaware also allows you to ignore the enemy's offensive stat changes. So like if an enemy is like +6 attack, it'll ignore that and it'll tank like regular damage. I'm pretty sure that's how Unaware works. So the wording is a bit odd here, but it's fine. It gets Sandstream. So it'll be able to set up Sandstorm. That's just Habando's normal ability. You get 108 HP, 112 attack, 118 defense. So you're very good physically. You have high physical attack and your high physical defense. Your SPDF isn't even bad either. You have 72 SPDF. So you're relatively just bulky in general. You're obviously very slow. So that's the weakness of Habandon. Shore Up, obviously a good move because you get Sandstream. So you pretty much just spam 75% heals. Bulk Up. You raise both your attack and defense, so I guess it'll just further make Habandon more of a physical wall and a physical attacker. Stone Axe is good because you can set up rocks with it. Although I do think you get rocks like normally through TMs. You definitely do. Yeah, you get Stealth Rocks. So if you don't have Stone Axe, you can easily replace that with Stealth Rocks. Soul Cure, one of the best shit moves in the game because it doesn't like end after a certain amount of turns. It'll only end once the enemy Pokemon swaps out. So against Eternatus, it's pretty important to bring a Soul Cure Mon. So yeah, it's good that it gets that. So the main gimmick of this Pokemon is going to be spamming Shore Up to keep it alive, Soul Cure to chip away at Mons. Because it's a ground type, it's also good against Eternatus, right? So you have EQ to deal super effective damage against Eternatus, Soul Cure to chip Eternatus, and then Shore Up to stall. So I think Habandon is going to be honestly pretty solid. Not as good as like Mega Garchomp or Mega Tyranitar, but it still has its purpose with Soul Cure. It's similar. It's about the same as Mega Aggron in my eyes. Mega Aggron gets it doesn't get Sandstream, but it also gets Shore Up, so you can bring like a separate Sandsetter to pair with Mega Aggron. It gets Earth Eater and Filter, so it's like very like it's not weak to a lot of things. It's very tanky, and obviously the bulk is way higher with 230 defense, 70 HP, 80 SPDF, and it gets Body Press, right? So it can deal some pretty big damage, and it gets Soul Cure, right? So I think it's like kind of just worse Mega Aggron, with the plus being that you can set up Sand with it. So I think they're about the same. I'll put it slightly below Mega Aggron. I think it's pretty good. Gets Super Luck and Sniper. So the combination is you get boosted critical hit chance with Super Luck, and you get boosted critical damage with Sniper. So that's a pretty fun combination. Drapion gets 95 speed and 90 attack. Decent offensive stat spread. I say decent because its bulk is also pretty good. 70 HP, 110 defense, 75 speed F. That's moderately okay bulk. All right, let's look at the moves. Coil will further increase your attack and defense, so that's pretty good. I think it would have been better if this thing got like Dragon Dance, because I feel like this thing needs some speed increases because it's only at 95, so it's a bit of a miss. Dire Claw is stab, poison, 80 base power, and has a 50% chance to either poison, para, or sleep, so it's a really good move. Crab Hammer is mainly for your ground weakness because you are a poison type, so Crab Hammer is going to be able to deal with those ground types. and deal some pretty decent damage. And it has increased crit chance. So you can pair that with your Super Luck Sniper combo. Wicked Blow is always resulting in a critical hit, so you pretty much guarantee the Sniper a boost on Wicked Blow. So that's a really nasty combo, not to mention it is Stab, so it'll deal some pretty high damage. So the set it gets is pretty awesome. Super Luck Sniper, Crab Hammer, Wicked Blow, those are some diabolical moves to pair with the critical hit combination, but it just lacks speed. That is my main issue with this Pokemon. If this thing got Dragon Dance or like Tidy Up, I think this thing for sure could have been like low S tier. But because it doesn't, I think at the highest I can give it is like, I want to say low A tier. Toxicroak gets, wow, it's a cool shiny. Toxicroak gets Moxie, one of the best abilities in the game because it gives you some pretty big sweeping potential. Poison Touch gives you poison chance on all of your contact moves. Dry Skin gives you immunity to water and can even heal you, and rain as well, so that's pretty good. 106 attack, not a bad base attack. 85 speed is a bit low though. You get Victory Dance though to fix your speed tier, so that will be giving you an attack, defense, and speed increase. This is something that Drapion needed really bad. If Drapion got Victory Dance, that he would have been a way higher ranking. But regardless, yeah, Toxicroak gets Victory Dance. He also gets Dire Claw, which is the stab 80 base power poison move. That'll either poison, power, or sleep, 50% chance. Ice Spinner to cover your ground weakness because you are a poison type, and also is a super effective move for Ray and Eternatus. So yeah, that's pretty good that it gets that. Thunder's Kick is stab and also drops defense on the target. Alright, so it gets good stab moves. Dire Claw and Thunder's Kick are pretty much all you'd really want on this thing. Ice, or maybe Noxious Thwart could have been better. But I think Dire Claw still has its benefits with its statuses. Ice Spinner for covering ground and also hitting Eternatus and Ray is very useful. And Victory Dance is the most important part because it does need some help in the speed and the attack category. So I want to say Toxicroak is a solid A tier because it also gets Moxie to further improve its sweeping potential. So we'll put it at like a solid middle of A tier. Below Flygon, I think is fair. Be real, chat. Who remembers Carnivine? Like who remembers that Carnivine exists? Carnivine is like one of the most forgettable Pokemon, and it's so unfortunate because he is so funny looking, but I often forget that he exists. All right, Carnivine gets Arena Trap, which is pretty fitting because it's a Venus Flytrap. Levitate will give it immunity against ground, which is kind of whatever. It already had a ground resistance with grass, so it's kind of interesting that it gets that, but I guess it's fine. 100 attack, 46 speed, moderately, actually kind of mid bulk, 74 HP, 72 defense, 72 speed F. Not the best bulk, not the best attack, slow. Okay, not looking good for Carnivine so far. It gets Strength Sap, okay. So you can Arena Trap something and you can sustain off them with Strength Sap, that's pretty good. Coil to increase its attack and defense, okay. So it can kind of become a physical wall with the Strength Sap and Coil combination, okay. Sappy Seed for leash eating. And Fire Lash to help with your ice weakness and also lower the target's defense. Okay. So this thing is screaming Physical Wall and Leech Eater. So all you need to do is just throw this thing out at a Pokemon that is an enemy Pokemon that is physically offensive. You'll trap them in with Arena Trap, and then you'll just slowly take the life out of them with Strength Sap. You'll further increase your defense with Coil, and you can just Leech Seed them to chip away at them and kill them slowly. Truly fitting for a Venus Flytrap, so thematically it makes sense, but it's not as good as like the other Strength Sap and Sappy Seeders in the game. I still think it has a funny gimmick as a Physical Wall and Sappy Seed setter, so I want to at least put it in the bottom of A tier. Like the bottom of A tier, like the most bottom of A tier. Yeah, I think that's fine for Carnivine. Carnivine should for real get a Mega and ZA, maybe. Maybe if we start a petition, Game Freak will add a Mega Carnivine into ZA. Luminion. Another Pokemon that is incredibly forgettable. Luminion gets Water Bubbles, so you will lower the power of Fire-type moves done to the Pokemon, and you prevent it from getting burned. Not bad. I mean, you're already a Water-type, so I don't really know like why you'd really care about getting Water Bubble, but I guess it's okay. Swift Swim. You will boost the speed and rain, so you need to have a separate rain setter since you can't set up the rain by yourself. So bring like Pelipper or something and then throw out Luminion and you'll have a 180 base speed. Not bad. Your stats are really mid. Your offensive stats are at 69 on both. 69 on HP. Bulk is really mid as well. Yeah, everything is just mid. It's mid, Lumidian. Quiver Dance, I guess, to kind of improve your special attack and speed is not bad. Bouncy Bubble to heal. Freeze Dry to deal with other water types and help your grass weakness. Origin Pulse is the Kyogre move that deals 1. It's basically just better Hydro Pump. It's the same base power, but has a little more accuracy. Yeah, this thing is screaming low C tier to me. Maybe top of C tier, maybe the best of C tier. The stats are just too bad. It does get a decent speed tier with Swift Swim, but because of that, I feel like it should have gone like Tail Glow instead of Quiver Dance. I think if this thing got Tail Glow, it could have been way more of a threat. It gets Thick Fat, which is great because it is a quad fire weakness and it's neutral to ice, so it's pretty good that it gets Thick Fat. Snow Warning is probably what we're going to bring every time because it sets up snow, so it's a pretty decent snow setter. Pretty mid stats, although the bulk is not bad. It gets 90 HP, 85 speed F, and 75 defense, so not the worst bulk in the world, and you have 92 attack, 92 special attack. You're just kind of slow at 60. It doesn't really matter what bulk this thing has, to be honest, though, because mainly you just bring it to just set up snow for your Slush Rush mon. Strength Sap is a good utility move. Sustain and drop the enemy's attack. Matcha Gotcha, another good sustain move. That's also stab, and will be healing half the damage you deal and also have a chance to burn. It's a 20% chance to burn. High Horsepower is mainly for your fire weakness and I guess also your rock weakness because you're ice type. And Sappy Seed to set Leech Seed is good. Good utility moves. Strength Sap, Matcha Gotcha, Sappy Seed, those are all great moves in PokéRogue. But you're, I guess just the fact that you can set up snow is good. Because a lot of Slush Rush mons don't actually have Snow Warning, so they rely on a separate snow setter to set it up for them. So I want to put Abomasnow in at least A tier, since it is an ice type as well. Ice is just generally good in the game because it helps deal with Rayquaza, helps deal with Eternatus. You get Snow Warning, and I believe you get Blizzard on level up. So you can just use Snow Warning Blizzard, and it can deal some pretty good solid damage to Ray and Eternatus. So I think Abomasnow is valuable to some extent. We'll put it in low A tier. Above Milotic, I think is right for it. Weavile gets Tough Claws and no, hold on, I'm so stupid. Okay, so it gets Tough Claws as its passive, so that's going to be powering up all contact moves. I believe it is a 1.5 increase. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I could just click on it actually. All right, yeah, Weavile Tough Claws powers up contact moves, so basically all physical moves. 120 attack, 125 speed, so really good. Physical sweeper, really safe speed tier, and a pretty solid base attack stat. Tough Claws is a 30% increase, my bad. Yeah, so it's 30% increase to all physical moves. Pretty good. Dire Claw is mainly for your fairy weakness because you are a dark type. So Dire Claw is good for that. And you also get the Tough Claws boost on it, so it's boosted by 1.3 times. And you have a 50% chance to poison, parrot, or sleep. So a very important move on Weavile. Storm Throw is for your rock weakness, and I guess also just a way to hit steel types because you are ice, so you're pretty weak to rock and steel. So Storm Throw is going to be a good way to hit those steel types that wall you, and it also is a critical hit every time, so it's a pretty good move. Triple Axle is stab, and probably one of the strongest physical ice moves in the game, so it's good that it gets it. Glacial Lance probably would have been better because you don't have to worry about missing it. Triple Axle is a 90 accuracy, and it hits 3 times, so you need to rely on it being able to hit 3 times in order to get the maximum damage. You can remedy this with wide lenses. If you give it just 2 wide lenses, that makes it so that every triple axle will hit. But getting the wide lenses isn't as easy as it sounds, so it still is RNG dependent. Wicked Blow is one of the best dark physical moves in the game because it is 75 base power and has a guaranteed chance to crit. And it's also stab on Weavile, and it's also Tough Claws boosted. So that is going to be doing some nasty damage. If you feel like 120 attack isn't enough, Weavile does get Swords Dance on level up. Or I'm sorry, through TMs. So yeah, you can take that. The moveset I would run is Dire Claw, Triple Axle, Wicked Blow, and either Swords Dance or Storm Throw. If you feel like you're running into a lot of steel types, you can take Storm Throw. If not, then I think Swords Dance is pretty good. If you can find one good turn to Swords Dance on Weavile, you pretty much just sweep through everything. Because you're so fast, you get Tough Claws to boost all of your attacks, and Wicked Blow is just like one of the most broken moves Weavile could have possibly gotten. So yeah, I think Weavile is hella goated, and because it's an ice type, it can easily dispatch like Rayquaza, even Eternatus. So I think Weavile is really valuable in this game. I think it deserves to be at least bottom of S tier. I want to say above regular Deoxys, I think feels about right for Weavile. I think the thing that holds it back from being a bit higher is that it's just so frail. So if you make a mistake on this guy, you're probably just going to get it killed because it's 70 HP, 65 defense, 85 speed up. It's a bit frail. Gets Levitate, so you're going to be ignoring your quad ground weakness, which is very important because that's really like... Hold on, let's think. What are Magnezone's weaknesses? Fire, ground, which you now are immune to. Fighting. Yeah, fire and fighting. So now it only has 2 weaknesses. So Levitate is a huge ability for Magnezone. You're probably going to take Sturdy, if not maybe Analytic, because 30 is saving you from Okos. Analytic gives you more power when you move last. This is pretty good on Magnezone because it is pretty slow at 60 speed, and it's very bulky with 70 HP, 115 defense, and 90 speed def. And you have a pretty fat 130 special attack stat as well. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good bulky Slowmon, so Analytic is not bad with it. You get Parabolic Charge, so you could do like a Analytic Parabolic Charge set, so you would move last, tank hit, and then you would deal damage with Parabolic Charge and heal that HP back. That's a decent strategy. Flamethrower is mainly just a way to hit, I guess, grass types, because electric is a grass resists electric, so you kind of need a way to hit grass types. Ice Beam is not only your way to hit ground types, but also your way to hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. So Ice Beam is going to be pretty important to take on like Magnezone. And Thunderclap, if you don't want to run Analytic, you can just run Thunderclap to outspeed your opponents. If you don't know, Thunderclap is essentially just Sucker Punch, except it's an electric type move and it's a special attack move. So it fits nicely with Magnezone. If you're running Thunderclap, you'd probably run Sturdy instead of Analytic. Yeah, it's not bad. It really lacks like Nasty Plot. It doesn't get Nasty Plot, right? Yeah, does it get Calm Mind at least? No. Okay, so it gets no special attack increasing moves. That's really the one thing this thing lacks. If it had some way to increase the special attack further, I feel like I'd be more comfortable putting it in like high A tier. But because it kind of just like plays with its 130 special attack and Analytic, which is I guess like good enough in most cases. I think like at best it can be like middle of A tier. I want to say maybe below Floatzel. Licky Diddy. Alright, Licky Licky gets a Cheek Pouch. So you will restore HP anytime you eat a berry. You do not get Harvest. That'd be quite broken if you got Harvest Cheek Pouch. Instead, you can use Oblivious. So you'd be immune to being infatuated or taunts. And also Encore as well, I believe. Cloud9 to eliminate weather is not bad either, which if you want to take that instead. You're a pretty bulky guy. You're at 110 HP, 95 defense, 95 speed up, so it's a very good bulky stat spread with moderately okay offenses, 85 attack, 80 special attack is not too bad. Your main weakness is speed at 50. Slack Off for healing, good. Crush Grip, one of the best normal moves in the game. The more HP the target has left, the greater the power is. So Crush Grip is probably one of the best moves you could have given to Licky Licky. Fire Lash to lower the enemy's defense is not bad, I guess. Magical Torque is your fighting coverage. You're a normal type, so your only weakness is fighting. So being able to hit them with super effective Magical Torque is going to be pretty valuable. It's also 100 base power moves, so it's pretty strong. It kind of just seems like worse Snorlax in my eyes. Snorlax gets the Ripe and Harvest combo, which is just absolutely broken. In this case, you get Cheek Pouch, which I guess is nice. But you don't really have Harvest to like supply yourself with more berries, so you have to like kind of always grab berries in your rewards in order to supply this guy constantly. Yeah, so I'm gonna put him not too high, maybe like high B tier feels about right. At the very least, it's tanky enough to act as a wall. So we'll put it like high B tier. I think that's fine. Yeah, below the Executors feels fair. Rhyperior gets Filter. So it'll be reducing power from super effective moves. This is pretty good in Rhyperior because it has a buttload of weaknesses. You are quad weak to water. You are quad weak to grass as well. You are weak to steel. You are weak to ice even. You're weak to what am I missing? Steel. Did I say that already? You're also weak to ground, right? So you have a buttload of weaknesses. You have 2 quad weaknesses. So yeah, this thing is just like this thing is just not living a lot of hits. So Filter is going to help with that. You're probably going to take Solid Rock because that also reduces the power of super effective moves. So Solid Rock and Filter combination,
I'm pretty sure it stacks. So you're going to be pretty much good against all those weaknesses that you have. Or you take Reckless because you get Head Smash in your egg moves. Yeah, so you get Head Smash. You also get... Actually, that's it. Yeah, you get Head Smash. So Head Smash, you can avoid the... or you can deal more damage with Head Smash. That's pretty good. As for the stats, you get 140 attack, 130 defense. So you're very good on the physical attack and the physical defense side. You also have 115 HP, but your speed F is only at 55, and you're very slow at 40 speed. So really, you only just use Rhyperior against like enemy physical attackers. Otherwise, you kind of just can't use this thing. Shore Up. So if you're playing in sand, you can heal for 75% HP, keeps it alive pretty well. Ice Hammer is going to be good against Ray and Eternatus, also mainly to deal with your ground weakness and grass weakness. Remember, you're quad weak to grass and you're also weak to ground, so ice can cover those things. Accelerock is good because you are a slow tank, so you're going to want a move that can guaranteed move first. So Accelerock is good for that. It's also Stab, it's a rock move. And Head Smash, as we were talking about earlier, is boosted by Reckless. I believe Reckless boosts by 1.2, so that would give Head Smash a solid, like, quick maths, 170, I suck at math, 180 something damage, I believe, if I didn't do my math wrong. Unfortunately, it has 80 accuracy, which kind of sucks, but there's not much you can do about that. And you also can't avoid the recoil damage. You don't have Rockhead. But yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. It does get Filter Solid Rock to keep it alive, but it still is really weak on the Speed F side. So let's put it like high B tier, next to like Dodrio, next to Luxray. I think feels about right for Rhyperior. Tangrowth. Yeah, Head Smash is a pretty disappointing move. It deals some good damage, but the accuracy, man. Seed Sower turns the ground into grassy terrain every time it gets hit. So rather than just setting up grassy terrain like Grassy Surge, it's every time you get hit, you set up the grassy terrain. It's the Arboliva signature ability. So that's alright, I guess. I think it works pretty well in Tangrowth because you're so tanky. So you can tank hits pretty well outside of like special attacks. You're 100 HP, 125 defense, and 50 speed F. So similar to like Rhyperior, you're just like really bulky, mainly on the physical side. But when it comes to special attacks, you kind of fumble a bit. Chlorophyll to double your speed in Sun is not bad. You have 50 speed, so that would be 100 in Sun. You'd probably just want to take Regenerator instead, since you're a tank. So once you're off field, you can heal back some of your health. That's not bad. Alright, you get Strength Sap. So you can become even more of a physical wall by decreasing the enemy's attack and also sustaining. So Strength Sap is really good on Tangrowth. Parting Shots. As we mentioned earlier, Parting Shot is less value on slower Pokemon because you're gonna get hit after, or you're gonna get hit before you drop their attack and special attack. So mainly Parting Shot is good on Pokemon with like Prankster or Pokemon that are just naturally fast. But it still is a good move, so I think it's fine that it gets Parting Shot. Snap Trap is a 35 base power move that traps the target for 4 to 5 turns. Okay. Alright, that's fine, I guess. I imagine it does some chip damage, similar to like Whirlpool and Fire Spin, so I guess that's not bad for chip against Eternatus. And you get Sappy Seed, that's also another chip move that you can use against Eternatus. It's also 100 base power. Alright, well, anything with Strength Sap and Sappy Seed, really, I always just kind of default put them in like minimum B tier. Parting Shot is also another good utility move. And you're moderately bulky, and you can set up Grassy Terrain, which can be useful for, I guess, setting up like another grass carry that you're using. Yeah, let's put it like top of B tier. I've definitely seen better Leech Seeders and better Strength Sappers, but it's not bad. It's not bad as a physical wall. We'll put it like... we'll put it above Roserade. I think that's fine. Gets Sheer Force. Okay. It also gets Motor Drive to boost its speed when it's hit by an electric type move, or just Vital Spirit, which prevents it from falling asleep. 123 attack, 95 speed. Okay, so a moderately okay bulk. Actually, a pretty mediocre bulk with 75 HP, 67 defense, 85 speed up is not bad, I guess. You get 95 speed and 123 attack. Those are going to be the main stats that you care about. You want it to be like a offensive sweeper. You get, where is it? Supercell Slam. I guess it's a TM move for like the fire. That is a recoil electric move. That's probably going to be your strongest physical electric move unless it gets something else.
It gets Zing Zap, which is a flinch move. It's not as strong as Supercell Slam, but it does have this chance to flinch if you want to go that route instead. Mountain Gale is another flinch move. It's also ice, so you can cover your ground weakness, and you can also hit Eternatus and Ray for super effective damage. Fire Lash to decrease defense is not bad. Shift Gear to fix your speed problem. You're only at 95, and to further increase your attack is pretty good. I think Shift Gear is a great move for Electivire. Definitely fixes his main problem, that he's kind of in an awkward speed tier, and his attack is just like not as like high as you'd want it to be. So yeah, I think Shift Gear definitely helps it out. I kind of wish it had better offensive egg moves. Zing Zap is not really like that amazing of an electric move. Mountain Gale is good for its coverage. Fire Lash is like whatever, I guess. I guess a way to hit steel types. If it got like Bolt Strike or something, I feel like I would have loved this thing more. Otherwise, it's okay. It's okay at like a solid high B tier, maybe. Actually, no, I think it deserves A tier.
Hey guys, it's Future Josh again. So Magmortar used to have Contrary as its passive. Now it gets Sheer Force. The reason why this thing had Contrary is because you'd want to use it with Overheat. Overheat would normally give you a -2 special attack, but with Contrary, that would give you +2 special attack, right? So you would spam Overheat. It also had some other moves that were good with Contrary. I believe it had Make It Rain and Floor Cannon. So, and I think also Armor Cannon. So those are some really good moves that you could spam with Contrary that put Magmortar at a low S tier. That was the original ranking, but now that it lost Contrary and now gets Sheer Force and some like relatively okay moves, they just took it off the Contrary set. I think this is a pretty big nerf. I want to say Magmortar at most is going to be a middle of A tier, low A tier, maybe even high B tier. It's not looking as good as it was anymore because, well, it doesn't have the OP Contrary set.
Togekiss gets Pixelate, so all normal type moves will become Fairy, and the power of the Fairy type moves will boost a little bit. Serene Grace is probably what we're going to take because Togekiss is infamous for just being a really annoying flincher / Paramon. 85 HP, 95 defense, 115 speed def, so it has a pretty solid bulk with a minimum of 85 in each of its bulk stats. 120 special attack is pretty good for how bulky it is, and 80 speed is honestly pretty good for how bulky it is. So yeah, really good stat spread overall. Roost to sustain is good. Also to drop your flying typing if you feel like you're about to get like hit by a rock type move or an electric type move or even an ice type move. Scorching Sands is mainly to cover your rock weakness because you are a flying type. Also to cover your poison weakness because you are a fairy type. Scorching Sands would probably be the most important move for you to take because it also has a burn chance. And keep in mind you're running Serene Grace, so you're going to have a higher odd of proccing the burn with Scorching Sands. You get Relic Song, which I actually have no clue what this does. The user sings an ancient song. Oh, it can induce sleep. Okay. So it apparently has a 10% sleep chance, but because you have Serene Grace, that'll be boosted to, is it double? I believe it's double, right? So it's going to be a 20% chance to sleep. So that's pretty good. It's because it's a normal type move, it's going to be affected by Pixelate, so it's going to be a fairy type stab move with 75 base power and the chance to sleep. So that's going to be a very good move to run, especially if you're running Serene Grace, which you should. Fiery Dance will increase your special attack. It's a 50% chance, but because you have Serene Grace, that additional effect is doubled. So you actually have a 100% chance to increase your special attack, which means every time you use Fiery Dance, you get a guaranteed special attack increase. So it's essentially just Torch Song, if you think about it. It is just the same thing as having Torch Song. So the moveset I would run with this thing is Roost for sustain, Scorching Sands for covering your weaknesses, Air Slash because that's flinch and also stab, and either Relic Song or Fiery Dance. I'd probably run Fiery Dance just because these special attack increases can be kind of nasty, and also Fiery Dance does cover your ice weakness because you are a flying type. Relic Song sounds interesting, but the sleep chance is only 20, so it's not like that high. It's a bit risky to use. So I think Roost, Scorching Sands, Fiery Dance, and Air Slash would be your best moveset, and that would make Togekiss just absolutely annoying. I think it deserves to at least be in A tier. We'll put it like, honestly pretty high. We'll put it like above Lantern. Yeah, we'll put it above Lantern. That feels about right for Togekiss. Okay. We are slowly approaching the end of Gen 4, thankfully. Yanmega. Yanmega gets Sheer Force, so that's going to be a 1.3 times damage boost to your moves with additional effects. Speed boost, so every time you end a turn, your speed will increase. You'll probably want to bring Protect to get a guaranteed speed increase. So turn 1, you Protect, get the speed boost, so your 95 speed becomes like a right about like a 140 speed, so that's going to be very good. 116 special attack is pretty good as your base special attack. I believe, yeah, you get Nasty Plot to further increase that special attack. You get Earth Power to deal with your rock weakness, your fire weakness, because you are a bug flying type. Heat Wave to deal with your ice weakness, and also, no, sorry, yeah, it's mainly just for your ice weakness. Not bad. Bleak Windstorm is a stab move. It is 100 base power, so it's pretty strong, and also has the chance to lower the speed of the opposing Pokemon. So how do I feel about Yanmega? It does fix its speed with the Protect speed boost, so it has a comfortable speed tier. The special attack base is honestly not even bad, and you can further improve it with Nasty Plot. And you get Bleak Windstorm, which is a pretty good stab move. Bug Buzz is a pretty good bug stab move. You'll probably just run that. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. You also get Sheer Force boost on Bleak Windstorm and Bug Buzz. So those will be boosted by Sheer Force. That they'll do some additional damage. I like Yanmega. I think it has some pretty decent sweeping potential. If you're doing Bug Mono, then this thing could be a pretty good pickup. I'll put it in low A tier, like below Milotic. I think is good enough for Yanmega. Okay, moving on to the evolutions. We ranked the Kanto ones and the Johto ones. Let's look at Leafeon and Glaceon now. So all the evolutions have the same exact passive and egg moves because they all come from EV. So pickup, right? 130 defense, 110 attack, decent speed here at 95, but very low HP and very low speed def. So it is very, it's only really bulky on the physical side. On the special side, it kind of is very frail. Okay. Wish for healing. No Retreat is an Omni boost. The reason why I guess No Retreat is because all the evolutions have different builds. So No Retreat is just flexible with all of them. Boom Burst, you're probably not going to run because you only have 60 special attack. Zippy Zap, you might run because you're a physical attacker. It's usable. But realistically, you're going to take Wish, No Retreat, Leech Seed, because Leech Seed is a very important move in PokéRogue, and Sappy Seed, which is just a better Leech Seed, and Leaf Blade maybe, because that's a grass stab move. It's a Sappy Seed setter. I always value Sappy Seed setters at least the B tier. It gets No Retreat to set up a bit as well, so you can give it a pretty decent speed tier, decent attack tier. But beyond that, it's like, okay. We'll put it at the top of B tier. We'll put it like the very top of B tier, maybe below Lunatone actually. I like that it has some sweeping potential if you can get the No Retreat off, because it has a decent base attack and a decent base speed. And Sappy Seed is a pretty strong move. It is 100 base power, so it can deal some pretty good damage. But it is a little too frail on the special attack side, and its other egg moves just don't really help it out all that much. It doesn't have really great coverage. It doesn't have really anything to help with its fire weakness, to help with its flying weakness, to help with its bug weakness, right? So yeah, it has some weaknesses, so it doesn't go beyond B tier for me. Glaceon. Glaceon gets pickup, right, because it's an evolution. You get 110 defense, 130 special attack, 95 speed def. Okay, so I already like Glaceon more because it has a way more balanced bulk. 110 defense, 95 speed def is pretty balanced. You have 65 HP, which is fine because your defenses are pretty high. It is a bit slower to make up for that, but it has a pretty nuclear special attack stat at 130. You have Snowcloak or Ice Body, so you'd want to bring a separate Ice Setter to help Glaceon become stronger. You'll probably want to run Wish because you're relatively bulky, so you make use of the sustain pretty well. No Retreat for the Omni boost. I feel like every evolution is just going to take No Retreat. Boom Burst is takeable because you are a special attacker. You have 130 special attack, so you can do some pretty good damage with Boom Burst. And the signature move is Freezy Frost, which is 100 base power special attack ice move that eliminates stat changes on the field, which is pretty good, given that Pokemon like Rayquaza, Eternatus, and other bosses get some pretty annoying stat increases when they lose health. So hazing those hazing those stat changes is pretty good. And not to mention, it is an ice type move, and Glaceon is an ice type Pokemon, so it's going to be able to dispatch Rayquaza and Eternatus pretty well. Granted, it is mono ice, so it is weak to like Rayquaza's V-Create and Eternatus' Flamethrower, but it is bulky enough to live those hits, I believe. So I think, yeah, it has some pretty good value, this Pokemon, to deal with like the main threats in the game, and also set up some decent, have some decent utility with the haze effect. So yeah, we're gonna put Glaceon in at least A tier. I think a lot of ice types end up just being placed high because ice is just such a valuable typing in this game, which is funny because in normal Pokemon, ice is like one of the worst typings in the game. We'll put it, I think, we'll put it pretty high actually. It's definitely above Vaporeon. We'll put it, I think below Floatzel, above Magnezone feels about right for Glaceon, just in the middle of A tier. Makes sense. Gliscor. Okay, Gliscor gets Toxic Boost, which is good because it also gets Toxic Heal. So similar to Zangoose, it gets both of the Toxic Orb abilities. So you're going to get a physical attack increase when you're poisoned, and you're also going to get heals every time you get poisoned. So you're going to pick up a Toxic Orb from your rewards, you're going to give it to your Gliscor, and now he's going to be healing automatically at the end of every turn, and also will have boosted physical attack damage. So yeah, that's a pretty good set that you'd want to run. 95 base attack is not very good, but you do have 125 defense, 75 HP, 75 speed F, so like not the worst bulk in the world. 95 speed is decently fast as well. Roost for sustain, also drops your flying typing. Floaty Fall for physical flying stab, also has a chance to flinch, which is pretty good. 1000 Waves is another stab, 90 base power move, and it acts like Arena Trap. So you can trap good matchups in. Like for example, if you get put up against like a steel type that you beat, you can trap them in with 1000 Waves, and you can start like setting up your Swords Dance or something, right? Yeah, so you get Swords Dance. You also get Mighty Cleave. You probably get this to just deal with ice types because you have a quad ice weakness. So Mighty Cleave is going to be able to dispatch those ice types pretty well. Also breaks to protect. So the moveset I would go on Gliscor is Roost, Swords Dance, 1000 Waves, and either Floaty Fall or Mighty Cleave. Probably Floaty Fall, because I don't think the ice coverage is as important as dropping your stab, as having your stab move. I think Swords Dance is very vital because once you trap good matchups in, you can set up your attack with Swords Dance. And remember, your base attack is only 95, so you kind of do rely on those attack boosts to start dealing some significant damage. Even with all that, though, you still have a speed problem because your speed is only at 95 and you don't really have a way to increase it. So I can't really rank Gliscor too high. I'm gonna put it at like at most the bottom of A tier. Since it's like kind of like better Zangoose, I guess we'll put it above Zangoose. Yeah, they're about the same, so I guess I'll just put it below put it below Honchko, above Zangoose. Yeah, that's fine. Mamoswine. So Mamoswine, first things first, is an ice and ground type. So ice is amazing for Ray and Eternatus. Ground is really good for Eternatus as well because Eternatus is a poison type, right? So really good offensive typing for PokéRogue. Slush Rush will be boosting its speed in snow, but unfortunately it does not get snow warning. So you do want to bring a separate snow setter, for example, Articuno or Regice or Abomasnow, right, to pair with Mamoswine to give it its double speed boost. You also get Snow Cloak if you want to increase your evasiveness in the snow. It can be a pretty funny and annoying ability to run, but I think generally Thick Fat's can be better because it removes your fire weakness and also makes you more resistant to ice. So I think Thick Fat's going to be the more reliable take. And obviously, yeah, Slush Rush for boosting your speed. You get 160 speed with Slush Rush, so you're pretty much never going to be outsped once you're in the snow. You have 130 base attack, so it's very high. And not to mention, you're very bulky. You have 110 HP, 80 defense, and 60 speed F. So you're a pretty bulky mon that's pretty fast in Slush Rush, and you hit hard with 130 attack. So you get Slack Off, which works because you're a pretty bulky mon, so you can make use of the heals pretty well. Landswrath is a stab move. It's ground. It's also 90 base power, and it doesn't have a secondary effect. It's just kind of 1000 arrows and 1000 waves without like any additional effect, which is kind of unfortunate. I think this thing could have been kind of funny with 1000 waves to be able to trap people in, but I guess it's some balance that it got Landgraf instead. Mighty Cleave to deal with fire types because you do have a fire weakness. Mighty Cleave is going to be able to hit those fire types for super effective damage. Also Break to Protect. Glacial Lance, 120 base power, stab, really good move. This is probably going to be your strongest attacking move outside of like maybe Headlong Rush, because I think this thing is Headlong Rush, right? Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. So, yeah, Glacial Lance is going to be your hardest hitting move because it is stab and 120 base power and has no drawback to using it. So, yeah, it's an incredibly strong move. And keep in mind, Ice is amazing for Rayquaza and Eternatus. So, Glacial Lance is just going to be absolutely chunking them. Yeah, do you get Swords Dance? Unfortunately, you do not. But Mamoswine is 130 base power attack. So, it still is reliably strong, even without any attack increases. And it's reliably fast with Slush Rush. So I do want to rank this thing pretty high, just because of the typing it gets and the base stats it has. We'll put it in at least the bottom of A tier. All right, the next Pokemon is someone I'm actually very excited about because I recently got the rare shiny for them, and I am very excited to do a showcase for them. Probably after we're done with all these tier list streams. Porygon Z. I got the rare shiny recently. Let me just show it off real quick. Ooh, what a sexy shiny! It gets like bubblegum colors. And it has like a little hint of like evil with like the dark purple accents. I really love the shiny. But yeah, Porygon Z gets the Protean adaptability combo. The reason why that's so broken is because Protean will change you into the type of whatever move you use. So let's say you use Thunderclap, you're now an electric type, right? And adaptability will power up moves that are the same type as the Pokemon. So the second you use Thunderclap, you become an electric type, and because you're now an electric type, adaptability will be boosting the power of Thunderclap, giving it double stab. So it is an insane combination. Any Pokemon that gets the Protean adaptability combination is generally just automatically low A tier, maybe high B tier. But what makes Porygon Z even better is that it has a pretty insane special attack stat at 135. Also has a moderately okay bulk, 85 HP, 70 defense, 75 SPDF. 90 speed is honestly not bad either. It does get access to analytic if you want to run like a slow Porygon Z. I would not recommend that. I think adaptability is just so much better for the Protean adaptability combo. Okay, so the egg moves, it gets Technoblast. So Technoblast will just allow you to change back into a normal type. So you'll use 120 base power, change it to a normal type with Protean, and then adaptability will give you double stab, so that becomes 240 base power. And yeah, that's just some monstrous damage. If you use Flamethrower, that'll become 180 base power because of adaptability. Also has a chance to burn, not bad. Aura Sphere is mainly for or actually, no, it's not really for any of your weaknesses, but it's a good move. You turn into a fighting type. It never misses, so if you're worried about accuracy, I guess you can use Aura Sphere. 160 base power, really nice. And Thunderclap, as we mentioned earlier, Porygon Z as a okay speed tier, but it can be outsped by a handful of things in the game. So to outspeed those things, Thunderclap is a good option because of the Protean adaptability buff. It'll make it a 140 base power move, so it actually becomes pretty strong. Even though Porygon Z is not an electric type. So yeah, really nasty egg moves. It also gets Nasty Plot, which I would recommend taking, because if you can find a turn to use it, then you can make your attack even more monstrous than it already is. It gets Agility to fix its speed. So if you don't want to use Thunderclap, you can just bring Agility instead to just make your speed higher and just be able to outspeed things and just use moves like Aura Sphere and Technoblast instead. What I would run personally is not Swords Dance, Nasty Plot, Agility, Technoblast, and either Aura Sphere or Flamethrower, depending on which one you have. I guess I would go Flamethrower because I kind of like the burn chance. Yeah, that's what I would do. And I think Porygon Z is just kind of disgusting. Not to mention, Protean will also change you into the type of the moves that you use for Nasty Plot and Agility. So Agility will turn you into a Psychic type, and Nasty Plot will turn you into a Dark type, I believe. So yeah, really good. We're going to put Porygon Z in a very solid S tier just because of the Protean adaptability combo and its good special attack stat. We'll put it in... I think it deserves to be above Mega Lucario. I think that feels about right. Probopass, the sexy Pokemon. Probopass gets Levitate because it is a quad ground weakness, which I think is proper. Sturdy, so cannot be one-hit KO. Very nice. 145 defense, 150 speed F, so it's a pretty bulky mon. 60 HP is pretty good as well, given how bulky it is on the defense and speed F side. Not very offensive. 75 speed attack is okay, I guess, and it's obviously very slow at 40. You get Shore Up to heal 75% in Sandstorm. You don't set up Sandstorm yourself, so you're going to need another Pokemon to set it up for you. Calm Mind to increase your Speed Attack and Speed F is pretty good. If you can use it enough times, then your Speed Attack can actually kind of become a threat. So, yeah, it's decent, I guess. Tachyon Cutter is Stab, and also 100 base power, so it's pretty good. And Body Press is going to be a very good move because you have 145 defense, so you can deal some pretty solid damage with Body Press. It gets Iron Defense as well if you want to further increase your defense. So there's a couple sets you can run here. You could either do like a Calm Mind Tachyon Cutter set, or you could do a Iron Defense Body Press set. So because of its wall capability alone, I think we could just put it like decently high in A tier. We'll put it above Drifblim, below Alolan Muck. I think that's about right for Probopass. Dusknoir. Dusknoir gets Unnerve and Pressure. Okay, so those are some pretty good abilities. 100 attack, 135 defense, 135 speed F, but you have only 45 HP. Okay, so you're a pretty slow tank that can hit pretty hard. 100 attack is not bad. Bulk Up to further increase your attack and defense is good. Strength Sap to sustain and also decrease the enemy's attack is very good. So already I'm seeing a lot of physical wall capability with the Bulk Up and the Strength Sap. Drain Punch to heal up. You'll probably want to get some Bulk Ups off first, and then get your attack stat a bit higher, and then just deal some better damage with Drain Punch. And then Rage Fist is really good because Dusknoir can tank hits pretty well. So once it has tanked enough hits, it can get some pretty good damage off of Rage Fist. Every time you tank one hit, that is 50 extra base power for your Rage Fist. So if you just tank 3 hits, that is 200 base power for your Rage Fist. So that's a pretty nasty move to give Dusknoir. Yeah, I see high potential with this thing. Even though it doesn't get like anything for Speed F, it still has a base 135 special defense. So like it still is good to tank special attack moves. So yeah, it's a really great physical wall, a decent special attack wall, and it can deal some good damage with Rage Fist and sustain a Drain Punch. So I want to put this thing at least in A tier. It's a very good wall, and I believe it gets Curse as well. Yeah, so you can also use it as a Curse Mon, and as we mentioned, Curse is one of the most important chip moves in the game, especially when it's get to chart this. So yeah, that definitely gives it some extra brownie points. We're gonna have to put this thing at least at the top of A tier, above Suicune, above Crawdon, above the Electric guys, above Staraptor, above Regice. We'll put it, yeah, we'll put it like above Giratina. Yeah, I think it feels about right. We'll put it below Dragonite. Frostlass is getting Snow Warning and also Snow Cloak and Curse Body. You're probably gonna run Snow Cloak just because the Snow Warning Snow Cloak combos is absolutely disgusting. 110 speed makes it pretty fast, but every other stat is very bad. Incredibly frail, not really that powerful in its offenses. So speed is just really the one thing it has going for it. That's why a lot of times people generally use Frostlass as a fast utility mon. And because you have Snow Cloak, you do have the chance to like randomly dodge attacks, so you do kind of work well in that niche. No Retreat. Oh right, it has the same egg moves as Mega Glalie. So you're gonna have No Retreat, Freezy Frost, Earth Power, and Extreme Speed. So you have incredibly offensive oriented moves, but I honestly would just ignore all of those. I would look more at the let's see, Will-O-Wisp for burning, Hex to deal some extra damage off the burns. I believe you can get Destiny Bond on this thing. Let me actually look that up. Yes, you can. So that's, I guess, one thing you could do. Okay, you get Aurora Veil. So really, it's just a Snow Warning Aurora Veil Pokemon. So it's like a similar functionality as Alola Ninetales, and what's the other one? Articuno. But it's worse than them. It's not as bulky as them. The egg moves are kind of useless on a Frostlass. Really, they're really more for Glalie, Mega Glalie. And I guess the best utility move we get outside of Aurora Veil is like Will-O-Wisp. The burn is not bad, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of where it ends. You're just an Aurora Veil bot. We'll put you, honestly, not too high because at least with these mons, they can deal some pretty good damage with Blizzard. You only have 80 attack, so you're not really doing too much damage. So we'll put you lower in A tier. I think it still deserves A tier just because it is an Aurora Veil setter. We'll put it, yeah, like the very bottom of A tier. Base Rotom has Hadron Engine. This also means that all the other Rotoms are going to have Hadron Engine because they come from the same Pokemon. Hadron Engine is the Miraidon ability. You'll be setting up terrain and getting a Spatak increase when you are in terrain. This also means that you don't necessarily have to set up the terrain yourself. You can have other Pokemon set up the terrain for you, and you can get the Spatak increase. So yeah, Hadron Engine is just one of the most overloaded and broken abilities in the game. Stats spread is looking kind of whatever. You're very frail, but you have decent Spatak and moderately okay speed, I guess. Let's not forget that you also have a ground weakness because you have Levitate. Alright. Strength Sap, Fiery Dance, Splishy Splash, and Electro Drift. So a lot of these other egg moves are mainly for the other forms of Rotom because they gain stab on those moves. But for regular Rotom, I guess you have stab for Electro Drift, which will be dealing super effective damage, or will boost in damage when it's being hit for super effective. So it'll deal more damage against water types and flying types. Yeah, it's not looking great for regular Rotom. That's just kind of how it is. Regular Rotom stats are pretty mid. That's why it has other forms to transform into. It gets Nasty Plot, I do know that. So if you want to set up the special attack a bit more, you can use Nasty Plot. So even regular Rotom can work, but you're a bit slow. So you're going to get outsped and shut down before you can really do much. So I can't really put regular Rotom any higher than like a C tier. Kind of harsh. C tier sounds a bit harsh, but I think it's fair given how low its base special attack is and how frail it is. I'm going to have to put this thing at least, yeah, like top of C tier. Gets Hadron Engine. Now Rotom Fan has 107 defense, 107 SPDF, and 105 special attack, so significantly bulkier than base Rotom. And you're a bit slower with 86 speed, but it's fine since you're way bulkier now. With that bulk, you can use Strength Sap pretty well since you can sustain off enemies and lower their attack slowly. You have a pretty good defense stat, so you can actually be a pretty good physical wall. Electro Drift, you also have that on Rotom Fan as well. You do have a rock weakness as Rotom Fan, so having Splishy Splash can be pretty useful as well. It has a para chance of 30. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's a decent physical wall. Only really has 2 weaknesses with, or sorry, it's 3 weaknesses, rock. Oh yeah, 2 weaknesses, rock and ice. So it's pretty good at staying alive with its bulk and its only 2 weaknesses. We'll put it, it's bulky, but the only utility it really gets is Strength Sap, so we can't really put it too high. We'll put it like bottom of B tier, or sorry, the top of A tier, B tier, top of B tier. We'll put it like below the Wormadams because the Wormadams actually get like Leech Seed. Yeah, below Ripe Courier feels about right for Rotom Fan. Rotom Fridge or Rotom Frost has also a, yeah, hold on, do they all have the same? Oh, they're not different at all. Oh, I did not know that. Okay, so all the Rotom machines have the same stat spread. They're mainly bulky in defense and SPDF. Pretty good special attack. Okay, then we don't have to look at the. We don't have to look at each of them anymore. Let's rank them based off typing then. Rotom Frost gets access to Blizzard, I believe, or it should. So there's no way it doesn't. Really? Okay, Rotom Heat, that's why. Yep, so it gets access to Blizzard, and that's going to be a great move to use against like Ray and Eternatus. So for that reason alone, Rotom Frost is going to be a bit higher than its fan counterpart. We're going to put it in the bottom of A tier, I think feels about right. We'll put it a bit higher, actually. We'll put it like below Yon Mega, because similar thing to Rotom Fan, it's tanky, it can sustain a Strength Sap, it can deal some decent damage with Electro Drift, but on top of that, you now have Blizzard, which is going to be great for Ray and Eternatus. So that alone pushes it into the A tier. And for Rotom Heat, Fire is resisted by Ray and Eternatus, so it's not as valuable. You also gain a rock weakness and water weakness. Well, honestly, all the Rotoms are pretty much the same outside of like ice, just because it gets blizzard. We'll put them next to each other. They pretty much function the same. You as well. Although I think you get Leech Seed, right? Rotom Mo. No, you do not. Okay, so you're just about as worthless as the others. Yeah. We'll put Rotom Fan at the top. Rotom Wash, I guess, second, since I guess at the very least it can resist Flamethrower from Eternatus. Same with Rotom Heat, and Rotom Mo is probably the worst. Yeah. Okay, that's how I'd rank them. They're not terrible. They have decent bulk and strength sap, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Uxie. Uxie gets Unaware and Levitate, so you are immune to ground types. 130 defense, 130 speed F makes it a very bulky mon with 75 HP, which is pretty solid. And you have 95 speed, so you're a fast, bulky mon. So what egg moves does it get to pair with that? You get Cosmic Power to further become bulky, to become bulkier, which is great. Recover to sustain is going to be very annoying because you're already so bulky. So spamming Recover with this thing pretty much makes it unkillable. Sparkly Swirl is for dark coverage because you are a psychic type. You're a psychic type, so it's good to hit dark types are super effective with this move. And you also can heal status conditions of your allies if they are afflicted by like poison or para. Body Press is good because you have a 130 defense, so you can deal some pretty solid damage with that Body Press. You can also further increase your defense with Cosmic Power, right? It's not in the egg moves, but I'd probably take Mystical Power because that increases your special attack every time you use it. So because you're so tanky, you can live a lot of hits, so you can get like a good amount of Mystical Powers off. Like I'd say like 2 to 3 comfortably if you're not like in a bad matchup. So I think Mystical Power is definitely worth taking over maybe Body Press low-key. I would run like Mystical Power, Sparkly Swirl, Recover, Cosmic Power. And that can be a pretty good bulky special attack set. So I'm going to put Uxie at the minimum A tier, maybe low A tier. We'll put it like below, above Drapion. Yeah, above Drapion feels about right. It's better than these mediocre sweepers, but it's not as important as, like, say, Galarian Slowking's utility. I think that makes sense. Mesprit. Okay, I know what this thing gets. It's very interesting. It's moody, and with like all the other moody mons, it's very chaotic. So it's gonna be a little hard to rank because moody is so random. It'll raise one stat sharply, but lower another one. Its stat spread is very neutral. So it could work in like a lot of ways. So if your Moody gives you like a speed increase, maybe you can start using it as a fast utility mon. If you can get some sharp attack increases, you can maybe start using it offensively. If you get some sharp defense increases, you can start maybe like, I don't know, start trying to stack up. Maybe you get Tail Glow. You do get Tail Glow. So because you get Tail Glow, you'll probably want to get defense increases to keep you alive while you're using Tail Glow. Recover is also good, because if you get defense increases, then you're able to get more value from sustain. Aura Sphere for your dark weakness, because you are a mono psychic type. And Lumina Crash is an amazing move because it is super effective against Eternatus and also drops Spadef. So yeah, it does have a great moveset. It really does, but it really just depends on what Moody does for you, because Moody can either make your plans great or just completely put a stake in your plans. It can ruin your plans if it gives you the wrong stat increases. So that's why it's so hard to rank these Moody mons, because it really just depends on how lucky you are. With Mesprit, you'd want, like I said, defense and Spadef increases because you're trying to use Tail Glow and Recover. So I would put Mesprit in like a solid, we'll say top of B tier, just because it gets Lumina Crash and Tail Glow. But like I feel like Moody just makes it so inconsistent, so I feel like that inconsistency keeps it from being A tier. Okay, Azelf. Azelf gets Neuroforce, so all moves that are super effective will be powered up in damage, and this is great because Azelf gets a very big variety in moves. So in egg moves, it gets Psychic, Ice, Fairy, really good coverage, but beyond that, you also get electric moves, poison moves, water moves, fire moves, dark moves, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, Water Pulse. You get like an insane variety of moves, right? So you can make use of Neuroforce really well because you have access to a ton of types of moves. So yeah, so you have 125 attack, 125 attack. So you have a really good offensive stat spread with 115 speed as well. Makes you reliably fast. Makes you the same speed as Mega Ray. Egg moves. You get Tail Glow, one of the best special attack moves in the game because it just gives you +3 stages for free. Side Strike will deal physical damage, but calculate your special attack stat. You're probably going to be running special attack movesets on Azelf, by the way, just because you get so many special attack moves in your egg moves, and you also get Tail Glow. Moonblast is for your dark weakness because you are a mono psychic type. Ice Beam to hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. That's really nice that it gets that. Yeah, so really, really good Pokemon. I would run Tail Glow, obviously, for the special attack increasing. Side Strike, Ice Beam to hit super on Eternatus and Ray, and then Moonblast to cover your dark weakness. So yeah, actually all the egg moves are pretty much what you want as Azelf. Azelf is minimum S tier for sure. It has such a good offensive stat on top of having Tail Glow, and also has a pretty comfortable speed tier. So this thing is a minimum like top of S tier. I would argue it's not double S for me, because for sure it gets outsped by some things in the game. 115 is a good speed, but not like the highest speed tier. We'll put it like I think we'll put it at the top of S tier. The top of S tier, because Tail Glow is just so broken. You already have 125 special attack. Using Tail Glow just essentially puts you over like 250 special attack. It's insane. If you really want to increase your speed, I'm pretty sure you get agility. So yeah, that can help you out as well. But yeah, Azelf is insane. If you have all the egg moves and passive in Azelf, I would recommend using that for sure. And you're a psychic type. And you're a psychic type for Eternatus. That's just an added bonus. Dialga. Dialga Origin and Dialga Regular have different stat spreads, so we do have to rank them differently. Dialga gets Levitate, so you're immune to ground now, which is good because that was one of your only weaknesses. So your only weakness now is fighting. Yeah, you're only weak to fighting now because you have Levitate. So really good passive. Good bulk, 100 HP, 120 defense, 100 SPDF, and 150 special attack. So it's incredibly bulky and has a really good special attack stat. You get Make It Rain, which is stab and also is a special attack move. So it's going to be doing a hella damage. It does lower your special attack, unfortunately, so you might want to switch out after using it like once or twice. But it hits really hard, so it's definitely worth having on Dialga. Core Enforcer, stab, 100 base power, really good move. Recover is great because you're so tanky, so you get a lot of value from healing. Take Heart increases your special attack and SPDF. I like the SPDF increases because your SPDF is not as high as your defense, so it could use some improvements in the special defense department. And not to mention, Ray and Eternatus are generally special attackers, so it is good to have a way to increase your special defense. So yeah, I like that it gets Take Heart. QD would have been better because it does lack some speed, but I guess that would have been a bit overpowered, so I guess it's understandable. All right, really good typing. Only has one weakness thanks to Levitate. Really bulky. It's just a really good Stallmon. What can I say? Okay, that's the origin form. My bad. We'll put regular Dialga in minimum S tier, since it just cannot die really, and it's so good against Eternatus. We'll put it below Moltres. Actually, we'll put it below Pidgeot because it doesn't necessarily have sweeping potential since it's kind of slow. But like in most cases, it's very useful since it's so bulky and it can hit like a truck with its 150 special attack. I think it deserves to be up here in S tier, but compared to like these fast and ramping sweepers, I think Dialga is probably worse. I might move him up later. I'll think about it a bit more. But Dialga Origin, the only difference is that it gets less attack and more SPDF. This is just better. Yeah, as DJ Roden put it, it is just strictly better because there's no real reason to have physical attack on Dialga because it's not really a physical attacker. So the origin form shaving off some of that physical attack and adding some SPDF is just infinitely better because now you're way more tanky against like Eternatus, some of the moves from Mega Ray, right? So yeah, the Origin form is really good. They're about the same in my mind. They function the same. They have very similar stat spreads outside of the 20 difference in SPDF. So I do just want to keep them right next to each other. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's better, so put it in front. Are they worse than these guys? I think we'll keep them right here. They're great Pokemons, but I feel like they're not as value as these insane sweepers that are up here. Yeah, so we'll keep them in the middle of S tier. Palkia. Used to be an amazing sweeper. Now, well, let's see. It gets speed boost. So you can just protect one turn. Oh, let's look at regular Palkia first. You get speed boost. You get one. So you protect once, and you can get your speed up to like a solid 150. So that's really nice. 120 base attack, 150 special attack. Special attack matters more because you are a special attacker with moves like Spatial Rend, Origin Pulse, Freeze Dry. This thing used to get Water Spout and Dragon Energy, which made it absolutely bonkers broken because you had like two of the best attacks in the game, plus speed boost, plus recover to sustain those moves. So yeah, I can understand why it got nerfed, but it is a bit sad to see that it has been nerfed quite considerably. You get Origin Pulse instead, which is essentially just Hydro Pump, but you get 5 more accuracy. Freeze Dry to help deal with other water types and also hit grass types for super, I guess. That's not bad. And flying types and ground types. Take Heart as well on Palkia to get some SPDF and SPATAC increases. Not as important on Palkia as it is on Dialga, since Palkia is pretty fast at 100 speed. Origin Form shaves off some attack and adds 20 to speed. So yeah, it's just strictly better than regular Palkia. We'll put, actually that does make a big difference. The speed difference of Dialga, the SPDF being like 100 versus 120 didn't matter that much. But with Palkia, the difference between 100 speed and 120 speed is pretty significant. So we can't actually just put them right next to each other. I think there's a pretty big difference between regular Palkia and Origin Palkia. So let's put regular Palkia at like the, I want to say that very top of A tier. But the Origin Palkia, I think, is an easy S tier. Like even though it lost Water Spout and Dragon Energy, it is still very strong. It is 150 special attack. We have Origin Pulse and Freeze Dry. Those are more than enough to deal hella damage to really anything. You also get Spatial Rend, which is 100 base power, right, and has crit chance. So yeah, let's put Palkia like probably at the top of S tier. It could even be double S tier even. There is a strategy of Heatran that I like. I'm not gonna really count it because it's kind of hard to do because you need DNA splicers, but you fuse Heatran with any fairy type really, and you get a fairy steel type with Flash Fire that is immune to Eternatus' entire kit. So if you want to run that, if you're able to run that, it is pretty good once you get to the Eternatus fight. Earth Eater, you are immune to ground type moves, which is great because you are a fire steel type. If you're not doing the Flash Fire thing, then you can just take Flame Body instead. It's a pretty good ability. You burn enemies when they make contact with you. Really good bulk, 91 HP, 106 SPDF, or yeah, 106 SPDF, 106 defense, and 130 special attack, and you even have pretty decent speed. So yeah, Heatran has a very nice stat spread with only speed being a little lackluster. You get Recover, which is great because you're bulky. Matcha Gotcha is another sustain move that also can burn, and that is also coverage for your water weakness, and also a way to hit ground types, so that's really good. Tachyon Cutter is stab, and it's also a special attack move. Really good. It's 100 base power because it hits twice. Torch Song is really great because it's stab and also can give you ramping attack increases. So yeah, this is going to be a very good bulky special attacker thanks to Torch Song and also sustain from Matcha Gotcha. I think, yeah, it doesn't really need speed. It's tanky and has enough sustain to keep it alive. So I think Heatran definitely deserves S tier, but just because it gets Torch Song as well. We'll put it probably towards the bottom. We'll put it above Deoxys. I don't think it's as ludicrous as the other things up here, but I think it still deserves to be S tier. So I'll leave it down here at the bottom of S tier. Regigigas. If I recall, this thing got nerfed recently. It gets Scrappy. Yes, that was the nerf. So this thing used to have Mind's Eye instead of Scrappy. And Mind's Eye is essentially just better Scrappy. So they nerfed it down to just Scrappy, which is interesting, I guess. I guess they felt that Regigigas being able to avoid evasiveness increases was unfair. But regardless, you can still hit ghost types of normal and fighting type moves. This is great because you get normalized as your hidden ability. So all of your moves are normal type essentially. So with moves like Gigaton Hammer, that becomes normal type. If you're using Revenge, Knockoff, Body Press, those are all going to become normal type because of Normalize. So you're going to want Scrappy to make sure you don't get immune by ghost types. Okay. Really bulky, 110 HP, 110 defense, 110 SPDF. It is one of the bulkiest mofos in the game, so really good at staying alive. But on top of that, you have 160 attacks. That's a very nuclear attack stat. And you also have 100 speed. So not only are you very bulky, very strong physically, you also are decently fast at 100 speed. The only thing that really balanced this thing was slow start, but you actually don't even need to run slow start because you can just take normalize instead. So Regigigas is quite the powerhouse. If you have its hidden ability, that is. If you have its regular ability, then it's kind of just regular Regigigas. Skill swap is kind of funny. If you're taking slow start, you can just hand that over to another Pokemon. It's a funny gimmick. I'd probably just take normalize instead. Recover is good for sustaining since you're so tanky. Extreme speed is stab and also priority, so that's really nice. Gigaton Hammer is 160 base power. If you take normalize, that's also stab, so that's going to be 240 base power. So yeah, Gigaton Hammer is going to be an incredibly important move on Regigigas since it hits so hard. Other moves you can take are Body Press, since your defense is pretty solid at 110. Crush Grip is good. It deals more damage based on the target's HP. Yeah, those are some pretty solid moves you can take. Mainly, Extreme Speed, Gigaton Hammer, Recover are going to be the most important moves you can take. Skill Swap is kind of gimmicky. You can do it if you want to have fun, but I wouldn't recommend doing it. Well, we'll put Regigigas definitely in the S tier just because of its stats alone. And the fact that it doesn't need to take Slow Start anymore. We'll put it in the high S tier. Giratina gets Shadow Shield, which will be reducing the amount of damage you take when you are full HP. So turn 1, you're going to be taking less damage pretty much. 150 HP, 120 defense, 120 SPDF. Giratina has pretty much always been a very tanky guy. Still has pretty solid offenses. 100 attack is pretty good and has 90 speed as well. So yeah, it's a bit slow, but incredibly bulky and just overall well-balanced stats. With Shadow Shield, you can just use Dragon Dance turn 1. You have a pretty safe Dragon Dance thanks to being able to reduce damage from the first hit. So you can get a free D-Dance off, increase your attack and speed. That gives you some sweeping potential. Glaive Rush is one of the best dragon physical moves in the game. It deals 120 base power. You do take double damage the next turn, but if you one-shot something, that you don't really have to worry about that. Spectral Thief, Ghost, physical move. I believe the stat stealing part is not implemented, so you really just care more about the 90 base power from this move, which is pretty good. And Recover, because you're very tanky, so you can sustain very nicely with Recover. Yeah, bulky Mon that could potentially become a fast sweeper with Dragon Dance. I really like it. I think Shadow Shield does help out that game plan as well, because it helps you get the Dragon Dance off much easier without having to worry about getting one-shot by anything. So yeah, I would safely put regular Giratina in definitely like lower S tier. We'll say like below Heatran. But Origin Giratina gets the stats are swapped essentially. So instead of having 120 defense, 120 SPDF, it now has 120 attack, 120 special attack. I think this is actually worse. Chat, let me cook here, because you really only use Giratina as a physical attacker, so the 120 special attack doesn't really matter. The 120 attack is nice, but you do have Dragon Dance for attack and speed setup, right? Being tankier allows you to let you get more Dragon Dances off, and also gives you more value in Recover, right? So I feel like shaving off a lot of your defense to increase your attack and increase a stat they don't even really need is just way less value. So yeah, unlike Origin Palkia and Origin Dialga, Origin Giratina is actually worse than its regular counterpart. So I want to put that in... it's probably still A tier. Yeah, we'll put it like top of A tier, unironically. I think it losing 20 defense and 20 SPDF actually makes a big difference. We'll put it like... above Gramble at the very least. I don't think it's as valuable as Dusknoir's Curse though. Yeah.
Okay, Cresselia also gets Shadow Shield, so you're going to be reducing the damage on turn 1 when your HP is full. 120 HP, 110 SPDF, 120 SPDF, 110 defense. So you have a pretty similar bulk to Giratina. Actually, Giratina's is way higher. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so a lesser bulk than Giratina, but still pretty good. Cosmic Power to further increase your defense SPDF, make you even bulkier. Secret Sword to deal some physical damage with special attack. And most importantly, Lumina Crash will be harshly lowering the SPDF on the target. So this is a very good move against Eternatus because it is psychic, it deals super effective damage, 80 beast power, and will be dropping the SPDF on Eternatus. So yeah, really good move to just have on really any Pokemon. Sizzly Slide for burn chance is fine. Probably not as important as taking like Stored Power. Stored Power is a move that deals more damage based on the amount of stat increases you have. So you want to rack up your Cosmic Powers, rack up your Calm Minds, and then once you're like set up a lot, you can start spamming Stored Power, Lumina Crash to drop the SPDF. Pretty good moveset. But with that being said, it does definitely have the weakness of like having to set up, because if it's not set up properly, then it's just going to get one shot before it gets to do anything. So I can't put it too high. I'll put it like low A tier. Manaphy, who I do not have yet, even after hatching 20 Fiona eggs. It's just, I don't know, I think I'm cursed. Used to have Simple, which was simply broken. You now have Primordial Sea, which is the Kyogre ability. You nullify fire type attacks, and you also set up Rain. You have a really good stat spread. You're a jack of all trades, 100 and everything. You get Quiver Dance, and you also get Tail Glow. You get Tail Glow level 1. That is a regular move for Manaphy. It used to be incredibly broken because you had Tail Glow Simple, but now you just don't have that anymore. So you just have a +3 special attack increase from Tail Glow. You can also get a +1 special attack increase and +1 speed if you want to get a little faster. I mean, Primordial Sea is good. Sets up Rain, so you get increased damage on Bouncy Bubble and Splishy Splash. But it's just not the broken Pokemon it used to be. Simple, it was just so cracked because it gave you a +6 special attack increase. It still is S tier. It still definitely is S tier because Tail Glow is still a good move. QD does fix its speed. It has a pretty balanced stat spread. Bouncy Bubble is a good sustain move. Splishy Splash is a good damage move. Freeze Dry allows it to hit other water types and hit grass types. So I feel like it at least is S tier, but just not as like high as it used to be. It used to be like double S tier with its Tail Glow simple setup. Now it's like, I'd say low S tier, below Entei feels right. Yeah, around there. Darkrai. Okay, I have a lot of things to say about Darkrai. So Darkrai used to be double S tier because you had Spore. Spore was a guaranteed sleep move, so you could just spam Spore, which would pretty much always proc your bad dreams, and Pokemon could not wake up with Lumberries because you had Unnerve. Really broken combination. It made Darkrai one of the best Pokemon in the game, but now it lost Spore. It does not have the guaranteed sleep anymore. Instead, Dark Void was buffed, so that has 80 accuracy, which definitely helps. 80 accuracy is way better than like the 50 accuracy it used to be, but it's definitely not the 100 accurate Spore, right? Like a Spore being 100% accurate was what made Darkrai so broken. Dark Void can actually miss, so it's not as broken as Spore. But now, instead of getting Spore, you get a bit more of an offensive moveset. You get Fiery Wrath, which is a really good stab move. It's 90 base power and can even flinch. Moonblast is mainly for your fighting coverage because you are a dark type, so it's pretty good. Also can lower the enemy's special attack. 95 base power is pretty good. Fiery Dance is for your bug weakness because you're a dark type. Also going to increase your special attack. Has a 50% chance to increase your special attack. And Make It Rain is for your fairy weakness because you are a dark type. It's a 120 base power steel move. Pretty good. It does lower your special attack though, so you can't really use it too many times. So yeah, it got way better coverage for its weaknesses, but in turn it just lost Spore. So like this is just 100% a weaker iteration of Darkrai because Spore just made it like so brain dead, so easy to use. I still think it's good. It has like one of the best
offensive stat spreads. It has 135 special attack, 125 speed. That's pretty much like all you'd want on a special attacker. Like it's solid speed, pretty good special attack, really good special attack moveset. It just lost Spore, unfortunately. You'd probably be using Dark Void. It's still a gamble. 80 accuracy, it can still miss pretty often, so it doesn't feel as good as Spore. So we're gonna put Darkrai at like a nice low S tier now. We'll put it above Kingler, below Ledian, because Ledian has Prankster Spore, which makes it unironically better than Darkrai. So yeah, definitely Darkrai got a big demotion. Used to be up here in the double S tier. It is now down here in the S tier. How kings have fallen. All right. Shaman. Shaman has the regular form and the sky form. What's on the tier list though? Both of them. Okay. Gets Wind Rider. So if you get hit by a wind move, or if you're just in Tailwind, you get an attack increase. Shaman regular has a 100 in everything, so it's another jack of all trades Pokemon. What's weird about Shaman though is it gets Wind Rider. It gets Wind Rider, so it gets a boost. It gets an attack increase in Tailwind, or if it gets by a wind move. But it is mainly a special attacker with Machigacha, Fiery Dance, and Aeroblast. So I don't know why they thought about giving it Wind Rider. I guess to just make it immune to like most Flying type moves, because it is a Grass type. But I don't know. I feel like they could have gave something a bit better for a Shaman, something that's more special attack oriented, right? Because it gets like Machigacha for stab and sustain. It gets Fiery Dance to increase the special attack. It gets Aeroblast for stab and crit chance. QD is pretty good to set up your special attack and speed. For base Shaman, I like that it's Tinky, so it can set up QD a bit better than say Shaman Sky. Machigacha is a great move as well to sustain, and you're relatively tanky, so to sustain actually kind of means something. We'll put regular Shaman in like top of A tier, I think. We'll put it, I think you get Sappy Seed, right? Or Leech Seed at the very least, yeah. We'll put Shaman above Leafeon in the A tier or in the B tier. Shaman Sky, however, gets a 120 attack, 120 speed, so it has way more sweeping potential. And you also get Serene Grace. So Serene Grace will be increasing the likelihood of you getting the burn on Machigacha. It'll become a 40% chance. Fiery Dance also will become a 100% chance to give you a special attack increase because of Serene Grace, so it becomes really good. And then Aeroblast is not affected by Serene Grace. So yeah, you still keep the really good stab move. Machigacha gets a higher burn chance, and then Fiery Dance gives you a guaranteed special attack increase. And you still have QD to get some nice speed and special attack increases. You become a little less bulky with Shaman, but you still have 100 HP, so you're still decently bulky. Bulky enough to get Quiver Dance off. So I want to say Shaman Sky is at least in the S tier because of the stat spread it gets and Serene Grace. We'll put it like above. It's pretty high actually. I really like this thing. We'll put it above regular Palkia, I think is fair. I think the good speed tier, the good special attack stat, combined with Serene Grace Fiery Dance is going to be pretty nasty. Yeah. Shaman Sky is really good. A lot of people will sleep on this mod. It's really good. It's just that it has a really odd passive. The passive is just a bit odd because it's a special attacker. It's really just for immuning wind type moves, I guess, which is okay. All right, let's move on to Arceus. Okay. We're slowly getting out of Gen 4. Arceus gets adaptability, which is good because you get access to the plates. So whatever typing you turn into, you'll get a double stab boost for that typing. 120 HP, 120 attack, 120 defense. So you're a jack of all trades, but you're 120 in everything. So you're actually kind of like a goat of all trades, since you're kind of the master of every stat. 120 is really solid. Yeah. Okay. So for egg moves, you get no retreat. So if you're running physical or special attack, no retreat is going to benefit both because it is an Omni boost. Astral Barrage is one of the best special attack ghost moves in the game. So if you're running the Spooky Plate, you can get a double stab increase in Astral Barrage thanks to adaptability. Collision Course. If you want to run the Fist Plate for the fighting type, you can get adaptability, double stab on collision course, and this will deal more damage if on super effective. So it'll deal more damage to rock types, more damage to ice types, more damage to dark types, more damage to steel types. And the multi attack, you don't even need a plate for the stab on this one since you're already a normal type. So it's 240 damage with the adaptability, and it doesn't really have a secondary actually, yeah, it does turn into whatever typing you become. So if you pick up like the earth plate, for example, multi attack will become a ground type move, right? Oh no, I'm sorry, that's the memories. Memories is for type for Silvally. This is different. Yeah, I'm sorry, scratch that. Multi attack does not work with your plates, or it should not at the very least. Maybe PokéRogue did something to make it work, but it shouldn't work. So if you don't have any of your plates on currently, then you could just use your normal typing to give you adaptability stab for your multi attack. Otherwise, it's kind of whatever. You probably won't be using this too much. You get a ton of plates, so you kind of have to choose which one you want. You do get Astral Barrage and Collision Course. Those are some pretty good moves. So I feel like there's more incentive to go either the Spooky Plate or the Fist Plate. But keep in mind, you get a lot of moves in Arceus. You get, well, yeah, just all of this. Arceus is kind of like Mew. It gets access to like a ton of moves. Electric, Grass, Rock. So like really just whatever set you want to run, you can just take the plate for it and then just get the adaptability boost for it. So Arceus just is very flexible with whatever you want to do. It has 120 stat and everything. So if you want to run a physical Ghost Arceus, go for it. If you want to go for a special attack Fire Arceus, you can go for it. Like, it's just very flexible with anything. So for that reason, I think Arceus is at least S tier. Yeah, I'm liking below Latias, above Lopunny is what I'm thinking. Okay, no, it's definitely better than Latias. Yeah, we'll put it above Latias, below some of the Megas. I think the Megas can have better sweeping potential than Arceus, but I think Arceus is still pretty good. Tanky, hits really hard, can be very flexible with its plates, right? Yeah. Okay, Arceus is top of S tier. Let's look at Victini now. Victini, I kind of forget if this counts as Gen 5 or Gen 4. I think it counts as Gen 4. No, it counts as Gen 5. It counts as Gen 5. Yeah, so it's a Gen 5 mon. Sheer Force will be adding 1.3 times damage to any moves with additional effects. Victory Star is apparently partially implemented, so maybe the accuracy boost doesn't apply to the allies or something. I'm not sure. Another Jack of all trades Pokemon. You're 100 in everything, in HP, attack, everything. Victory Dance to increase your attack and speed. So I feel like that incentivizes a physical attack set on Victini. You also get Bolt Strike. So 130 base power electric move. It's coverage for your water weakness as well because you are a fire type. If you don't want to run physical, you can run special attack moves like Blue Flare and Luster Purge. Those are both stab moves that deal some pretty good damage. Luster Purge has a 50% chance to drop Spadef as well, so that's pretty valuable. You also get really cracked moves like V-Create. You get the Zekrom and Reshiram moves as well. I forgot what they're called. But yeah, you get some pretty cracked moves just on level up. But I don't know. It does have a physical option and a special option. But it just kind of seems kind of mid in both because of the stat spread. It's just only 100 and everything. So like, I don't want to put it too high. We'll put it like at the top of... We'll put it at like middle of A tier at most. We'll put it like above... We'll put it honestly below Red Dice, unironically. I think Red Dice has more value than Victini. Next Pokemon is kind of a banger. Superior gets Contrary on hidden ability, and it gets Multi-Scale as its regular abilities. So... as its passive abilities. So if you take a hit when you're full HP, it'll reduce the amount of damage taken, which is very nice. Keep in mind, stuff like Stealth Rocks and Hazards can break this, so just be very wary of if your multi-scale is actually active or not. Stat spread is honestly kind of mid. The bulk is kind of whatever. Actually, the bulk is decent at 95 defense, 95 Spadef. Speed is good though. Speed is at 113, but your offenses are at 75, which is a little lackluster. Thankfully, in PokéRogue, Superior gets some insane moves to pair with Contrary. First of all, Flamethrower to deal with its ice weakness is fine. You'll probably want to take that most of the time. But Clanging Scales is a move that normally decreases your defense. But because we have Contrary, it'll actually increase your defense after using it. So you can get pretty tanky if you use Clanging Scales a few times. Make It Rain is a move that is Steel type, 120 base power, and is supposed to lower your special attack. But because we have Contrary, you get +1 special attack, so it's really nice. Helps with your ice weakness as well because it's a steel type move. Maybe you take out flamethrower actually and just add and make it rain since that is already your ice coverage. It's going to be one of your main spam moves, mainly because it earns you extra money after the battle. So if you're using it a lot during your the first few floors, you're going to generate hella cash during your run, which is going to help you a lot. Fleur Cannon is a similar concept. It's supposed to normally lower your special attack by 2 stages, but because of Contrary, you actually get +2 every time you use it. So it's an incredibly good move to pair with Contrary. Also, it's 130 base power. Outside of those egg moves, you also get Leaf Storm, which is a similar concept to Fleur Cannon. It's supposed to be a harsh decrease to special attack, but thanks to Contrary, it's +2. It's stab and also 130 base power, so you're probably going to want this move. You're going to take Leaf Storm, Make It Rain, Fleur Cannon, and Clang Scales. Those are going to be the 3 moves you take. So you kind of become a bulky, insane special attacker. So I think Superior is really good. Normally with his Contrary mons, the main fear is that you can't get the stats up in time before you just kind of get one shot. But thankfully, multi-skill kind of helps you get these moves off before dying. So what I would do is, with your multi-scale active, I would try and use Clang Scales to increase your survivability. And then after that, you'll start spamming like Fleur Cannon and Make It Rain to get those attack increases. And then from there, you just kind of become a monster. So I think Superior is great because of the passive and the egg moves it gets for Contrary. Let's put it in the S tier. It is definitely up here with the Kanto starters. I'm going to put it actually right behind Porygon Z. I think that feels about right. It does have a weakness. Its speed is at 113, and unfortunately, it doesn't really get any moves that it can use to increase its speed. I think if it gets like... Hold on. I don't think it does. Yeah, so you don't really have a way to increase your speed on Superior. So if you get like put it against Mega Ray is going to outspeed you since you're only 113 speed. Or Torrentius is going to outspeed you. So yeah, it being a bit slow is what brings it down for me, but it still is really strong with its ramping, special attack, and really good coverage. So yeah, Superior definitely deserves to be top of S tier next to Porygon Z. Alright. Yeah, good to see Superior is good. Yeah, Superior has always been good in this game. It used to have like something else, I remember. It had another insane move. They got rid of it, but it's still really good nonetheless. Emboar. Emboar gets the Rockhead Reckless combos, so you protect from recoil damage, and you also increase the power of recoil damage moves. 123 base attack is pretty good. 110 HP is great. 65 defense, 65 SPDF is kind of lackluster, but you do have 110 HP to make up for it, and you're quite slow at 65. Okay. You get Victory Dance to kind of help with your attack and speed, which is great because you are pretty slow. Wave Crash is a recoil move that you can take to pair with your Reckless Rockhead combo. It deals 120 base power. Same with Volt Tackle, except it's an electric type move, and also has a Para Chance, which is very nice. Drain Punch, 75 base power, is also Stab because you are a fighting type once you evolve into Emboar, and it can heal pretty well if you deal some good damage. So yeah, these 4 moves, you do want to add Flare Blitz into here, since Flare Blitz is Stab and also a recoil move, so it's boosted by Rockhead and Reckless. The moveset I would take for sure is Victory Dance, because you kind of need that for speed increases. Wave Crash, Drain Punch, and Flare Blitz. Actually, sorry, take out Wave Crash for Volt Tackle. I think Volt Tackle is better because you do have a flying weakness. So I think taking care of the flying types with Volt Tackle is way better. Since water really just deals with like rock and ground, you can already deal with rock types of fighting. And, well, I guess ground types, yeah, you kind of have to take a hit, but I think it's better to be able to deal flying types. So yeah, Volt Tackle, Flare Blitz, Drain Punch, Victory Dance is probably the set you want to run. Still though, it's too naturally slow and too kind of weak in defense and SPDF, so I don't feel like ranking it too high. I think it definitely deserves A tier at the very least. It's not as good as Hisuian Arcanine. Hisuian Arcanine is a similar concept. It's a Reckless Rockhead Pokemon, but it actually has good speed and good bulk. So, and it gets D-Dance to increase its attack and speed as well. So yeah, I think Hisuian Arcanine is just a much better Emboar. So Emboar just does not deserve to be up here in that high A tier. Let's put it like towards the middle of A tier. Samurott. There's 2 versions. There's the Hisuian and the regular. Let's look at regular first. Regular Samurott gets Intrepid Sword, which is the exhaustion ability, so it'll boost your attack when the Pokemon enters the field. Very good. 95 HP, 108 special attack, moderately okay defenses, low speed. Okay. I don't like that it has 100 attack and 108 special attack. I feel like it could have used more in one of the offenses than just mixing, instead of getting a mixed attack set. And yeah, it seems to get a mixed set for egg moves as well. Shell Smash will be increasing your attack, special attack, and speed. Shell Sidearm is a poison special attack move. I think the thing where it deals physical or special damage is not implemented, is what Damo said. Triple Axle is going to help hit Eternatus and Ray for super effective damage. It also helps if your grass weakness. And Sacred Sword is a good move, I guess. It generally is just a good move. Is it sharp? Does he even get sharpness? You don't get sharpness. Do you get sharpness? You do. Yeah, so it's for Hisuian Samurott, because Hisuian Samurott gets sharpness, which boosts the Sacred Sword. But for regular Samurott, it's just kind of it's fine. It seems like the physical set is so much better, because its level up moves are all physical moves, outside of like Hydro Pump. Its egg moves, the good ones really, are Triple Axle and Sacred Sword, which are all physical moves. I think it would have been way better if Samurott had like at least 120 attack and like lower special attack, but unfortunately the stat spread is just a bit awkward. It's an alright Shell Smasher. I feel like it's not tanky enough to use Shell Smash compared to like Torterra. So I don't want to rank it too high. It also doesn't have sharpness for Sacred Sword. Let's put it in the B tier. Pretty low in B tier, actually. We'll put it like at least above Rampardo's, I think is fair. Hisuian Samurott. Let's hope Hisuian Samurott's better. Hisuian Samurott has a similar problem of having balanced attack and special attack. It has a bit more speed, it seems, at 85. At least it has a better speed tier. It has a little less HP, but more physical defense. Okay, that's something. You get sharpness, which boosts the damage on your Sacred Sword, and also your Ceaseless Edge, which sets up spikes. So already, this is a much better version of regular Samurott, because you get sharpness to boost your Sacred Sword damage, and you also have utility with Ceaseless Edge. It still has the problem of being an awkward mixed attacker when you really just want to use physical on it. So you're gonna run Shell Smash, Triple Axle, Sacred Sword, and probably Ceaseless Edge for like a somewhat physical sweeper / utility set. I don't think it's too bad, since Triple Axle is a decent move for Ray and Eternatus, and Ceaseless Edge is decent utility. So I want to at least put it in A tier. Watchog gets no guard, so it cannot miss any attacks. Analytic will boost the power of moves when the Pokemon moves last. Okay, that's not too bad, since the speed is kind of mediocre. It'll probably get outsped by most things. So Analytic is decent on Watchog. But the rest of the stats are so bad. Oh my god. These are like the worst stats I think I've ever seen on a Pokemon. Swords Dance, okay, to hopefully fix that really bad attack stat. Fake Out is a useful move in double battles. Dynamic Punch is good because it gets no guard. And Extreme Speed because it's a stab priority move. Alright, we're going to put Watchog into C tier. Unfortunately, the stats just aren't enough. No guard, the Dynamic Punch is funny. It's pretty good, I guess, but like even if you get one Swords Dance off, that is just not a lot of attack it has, unfortunately. It's just, I don't know, it's just not, it's Watchog, guys. It is what it is. It's C tier. Not D tier at the very least, since it does get no guard Dynamic Punch. I think I can at least do something. We'll put it like above. We'll put it above Sunflora. I think that's fair for Watchog. DJ Ronan says D tier. I don't think it's that bad. Come on. All right, Herdier or Stoutland. Stoutland gets Fur Coat, which will have the damage from physical moves. Very good, because you have 90 defense, so you're already pretty bulky. Intimidate will also lower their attack even further, so you're already looking like a pretty good physical wall with Fur Coat Intimidate combo. Last Respects. Wow, you get Last Respects on this thing. If you don't know what this thing does, every time an ally, or if your allies are dead, one dead ally equals 50 extra power for your Last Respects, meaning you can have up to 300 base power on this move if all of your party members are dead. So it's a really good move. I guess it's also a way of hitting ghost types for super effective, since normal types can't really hit ghost types. You get high horsepower, which is not bad. Good way to hit steel types. Body slam is stab and also has a parry chance of 30, which is pretty good. Close combat to be able to hit steel types for super is pretty good. And also hit dark types and everything else. I like that it can be a physical wall, but it doesn't really get egg moves to help with that. Can you get bulk up on this thing? No. Okay, so you really only rely on the ability and the passive for physical walling. And beyond that, you just kind of get, like, offensive egg moves. I don't like it. I don't like it, really. It's trying to do too much, but it just doesn't really master any of them. I think it's at least B tier. Lipard gets pick up pretty good once you get to, like, the later end of Classic mode, because the early game, not a lot of Pokemon really have items. So generally, it doesn't have much value. Prankster gives priority to status boost. Very good. The stats are whatever, but you don't really care about stats when you have Prankster, because since you have a guaranteed utility move. You'd really care about bulk, actually, but it looks like Lipard is as fragile as a Rattata, so... Alright, Encore. So it gets Encore Prankster, so if you catch your enemy doing like a status move, you can just lock them into Encore. That's pretty good. Obstruct is amazing. It's a protect move that will harshly lower the enemy's defense if they make contact with you. It's a really good move. Lipard can't really make use of that defense drop. It's really just more for like your other carry to make use of that defense drop. So I guess it's alright. Parting Shot. Prankster Parting Shot is great. You get to lower their attack into attack and then swap out. So by the time they hit you, they'll be weaker because of the attack drops. So yeah, very good move to pair with Prankster. Wicked Blow is a solid stab move, but I don't really think you care about Lipard's damage since its attack stat is that. So yeah, mainly Encore, Obstruct, Parting Shot, and I guess Taunt. Pretty flexible in utility. I want to at least put it in the bottom of A tier. I think that utility alone is enough for it to be useful against like most fights. Taunt is good against Eternatus. High B, okay, I think high B is, yeah, I think high B is fine. We'll put it in high B tier. Below, I think below Leafeon is fair because Leafeon gets Leech Seed. Actually, no, better than Leafeon. We'll put it above. Put it here. Yeah, we'll put it at the top of B tier, behind Lunatone, because Lunatone gets Lumina Crash. All right. It's these the elemental monkeys. Simisage, who's always thumbs up. Well-baked body, so it loses a fire weakness and gets a defense sharp increase when it gets hit by fire. So that's good. That's pretty good. Its Overgrow is a hidden ability, which is not bad, I guess. Mid stats, although the speed is not too bad. I guess the offensive stats are okay. You get Swords Dance to increase your attack a bit more. Fire Lash to help with your ice weakness. EQ to help with your, I guess, to hit steel types. I-V Cudgel, or helps with your poison weakness. Yeah, helps with your poison weakness. I-V Cudgel is going to be stab, 100 base power, and also has a chance to crit. One of the best grass physical moves in the game. But unfortunately, it's Simisage. You're kind of locked at 100 speed, which is not the most comfortable speed tier. The only way to actually start dealing damage is if you can get a Swords Dance off. I-V Cudgel is a good move, but like the base stats just, I don't know, don't leave enough room for this thing to pop off. So we're gonna have to put it like low B tier, maybe mid B tier. Gets Water Absorb to ignore its water weakness. Same stats, actually like the same exact stats. You get Nasty Plot to set up your special attack. Hydro Steam, which is boosted in Sun, but you do not actually have any way to set up Sun yourself, so you need to have another Pokemon set it up for you. Scorching Sands to help with your rock weakness is good. Also has Burn Chance. Torch Song is a good move for sweeping, but same problem as Simisage. You are too slow to really have that much sweeping power. Like once you like try and like get into the groove of sweeping, there's gonna be one Pokemon that outspeeds you and just one-shots you. You're pretty frail, and I feel like 101 speed isn't enough for how frail you are. And also your base special attack is just not that high, so using one Nasty Plot really doesn't make you all that. So, I mean, Torch Song is good. Torch Song is good. If you can get a Nasty Plot and a few Torch Songs off, that does make you pretty strong. But that's a lot of setup required for a amount of very low base stats, so I can't really justify being above B tier. We'll at least put it like high B tier. We'll put it like a behind Arbok, I think is fair. Or actually, no, it's move these guys up. Yeah, below Hariyama is fair to me. And finally, Simipour, the water monkey, gets Sap Sipper to ignore its grass weakness. Okay, I'm seeing a theme with these monkeys. Same stats again. Nasty Plot, Steam Eruption, Energy Ball for hitting rock types, ground types. Earth Power helps hit steel types, poison types, and electric types because you are a water type. You're weak to electric. Steam Eruption is good, but you, yeah, it is good. It's Stab. Also has Burn Chance. Nasty Plot to set up your special attack is alright. It just looks the exact same as Simisage to me. They function the same, really. I'll put them right next to each other. They're about the same. I'll actually put it lower since I think Simisage at the very least gets Leech Seed. I think. It does. Yeah, so that actually does give Simisage a bit of an edge over Simipour, but they're basically the same in my eyes. Alright, Musharna. Musharna gets Neutralizing Gas, which is incredibly annoying in Endless mode, but in Classic mode, it's alright. Helps you ignore 30 mons. Really high HP, 116. Pretty good bulk with that HP. You have 85 defense, 95 speed up, so you're a pretty tanky mon. 107 special attack is not bad either with that bulk. Cosmic Power gets you even bulkier. Aura Sphere for your dark weakness because you are a mono psychic type. Earth Power for hitting steel types, poison types, pretty good. Mystical Power is going to be increasing a special attack every time you use it. This is pretty nice because you're bulky, so you're able to get mystical powers off pretty easily, at least like 1 or 2 safely. So the combination I would do is set up Cosmic Power for defense and speed increases, get some speed attack increases with mystical power, and then once you're like at least +2 defense, +2 speed and like +2 special attack, I would start spamming stored power for some big damage, and it's also stab because it's psychic. Yeah, it's kind of like worse Cresselia. It's like budget Cresselia. So for that reason, I can't put it above Cresselia. Where's Cresselia right now? Cresselia is like in the A tier, right? No? Where is it then? But where is Cresselia? I actually cannot find it. Is it in the A tier? No, definitely not. Shit, am I blind? Where is Cresselia? Oh, there it is. Yeah, Cresselia is there. It's just worse Cresselia in my eyes. Like it's really just B tier. It's tanky. It's decently tanky, but Cresselia is much tankier than that. So we'll put it in. I'm thinking above Simisear kind of situation. Josh, what do you think about my Grass Mono Snivy carry Phantom setup? Spigatito backup Eevee for Sappy Seed. Sounds pretty good so far. Trevenant's very underrated. I guess we'll get to that later when we are ranking Gen 6. But yeah, sounds pretty good. You got the seed. You got Superior as a carry. That's pretty much what I would do for Mono Grass. Alright. Next is the Unfezants. They have the same stats, which is why they're kind of one entity here. Sniper is good because you get Super Luck. So you have the Super Luck Sniper combo, which gives you boosted crit chance and boosted crit damage. You have 115 attack, 93 speed. Rest of your stats are pretty mid. Tidy Up to increase your attack and speed is good, since your attack and speed aren't really like that amazing. Gunk Shot, I guess, to deal with it doesn't help with any of your weaknesses, but it's nice damage. It's 120 base power. Floaty Fall for stab. Triple Arrows is funny because it has increased crit chance, so you can do the Sniper Super Luck Triple Arrows combo to get some funny crits off. Not terrible. You get Tidy Up to kind of fix your stats, and you have Triple Arrows to pair off your Sniper Super Luck combo. We'll put it at least not B tier, not A tier. Actually, A tier is not too bad. I think it has honestly, I think it's better than Drapion, because Drapion is also a Sniper Super Luck Pokemon, but the problem with this guy is his base attack is too low. His base speed isn't really that high, and it doesn't get any way to increase its speed. Unfezant actually has a way to increase its speed with Tidy Up and gets a higher base attack. So I think Unfezant is actually a better Drapion, so it has to be higher than Drapion. we'll put it above Drapion like this then. I think that's fair. And Loki, Uxie should be higher. Uxie should be... actually, not too higher. Yeah, we'll put it like here behind Spiritomb. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. Unfezant goes into the bottom of A tier just because we put Drapion in here. And I think it's only right that Unfezant is placed higher because I think Unfezant is just kind of a better Drapion in my eyes. Infernape worse than Unfezant. Low key, yeah. I'm like unironically, I'm not even gonna cap, cause I don't know. I don't like that Infernape is. First of all, its stat spread is so bleh. Second of all, Beast Boost is probably giving you speed increases. I guess you get Fiery Dance to kind of get some Spatak increases to even that out, but like that's not guaranteed. None of your offensive stats are really that high. So really, the only way to get this thing going is if you get a revenge kill off on a really low enemy. I think Unfezant is unironically better than Infernape. I'm sorry, chat, but it is what it is. Zebstrika. Zebstrika gets Electric Surge, so that's gonna just turn on Electric Terrain as soon as it enters. Sap Sipper to have Grass Immunity is pretty nice. You get 116 in speed, 100 attack, so moderately okay physical attack stat spread. Swords Dance to further increase that attack is good. Horn Leech for healing, not bad. It's also ground coverage since you are weak to ground. Flare Blitz is a recoil move. Do you get Reckless on this thing? No, you don't. Okay, so it just has Flare Blitz because why not? Bolt Strike is stab, 130 base power, pretty good damage. Yeah, I don't feel too strongly about this thing. If you get one Swords Dance off, it can kind of deal some damage, but like outside of that, I guess it's okay. You get Electric Terrain, Bolt Strike, which does some pretty good damage, I guess. So I feel like it's at least A tier. We'll put it like below Rotom Fridge, I think is fair. Above Milotic. Above Carnivine. Yeah, I think that's okay for Zebstrika. Alright, how many Pokemon do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my god, we have math 94 Pokemon left. Oh my god. 96, actually. Sorry, 96 Pokemon left. Alright. Speed time. Gigalith. Okay, so Gigalith gets Solid Rock, which will be reducing the power of super effective attacks. This is good because you are weak to Steel, Water, Ground, Grass. So you have a fair amount of weaknesses, so Solid Rock is going to help with that. You get Sandstream or Sturdy. Generally, Sandstream is better because you have a lot of Sandrush mons in the game that do want Sand Setters. So using a Gigalith as a Sand Setter is pretty good. 135 attack, 130 defense. Honestly, pretty solid Spadef at 80. 85 HP is good as well. So the bulk is pretty good. The physical attack is great. Gigalith has a pretty good stat spread for a slow Pokemon. Curse to further increase the attack and defense is great because those are the two stats you really want in Gigalith. Shore Up is great because you get Sandstream, so you can supply yourself a 75% heal with Shore Up. Body Press to deal some extra damage off of your defense. You get Diamond Storm as well to increase your defense. So if you can get some defense increases off, that'll be boosting your Body Press damage as well. So this is kind of like a Mega Steelix set where you use Diamond Storm to deal some damage. You hopefully get your defense increase, and then you can start Body Press spamming. But the main difference, obviously, is that Mega Steelix has 230 defense, and not to mention also gets Sand Force and Rocky Payload and Coil, right, to increase accuracy as well. So it kind of just has more going for it. Gigalith does have the upside that it can set up Sand by itself. Mega Steelix does need someone else to set up Sand for it. But if we're talking about like max carry potential, then Mega Steelix has just so much more going for it. So Gigalith is kind of just like worse Mega Steelix, unfortunately. But as a utility sand setter, it is still very valuable. So I want to at least put it high up in like... I want to put it high. I want to put it high up here. I want to put it at least above Mega... I want to at least put it above Hippowdon. Because Hippowdon is also another sand setter. But Hippowdon does not nearly have as much... carry potential as Gigalith, so I feel like Gigalith has an edge on Hippowdon. So yeah, we'll put Gigalith between Aggron and Hippowdon. I think that feels right. Swoobat. Swoobat, I remember looking at it. It seemed pretty good for Endless mode because it gets the Opportunist Unaware combo. If you don't know what that combo is, essentially you copy the stats changes of the enemy boss, and then you also ignore the stat changes of the enemy boss. It's kind of a funny combination for Endless mode. It would comfortably carry you for like the first 3,000, maybe even 4,000 floors, and then it would probably fall off. But I still think it's a pretty solid strategy that's worth trying if you're doing an Endless challenge. You also get Simple if you want to do Opportunist Simple instead. That's also a good combination. Copy the enemy's stat changes, and then also get double of whatever stats they have. So yeah, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, you don't use Opportunist that much in Classic mode. There aren't nearly as much bosses in Classic as there are in Endless mode. I guess once you get to like the Eternatus fight, you can copy his stats with Opportunist and then Simple them, which is pretty nice. But outside of that, it doesn't have much application. You have 114 speed, mediocre stats everywhere else. Esper Wing to increase your speed, which is I guess not bad, but you kind of already have a decent speed, so it's not really too important. Mystical Fire to lower the enemy's special attack, not bad. Oblivion Wing for sustain, and Stored Power to deal damage based on the amount of stat increases you have. I believe you get Nasty Plot on Woobat, so you would be running Nasty Plot, Esper Wing, and once you get enough like stat increases, you can just start spamming Stored Power. Not to mention, if you do end up picking up stat increases from Opportunist and Simple, you can use those stats for your Stored Power as well. So it does definitely have a gimmick. I just think that its gimmick is not as good in Classic mode as it is in Endless mode. So I don't want to put it too high. I'll put it at like the bottom of A. No, that's a bit generous. We'll put it at the bottom of our top of B tier. We'll put it, I think above Dodrio is fair. Yeah, we'll put it at the top of B tier. It definitely has potential, but it just depends on like what stat changes the enemy you're facing has. Because if they don't have much stat changes, then you're not really doing much with this Pokemon because it incredibly relies on Opportunist for its gameplay, Stored Power, and Simple. Alright, Excadrill. Excadrill gets Sandstream, Sand Rush. Okay, so you can set up your own Sand Rush with your passive. You get 135 attack, 88 speed, but with Sand Rush, you become like essentially 176 speed, so you pretty much become untouchable. Pretty bulky. Given how fast you become in Sand Rush, you're pretty bulky of 110 HP, so very nice. Shift Gear, if you don't want to use Sand Rush, I guess you can use Shift Gear to increase your speed, which isn't really that important. I'd rather just take Swords Dance for the double attack increase. That's way better. So you would take Swords Dance. Iron Head is a good stab move that deals 80 damage. Mountain Gale is actually for dealing with ground types, or hold on, Jesus. Mountain Gale is for dealing with ground types because you do have a ground weakness. You are a steel type, so Mountain Gale is going to be able to dispatch any ground types that might be threatening you. 1,000 Waves, or 1,000 Arrows, sorry, is going to be a stab move that also is able to hit flying types because of the secondary effect. So it's a pretty safe spam move that's also stab, meaning it's going to be 135 base power. So yeah, I'm really liking Excadrill. It's a pretty potent sweeper, and it can set up its own Sand Rush. So I think Excadrill definitely deserves to be S tier, especially because you have a pretty solid base attack stat at 135. So I want to put Excadrill, I think, behind Manaphy, ahead of Entei, is I think where I'd put Excadrill. Audino. Audino does get a Mega Form, so we got to look at that. Mega Audino gets Friend Guard, which is apparently not implemented. So you just do not have a passive, apparently. So that sucks. Regenerator, though, you get to heal when you're swapped out, which is good. You're bulky. You're very bulky with 103 HP, 126 defense, and 126 def. These are some very bulky stats, but your offenses are pretty lackluster, and your speed makes you kind of very slow. Follow Me makes it so that the in double battles, the enemy will target target Audino instead of your partner Pokemon. So it's a very useful, situational but useful move for double battles. Wish, you can either heal yourself or your ally. Pretty nice. Lunar Blessing, I believe. Oh, it's not the move I was thinking of. It restores HP and cures status conditions of itself and the allies currently in battle. Oh, okay. So I think it's Moonlight and Life Dew combined into one move, because I think the heal is based on the weather, and I think the status condition part is kind of like Life Dew, where it heals the static conditions of whoever's on field. And Moonblast, fairy type move to dispatch fighting types, and I guess also steel types, because you are a fairy type. Or not steel types, jeez. Poison types? Or no, jeez. It's a stab move. Yeah, I forgot Audino is a fairy type. Yeah, I thought Mega Audino was mono normal. I forgot it's also a fairy type. So Moonblast is going to be stab, 95 base power. Also can lower the target special attack. Not bad. But you don't really care about its offensive capability since it's only 80 special attack. You really just care about using it as a double battle partner with Follow Me, Lunar Blessing. Not bad. I think this thing actually had a passive. Maybe it could have been better, but at most it's a niche double battle support. So let's put it in B tier behind, or we'll put it ahead of the Rotoms at least. No. Actually, we'll put it. We'll put it behind Tauros. Low-key Tauros needs to get put up a bit. Yeah. Yep, I think that's good. All right. Conkeldurr. Okay, Conkeldurr gets Rocky Payload. I believe it gets Stone Edge in level up, so I guess you can boost your Stone Edge. It's not bad. Guts, very good, because you can just take Flame Orb and you can proc it, or you can just take Iron Fist instead. Iron Fist will be boosting the power of your Mach Punch, Drain Punch, I believe double Iron Bash, and other moves. So it is a pretty good option as well if you don't want to take Guts, if you don't want to look for Flame Orb. Good HP. Very good physical attack, but too slow and kind of weak in the SPDF area. And being weak in SPDF kind of sucks as a fighting type, because you're going to be very weak to fairy type moves, psyche type moves, and generally those moves are special attack moves. So yeah, very clear weaknesses with this guy. But you can hit pretty hard. If you have Iron Fist, you can do some pretty big damage with Mach Punch. You can sustain pretty well with Drain Punch. Ice Hammer is for your I guess it's just a way to hit Ray and Eternatus for super damage. And then double Iron Bash is going to be not only Iron Fist boosted, but also coverage for your fairy weakness. So yeah, I can't put it any higher than like top of B tier. We'll put it behind, I think behind the Wormadams, actually behind Arbok, because it has a very clear weakness. It's slow, very weak in SPDF. It's probably just going to get Psychic or Moonblasted, and it's just cooked. The passive is a bit odd. I don't really know why it gets Stone Edge. It gets help for Stone Edge. You really just want help for like Mach Punch, really. If it got like Technician, maybe this thing could have been a lot better, because it also gets double Iron Bash. Yeah. If it got Tech, I think this thing could unironically be like high A tier, but for now, sits here at the top of B tier. Okay. Seismitoad. Seismitoad gets Poison Heal, so that it makes it a good option for Endless Mode, but this is not Endless Mode, this is Classic Mode. So in this case, it's just going to be good for healing up Chip and keeping it alive in battles. You'll probably want Swift Swim and bring a separate Rain Setter. Swift Swim will give you over 140 speed, which is very nice. And you're pretty bulky with 105 HP and moderately okay defenses. Bulk Up to increase your attack and defense is good, since you're already outspeeding everything with Swift Swim. Jet Punch to, if you're not running Swift Swim, you can just go for the priority damage with Jet Punch. It's not bad. It's also Stab. Gee, I keep making that mistake. Oh my god. I keep like clicking on stuff and moves by accident. Surging Strikes is probably going to be your better click when you're in rain because it is 75 base damage and boosted. With it is always able to crit, so it'll deal some big damage. High Horsepower is going to be for I guess it's stab. Yeah, you're a ground type, so it's just stab damage. You're mainly a physical attacker with 95 attack and also bulk up, so high horsepower is a pretty good move to get. Generally, EQ is just better since it's 5 more BP. But if you're in double battle and you don't want to hit your partner, then high horsepower is, I guess, better. Alright, so Seismitoad is like a solid B, middle B. We'll put it like below Cacturn, because Cacturn can set up lead sheet. I think that's pretty valuable. Yeah, okay. Throw gets stamina, so it'll get defense every time it is hit. I think this also includes special attack moves as well. Special attack moves can proc the stamina, so that's pretty nice. Guts is probably going to be your best ability since it just gives you an attack increase. 120 HP, 100 attack, 85 speed F, 85 defense. The main gimmick... Actually, no, sorry, this is throw. You get Slack Off, Mach Punch, Meteor Mash, and Rage Fist. Do you get Swords Dance? Surely you do, right? No? Then you have to use Bulk Up then. Use Bulk Up to increase your attack and defense. Hopefully you can deal some solid damage with Mach Punch. Meteor Mash is fairy coverage, and then Rage Fist. If you get hit a lot, you can start dealing a lot of damage with Rage Fist. You are bulky. You're 120 HP of 85 defense and 85 speed F, so I feel like you can comfortably get a stacks on your Rage Fist. But it's not bad. It kind of looks like worse Golurk to me. When we rank Golurk later on, I'll tell you guys why. But it's not bad. It has a gimmick, and I think it does it pretty well. We'll put it low A tier. I think above Substrika, below Rotom Freeze. I like that it can get really tanky with stamina. It has really good bulk like already with just the base stats. You get attack increase with guts. You can set up more bulk up, and once you get all that set up, you can just spam Rage Fist, Mach Punch if you need to outspeed. Yeah, it's not bad. And you also have fairy coverage of Meteor Mash. I think bottom of A tier is right for throw, but Sock plays a bit differently. You get Sturdy. So what I usually see with Socks is that they go for sturdy counter or sturdy whatever. You also get Scrappy, so you can hit ghost types guaranteed with your normal and fighting type moves. You get a lot more attack than throw. You have 125. Yeah. Little more speed. You have 85, but you're still not like incredibly fast. And obviously you lose some bulk on Sock because he's a skinnier guy. Victory Dance is good for setup. Drain Punch for healing. Sucker Punch if you need to outspeed. Also, it's good against psychic types. Meteor Match for your fairy weakness. It looks a lot worse than throw. He does have the gimmick of doing the sturdy counter. But first of all, that requires you to be hit by a physical move. And second of all, your HP stat isn't really that high. So you can't even return that much damage. So its gimmick is mid. Its egg moves are kind of mid. I can't really put this thing above B tier. We're gonna put it next to Arcanine, sure. We'll actually put it below Skarmory, even. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Sock. Alright. Leavanny. Leavanny's getting Sharpness. This is good because you get Leaf Blade naturally. And I would believe you also get X-Scissor. I believe that can proc Sharpness. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Chlorophyll boosts you in Sun, so you'll be around 184 speed in the Sun, which is very good. 103 attack is not amazing, so you're gonna want some way to increase your attack. Thankfully, you get Swords Dance on level up, so you're probably running Swords Dance. Probably not Victory Dance. I don't think you need speed increases when you already have Chlorophyll. So Swords Dance, Psycho Cut because it's Sharpness boosted, Bitter Blade because it's Sharpness boosted, and Leaf Blade because it's Sharpness boosted. That is the boost that I would run. Not bulky enough for how slow it is, or not slow, but not for like this speed tier. It's not like bulky enough. it needs to set up Swords Dance before it can actually start dealing damage, which is a problem because its typing is really weak, prone to fire, prone to flying, prone to ice. Does get some coverage for those things, but like before you even get to use these moves, you have to set up Swords Dance first to actually start dealing damage. So yeah, it has some glaring weaknesses, but I do appreciate that it can hit decently hard once you get the sharpness, once you get the Swords Dance off. We'll put it high A tier, or sorry, B tier. We'll put it below Wormadam because I think it can get Leech Seed, right? No, it cannot. Okay, never mind. That brings it down a bit. We'll bring it below Arbok. Yeah, I think that's about right. Top of B tier. Scolipede, okay. Scolipede is... I really want Scolipede's rare egg move, but unfortunately PokéRogue has just been very mean to me, and it just has not been giving it to me. Scolipede gets stamina, so every time you get hit, you get defense increases. On top of that, you also get speed boost, which gives you speed increases every time a turn ends. So essentially, you're getting a +1 defense and +1 speed every turn, which is really, really good. So what you're gonna probably do is run Baneful Bunker, one of the regular egg moves, to get a protect off to guarantee 1 speed boost, and then after that, you're gonna stack up your stamina after you get hit. You have a pretty okay physical bulk to proc stamina. You're naturally fast as well, so you don't have to ever worry about getting outsped, especially once you get your speed boost off. You get Leech Life to deal some stab damage and also heal. Noxious Torque is one of the best physical poison moves in the game, so it's great that it gets that. It's 100 base power and has a decent chance to poison. Power Trip is the most important part of Scolipede and is also the move that I need to do my showcase. What you would probably run on Scolipede is Baneful Bunker, Leech Life, Swords Dance, and Power Trip, because you get +1 speed and +1 stamina realistically every turn. And you can also increase your attack with Swords Dance. You're getting a ton of stat increases, so you can basically just make your Power Trip deal like a crap ton of damage. So you're gonna definitely want Power Trip, Leech Life for sustain, and then Baneful Bunker to ensure that you can get some speed boosts off. And then Swords Dance, because you're gonna need that for your attack increases. I believe it's a TM move. See, so you need to get a little lucky to get this one. You used to have it as an egg move, but they removed it because PokéRogue just wants to remove egg moves that are TM moves, which is fair. In any case, I think Scolipede has some crazy potential if you can get all the stat increases off. It's kind of like a physical version of Cresselia, really, if you think about it. Except I think it's way easier to use because all you need to do is protect, speed boost, and you also get stamina when you get hit. So I think it's actually better than Cresselia. So it has to be higher than Cresselia minimum. Cresselia is in the A tier, right? I keep losing track of it. Where is it? Yeah, it's here. I'm going to put it pretty high up in the A tier. I'm going to put it actually below... I'm going to actually put it above Venomoth. I'm going to put it above Venomoth, actually even above Amistar as well. I think this thing has some crazy potential. Bug Poison is a really good offensive typing as well. The only thing you really get walled by is Steel. And unfortunately, yeah, you kind of don't really have an answer for Steel, so you're probably going to have to just swap out if a Steel Pokemon faces you. But beyond that, insane ramping with stamina and speed boost, good damage with Power Trip, Swords Dance to increase your attack as well. Yeah, I think Scolipede definitely deserves to be high A tier minimum. Whimsicott, okay. If you're a fan of the Hosh and Josh channel, then you know that I am an avid Whimsicott fan. A, I think it's like top 10 cutest designs in the game, period. B, as one of my favorite shinies, the blue horn, dark brown Whimsicott. Also some really good shiny variants. I don't have any of them though. And also C, it gets Prankster. Prankster is amazing because it guarantees your utility moves. Whimsicott gets Leech Seed. So you can just go for Prankster Leech Seed. You get a guaranteed Leech Seed off on whatever. Generally, you're going to use it against a Eternatus. If there's an annoying tanky Mon on the other side, you can just set up Leech Seed on that as well. You get Prankster Parting Shot, and as we have mentioned, getting Parting Shot off before the opponent is really good because you can decrease their defenses before they attack you. So Prankster Parting Shot, really good combination. You get Sleep Powder, which is not bad. It's 75 accuracy, so it's a bit low. If this thing got Spore, it would be absolutely bonkers broken, but that would have been like way too OP, so I guess they didn't give it Spore. Seed Flare, decent damage. Also can lower the enemy's speed def, so it has some utility as well. Pollen Puff can heal your ally in double battles. Otherwise, it just deals 90 base damage. Not bad. Yeah, so it's a really good utility mod. One of my favorite utility mods that I bring in like nearly every run because it's pretty cheap and also has guaranteed utility of Leech Seed, Parting Shot. Also gets Fluffy as a passive, which makes it very bulky physically because it has 85 defense and also has the damage of physical moves. It does double the damage of fire type moves, but you're not going to be throwing Whimsicott out against fire types anyway, so that's not really that much of an issue. On top of getting Fluffy, you also get Cotton Guard, chat. Cotton Guard gives you a +4 defense increase, and keep in mind you have Prankster, so you guaranteed get Cotton Guard off before the enemy. So let's say you're facing like a, what's a physical attacker? Let's say you're facing Zeraora, right? And that Pokemon is hella fast. Thankfully, you can just get your guaranteed first turn Cotton Guard of Prankster before he gets to hit you. And not to mention, you're also having the damage from his physical moves. So you're going to be essentially just walling Zeraora because you have Prankster, Cotton Guard, and Fluffy. Not to mention, you also get Charm if you want to be an extra dick and just like lower the Zeraora's attack as well. Whimsicott is pretty much like one of the best physical walls in the game, even though its bulk isn't really that good. Just because it gets Fluffy, Prankster, Cotton Guard, and Prankster Charm, it just makes it pretty much like the best physical wall in the game. So that's another reason why Whimsicott is the GOAT. So really good physical wall. Gets Prankster, Parting Shot, Prankster, Leech Seed. Whimsicott, in my eyes, is a high A tier situation, maybe even S tier, just because of how versatile it is. It does have a problem with Eternatus because it is a grass fairy type, so one poison move kind of just cooks it. But so long as it gets that Prankster leashing off, it really just serves its purpose, right? So I feel like Whimsicott is for sure like at least an S tier. It's I don't know. I might be biased. I bring it all the time, and it is like one of my favorite designs. But I come on, chat. I feel like Whimsicott deserves to be an S tier. Not too high though. Maybe like below Weavile, I think is fair. I think. Chad, if you think this is too biased, then let me know. But I think it's fair that Whimsicott goes into S. We hit the B tier Lurantis moment. I'll take a look at it later, but you might be hitting the mark there. Yeah, I don't have much faith in Lurantis. Let's move on to Lilligant. Lilligant, regular and Hisuian have two different stat spreads, so we're gonna have to rank them separately. They both get simple though because they both evolve from Petalil, so they're gonna have the same passive, same egg moves. Simple on Lilligant is good because you get QD on level up. Yeah, you actually get it as soon as you evolve, I think, or actually you might have to memory mushroom it if you. Hold on, how does it work again? I think you get it on Evo if it says level 1. Yeah. So pretty good. Simple QD just means you get a +2 speed attack, +2 speed F, and +2 speed. You're not too bulky, but with the +2 speed F, you do become decently bulky in special attacks, and you become fast enough to outspeed most things, and your special attack gets pretty strong. Sparkling Aria is going to be for your fire weakness. Fiery Dance gives you a chance to increase your special attack. It's a 50% chance, and also it's also for your ice weakness since you're a grass type. Thunderskick and Power Trick are more for the Hisuian Lilligant, so we're not going to factor that in for regular Lilligant. So mainly, it's a simple QD, Sparkling Aria and Fiery Dance for its weakness coverage, Leech Seed, so good utility, and you also get like, I guess your best move would be Energy Ball. I feel like Leaf Storm is a bit tricky to use since it lowers your speed attack. Yeah, so I'd run like Energy Ball, Sparkling Aria, Fiery Dance, or either Sparkling Aria or Fiery Dance, Leech Seed, and Quiver Dance is what I would run in Lilligant. I think it's pretty good. Mono Grass does make it susceptible to a lot of things. Like, it doesn't really have an answer to flying types, for example. But I think simple QD is good enough to at least land it in the A tier. We'll put it like... we'll put it above Zebstrika. I think that's fine. The fact that average +4 stats for a power trip from completely different source than Scolipede in one turn is so cool. Yeah, I remember before Baneful Bunker had Swords Dance, but then I got Baneful Bunker now, which I think is pretty good because you have to run Protect on it anyway. And you get Swords Dance in TMs, yeah. Yeah, I don't have the rare egg move yet. Dude, I've hatched so many Scolipede eggs, and I just can't, like the game refuses to give me the rare egg move. I'm so sad. Anyway, Heatwing Lilligant is my personal favorite. Heatwing Lilligant gets Simple as well, and you also get Chlorophyll. So you get +2 speed in Sun, which is pretty good because you're at 105 speed base, so you do get outsped by a handful of things, so you're going to want to bring Chlorophyll and a separate Sunsetter. 105 attack is not too high, but Heatwing Lilligant gets access to Swords Dance. So what I would do is do a Chlorophyll Heatwing Lilligant with simple Swords Dance, and one Swords Dance gets you +4 attack. So that is kind of destructive. That it gets a +4 attack increase immediately. Thunder's Kick is stab. It also lowers the defense of the target and is 90 base damage, so it's pretty strong. Flower Trick is one of the best grass physical moves in the game because it is 70 base power and it also crits every time. So you're going to run those two moves, Swords Dance, and probably Leech Seed if you want some utility. I think it's fine. You do want some coverage. You are very weak to flying. Does it have any flying coverage? Probably not. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. No, you get Triple Axle. Yeah, you get Triple Axle in TMs. So you can hopefully get Triple Axle, and you can use that as your flying coverage. Also as a way to hit Assurantus and Ray for super damage. So I think Heatwing Lilligant is pretty good. Simple Swords Dance. It gets coverage sort of with Triple Axle. Good stab moves. I think it deserves to at least be a high A tier, maybe even S tier, to be honest. I think the Chlorophyll Simple Swords Dance is kind of crazy, no? You do need to find a turn to Swords Dance, which I guess is a weakness, but really not too hard. Your bulk is not terrible. 70 and everything is not that bad. We'll put it in S tier, chat. I think if the barrel was an S tier, I think Lilligant can at least be an S tier. We'll put it where though? I think like bottom of S tier is fine. We'll put it actually above Magmortar. I think that's fair. The Victory Dance is superior. If you don't want to run Chlorophyll, it's fine because you can just get +2 speed and +2 attack instead. But I think running Chlorophyll and the +4 attack might be more devastating. I don't know. It really just comes down to if you have a Sunset or not on your team. Yep, I think Lilligant is going to be bottom of S tier since Barrel's up here. I think it makes sense that Lilligant's up here as well. Let's rank Basculin. So Basculin has the regular form and also has the white stripe form. Do they have different stats? No, they do not. Okay, so we're gonna be ranking. Oh no. Oh yeah, because they have Basculegions, so yeah, they're gonna be later on. Okay, so let's just rank the regular Basculins first. Basculin gets Supreme Overlord. So if its allies are dead, then it'll get a 1.1 times increase per ally dead. So you can get at most a 1.5 times increase for your attack and special attack. You get either Reckless, Adaptability, or Mold Breaker. Adaptability is going to be probably your best because it gives you double stab. Mid stats, 98 speed is okay. It doesn't even break 100. 92 attack is whatever. No Retreat, good for increasing its pretty much everything, right? Because it's an Omni boost. Splishy Splash, so it gets a special attack move. Special attack is at 80. It's 12 less than attack, but since you do get an Omni boost for no retreat, I guess special attack is usable. So I guess if you want to run Splishy Splash, you can. Last Respects is probably going to be the main move you use because you're running Supreme Overlord on Basculin. So you want to do the Supreme Overlord Last Respects combo, which will do a hell of a lot of damage. Close Combat, good for good. It's just good in general. Yeah, it's not bad. Mainly this is for Basculegion, because Basculegion does have a dark weakness because it's a ghost type. So we'll get to that later when we start ranking Basculegion. But yeah, that's why it gets close combat. Yeah, I mean, once it gets to Basculegion, it becomes insane. But with just Basculin, the base stats are just not there. Does it get Sword Stance? It should, right? No, it does not. So its only way to increase its attack really is just no retreat, the +1 stage. But given that its stats are this, it's just not that appealing to me. So yeah, both Basculins are gonna have to go into like middle, maybe high B tier at the very least, because it does get the Last Respects Supreme Overlord combo. Wave Crash Rocket goes crazy with Supreme Overlord. I guess that is a combination. I think Last Respects is just so broken. I feel like you have to go that though. It's such a good move. We'll put it like top of B tier. I don't think it goes further than this. We'll put it above the Vanny. Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll put the red form higher because I think it looks cooler. All right. You know what? Let's just rank Basculegion now, since we just did Basculin. Basculegion. There actually is a difference between the male and the female form. Generally, the male form is better because it has a higher attack stat. Male form has 112 attack. Female form has 92 attack. And you generally run physical attack on Basculegion. So, yeah, having the higher attack stat is better. But outside of that, same passive, same egg moves. It gets Supreme Overlord and Last Respects combo. Last Respects is now Stab because Basculegion is a ghost type. And the close combat makes more sense now because you need to take care of your dark weakness. So the moveset you would run realistically is no retreat, Last Respects, close combat, and probably Wave Crash for some water stab is good. And it's also a physical move. Yeah, that's probably what I'd run. Now you're significantly bulkier, so you can actually like stay alive, and you have a way better base attack at 112. You are a bit slower, but you do get Swift Swim on Basculegion, so all you need to do really is just have a rain setter, set up rain before it dies, and then throw in Basculegion to start spamming Last Respects. So I think Basculegion, I haven't tried it myself, but on paper it sounds like it's at least S tier. Has anyone here tried Basculegion? Did it feel S tier? It seems pretty S tier to me. I think the female form, it could be like maybe A tier since it has a way lesser attack stat, but male Basculegion for sure, I feel like can be at least be middle of S tier. Maybe below Darkrai feels about right. Female Basculegion, since it's 20 less physical attack, I think it can be an A tier instead. We'll put it it's still pretty high though, just because it gets the Supreme Overlord Last Respects combo. We'll put it like above Gyarados, I think is fine. Maybe below Hisuian Arcanine, actually. Below Venipede, Scolipede, below Amistar. Yeah, we'll put below Amistar. I think that's fine. Top of A tier for the female form, and middle of S tier for the male form, because I think Supreme Overlord Last Respects is just absolutely disgusting. The forbidden combination. Yeah, it just goes crazy and is the ultimate revenge destroyer. Exactly. It like literally is the ultimate revenge destroyer. Alright, Crocodile. I'm a little biased because I love Crocodile. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. Probably because I just like crocodiles in general. Epic Shiny, I got it during the 2-time Shiny event. So happy I got this. He looks like a devious villain. But yeah, he gets Tough Claws and Moxie. So you can run Intimidate, but I think Moxie just has so much more potential for sweeping. So you're probably going to be running Tough Claws Moxie. Decent stats. You're a bit slow, which is my main gripe with Crocodile, is that it's kind of locked at 92 speed. Doesn't really have a good way to increase that speed. Does it get Dragon Dance and TMs? It does not, unfortunately. Okay, so yeah, it kind of does have to play with a mediocre speed stat. But yeah, you can't just run a Jolly Nature to kind of help with that speed nature. So yeah, that's a fix. You get Wicked Blow, which is insane. One of the best dark physical moves in the game. It's a guaranteed crit and it's 75 base power. Fire Lash is mainly for your ice weakness because you are a ground type. Also is a defense drop, which is pretty nice. High horsepower. The main reasoning I see with this is because in double battles you can't really use EQ because you're going to kill your own teammates. So I guess high horsepower is a better single target option. And then Dire Claw is going to be for your fairy weakness because you are a dark type. Also, Dire Claw is a pretty nasty move because it has a 50% chance to either poison, para, or sleep. So it's just really good. Yeah, so insane egg moves on top of having Tough Claws. So all of these moves are just 1.3 times boosted. And Moxie will give you an attack boost every time you kill something. So Krookodile is going to be an amazing revenge killer like it always is because of Moxie. My only gripe with it really is its speed. I think if this thing got access to Dragon Dance, it could actually be like top of S tier. But I still think it's like bottom of S tier. It still has, it's pretty similar to Weavile. It's pretty much just Weavile of Moxie, but minus like the ice typing as well. I don't think it's as good as Weavile because Weavile gets ice for like Ray and Eternatus, and also has a good speed tier. But yeah, I think it's up. I think it's like at least better than regular Giratina. I'll put it like here. Yeah, at the bottom of S tier feels right for Krookodile. All right, Darmanitan. We'll start with the regular one. How do you spell Darmanitan? Darmanitan, yes. Darmanitan gets Guerrilla Tactics. That makes sense because the Galarian form gets Guerrilla Tactics, so it only feels right to give it to the regular Darmanitan. You boost the... So essentially how it works is you just have Choice Band as an ability. So once you use a move, you are locked into that move, but you get an insane attack increase. You also get Sheer Force as a regular ability. You also get Zen Mode. Zen Mode is kind of gimmicky. I've never really liked using it. I always just liked Sheer Force more. So that's probably what I'd recommend. Although I haven't had too much playtime with Zen Mode, so I guess I'd maybe have to test that a bit more. Anyway, 140 attack, 95 speed. You are a bit slow. Do you get any speed increasing moves? Not really. Do you get agility? You do not. Okay, so you're kind of locked at 95 speed. So there definitely are things that can outspeed you, but for things that you do outspeed, you are essentially a nuclear bomb because you get Guerrilla Tactics and 140 base attack. So hit that Drain Punch. You can deal some hella good damage and sustain decently. Zippy Zap is the priority electric type move that is always critting, and it's 50 base powers. So if you are worried you're going to get outsped, you can just go for Zippy Zap instead. It'll still deal with some pretty good damage since Guerrilla Tactics and Sheer Force just boost it so much. Oh, actually, the Sheer Force boosts Zippy Zap? Actually, no, it wouldn't. Never mind. So yeah, mainly just the Guerrilla Tactics for Zippy Zap. EQ is good for your rock weakness since you are a fire type, and then Pyro Ball is nice because you are a fire type, so that gives you stab. 120 base power, and has a chance to burn, which means it'll also be Sheer Force boosted. So Pyro Ball is going to be an insane spam move for Darmanitan. It's just going to be like one-shotting through everything. Yeah, but like I said, it being locked at 95 speed is a bit worrying for me, but it still is a nuclear bomb that deserves some respect. So it's at least put it in the top of A tier, I feel. Maybe above Staraptor at least. Unironically, I think Regice is better. We'll keep Regice above it, but I still think it's good. I still think it's pretty good. Darmanitan Ice, I feel like I'm about to rank way higher because it is an Ice type, and Ice types are generally better in PokéRogue. You get Flash Fire, so you now are immune to fire, and you will also get an increase to your fire type moves. Guerrilla Tactics is your regular ability, and I think you have the same stat spread as regular Darmanitan, right? Yeah, the exact same stat spread. So you still have a bit of a speed issue, but you still have that monstrous 140 attack with Guerrilla Tactics. Endure. It gets Endure because I guess the play of Zen Mode. I guess if you want to do it like a Flash Fire, Fires, V-Create, Endure for Zen Mode, I guess that's like why it gets Endure. That makes sense. Let me look at Zen Mode a bit. It gets 160 attack. Oh. I thought it was a special attacker. Oh, it's a physical attacker? It's 160 attack, 135 speed. Oh. So you actually... okay. So you pretty much want to be in Zen Mode always. Because it's just better. It's just better Darmanitan. So what you would do is you Endure, pick up the 135 speed, get 160 attack. Okay. This is definitely interesting. This fixes Darmanitan's problem of being locked at 95 speed. You now get 135 speed in Zen Mode, and you have a higher attack stat. Ice Spinner is great. It's stab, 80 damage. V-Crate is now stab because you are Ice Fire in Zen mode. Please use Guerrilla Tactics. I see a case for both though. I kind of like the the Endure Zen mode. It does fix your speed problem. It does not work as well as you think it does. Okay. Well, there's a case for both. There's a case for both. V-Crate would be stab if you use Zen mode. If not, then your main stab is just on ice, so you'd be using Ice Spinner. You get Icicle Crash on level up if you want to go for flinch moves instead. Superpower is not bad for dealing with steel and rock types, but it does decrease your attack, which I don't like. Do you get close combat on this one? I don't think so. No. Yeah. So yeah, I like Darmanitan, Galarian Darmanitan more just because you have the option for Zen mode, Indoor Zen mode, and you also are Ice type, which deals with like Ray and Eternatus better. If you're going Guerrilla Tactics, you still do have that speed issue, which I don't like. But I think that at least deserves to be bottom of S tier for sure. So let's put it like... is it better than Weavile? It hits harder than Weavile, but it's not faster than Weavile. Chat, do you think it's better or worse than Weavile? I think if you run Zen mode and pick up the 135 speed, I think it actually can be better than Weavile. I think it's worse. Okay, we'll put it below Weavile just because I think Weavile Tough Claws it has its own gimmick as well that separates it from Galarian Darmanitan. I think we'll put them like right next to each other. I think they're pretty similar. They're just fast, strong, iced attackers that deal a lot of damage but are pretty frail. So yeah, in that regard, we'll put them next to each other. I like that Galarian Darmanitan does have the option to go Zen though with Endure. All right, yeah, bottom of S tier for Galarian Darmanitan, mainly because it's an Ice type. I feel like the regular form deserves to be an S tier, just a nuclear bomb. I think the main reason why I kept it in A tier is because A, it doesn't have Ice typing, and Ice typing is just more valuable for Ray and Eternatus. B, you don't. If you want to use Zen mode, it's kind of difficult because you don't get Endure. I mean, you're probably not going to use Endure mode. You're probably not going to use Zen mode anyway because it's a special attacker. But yeah, that's my reasoning for Darmanitan being in A tier. I think Galarian for sure makes it to S though. The Maractus. This is Slycub's favorite Pokemon. It gets Well-Baked Body, so it gets rid of its fire weakness, and you get a defense increase instead. Chlorophyll to increase your speed in Sun. You can get Water Absorb, which you don't really care about since you already resist water. Storm Drain is a similar, actually pretty much identical, except kind of better. Okay. 106 special attack is okay, but every other stat is kind of bad. So yeah, not the best stat spread on Maractus. You do get Chlorophyll, I guess, so you can kind of improve your speed tier. But you're still pretty fragile, so let's see. What do you get? You get QD. Okay. So instead of running Rain, you can just... or not Rain. Instead of running Sun, you can use QD to increase your speed and special attack. Earth Power to deal with your fire weakness. Not bad. And also a way to hit steel types. Fiery Dance is boosted in Sun if you're running Chlorophyll, and also has a chance to increase your attack. Not bad. Seed Flare has a chance to drop Spadef by 2 stages. It has a 40% chance, and it is Stab. Pretty good move. It gets Leech Seed, which is appealing because Leech Seed is an important move. But outside of the Leech Seed, really, like, is there really any way you can sweep with this thing? I mean, I guess Slyko proved to us you can, but like, like I feel like there's just no way it goes above B tier. Maybe like next to the other Leech Seeders. I guess I could put it slightly above Meganium since it gets Seed Flare. I guess I'll put it above Cradily as well, but I cannot put it above anything else. Too slow, too fragile. I guess it does get rid of its fire weakness, which is something. Fiery Dance can kind of help it rack up some attack, but that's a gamble. It's a 50% chance. The main appeal is Leech Seed, really, which is why I put it next to the other Leech Seeders in B tier. Yeah, I think that's right for Maractus. Crustle, the Hermit Crab Pokemon. Crustle gets Rocky Payload. Okay, so that's some additional damage for rock type moves. That's pretty good. Sturdy, Shell Armor, Weak Armor. Sturdy's good. Weak Armor has some potential if you're running Shell Smash. Crab Hammer, mainly for your you're neutral to ground. I guess you do have a. You're also neutral to fire. You're weak to ground. You're weak to rock because you are a bug type. So I guess it is a rock coverage. That's something. It's fitting because it's a crab as well. So yeah, Crab Hammer, and also has heightened crit chance. Is pretty good. Stone Axe is stab. Also sets up Stealth Rock, so it's a pretty good utility move. Leech Life is stab. Also a sustained move. Very nice. And then Mighty Cleave is stab and also breaks to protect. Also is 95 base power, so it's pretty strong. You could either run like a utility, sturdy, stealth rocks, Crustle, but the more fun thing to do would be running Shell Smash, Mighty Cleave, Leech Life, and Crab Hammer for a more offensive Crustle, and you'd run Weak Armor with that. With that offensive set, I think it can pop off. It has a pretty good typing. Rock resists poison from Eternatus, resists, or it's neutral to Rayquaza's Hurricane. Has sustain of Leech Life, so once you do enter Shell Smash, you can sustain yourself pretty decently with Leech Life. And Mighty Cleave is a pretty good spam move since it breaks to protect. I'll put it in at least A tier. I don't want to put it too high though, maybe just above Electivire, and that's about it. Okay, Scrafty gets Protean, which is very good. You get Moxie, so that gives you some sweeping potential. Scrafty has pretty balanced defenses, 115 in defense and SPDF. Decent HP at 65. Pretty good attack at 90, but you're quite slow, right? So you kind of rely on Victory Dance to get those attack and speed increases. Sucker Punch, if you don't really feel like you're about to get, if you don't feel like you can outspeed something, you can just go for the priority hit. It's also Stab. Bullet Punch is mainly for your Fairy weakness because you are a Dark type. You are quad weak to Fairy, so Bullet Punch is good. Noxious Torque is also for Fairy, I guess. It's a 100 base power move, so it's pretty strong. I guess Bullet Punch is like if you feel like you're about to get outsped, so you have to go for the priority move. Noxious Torque, if you're confident that you're going to outspeed something, you can just go for this move instead. And the good thing is you get Protean, right? So Protean, Bullet Punch, Protean, Noxious Torque, you get Stab for these moves. So it handles its weaknesses pretty well. It can set up decently with Victory Dance, so it can kind of fix its attack and speed. And it has priority moves for Pokemon that are faster than it, right? So I want to say that... Hold on. I'm assuming Noxious Torque is the reg move, yeah. I want to say that this thing is at least bottom of A tier, maybe top of B tier. We'll put it like... Actually, I do like that it gets Protean. We'll put it in A tier. Not too high, though. Like, maybe above Lilligans at most, I think is fair. No, that's a bit much. We'll put it below Zebstrika. Yeah, bottom of A tier. It certainly has ways to deal with its weaknesses with Protean, Bullet Punch, Noxious Torque, and Victory Dance to maybe set up and become a sweeper. You do get Moxie, keep in mind, so you do have some pretty good sweeping potential. You just need to get your speed up. Alright, Sigilyph. Sigilyph gets Flare Boost, so if you're holding a Flame Orb, you can get some special attack increases. Tinted Lens is probably we're going to take, if not maybe Magic Guard to avoid hazard damage. But I generally like Tinted Lens to avoid resist damage. You can hit everything for neutral. 103 special attack, 97 speed. Not the best special attack stat spread. And the bulk is whatever, 80 in defense, 80 SPDF, 72 HP. It's pretty balanced, actually. It's a pretty balanced stat spread, just a bit more in special attack. Calm Mind to increase this attack is good, and also to make you more durable in special defense. Moonblast, because you are a Psychic type, so you do need some dark coverage, so Moonblast will be very important. Freezing Glare is the Galarian Articuno move that has a, I think, 30%, 20%, 10% chance to freeze, and it's also Psychic, so it's Stab. Pretty good move. And Oblivion Wing is also Stab, and it's going to be sustaining you for damage dealt. Pretty good. I would be running Tinted Lens to ensure that your Freezing Glare and your Oblivion Wing always deal at least neutral damage. Unless if you're trying to hit a Dark type, you can't Tinted Lens through immunities. So yeah, all these moves here are probably what I'd run. If its base stats were a bit better, I'd feel more comfortable putting it in like higher in A tier. I don't even think this thing makes A tier, to be honest. I think at most it's high B tier. If it was bulkier, it could have been higher, but nah. We'll put it like at least above. We'll put it above. Yeah, it's slowly declining. We'll put it above Levani at least. Yeah, sure. It's at least better than Levani. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Top of B tier. That's good for Sigilif. Kofagrigus. Okay, I recently got the rare shiny for Kofagrigus. And I was pretty excited to do a showcase for this guy because I think he's pretty nasty. Kofagrigus is a mono ghost, meaning it only has weaknesses for ghost and dark. You can cover one of those weaknesses with Purifying Soul. It'll half the damage of ghost type moves. So your only weakness is dark because of this passive. So it's a pretty good passive. And then Mummy will be changing the ability of whoever makes contact with it. Bulk is pretty good. You get 145 defense at 105 SPDF. Little low in HP, but your defenses make up for that. You have pretty decent special attack, and obviously you're quite slow because you're a bulky mon. The reason why I think this Pokemon is great is because it gets Strength Sap. And Strength Sap is a great move for sustaining and also dropping the enemy's attack, so you become more of a physical wall. So what I would do with this thing is Curse is one of the most valuable moves in the game. So you just set up Curse with it and then just spam Strength Sap. And really, you're only weak to Dark types because of Purifying Salt. So I think this thing makes is a great tank. Sustains very well. Is a really great physical wall because of its 145 defense and Strength Sap. And it's a Curse Mon. I mean, if this thing wasn't a Curse Mon, I'd maybe put it in like B tier. But because it is a Curse Mon and it gets Purifying Soul, I would put it like pretty high. I want to say like up there. Okay, S tier might be a bit much, but we'll put it high A tier, maybe above Dust Noir, definitely above Dust Noir. Caracosta gets Water Absorb. Okay, so it's not now it gets rid of it's not neutral to water anymore. It just has a water immunity. Swift Swim. So if you want to run a Rain Setter with it, you can double its speed, but its speed is so abysmal. I think you're just better off going either Solid Rock or Sturdy. Probably Solid Rock, I think it's better. You have a handful of weaknesses. You are a quad weak to grass. You are weak to rock. You're weak to electric. You're weak to steel. Or did I say rock? Sorry. You're quad weak to grass. You're weak to ground. You're weak to electric. You're weak to steel, fighting. So pretty much everything, right? So Solid Rock is pretty good to just keep Caracosta alive. You have decent bulk, 74 HP, 133 defense. SPDF is a bit low, but I think your defense and HP are sufficient enough. Not weak to steel, sorry. It is a water type. You're right. Yep, not weak to steel. But still has a quad grass weakness that you kind of want to take care of. Shore Up is good since you're a rock type, so you don't take chip damage from Sandstorm. So you can take a 75% heal in sand. Ice Spinner is good to deal with your ground weakness, also your grass weakness, and it's going to be super against Eternatus and Ray. Aqua Step is decent. If you want to run Swift Swim with this thing and also get more speed increases of Aqua Step, this thing can potentially start outspeeding enemies. Even though it only has 32 speed, it is possible with Aqua Step and Swift Swim. I really don't care about that though. I'd much rather just use this thing as a Solid Rock tank with Ice Spinner, Mighty Cleave, Shore Up. So it pretty much just is a slow, bulky attacker. It doesn't really have too much utility outside of like setting up rocks. It does get Shell Smash, actually. I forgot about that. It gets Shell Smash. So you could do like a Swift Swim Shell Smash attack, make it decently fast. It's not as good as Amistar. Amistar is another water Shell Smasher. I think that one's much better. Where did I put Amistar? I'll rank it based on where I put Amistar. Yeah, Amistar's up there in A tier. I don't think it's A tier. It's like, should we put it ahead of Sigilif? I think that makes sense. I like the utility on these guys. I don't think Caracosta is more valuable than that. Gets multi-scale, so when it's full HP, it will not take maximum damage. It will take some reduced damage. You can swap out Defeatist for Emergency Exit, which is apparently just does not work at all. So that's probably what you want to do, since Defeatist is just a nerf to yourself. You're going to have Emergency Exit to get rid of Defeatist. That's pretty good. You have 140 attack and 110 speed, so you have a pretty solid physical attack stat spread. You get Floaty Fall, which is stab and can flinch. Mighty Cleave, stab and breaks through protect. EQ to deal with your electric weakness because you are a flying type, and Roost for sustain. Top of A tier. Idea could even be bottom of S tier, but I think top of A tier is fine. Okay, so G-Max Garbodor is a poison and steel type. So you no longer are weak to psychic, however you do gain a quad weakness to ground. You gain a weakness to fire. And well, yeah, mainly that. Okay. Neutralizing gas, so you will be able to ignore annoying abilities like Sturdy or mainly Sturdy. Sturdy is the main ability that comes to mind. You can ignore Sturdy with neutralizing gas. Toxic Debris as the regular ability means that every time you get hit, you'll be able to scatter toxic spikes on the other side. Very good, because you're a pretty bulky mon, so you can make use of this ability pretty frequently. 135 HP, 102 defense, and 102 speed F makes this thing pretty tanky. And you have 125 attack on top of that, so you have some pretty decent attacking power. Coil, to further increase your attack and defense, pretty good. Recover is great because you're a bulky mon, so you make use of the sustain more. Dire Claw is great because it's stab and also has para, poison, and sleep chance. And Gigaton Hammer is now stab because you're a G-Max, and you get steel and G-Max. So this becomes a 240 base power move, and yeah, deals a lot of damage. So I think G-Max Garbodor is great as a wall. It has a pretty good defensive typing. Great stat spread, very bulky. Toxic Debris is useful to poison the enemies, and Dire Claw is a very useful utility move. So let's put you pretty high actually. We'll put you in A tier. Zoroark gets Dark Aura to power up its dark type moves. Illusion apparently does not work in this game, so we can just ignore that. 105 attack, 120 attack. Zoroark has always been more of a special attacker, so you're going to be mainly focusing on that. You have 105 speed, which is pretty fast, but not like incredibly fast. Still get outsped by Mega Ray and Eternatus. Okay, you get Fiery Wrath, which is boosted by Dark Aura, and it's also stab. So that's going to be your main move for damage. It can also flinch. Aura Sphere is for your, I guess just the way to hit steel types for super. Rock types for super, ice types for super. Guess that's pretty much it. Moonblast, you have a fighting weakness because you are a dark type, so Moonblast is going to be good for weakness coverage. And then Flamethrower, you have a bug weakness, so that's weakness coverage as well. The most important moves to take would be Fiery Wrath, Moonblast, Flamethrower. I would probably take out Aura Sphere for Nasty Plot. I think Nasty Plot gives you more potential to sweep because more damage. Yeah. I like that. I think it has some potential. I don't like that it's only 105 speed. Does it get agility? Okay, it does get agility, so if you do feel like you need to be faster, you can take agility instead. But you're a bit frail. 60 HP, 60 defense, 60 speed F. Is it good enough of a sweeper to ignore how frail it is? I think so. And it gets some pretty good egg moves. Dark Aura, Fiery Wrath is pretty nasty. I want to at least put it in A tier. We'll put it like towards the top of A tier, maybe below. We'll put it below Venomoth, below Dragonite, below. Yeah, we'll put it above Giratina, below Dusknoir. Heatwing is definitely better, yes, because Heatwing Zoroark is a normal and ghost type, meaning its only weakness is dark. Very good typing, one of the best typings. Okay, unlike Zoroark, Heatwing Zoroark gets adaptability. So instead of just boosting dark type moves, Heatwing Zoroark will be boosting its power for both its normal and ghost type moves. That's infinitely better. Illusion is still not implemented, so we can ignore that. You get a bit more special attack on Heatwing Zoroark, and you actually get a bit more speed as well at 110. It's only 5 more speed, but unironically, it does make a big difference. That means it can outspeed. Random example, Kartana. It can outspeed Kartana now by 1 speed. So that 5 speed actually can make a difference against a lot of Pokemon. So let's take a look at its egg moves. It gets Parting Shot, very useful egg move. utility move because it is fast. So it can use fast parting shot. Very nice. Moonblast is coverage for its dark weakness because it is a ghost type. So Moonblast is very good. Hyper Voice is stab because it is a normal type. So it also gains the adaptability bonus as well. And Blood Moon. Oh my god, it gets Blood Moon. Blood Moon is the Blood Moon Ursaluna move, where essentially it deals 140 base power and is a normal type move. It can't be used twice in a row, which is the caveat, but it doesn't give you like a detriment. Like there's no it doesn't like hinder you in any way outside of just not being able to use it's not able to be used twice. So because you have adaptability, this move is 280 base power when used. So you have a pretty disgusting move for adaptability. What are your ghost moves? You get Shadow. Oh yeah, you get Bitter Malice, which is the kind of utility move that lowers the target's attack. I think Shadow Ball is just gonna be better. It's more attack, or it's more damage, and also has a Spidef drop chance. So that's probably gonna be better. But if you want to go for a more utility option, Bitter Malice can lower the enemy's attack, which is pretty good. Yeah, so the moveset I would run for sure is Blood Moon, Shadow Ball, Moonblast for coverage, and Party Shot for utility. I think if you have those moves, you're pretty much unstoppable in Zoroark. Adaptability, Blood Moon is kind of crazy. I think that deserves an S tier. We'll put it right behind Galarian Zapdos. I think we'll put it above Moltres. It deserves a spot in top of S tier. I think adaptability, Blood Moon is just too much. That's a lot. How are you ready in 5th gen? Because I'm just a speedster. What can I say? And the triple immunity. Yep, has a very good typing. That is a factor as well. Okay, Chinchino, the Chinchilla Pokemon, gets Fur Coat, so it'll be a decent physical wall. Q-Charm can cause infatuation. I think Skill Link or Technician will be the better take because I think this thing gets Population Bomb. Yeah. So same thing with Ambipom. If you can find 2 wide lenses, then Technician is better because 2 wide lenses make it so that your Population Bomb is guaranteed to hit 10 times. Otherwise, Skill Link is way safer because you don't need to rely on finding items. Your Population Bomb will always hit 10 times. Your Icicle Spear will also hit always. Oh, actually, Icicle Spear is 100 accuracy. What? Wait, so what stops it from hitting 5 times? Okay, regardless, Skill Link will make it so that your Icicle Spear hits 5 times guaranteed. You get Tidy Up for setup as well. This is looking like worse Ambipom to me. It's like a tankier version of Ambipom. Ambipom is like more attack. It gets Scrappy to hit ghost types. It gets some pretty good moves as well. Cinchino, less attack. Gets Fur Coat for more tankiness. And I guess gets knockoff, which is not bad, but that's not even tech boosted. So it's just worse Ambipom. I guess we can put it right next to Ambipom since they're relatively similar. But yeah, we'll put it behind Ambipom. Where is he? So Gothitelle gets Unnerve, which is a pretty solid ability. You get Shadow Tag, which acts like arena traps. So if you get put into a good matchup, you can trap them in with Shadow Tag. 110 Spidef, 95 defense, 70 HP. Honestly, pretty solid bulk. Obviously more towards the Spidef area, but pretty good bulk overall. You get 95 Spatak as well. Recover, works well for your bulk. Moonblast for your dark weakness. You are a psychic type. Aura Sphere is decent. And Lumina Crash is big because it is a move that is super effective against Eternatus and lowers defense by 2 stages. So Lumina Crash is going to be carrying this mon quite a bit. I want to say it's at least A tier because of the bulk, because of the Unnerve, and because of the Lumina Crash. I think those things alone allow it to at least be in the bottom of A tier. Reuniclus is pretty bulky as well. It gets 110 HP, 75 in defense, 85 in Spidef. You get Psychic Surge to set up Psychic Terrain. I believe you can get Expanding Force as a TM move. Regenerator allows you to heal when you switch off, so it's pretty bulky as well, like Gothitelle. You have a pretty big special attack stat as well at 125. Trick Room, if you want to start outspeeding your enemies and become a sweeper, that's an option. Expanding Force is in the egg moves, so you don't have to look for the TM, you can just start with it. Aura Sphere for your dark weakness, and Light of Ruin for your dark weakness. Really good move. It's a 140 base power move that has some recoil damage, but the damage is quite nuclear, so it is worth using. It's kind of worse Gothitelle. It does not get Lumina Crash, so it doesn't have as much utility for like the Eternatus fight. But you do get Regenerator, which is helps keep you alive more once you switch off. Good coverage moves. Light of Ruin is a good coverage move. Expanding Force is a great move for double battles, and Trick Room does give you some sweeping potential. I don't want to put it too high up. Maybe like at most low A tier. Light of Ruin also no drawback. Oh, you're G. Oh, okay. So Light of okay, I get it. Okay, yeah. The recoil from Light of Ruin you ignore because of Magic Guard. Got it. Okay, I wasn't looking at it like that. Okay, so you don't have to worry about the recoil from Light of Ruin because of Magic Guard. And what Damo said, you can give yourself a Flame Orb, and you don't have to worry about getting burned, and you can just throw that to like Eternatus when you get to Eternatus. Okay. With that being said, I think it can go up a few more spots. Swanna gets Drizzle. Okay, so it can set up Rain. Hydration will heal status conditions if it's raining. That's a combo right there. Stats are very mid. 87 in both offenses. 98 in speed. And very frail. So, okay, you get QD. So increase your attack and speed. Okay. Splishy Splash for Para. Okay, that's also Stab. Earth Power for your electric weakness. You are quad weak to electric. You are water flying. Wild Bolt Storm. You do set up Rain, so it is guaranteed accuracy. And it is 100 base power, so it's pretty strong. But you're going to need to get an awful lot of QDs off for this thing to actually become a problem. I would say at least 2 QDs for this thing to actually be threatening enough to sweep. But it'll probably just get killed before that even happens. So yeah, not a big fan. I think they did give like the best possible passive and the best possible egg moves. I don't think they could have gotten any better egg moves than these. It's just that its stats are just so mid. There's just not a lot you can do to fix this thing, I feel. We'll put it like at least at the top of B tier. Vanillix gets Slush Rush, which is great because it also gets Snow Warning. So you get the Slush Rush Snow Warning combo. It can set up its own Slush Rush. That puts it to effectively 158 speed, 110 special attack base is not bad. Weak armor to increase your speed further. Is that really necessary if you have Slush Rush? I don't really think so. And you can't even take that anyway since you want to run Snow Warning. So yeah, Snow Warning, Slush Rush is going to be what you want. Alright, what do you get? Do you get Nasty Plot in this thing by any chance? No. Do you get Calm Mind? Yes. Oh, you get it in the egg moves. Okay, so you have a way to increase your special attack with Calm Mind. That's pretty good. You don't really need speed increases since you have Slush Rush, so I think it's way better that it gets Spadef increases with Calm Mind. Aurora Veil is great because you are a Snow Setter. So you are a potential sweeper. You have utility for Aurora Veil, Earth Power for your Fire weakness, your Rock weakness, your Steel weakness, and Sparkly Swirl for, I guess, your Fighting weakness, and also can heal the status conditions of your allies. Yeah, I see some potential with this thing. Also, it's an Ice type. Ice for Array, Ice for Eternatus. So, in my eyes, it's better, or Articuno, better Galarian, not Galarian, better Alolan Ninetales. It's not as bulky as them, but I still feel like it's bulky enough, and it also can set up Calm Mind, right? And it can increase its Spadef. So yeah, I think this thing is pretty good. We'll put it okay, I don't know about better than Weavile. We'll put it like behind the other Ice guys. Yeah, behind Darmanitan and Weavile. We'll put it above Whimsicott, I think. I like the utility it has with Aurora Veil. You would probably want to sub out Sparkly Swirl for Blizzard. What level does it get Blizzard? 52, yeah. It's good that it's fighting coverage, the Sparkly Swirl, but I feel like using that over your best stab move is kind of delulu. You'd want Blizzard over that for sure. Yeah. Is it better than Weavile? Low key, I think it is, chat. It sets up Slush Rush for itself, so it's actually faster than Weavile. Has utility of Aurora Veil. Has setup. Yeah, low key, chat, low key. I'm down to put this thing higher than Weavile. I'm not even gonna cap chat. Oh, but Weavile gets tough claws. I don't know. They both have positives. They both have positives. Weavile's better. Okay, we'll demote Vanillux. I still think it's like, yeah, right about here. Never mind, they're exactly the same. All right, Sazbuck gets Fur Coat, so it gets half damage from physical moves, pretty good. Chlorophyll, if you want to use it as a fast Sunmon, or Serene Grace for boosting additional effects. Tidy Up to set up its speed. Jeez. Flower Trick is stab with every Sazbuck, I believe. So yeah, 70 base power, always crits. Body Slam is stab and has para chance. If you're running Serene Grace, then that's going to be a 60% para chance. That's pretty good. Combat Torque is also para chance. It's a 30% chance. That's also a 60% chance to para with Serene Grace, and it's 100% base. It's 100 base power. Pretty good. Yeah, not bad. It's pretty much just a Serene Grace fast attacker. If you can't take Chlorophyll because you want to take Serene Grace, yeah. So you're gonna need Tidy Up to boost your attack and speed. Once you're sufficiently boosted up, you can start spamming Body Slam and Combat Torque for paras. Do you get any flinch moves on Sazbuck? Not that I'm seeing, no. Okay, so it's mainly just for flinch. You also get Leech Seed, which is good utility. It's not bad, actually, surprisingly. We'll put it in A tier at least. Emolga gets a Transistor, so it's going to power up its electric moves. Motor Drive will give you a speed increase if you're hit by electric moves. You'd probably just take Static for the electric, for the para chance on contact. 103 speed, really mid stats outside of that. Damo says it's funny you're doing this when we have a big update planned soon. Well, that's just unfortunate. I doubt I'll ever do this again. This is taking the soul out of me. In any case, 103 speed, pretty mid stats outside of speed. Even at speed, it's kind of mid. 103 isn't really all that. Splishy Splash for your ground weakness is good. Also has para chance. Triple Axle also for your ground weakness and can be super effective against Ray and Turnthus. Floaty Fall is stab, has flinch chance. Aura Wheel is a pretty good electric stab move that increases your speed. But does it get Swords Dance? I doubt it. No. So like no matter what, this thing just cannot hit hard. Its attack is only 75. I guess you can use it as a flincher with Floaty Fall. That's really the extent that I see with this thing. It's unfortunately C tier, chat. We'll put it at least above Watchog. Yeah, that's the best I can do. Just edit it when the change happens. That's going to be a lot of changes. Alright, Escavalier gets Quick Draw. That's the Galarian Slowbro ability. So you basically have a built-in Quick Claw. What are the odds? I believe it's 20? 30? 30. It's a 30% chance to move first. So it's essentially the same thing as having 3 Quick Claws. Overcoats will protect you from weather, or not all weather, but sand, hail, and powder. Shell Armor, protect you from crits. Probably Shell Armor is better. I hate getting randomly crit. It's really annoying. 135 attack is great. And since you have Quick Draw, you do have the random chance to outspeed. So your 20 speed isn't really all that bad. You're very bulky, 105 defense and 105 speed def. So you're normally a pretty bulky attack mon, but with Quick Draw you can potentially outspeed and destroy enemies. It's pretty much a gambling passive. Leech Life is stab, 80 base power, and sustains. It's kind of like Moody, where it's a bit chaotic. You have to rely on just being lucky to hit your Quick Draw. If you pick up Quick Claws, I guess you can increase those odds further moving first. Amoonguss got some amazing shinies recently. Disregarding that. Thick Fats is going to be very good because you're a grass type, so you get to have your fire and ice weaknesses. Effect Spore or Regenerator. I think Regenerator is just going to be better since it just gets Spore anyway on level up. Right? Is it not on level up? Oh, it's on TM. Oh no, it is on level up. Level 54, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I think Regenerator is going to be better. 114 HP 70 defense, 80 speed def makes it pretty bulky on top of the thick fat, so it can tank its weaknesses as well. It has parting shot, so it has a slow parting shot, which is okay, I guess. Pollen Puff to deal with its psychic weakness. Yes, it's a poison type, so it can deal with its psychic weakness with Pollen Puff. Foul Play is pretty good. If there's an enemy that's stacking like Swords Dance against you, I guess you can just throw out a Foul Play and just one-shot him. And Sappy Seed is the most important part. Leech Seed is a very integral move in this game. So, yeah, using a 100 base power move to set it up is very nice. What is your base attack? 85 is pretty good. 85 is pretty good. So you actually can deal some decent damage with Sappy Seed and Foul Play. And yeah, you get the Parting Shot regenerated combo. That's what they were thinking. Yep, Spore, Parting Shot, Leech Seed. Those are 3 amazing utility moves. We're going to have to at least put them in the top of A tier. Maybe even S tier. Dare I say S tier because it gets 3 good utility moves? I think so. Yeah, we're going to leave it at S tier. Jellicent gets Poison Heal, which usually makes it good at Endless Mod because it has good HP as well. But we're not thinking about Endless Mode right now. We're thinking about Classic Mode. Damp to prevent Pokemon from exploding is pretty good. But generally go Curse Body because that's very useful in most cases. 100 HP, 70 defense, 105 speed def, so very bulky. A little weak in the physical department, but otherwise you're very bulky. Strength Sap is great because you're a bulky mon. Buzzy Buzz is the guaranteed para move, so it's very good because you're a bulky mon, so you want to just annoy people with status moves. Freeze Dry to deal with other water types and also help your grass weakness since you are a water type. And Steam Eruption is going to be stab and also a 30% burn chance. Really good move. If you don't want to parry, you can just go for burns instead. Yeah, I like the utility. I like that it's bulky. We'll put it at a solid A tier, maybe slightly below Alomomola. Gets multi-scale. Okay, so it'll reduce damage when it's full HP. Regenerator is probably going to be what you want to take because it's a pretty bulky mon. So you can regenerate your health back when you're off field. 165 base HP is great. Even has some pretty decent physical defense with 80. Speed def is a bit low at 45, but it is what it is. What do you get? You get Heart Swap. So you switch... Wait. This is just better Love Disc. These are the exact same moves as Love Disc outside of Baton Pass. Okay. So then, you get Heart Swap to get to steal stat changes on another Pokemon. For example, if you're facing Eternatus, you can take away its stat increases that it gets from gets for free, and you can take it for yourself. It also gets Glitzy Glow to decrease the power of Eternatus' special attack moves, which is very nice for that fight. Revival Blessing, if any of your Pokemon faints, you can just revive them for free. Very beautiful move. And instead of Baton Pass, it gets Flip Turn. Baton Pass is definitely better because once you steal the stat increases on an enemy, you can actually Baton Pass those to another to an ally, which is why I kind of like Love Disc. So that's one edge Love Disc has over Alomomola, but I still think Alomomola is better just because it's so much tankier. 165 HP. Combine that with Generator and Multi-Scale, that makes it pretty difficult to kill. So it gets some very good utility. Pretty hard to kill, and is good for the Eternatus fight. So I think, unironically, this thing is S tier. We'll put it in the lower end of S tier. Probably like... But, yeah, worse than Heatran, but still provides really good utility. Particularly for the Eternatus fight, and it's pretty hard to kill. Yeah, I think it warrants an S tier, chat. Call me crazy, call me delusional. State your differing opinions if you please, but I think Alomomola deserves S tier. Galvantula gets Transistor, powers up electric moves, that's good. Unnerve is probably going to be the ability you take to prevent berry healing. 97 attack, 108 speed, pretty mediocre stat spread. Its speed is decent, I guess. Quiver Dance, good to increase its attack and speed. Wild Bolt Storm is great because it is stab and also boosted by Transistor. Parabolic Charge, same thing as Wild Bolt Storm, but can also heal, which is great. Earth Power to deal with your Rock weakness because you are a Bug type. Also your Fire weakness. Yeah, Earth Power is gonna be great for that. So yeah, I will say low B tier for Galvantula. I appreciate that it gets Transistor Wobble Storm, but its base stats aren't really that high. Using 1 QD makes you kind of strong, I guess, but if its base attack was like at least 110, then maybe. But nah, let's at least put it above the monkeys. We'll put it like, yeah, behind PokéRogue. Feels about right for Galvantula. Baton Pass is a TM. Ooh, okay. So Alomomola pretty much is just better love this then. Yeah, I think it deserves to be S tier 100%. Ferrothorn gets Rough Skin, which is great because it already gets Iron Barbs. So you're going to be dealing extra damage when someone makes contact with you. So that's pretty disgusting. 131 defense, 116 speed F, 74 HP. We're familiar with Ferrothorn. We know that he's the tank monster, one of the best tanky mons in Pokemon, period. So giving him 2 Rough Skin and Iron Bobs, giving him both of that is just diabolical. Shrink Sap makes him even more annoying because now you can sustain and also drop the attack of your enemies. Spiky Shield, protect, and also deal some set amount of damage when they hit you. Body Press to deal some damage with your 131 defense. And Sappy Seed to set up Leech Seed. Okay. Ferrothorn looks very annoying because all you have to do is keep spamming Shrink Sap to heal. And if anyone tries to kill you, they're just going to keep taking damage from Rough Skin and Iron Barbs. Granted, it's not as good against special attackers because special attackers ignore Rough Skin and Iron Barbs and also don't have to worry about the attack decreases from Strength Sap. So mainly this thing is just a physical wall, albeit like the most annoying physical wall in the game. So I feel like this thing at least has to be top of A tier, if not bottom of S tier. Just for being the most annoying physical wall in the game. We'll put it like below Alomomola, I think is about right for Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn be like, I will stay here. Yeah, Ferrothorn is just never going away. Unless if you have like Flamethrower or something. Which is its weakness, right? It's weak to fire. It's a little not that good on the Spadef side, even though it still has really good Spadef. Yeah, that's how I feel about Ferrothorn. It's also S tier just because it has Sappy Seed, right? Sappy Seed is an insane chip move. That's the staple of really any utility mon. Kling Klang gets Steely Spirit, which will power up the Steel type moves it has. It gets plus and minus, which are good in double battles, but really it's going to be taking Clear Body. It's more consistent. 100 base attack, 115 defense, 90 speed. Okay, so kind of bulky, decently fast, decently strong at attack, 115 defense. You get Gear Grind on level up, so that's just really what you spam mostly. You use Shift Gear to increase your speed and attack. You use Gear Grind to spam to deal additional damage with Steely Spirit as well. What else do you get? You get Double Iron Bash. Okay, so never mind. Instead of Gear Grind, you're probably going to be using Double Iron Bash, since that's just kind of better. It's 120 base power and is 100 accurate. Yeah, that's definitely better. So I would run Shift Gear, Double Iron Bash, Triple Axle for your ground weakness, and also to hit Ray and Eternatus. And probably High Horsepower, because you do have a fire weakness. So it's good to cover that, I guess. Yeah, Fusion Bolt's kind of whatever. It doesn't really cover any of your weaknesses, so it's not really that important. Yeah, Triple Axle, High Horsepower, Double Iron Bash, and Shift Gear will be your best Kling Klang set. Well, with that being said, if you can get Shift Gear off, Kling Klang can become a threat, because you get 1 attack increase and 2 speed increase, so you pretty much become... you pretty much are able to outspeed most things in the game. That attack increase helps you one-shot things better. Double Iron Bash is great, and it's boosted by a Steely Spirit as well. Kling Klang has potential. It just needs to get that Shift Gear off, but when it does, it can become a threat. So let's put it in the A tier, probably... I want to say below the Tauroses. Actually, above the Tauroses. Above Toxicroak even. Yeah, we'll put it there. Middle of A tier. Feels right for Kling Klang. Electros gets Poison Heal, so you can just give it a Toxic Orb and it'll just heal for free. Levitate means it has no weaknesses, because Electric's only weakness is ground, but because it gets Levitate, it just has no weaknesses. 115 attack, 105 attack, so it's kind of a mixed attacker with pretty decent bulk, 85 HP, 80 defense, 80 SPDF. The only downside to it really is its speed only being at 50, which is unfortunate. It gets Strength Sap, so it's decently bulky and it can spam Strength Sap for sustain, not bad. Scald to help hit ground types is good. Fire Lash to decrease defense is good. Aura Wheel is stab, also 110 base power and increases your speed automatically. So this is going to be your main spam move on Electros. Just spam Aura Wheel, get your speed up, and hopefully you can start sweeping through people. The passive is a bit awkward. It doesn't really help with you offensively. I don't think Electros gets Swords Dance either. I think it gets Bulk Up though, right? Yeah, it does get Bulk Up at least. So you can increase your attack with Bulk Up and use Aura Wheel to increase your speed. So you have ways to start becoming a sweeper. But mainly, the best set I'm seeing with Electros is just taking Poison Heal and spamming Strength Sap to sustain. Yeah, he's like he does a lot of things. Not really a master of anything though, so we'll kind of leave him in B tier. Behind the Executors, I think is fine. Top of B tier. BHM. Okay, I hear a lot of people complain about BHM, but I'm about to tell you why it's actually decent. It's a Psychic type, so already it's useful for the Eternatus fight. It gets Prism Armor, so Dark type moves, Ghost type moves, Bug type moves, all are going to be reduced damage to BHM. Really good. You're going to take Analytic always because you're so slow, so you pretty much want to just get that boost power every time you use a special attack move. 125 special attack. Bulk is kind of whatever. You get 75 HP, 75 defense. 95 SPDF is not bad. The most important thing is that you're slow and that you have high special attack, which is why you're a good candidate for Analytic and also Prism Armor. Alright. You get Tail Glow, which is insane because you are a special attacker, so a +3 special attack is great. Luster Purge is fantastic, especially against Eternatus because it is super effective and also has a chance to drop SPDF by 1 stage. It is a 50% chance. So yeah, Luster Purge is going to be a great spam against Eternatus. And also it's boosted by Analytic, right? Because you're slow. Really good. Batty Bad, you are a little weak on the physical defense department. So if you do want to start tanking some physical hits, you can start using Batty Bad to lower the enemy Pokemon's physical moves. Pretty good. Also is coverage for ghost types because you are a psychic type. Very good. Aura Sphere is coverage for dark types because you are a psychic type. You're weak to dark. So Aura Sphere is going to be your main answer to those pesky dark types that immune your Luster Purge. In terms of moveset, I think this is probably just what you want to run. Tail Glow, Luster Purge, Batty Bad, Aura Sphere. These two for weakness coverage. Luster Purge is just their best psychic move. Tail Glow for the special attack increase. Yeah, I like BHM. I do like him. We're not going to put him too high. I think bottom of A is fine. Maybe slightly above Throw, below Rotom Freeze is appropriate. Yeah. It's getting buffed next update. Not that good right now. I don't think it does a good job of staying on field. Yeah, and like everything outside of the Eternatus fight, I guess it's not like the best Pokemon. It probably just like dies a little too easily. I think in the Eternatus fight though, it can pop off for sure. It gets Tail Glow, Luster Purge. That's pretty much all it really needs to handle Eternatus, I feel. It has more SPDF as well, so it can tank Eternatus moderately decently. Yeah, I feel like everyone feels like it's like down here, but I think it's at least like low A tier. I think it has its use, mainly because it's a psychic type, really. If you got Lumina Crash, it would be amazing, low key. Maybe that's an idea for you. Lumina Crash over like Luster Purge could be a crazy buff. All right, let's move on to Chandelure. Okay, so I got a Chandelure Rare Shiny recently, and I was pretty excited to do a showcase for it actually, but I have a few gripes with it. But first off, it gets Soul Heart. Right, so anytime it kills something, it'll get a special attack increase, which is very good. Fiery Dance on top of that, so you can potentially get 2 special attack increases at once, which is great because it already has a 145 special attack stat. So it's just kind of like a glass cannon. Incredible! It's just like a nuke. It can hit pretty hard once it starts ramping up those special attack increases. Decently bulky. It has 90 defense, 90 SPDF. 60 HP, so it's not like the most frail thing in the world, but my main gripe with Chandelure is that it's 80 speed. It's kind of slow, and it does not get anything to help with its speed. Does not get agility, does not get quiver dance. So you're kind of locked at 80 speed. So no matter how strong you really get, eventually you're gonna get whittled down by Pokemon that are faster than you. So Chandelure isn't like the most reliable sweeper, because inevitably it's gonna get outsped and killed. That's just the nature of the Pokemon. I still think it's very good just because it can hit like a truck with Soul Heart and its 145 special attack. You get Earth Power to handle your rock weakness and your mainly your rock weakness. Moonblast to deal with dark types because you're a ghost type. Astral Barrage is your best stab move. It is 120 base power. The most important moves you want are Fiery Dance, because that's a stab move that can increase your special attack on top of Soul Heart. Astral Barrage, that's your other stab move. Moonblast to cover your dark weakness. And you can go either Curse for utility or Earth Power if you feel like you want something for rock types. I would personally go Curse just because Curse is such a good chip move. One of the best utility moves in the game. But yeah, its sweeping potential is a bit limited because of its low speed tier. But Curse does give it some value, so I want to at least put it in low A tier. Like no more than Lilligant's. No more than Scrafty, to be honest. Yeah, we'll put it there. One of the coolest shinies in the game. I've been searching for it, but I just have not been able to find it. The red and blue Haxor shiny, love it. Dragon's Maw powers up dragon type moves. Pretty good since it's a dragon type. Rivalry is pretty funny. If you get put up against Pokemon of the opposite gender, with the same gender, you'll deal more damage. Opposite, you'll deal less. Unnerve is probably where we're going to go since it's more applicable. It's more consistent anyway. Reduces the effect of berries, nullifies the effect of berries. Prevents berries from being used. 147 attack, so it has a very good base attack just by itself. 97 speed is decent. It doesn't break 100, but it's not like terrible. The bulk is alright, actually. 76 HP, 90 defense. A little weak in the Spadef area, but physically it's decently bulky. Stone Axe is going to be mainly coverage for ice since you're a dragon type, and also just the way to set up rocks is pretty good. Dire Claw is not only your fairy coverage, but also is a pretty good utility move with the poison, para, and sleep. So really good move to give Haxorus for coverage and also just nonsense. Bitterblade, more ice coverage. Also just the way to hit steel types, since you kind of have a tough time hitting steel types because you're a dragon type and your other moves are like rock and poison. So having Bitterblade is good to hit a bigger variety of types. Also sustain, which is good. Glaive Rush is one of the best physical dragon moves in the game. It has 120 base power, and the only drawback is that you take more damage the next turn. But if you're sweeping and one-shotting things, it's not really that much of a problem. So yeah, it's not bad. Swords Dance is probably what you want Dragon Dance because your attack stat is already good. You just want more speed. So yeah, what you want is D-Dance, Glaive Rush, Bitterblade, and Dire Claw. I don't really think you need Stone Axe unless if you really feel like you want Stealth Rocks. Otherwise, Bitterblade already covers the types that Stone Axe covers, plus also Steel. So Bitterblade is just way better. So having that, Dire Claw for fairy coverage, Glaive Rush for stab, and I think Dragon Dance to get your speed up is going to be the best set to run. Yeah, I think Haxorus is good. Since it, even without Dragon Dance, can hit like a truck, since it's 147 attack, it deserves to at least be high A tier. I want to say higher than Zoroark, under Dragonite, I think is about right for Haxorus. Not to mention Dragon's Maw is going to be making Glaive Rush deal even more damage. So yeah, this thing can hit like a truck for sure. Just it sometimes has a problem getting outsped, which is unfortunate. Beartic has Tough Claws, okay. Snow Cloak, Slush Rush, Swift Swim. If you want to run Snow with it for Slush Rush, that's pretty good. Swift Swim would not be giving you the defense increases that Snow would, so I'd much rather play a Snow setter with Beartic. So go Tough Claws, go Slush Rush. I think that makes much more sense. You have 130 base attack. Your speed is at 50, but if you run Slush Rush, that can be improved. Your bulk is pretty good at 95 HP, 80 defense, 80 SPDF. So all you really need is just more speed with Slush Rush. Mountain Gale, fantastic physical ice move that can flinch. Aqua Step, good fire coverage because you are an ice type. And also rock coverage. It can increase your speed as well, which is great. I guess that's also one incentive to using Rain. If you want stab on your Aqua Step, or not stab, if you want boosted Aqua Step, I still think Snow is going to be much better because it makes you more bulky. Articuno Ninetales, guys, we'll put it like above Floatzel. Yeah, I think that's fine. Above Floatzel is pretty good. Above Mega Sharpedo, I think. Yeah. Cryogonal. So Cryogonal gets Snow Warning, so it can set up Snow for other people. You can set up Snow for Beartic, for example, since it wants Snow because of Slush Rush. Levitate to ignore ground weakness. You are very high in SPDF, very low in physical defense, and you're decent in HP. So you're just a special defense Pokemon. You have solid speed, relatively okay special attack. You get Aurora Veil, so you're just going to be using this thing as a Aurora Veil setter. Nasty Plot to, I guess, increase your sweeping potential. Freezing Glare is a psychic move that can freeze. It's a 10% chance. Origin Pulse to help with your fire weakness. Okay, I would not care about using this thing as a sweeper at all. Its base attack and base speed are just not enough to warrant it being used as a sweeper. But just using it as a Aurora Veil, occasionally use Blizzard Mon, I think is good. It's similar to Articuno and Alolan Ninetales, except it's even more bulky in SPDF and even more frail in defense. I can't tell if that's better or worse. I feel like that's low-key worse, since that makes it more weak to other things in the game. So let's put it underneath those guys. I'm still going to keep it right next to them, since they have a very similar function of just being Aurora Veil setters, and also ice types that can use Blizzard against Ray and Eternatus. So keep it right here in the middle of A tier. Acelgor is a pretty cool Pokemon. Acelgor gets Protean as its passive ability. You can run either Hydration or Sticky Hold. Probably Sticky Hold is going to be better because I think that prevents Eternatus from taking items off you. You get 100 attack at 145 speed, so you're pretty much never going to get outsped by anything. Unless if you encounter like, oh, those Shed or Ninjask or something. But your special attack is a bit low, so you're going to want, Nasty Plot to increase that special attack. Power Gem to help with your fire weakness. Earth Power to also help with your fire weakness and rock weakness. Steam Eruption also helps with your fire weakness. Yeah, pretty good moves. Nasty Plot just helps a lot because it's so low in special attack, given how frail it is. Protean also allows it to change it into the types that it uses. So it'll gain Stab on Earth Power, Stab on Steam Eruption. Yeah, I think it's solid. It does require using Nasty Plot in order to become a threat, to become strong enough to actually kill things. But once you find a turn to Nasty Plot, I think this thing can pop off. So let's put it at least in the bottom of A tier. Stunfisk gets Storm Drain, so you now no longer have a water weakness. Sandveil, if you're using Sandstorm with it, you'll probably just use Static for when people contact you. You can maybe para them. 109 HP, 84 defense, 99 SPDF. So this is a pretty solid bulk on Stunfisk. The special attack stat is at 81, not bad. Baneful Bunker to protect and poison, pretty good stall move. Strength Sap, another good stall move to sustain and drop attack. Sandsear Storm is stab and also has a burn chance, pretty good. And Thunderclap is a move that allows you to move first, like Sucker Punch. So if you feel like you want to kill something and you know you're going to get outsped, you can just use Thunderclap. Water types. You do have a water immunity with Storm Drain, but you still want a way to hit water types, so Thunderclap is going to be your best way of doing that. Okay. Decent Pokemon with its stats. Gets Strength Sap and Baneful Bunker to stall. It's a pretty regular, alright Stallmon, so I can't really put it any higher than like middle of B tier. We'll put it like behind or ahead of Probopass, yeah. It is a ground type, which does allow it to hit Eternatus for super, which is a bonus, I guess. Galarian Stunfisk. Galarian Stunfisk gets Arena Trap, which is fantastic. If you're able to find a good matchup, you can switch Stunfisk in and then just trap them in. Similar bulk to regular Stunfisk. Actually, it's identical outside of the attack and Spatak being swapped. Spiky Shield. Okay, so instead of having Baneful Bunker, you get Spiky Shield, which will deal a set amount of damage on contact. I think that's much better because Baneful Bunker cannot poison like steel types or poison types. So I think Spiky Shield is just more applicable. Strength Sap. It gets Strength Sap as well, so it can also be used as a bulky sustain mon. 1,000 Arrows is good. It can hit flying types with it. And then Double Iron Bash is also another good stab move. It has 120 base power. You don't really care about this thing's damage. It's really only 80 attacks, so it can't really do a lot of damage. You just care about how well it can tank hits and sustain or Strength Sap. Its typing is... well, let's think. It's weak to fire, weak to ground, weak to fighting, weak to water. Okay, so it's 4 weaknesses. So not like the most amazing tank typing, but it has a lot of resistances, which is something. So yeah, it's not bad. I think I'll put it above regular Stunfisk actually because it gets the steel typing. Let's where is he? Mian Xiao gets no guard. Okay, interesting. Also gets Reckless if you want to run recoil moves. I'm surprised it gets Regenerator. I feel like that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but okay. 125 attack, 105 speed, so relatively decent physical attack stat spread. You are very frail though, and your speed isn't really as high as you'd want it to be, given how frail you are. You do get no guard Gunk Shot, which is great. That's a guaranteed hit on Gunk Shot, and it's also fairy coverage. Supercell Slam, coverage for flying types, also is recoil, so you can boost it with Reckless. Knockoff, good for psychic types, also deals 130 damage if they're holding an item. Mountain Gill, also good for flying types. Can flinch, not bad. What other moves can you get with no guard? Can you get Dynamic Punch on this Pokemon? No. So the only move that really matters if you're no guard is really it's just Gunk Shot. This Pokemon really needs Dynamic Punch. Because I feel like fighting types of no guard just kind of need Dynamic Punch to be good. Otherwise, I don't really care. The speed isn't really all that. Does it get Victory Dance in TMs? No. I know it gets Swords Dance, right? Yeah, it gets Swords Dance at least, but my main issue with it isn't its attack, it's its speed. It needs to be faster. We'll put it, it can hit hard for sure, but if it gets outsped, then it's kind of cooked, especially by like a flying type. Let's put it in a solid top of B tier, I feel. At least it's better than like Leavanny. Yeah, I'll put it above Leavanny, below Basculin. I think it's about right for Mian Xiao. It's just not fast enough, and also it's really frail. So if it gets put against like a Talonflame, it's just getting one shot, I feel. All right, let's move on to Druddigon. Unironically, one of my favorite designs. Too bad it's kind of mid. Druddigon gets Intimidate to lower attack. Pretty good utility ability. Rough Skin to deal some damage when people make contact. Mold Breaker is generally better to ignore those annoying sturdy mons. You get 77 HP, 90 defense, 90 speed up, so relatively okay bulk if you do want to run Rough Skin. 120 attack as well, which is solid, but you're very slow. Yeah, you're very slow. D-Darts, good Dragon type move. Fire Lash for your ice weakness. Clangorous Soul is good. It lowers your HP by 33%, but gives you an Omni boost. You get Sheer Force. I guess you can Sheer Force Fire Lash. Sheer Force does not boost your Dragon Darts though, so I don't feel like it matters that much. This is probably the moveset you're running right here. Roost for sustain, Clangorous Soul for Omni boost, Fire Lash for ice coverage, D-Darts for just stab damage. I guess you can take Sheer Force if you want to buff your Fire Lash, but that's kind of it. Outside of that, Mold Breaker is pretty good for ignoring Sturdy and other annoying abilities. Rough Skin, if you just want to deal some more damage when you get hit. Yeah, I kind of like that it gets Clangorous Soul to kind of help its speed and its bulk. But Nah, it's just not bulky enough for how slow it is, I feel. It is decently strong with 120 attack, but I mean, it doesn't intimidate as well, so I guess it's a bit more bulky on the physical side. But no way it goes above B tier, chat. Golurk. I recently got an epic shiny, which looks fantastic. It's red and has like green aura coming out of it. It's so gas. Shadow Shield will be reducing the damage it takes when it's full HP, which gives you a pretty free turn to use Shift Gear, which it gets as an egg move. You get Iron Fist, which is probably what you're going to run because a lot of its best moves are punch moves. You get moderately okay bulk, 89 HP, 80 defense and SPDF. You have a pretty good base attack stat at 124. The only issue is that you're a bit slow. So Shift Gear is pretty important to increase your speed, even give you an attack raise as well. And Shadow Shield is going to ensure that you can get your Shift Gear off pretty safely. Drain Punch is boosted by Iron Fist and can be sustained. And the sustain is very important because if you can heal back to full HP, that will actually replenish your Shadow Shield. So Shift Gear setup, tank the first hit, use Drain Punch, kill someone, heal back to full HP, get your Shadow Shield back. So that's a pretty good combination right there. Headlong Rush is a fantastic stab move. It is 120 base power. It does lower your defenses a bit, but you're pretty bulky, so I don't think it's like that big of a deal. Rage Fist is what really makes this Pokemon broken because you're able to tank hits with Shadow Shield, and you'll also sustain yourself with Drain Punch. So you can just keep tanking hits, and that Rage Fist is just going to get stronger and stronger. Keep in mind, it's 50 BP every time you get hit. So just getting hit 3 times gets it up to 200 BP. So this move is pretty nasty. Not to mention it is stab and also a physical move. These are probably the 4 moves you're going to run. I don't really think you want anything else. Yeah, these are the 4 moves you want. Shift Gear to increase your speed and attack. Drain Punch to sustain your Shadow Shield. Headlong Rush for stab. Rage Fist for stab. I'm pretty sure all of these moves are Iron Fist boosted, including Headlong Rush. So these are all like really good moves to use of Iron Fist as well. So yeah, I think Golurk is unironically S tier. And pretty high in S tier, in fact. I think this Pokemon is kind of cracked. I think the only weakness, really, of this Mon is... I guess if it gets hit by a super effective move and it dies through Shadow Shield. That hardly ever happens, though, since it's so tanky. Yeah, I think this thing is definitely S tier. We'll put it, like... How high in S tier, though? I think pretty high. Like, if I recall, Bouffalant gets Intimidate? Rockhead, okay, never mind. So you get the Rockhead Reckless combo with Bouffalant. Let's see what moves it gets. High Jump Kick, that is Rockhead and Reckless boosted. Head Smash, fits the bill. Flare Blitz, yes. Slack Off for healing, okay. You have pretty terrible speed. 110 attack is not bad. You're at least bulky. 95 HP, 95 defense, 95 SPDF to make up for how slow you are. So I guess that's that. The good thing with him compared to Emboar is that Emboar is... It has 110 HP, but it's really weak in defense and SPDF. Bouffalant is a lot more balanced, which I like more. Yeah, so... You're probably going to run... Yeah, these 3 moves. If you want a stab move, then Double Edge is probably better, since that also works with Reckless and Rockhead. Wow, is it really not level up? Wow, it's not. It doesn't get Double Edge? Really? Oh, okay. Well, shit. Then you can't even use Double Edge on this thing then. Okay. So you'd use a Flare Blitz, Head Smash, High Jump Kick. You do get Swords Dance. I think that's a pretty good pickup. So maybe take out one of your Rico moves for Swords Dance. Probably Head Smash, to be honest, since that one has a pretty big chance to miss. So I would run Swords Dance, Slack Off, High Jump Kick, Flare Blitz. Sounds good. Unfortunately, you lack a stab move that works with Rockhead and Reckless. I'm surprised it doesn't get Double Edge. But it's not bad. We'll put it like around the same tier as Emboar since they kind of function similarly. Speed Boost. Okay, that's pretty good. It should be the same passive for Heatwing as well since they both come from regular Rufflet. Yeah, okay. So Speed Boost. You get Sheer Force or Defiance. I think Sheer Force would probably be better. Let me check the Egg Boost first. Defiant is useful though if you want to throw Bravery out against an Intimidate Mon. 100 HP, 123 attack. Moderately okay bulk, 100 HP, 75 defense and SPDF. Speed is a little lacking, which is why you get speed boost. So you're probably going to want to run protect on this thing to ensure you get 1 speed boost off. No retreat also helps give you an omni boost. That's going to be +1 speed, +1 defenses, and +1 attack. Floaty fall is good. Stab and deals 90 damage. Bolt beak is fantastic, but it's only if you're able to outspeed your opponents. So you're going to have to get a handful of speed boosts off. Maybe even an omni boost off to ensure that you stay alive while you're stacking your speed boost. But if you can get that set up off, then yeah, Bolt Beak can just pretty much allow you to carry because it's 170 base power if you move first. Sheer Force will be boosting your Floaty Fall. It'll remove the flinch chance and just give you more damage on Floaty Fall. I don't think it can boost Bolt Beak. Bolt Beak doesn't have any aspect that can proc Sheer Force. So yeah, it'll mainly just be for your Floaty Fall. Not bad actually. Not bad. I would run No Retreat, Floaty Fall, Bolt Beak, and Protect for a speed boost. Yeah. We'll put Braviary in low A tier as well. Hisui and Braviary is a little interesting. It gets speed boost, but its signature move is Esper Wing, which already increases your speed upon use. It also has a heightened crit chance, so you're pretty much going to use this. Even if like you do have speed boost, just because it's one of your best stab moves and has a heightened crit chance. So Esper Wing is going to be in your moveset, probably No Retreat as well. So you're going to run Esper Wing, No Retreat, Protect. Actually, you probably don't even need Protect. You could just do Esper Wing to get a double speed increase with speed boost and Esper Wing. You're mainly a special attacker, so I would avoid Bolt Beak and Floaty Fall. So go Aura Sphere to counter your dark weakness, because you do have a dark weakness, and also your rock weakness, and also an ice weakness. So yeah, it is pretty important for your weaknesses. So Aura Sphere, No Retreat, Esper Wing, and one more special attack move. What else does it get? Hurricane. Yeah, Hurricane's good. You can go Hurricane. Even yeah, Hurricane's good because it's also Sheer Force boosted, right? Oh right, you're running Sheer Force, so actually no, you don't even need the speed boost and critical chance thing don't even apply for Esper Wing because of the Sheer Force. Yeah, so run Esper Wing, run Hurricane, run No Retreat, and run Aura Sphere is what I would do. Air Slash just so I don't miss. Okay, yeah, Pokemon Team God likes to play it safe. Is this better than regular Braviary? I feel like regular Braviary is so much better to me because you get Bolt Beak, which is a disgusting move. So I kind of want to rank it a little lower. Not too much lower. I think it's still A tier. We'll put it like... Actually, it is a Psychic type, which is good for Eternatus, which is something you have to factor in. Let's put it like right next to Braviary. How about that? Yeah, sure. Why not? Mandibuzz gets Thick Fat, which is good because it has an ice weakness. It also half the damage from fire as well. Weak Armor to drop defense and increase speed. You're a pretty bulky Pokemon. You have 110 HP, 105 defense with 95 SPDF. Mandibuzz is one of the best, or not, I want to say one of the best, but a very good rounded out bulk. It has basically 100 and everything. Pretty good speed as well. It has 80 speed. Its offense is a bit lacking, so you pretty much just use it as a fast bulk Stalmon, which is why you get Ruination. Ruination, instead of calculating for your own attack or attack, it just deals damage in an increment. It'll deal half of the target's current HP. So this is a very fitting move for Mandibuzz. Foul Play, you can deal damage based on the enemy's attack, which is good. You don't have to make use of your own attacks that. And then Body Press to deal damage based off of your defense is great because you don't have really high attack or special attack. You want to make use of your defense for damage. Yeah, I think this is probably the best moveset right here. Roost, Ruination, Foul Play, Body Press. Maybe if you want to go Tailwind for some utility to speed up your team, that's good as well. But yeah, I like the utility. I like that it's really tanky. I want to at least put it in A tier just because of how hard it is to kill and the utility that it brings. The utility being Tailwind and I guess Toxic, yeah. Mainly though, being able to spam Ruination and Body Press is what appeals the most to me with this guy. Yeah, let's put Mandibuzz like low A tier, not like too high. since Ruination and Body Press are kind of... Well, actually, Ruination's great for Eternatus because it takes like a whole bar off by itself. So let's put it like... Yeah, I think that's good. Above Chandelure. Overcoat Thick Fat is so good as a wall in this game. There's not much that can break it. Yeah. Just really good abilities to just keep it alive. Even Big Pecs, if you are worried about your defense dropping, is fine. Since you want to run Body Press. Yeah. Really good Pokemon. Let's move on to... Should we actually move Manabuzz up? I think Manabuzz deserves to be higher, actually. Yeah, it's better than Miltank, for sure. Yeah, we'll put it above Miltank. Yep, a little higher in A tier. Let's move on to Heatmore, the Anteater Pokemon. It gets Contrary. Okay, so it gets Contrary. So immediately I think of Overheat Contrary. But let's see what other moves it gets. It gets V-Create. Okay, so if you want to run like a physical attack Heatmore, you could do V-Create spam that gives you defense increases and speed increase. Overheat for special attack increases. So you can run a pretty mixed. You can run a pretty mixed set on this guy. Overheat for special attack increases. V-Create for speed and defense increases is good. Earth Power to help with your rock weakness. Also to hit Eternatus for super effective. Thunderbolt to help with your water weakness. Yeah, I see the potential. I think V-Create Contrary is just insane. Its base stats, though, I guess you are getting defense increases with V-Create, so it does help fix its bulk a bit. And helps fix its speed a lot. You do have to like stay alive and be able to get the V-Creates off. You could get shut down before you start like rolling with this thing, which is the inherent weakness of a lot of Contrary mons. But I like it. I think it at least deserves a low A tier. You also get Hustle or Truant. I imagine this thing gets like... actually, no, this thing already gets Entrainment as a regular level up move. So you can do the Entrainment Truant combo to give Truant to other people. Pretty funny. It's a funny gimmick. You get Attack 109 and Speed 109. So you have a relatively okay offensive stat spread. With pretty good physical defense. Swords Dance to further increase your sweeping potential. First Impression, so just turn 1, just get a priority 90 base power damage off. Pretty good. Beam of Bash is going to be great. It's a 100 base power move that stab. Pretty much the best move you can give in terms of steel physical. High Horsepower is mainly for your fire weakness since you are a bug and steel type. Yeah, this is probably the moveset you're going to run, these 4 moves. If not, maybe Entrainment if you're doing the Truant thing. Otherwise, not bad, not bad. Its speed is a little low, could be a bit higher. Doesn't really get anything to increase it. Actually, it does get Agility. So yeah, you could run like Swords Dance Agility if you want. I'm seeing like a bottom of A tier with this guy. Has some pretty solid sweeping potential. Has a good typing, Bug Steel, so it's only weak to fire. And if you really want, you can do the Truant Entrainment combo, which is pretty hilarious. Yeah, you got Hustle Compound Eyes. Yeah, that's the combo. So you're going to be running Hustle, which boosts your attack but lowers your accuracy. But then Compound Eyes is going to make up for that by increasing your accuracy. So yeah, that's the combination with Durant. So yeah, it can be a pretty potent sweeper. So let's put it like low-key right underneath Fortress. Yeah, above Fortress. Below Manabuzz. Higher. Should we put it next to Durant just because they're buddies? Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Above Heatmore, actually. Hydreigon gets Parental Bond. Makes sense because it has like 2 other heads. Levitate to avoid ground type moves. You have 125 special attack. Pretty okay speed at 98. And you have pretty fantastic bulk, 90 in everything. You get Fiery Wrath. And keep in mind you get Parental Bond, so it hits twice. So that further increases your chance to flinch something. Esper Wing is amazing with Hydreigon because all you have to do is use it once and you have a double speed increase. And speed is a pretty big problem on Hydreigon, so it's great that it gets Esper Wing. So yeah, Fire Wrath, Esper Wing are definitely going to be a part of your moveset. Sludge Bomb for Fairy type coverage, because since you are Dark type, you are weak to Fairy types. Sludge Bomb is going to be great. Also has a poison chance, so you Parental Bond, throw Sludge Bomb out twice, so that should give you a pretty good chance to poison something. And then finally, Fickle Beam is a stab move that has the potential of doubling in power if you hit the 30% chance. So it becomes a 160 base power move. So really good stab move for Hydreigon. We'll give it, I think, all the egg moves that it gets are pretty much what you want in the moveset. I think everything in here is important. Fire Wrap and Fickle Beam are two best stab moves. Outside of like maybe Draco Meteor, but Draco Meteor has some consequences. Sludge Bomb for fairy coverage and an Esper Wing to fix your speed. I think that makes Hydreigon pretty good. Let's put it in the minimum S tier, I feel. Since it actually has sweeping potential thanks to Esper Wing, Hydreigon found its place in the middle of the S tier. I think that's good. Alright, Load Eradicate still being the only D tier is crazy. Give him a buddy. I just haven't found anything that's just like that bad. You know what I mean? Wow, that's a beautiful shiny. Volcarona gets Drought, which is great because it's a fire type. Swarm and Flame Body are both good. You probably want Swarm. It can come in kind of clutch if you can live a hit at 33% HP. 135 special attack. 105 speed def. Really bad physical bulk, but you do get 100 speed, so you're pretty fast. You get Torch Song, so you get Drought Torch Song with 135 special attack, pretty good. Thunderbolt to help with your water weakness. Machigacha to help with your rock weakness. Yep, your rock weakness. You're quad weak to rock. Earth Power is also a answer to rock types. Also an answer to electric types. An answer to you can already hit steel types. So I guess that's a good way to hit Eternatus for super effective as well. Yeah, I like it. You get QD, so you're probably going to want to run QD for speed, Torch Song for special attack increases, Machigacha for rock coverage and also sustain, and then T-Bolt for water coverage. So this thing has great coverage, Sun Boosted Torch Song, and QD for on level up to increase its speed. I like it. Obviously, its main weakness is that if you throw like a rock at it, it's just going to die. It's really weak in physical defense. But it deserves at least middle of A tier. Volcarona has always been pretty popular as a potent sweeper. Let's put it like above Miltank. Above the Sawsbucks, I think is fair for Volcarona. Yeah, I think that's good. Cobalion. Cobalion gets Intrepid Sword, the Zacian ability. So you essentially just have 135 attack. You have 129 defense, 108 speed. Okay. Victory Dance to further increase your attack, defense, and speed is good. Those are the stats that you want on Cobalion. You usually get Body Press in the egg moves, I think. I think you get it in your TMs. No? Ah. Okay, that sucks. You used to be able to you have 129 defense. You can further increase your defense with Victory Dance, and you could Body Press. Guess they got rid of that. You get Behemoth Blade, which is stab, and also you get Intrepid Sword, so you actually deal some pretty decent physical attack damage. Mighty Cleave to help deal with flying fire types, since you're a steel type. Ceaseless Edge to set off spikes is pretty good. It looks a bit worse than the last I checked it, but it's not too bad. It has some pretty good offensive power with Intrepid Sword and Victory Dance. You get Behemoth Blade as well, which is probably like the best physical stab move you could have gave this thing. What fighting moves do you get? Sacred Sword, yeah, so you'd probably use Sacred Sword as well. If not, maybe Close Combat. I think it deserves at least high A tier, if not low S tier, since it actually kind of does have some attacking power and Victory Dance. Yeah, I think it deserves low S tier. We'll put it like above Deoxys. Not too high, but pretty decent. It's a good typing as well, Steel Fighting. Let's move on to Terrakion. Terrakion gets Rocky Payload, which is pretty good since it's a rock type. 129 attack, 108 speed. Victory Dance to further increase its attack and speed is good. Mighty Cleave, because it's boosted by Rocky Payload and it's also Rock Stab, so that thing is going to hit like a truck. Headlong Rush to deal with its steel weakness since it's a rock type. That's pretty good. Ceaseless Edge to set up spikes, not bad. Yeah, I mean, this thing just hits like a truck. It does get Victory Dance to help with its speed, which is good. The rock stab plus Rocky Payload, Mighty Cleave in general is just going to be able to kill a lot of things easily, since you have 130 base attack as well. So I'm pretty comfortable putting this thing in S tier as well. I'd argue higher than Cobalion, for sure. Let's actually hold on. We'll put you in S tier, and we'll actually move Cobalion down. I don't think Cobalion deserves to be A tier. We'll make Cobalion like top of S tier, above Camerupt. Yeah, I think that's fine. Or top of A tier, next to Camerupt. Virizion, or as I like to call it, Verizon. Gets Sharpness, which is good because it gets Leaf Blade on level up. You also get Sacred Sword, so that's boosted by Sharpness as well. Really odd stat spread. Your attack is only 90. Your Spadef is at 129. You get Sappy Seed though. That's good setup. That's always good setup. Psyblade is boosted by Sharpness as well. Ceaseless Edge, I believe, is boosted by Sharpness as well. You get Victory Dance to set up some offensive capability. Not bad, actually. If you can get some Victory Dances off, you can become decently strong with this stat spread. And you can start dealing some damage with Psyblade, Leaf Blade. But the main appeal really is to just set up Leaf Seed, right? With Sappy Seed. So I think it's at least A tier. The Genies, or as I like to call them, the Uglies. Tornadus. We'll look at regular Tornadus first. All the Genies, not in Therian, they get Prankster, which will probably be your best ability because Prankster is excellent for setting up utility. You get Drizzle on Tornadus. 115 attack, 125 special attack, 111 speed. So pretty good offensive stat spread, it seems. With moderately okay bulk. Parting Shot, which is good for Prankster. Oblivion Wing for sustain is good. Ice Beam to take care of Eternatus and Rayquaza. Earth Power to deal with your rock weakness because you are a flying type. Okay, so the only utility I'm seeing right now is Parting Shot and I guess Tailwind, which are both good moves, but I don't know. I mean, in terms of offense, you do get like Drizzle Hurricane, Drizzle Bleak Windstorm. So like offensively, it's not bad since it does have this kind of stat spread, but I feel like you'd rather just use Therian if you want to run an offensive Tornadus. In any case, I guess it gets decent enough utility and also pretty capable offensive strategy. So let's put it like moderately high. We'll put it like in the middle of A tier, maybe towards the top. I don't think it's better than Beartic, unironically, so we'll put it above Sharpedo and I will call it a day. Does it get Thunder? I believe it does not get Thunder. That's only reserved for Thundurus. Yeah. That's another L for Tornadus. Moving on to Thundurus. Or sorry, Tornadus Therian. The only difference between Tornadus Therian and regular Tornadus is that you lose Prankster, but you gain some more speed. I think that speed is going to definitely help you sweep better. You do lose a little bit of special attack, but I think it's worth losing a bit of special attack for the speed to ensure that you outspeed more Pokemon. So now you're in a lot safer speed tier. You can set up Nasty Plots. I believe you get Nasty Plot in this Pokemon. Yep. So you set up Nasty Plots. Spam Hurricane because you have Drizzle. You can set up Rain. Spam Hurricane. Oblivion Wing for heals. Earth Power for rock types. Not bad. Not bad. Decent sweeper. Not amazing, but decent. We'll put it in high A tier, I feel. I feel like I'd rather use regular Tornadus just because I don't really care about like sweeping with Tornadus. I just kind of want to use it for the utility. Yeah, below Archeops, I think is about right. Where do we put where do we put other Tornadus? Oh yeah, we put it down here. Loki, I value it more since it has Prankster for the utility. Actually, let's swap them. Yeah. Let's put you there, and then let's put you there. Yeah, I think I like that. Yeah, looks good. Okay, let's move on to Thundurus. Last time I checked, Thundurus was pretty good. Regular Thundurus gets Drizzle as well and Prankster with the same stat spread, so the concept is similar. You're going to be mainly just using it for utility. What utility does it get though? Not really anything.
You don't get Tailwind, you don't get Parting Shot, so yeah, Thundurus, Darien, and regular Thundurus are mainly just to be used as sweepers. With that being said, I'd rather use Thundurus Darien for that, just because he has a much more ballistic special attack stat. But Thundurus regular is still pretty good. It has 111 speed, 125 special attack, so let's try and rank it based off its sweeping potential. You have Drizzle, and you have Electro Shot, which is one of the best combinations in the game because you have a 1-turn Electro Shot, get a attack increase, and use a 130 base power move. Keep in mind this is Stab, because Thundurus is an electric type. Frost Breath to hit ground types is great, also a way to hit Ray and Eternatus. Hurricane and Rain, so he pretty much just does what Tornadus does, but more, because you also have Electro Shot. So yeah, you can spam Hurricane and Rain, spam Electro Shot and Rain, use Frost Breath against ground types, and an Earth Power is really just for your rock weakness since you are a flying type. So yeah, Thundurus is pretty disgusting. I do like Therian more because it has a more ballistic special attack stat. But I'm down to rank this one pretty high as well. I think the 111 speed does help it out a lot to outspeed most things. They're both definitely S tier. I'd argue even double S tier. If Zapdos is in double S tier, then definitely Thundurus has to be in double S tier. So let's put Thundurus in, honestly, just right next to them. Right next to Zapdos, since they function pretty similarly. I like that. And we'll put Therian at the top, above or higher than the regular form, because Therian gets 145 special attack. You're immune to electric type moves now. And yeah, I think it just can hit so much harder because of the plus 20 special attack. So yeah, I like Therian much more. We're gonna put that in front. We'll put Thundurus, regular Thundurus here, and then we'll put Zapdos over here since they're pretty similar. Yeah, the Drizzle Electro Shot mons are pretty broken. I'm not gonna lie, they deserve to be double S tier. Reshiram gets a Raccoon Pulse. Raccoon Pulse is setting up the sun and also boosts your attack. The thing with the attack boost is that Reshiram is mainly a special attacker. But with the attack boost, it does actually help balance your attack with your special attack. So you can actually kind of use a mixed set Reshiram, both physical and special. You're very bulky as well, with the only downside being that your speed is only at 90. You get Take Heart to become even bulkier in Spadef and also get attack increases. Energy Ball, mainly to deal with your rock and ground weakness. Fickle Beam is Stab, as a 30% chance to become 160 base power, so it's pretty good if you're lucky. And Eruption is Stab and 150 base power. Really good move, but unfortunately, the problem with Reshiram, I believe it used to have Recover, but they got rid of it, which is kind of unfortunate because in order to use Eruption to its maximum value, you need to be high, max HP. So you kind of need some sustain moves to sustain the Eruption. Otherwise, you kind of lose your best fire move. No physical fire moves. It does get Fire Fang. That's something. It gets Outrage as well. You're not really going to use Reshiram physically, even though it does get that attack increase. Mainly just because the moves it gets aren't really that good for physical. So yeah, you're going to run these 4 moves. It kind of sucks that it doesn't get Recover, because I feel like it kind of needs Sustain when it's using Eruption. But yeah, I guess it's fine. I'm going to rank it a little lower than I did last time because it did lose Sustain for the Eruption. It also lost Dragon Energy. It used to have Dragon Energy. It lost that for Fickle Beam. Not the worst change, since Fickle Beam can deal a hella ton damage. You just need to get lucky. Yeah, let's put Reshiram. I still think it's still S tier, because Sun Eruption is still a disgusting combination. But Zekrom. Let's talk about Zekrom. I did a showcase for Zekrom not too long ago, and it felt like the most broken Pokemon in the game, I'm not gonna lie. It gets Hadron Engine, so it sets up electric terrain, so that's gonna be a 1.3 times boost to your electric type moves, and you also get a special attack increase. So if you want to run any mixed attack Zekrom, it's possible. You get Draco Meteor on Zekrom, so you can actually run a pretty decent mixed set on Zekrom. You get Draco Meteor through TMs. So yeah, actually not even a bad option at all if you want to run a mixed attack Zekrom. But yeah, but your main stat is attack. It's at 150. You have relatively the same bulk as Reshiram, 100 in HP, 120 in defense, 100 in Spadef. 90 speed is not the best, but you can get Dragon Dance in your TMs as well. So 2 really important moves you're going to want to run are Dragon Dance
and Draco Meteor. And those are both moves that you get from TMs. So hopefully you can find those moves. And if you do, Bolt Beak is a move that doubles in power when you outspeed the opponent. So get like 2 Dragon Dances off to make your speed like a solid 180 base. And that'll be more than enough to just sweep with Bolt Beak, because Bolt Beak is so strong. It is 170 base power so long as you outspeed the opponent. So take Bolt Beak, take probably Triple Axle for ground coverage, take Dragon Dance to make sure you can outspeed people for Bolt Beak, and then take probably Draco Meteor for the special attack set. Yeah, those are the 4 moves I'd run. Genuinely, I think Zekrom is easily double S tier material. So I guess it loses its water weakness. Sheer Force is great for Bleak Windstorm. I don't know if it works with Stone Axe. I don't think it does, but it does work with Floaty Fall. So it'll be boosting the damage of your Bleak Windstorm and Floaty Fall. You get Roost for sustain. You get Prankster. Where's your oh, do you not get Prankster on this thing? Oh, you don't. Okay, never mind. So the best utility you can really do is like Stone Axe or Rocks. Yeah, that's kind of it. I don't really care about this thing. Wow, I am dropping this thing lower and lower. Yeah, I think about here is good for Landorus. Therian does get 145 attacks, so it can actually hit really hard. You get Intimidate, which is way more valuable than whatever the hell he had. Sheer Force, yeah. I mean, Sheer Force does boost your damage a bit, but I'd much rather take the utility of Intimidate. Way more valuable. 145 attack. Intimidate also allows it to wall physical Pokemon a lot better. You get the same moves. Roost. You're probably not running Bleak Windstorm. You're going to run Stone Axe or Rocks. Floaty Fall for stab damage. Let's put him like... not S tier. Definitely not S tier. The Intimidate is nice, but like... beyond that, it's just kind of an Intimidate bot that steps up Rocks. Pretty much what it does in competitive mode. Or in competitive Pokemon. Let's put it high A tier. Black Kyurem gets Snow Warning. Okay, that's great because you get Blizzard by default. So, yeah, you can do Blizzard spam. Black Kyurem has decent attack at 120. Even though its attack set is much higher at 170, you can still use Blizzard. You can still use a mix set on it if you want to bring a mix set on it. But you do get Glacial Lance, which is insane. One of the best physical ice moves in the game. So you're going to take that. You're going to take D-Darts because that's another physical move. That's Stab. No Retreat for the Omni Boost. That's probably what you want. And you can take either Dragon Energy or Blizzard. Probably Blizzard is better. Black Kyurem. Yeah, that's what I would do. Glacial Lance, D-Darts, and Blizzard plus No Retreat. Sounds pretty good. The egg moves and regular moves are pretty standard, straightforward. The stat spread is what really intrigues me. 125 HP, a whopping 170 nuclear attack stat, a really solid 120 special attack stat as well, so you can actually hit pretty hard with Blizzard. Really good bulk, 125 HP, 100 defense, 90 speed F. The speed is a bit slow, but who cares when you're this tanky, right? Because it's an ice type, I want to put it really high. Like, I'm talking like double S kind of high. Because ice is just inherently good in this game because it hits Ray and Eternatus were super effective. And your 170 attack, right? So that Glacial Lance is going to be one-shotting Rayquaza at floor 145, 100%. How high is it in here, though? I don't think it goes beyond... Honestly, I think the bottom of double S is just about right for the Kyurems. It does get, yeah, like really good moves as well. It gets Fusion Bolt and Fusion Flare, right? Can't forget about that. And for Reshiram White, or not Reshiram, Kyurem White, same passive of Snow Warning, so you can run Blizzard on Kyurem White at a better effectiveness because you have 170 special attack now. So you're gonna want a Blizzard, Dragon Energy, No Retreat, and you can probably run like Fusion Flare, I guess, just like for coverage. You do have a, let's see, you do get walled by Steel types, So Fusion Flare can be great for hitting those guys. So yeah, I would run Dragon Energy, Blizzard, No Retreat, and Fusion Flare on White Kyurem. I think White Kyurem is better. I think it's better. I think the higher special attack stat and giving Blizzard more power is more effective. Regular Kyurem is also getting Snow Warning, so you can do Snow Warning Blizzard spam on regular Kyurem as well. You get the same moves, so No Retreat, Glacial Lance, Blizzard spam. It's just it's just the worst version of both black and white. You definitely just run a mixed moveset on this guy. So No Retreat, Glacial Lance, Blizzard, D-Darts or Dragon Energy, depending on which one you want or which one you have. It's not as double S as those guys since it doesn't have the 170 attack or attack like them. But I still think it's solid because it is an ice type. It's an ice type that can set up Snow Blizzard for itself. So I feel like that's inherently like really good. So we're gonna at least put that in the S tier, probably towards the top. We'll put it above. Yeah, I think it's like definitely better than Latias. Definitely better than Arceus. Yep, I'll leave it right there at the top of S tier. I think that's fitting for Kyurem. Keldeo. Pretty sure Keldeo and Keldeo Resolute are like the exact same Pokemon, except you just get Resolute when you learn Secret Sword. So yeah, we'll just look at Resolute, I guess. Grimnay is the special attack version of Moxie. So when you kill something, you're gonna get a special attack increase. So that's pretty good. You have 129 base special attack, not bad. 108 speed, could be better. I'm pretty sure you get agility. Never mind, you do not. So you kind of have to just play at your 108 speed. Bouncy Bubble is great. It's stab and it's healing. T-Bolt to deal with your flying weakness. You're a fighting type. Freeze Dry to help deal with other water types and also help with your grass weakness. And Steam Eruption is your stab, your best move to click. It is 110 base power and has a 30% chance to burn. Yeah, I mean, it's a Moximon or a Grimnaymon. Once it gets outsped though, it can't really do anything since it can't increase its speed. So if if it's facing like a freaking Zero Aura, it's just cooked. Or like it doesn't even need to be Zero Aura, like even like Kilowattrel, right? I think Kilowattrel easily just dismantles a Keldeo. So yeah, I don't like the fact that the speed is only 108. The base special attack is good though at 129, and it has really good egg moves. But I think at most we put it at like low S tier. Meloetta regular and Meloetta PokéRogue are two very different Pokemon, so we're gonna rank them differently. Meloetta gets Mind's Eye, which is the Scrappy, the improved version of Scrappy. So you also ignore the enemy's evasiveness increases. So you get Serene Grace, so that's going to be increasing the likelihood of additional effects. You get pretty high special attack, pretty high speed def, pretty good HP as well. It's just that your speed stat is a little lacking. Thankfully, I think you get QD, I think. Oh, never mind. You do not get QD. You do get Boom Burst, which is stab and 140 base power. Torchon to increase your special attack, really good. Yeah, the Serene Grace part doesn't really matter much for regular Meloetta. It matters more for the physical version. But for special attack Meloetta, you do get Relic Song. You can do Serene Grace Relic Song combo. You have a 20% chance to sleep, not bad. But it does kind of get outsped. It is decently bulky though, at least bulky enough so that it being 90 speed is not that problematic. So I would like to at least put it in the top of A tier. I probably like the tippy top of A tier. I like that it gets good moves for normal type. It gets Boom Burst. It gets Torch Song to increase the special attack. It's relatively tanky enough to live hits. And it can do some Serene Grace Relic Song tech, which is not bad. Yeah, we'll leave it at the top of A tier, I think. We'll actually put it a little lower than some other Gamons here. It's at least better than Keldeo. Yeah, we'll leave it at the top of A tier. But Meloetta PokéRogue is much better because you get access to a higher attack stat, 128, a way more consistent speed tier at 128. So you're now able to outspeed Mega Ray. And you're still pretty bulky. You have 100 HP, 90 defense, 77 SPDF, not bad. Serene Grace, you get much more value out of it with the physical Meloetta because you can start using triple arrows. Triple arrows is either a crit chance, a defense drop, or a flinch. So you can just defense drop or just keep flinching people thanks to Serene Grace, boosting the odds of additional effects. You have a 30% chance to flinch, and I believe a 30% chance to drop defense, and then the critical hit is its own boost. Yeah, so triple arrows is nuts on this Pokemon since it has Serene Grace. Really good combination. Body Slam is stab, also has para chance, so with Serene Grace that's going to be 60% chance to para. So these are both really good moves to pair with the Serene Grace physical Meloetta. Mind's Eye is the most important part of this, as you said, because all these moves are normal in fighting, so you do get walled by ghost types. So being able to hit them with Mind's Eye is very important. So you ignore the immunity of ghost types. Yeah, so running triple arrows, body slam, swords dance, and I guess maybe close combat will be your best moveset. I think Meloetta PokéRogue is potentially top of S tier. I want to say definitely better than Zapdos, definitely better than Celebi, definitely better than Machamp. Yes, yeah. Okay, we'll stop at Golurk. I think it's a little worse than Golurk. I feel like I'd rather have a Golurk on my team than Meloetta, but I still think it definitely is top of S tier. Really annoying tech with Serene Grace and triple arrows, body slam. Doesn't have to worry about ghost types. Yeah, and a really good base stat spread of a 128 attack, 128 speed. So it actually is a very reliable sweeper. Yep, I like it being up there. Genesect. I really want the epic shiny for Genesect. Just look at that. Oh, oof. Definitely top 5 most wanted shinies in PokéRogue right now. It is a sleek black and light orange color scheme. It's so sexy. All right, you get Protean, which is good because you also have the what's it called? You have Technoblast, right? So if you pick up a drive, the drives don't actually change your typing. However, it does change the typing of your Technoblast. So when you use, say, like the electric Technoblast, Protean will allow you to become an electric type. Same with the Burn Drive, Chill Drive, Douse Drive. You'll become the type of whatever Technoblast you're using, and you'll give it stab. So Protean is really good on Genesect because its signature move is Technoblast, right? So you're gonna want Technoblast, Tail Glow, which increases your special attack by 3 stages. Really good move for Genesect. Tachyon Cutter is a stab, 100 base power steel move. Really good. You're going to want that as well. Extreme Speed is not bad. You want to run Genesect more on special attack though, because you're running Tail Glow. So that's not really too important. So I think what I would do is Tail Glow, Tachyon Cutter, Technoblast, and probably Bug Buzz for some stab. Yeah, that's what I would do. Bug Buzz, Tail Glow, Technoblast for the Protean combo, and Tail Glow for increased special attack. Yeah, Genesect is really good. It does have kind of a minor speed problem at 99. That's the only thing I don't like about it, is that it's a bit slow. Otherwise, Tail Glow gives it some nuclear damage. I love that it can change its typing around with Protean. I think Genesect definitely deserves the S tier. Douse or Chill Optimal, yeah. I'd probably always just run the Chill Drive. Although, yeah, Douse is good for your fire weakness since you're, hold on, what is this shiny? Huh? Wait. Oh, the other drives have different shinies. Oh my god. That's so cool. That's so cool. I need the shiny, man. It's so cool. I was about to say, like, what is is that the rare shiny or something? Damn. The other drives have different shinies. That's so sick. Oh, is that it? That's it. Oh, we finished.